Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became a Demon Slayer and World of Highschool DxD movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Uzumaki Naruto is an ordinary student at Kuoh Academy, with average grades and nothing particularly remarkable, except for his enormous and surprising Kendo skills. In a world where the supernatural seems to have come to life overnight, Naruto will be forced to reconcile with his past, to take up a sword again to restore the peace that his ancestors so long sought, because he is a demon hunter. 1. Only human. Demons. Angels. Fallen. Devils. Any being that fell under the definition of fantastic, of supernatural, seemed to have taken on meaning and an alarming reality for Mise, a boy with brown hair and hazel eyes who was on the ground, with a spear in his stomach, bleeding slightly while a woman stood over him, twisting her weapon of light while laughing, showing her teeth, and an excited glow at the teenager's suffering. No supernatural being should attack a human without some specific and exceptional reason, because otherwise war could break out again, and no one was prepared to shed the blood of their brothers again. But that woman, who was twisting the spear over that boy's belly, didn't seem to care about a rule written almost 2,000 years ago, when all supernatural beings decided to stay away from humans. She didn't care too much about creating chaos and spilling the blood of innocence. She wasn't even tempting herself with a boy who had only shown her devotion, despite his perverted side. No, that woman with hair as dark as her soul only saw humans as mere instruments, as toys to enjoy. Showing her night black wings, dropping feathers onto the body of a sleepy Issei, the fallen woman swung the spear, pulling it out of the brown-haired teenager's body, who felt his mouth flooded with blood. He coughed, staining his own shirt red, while the brightness of life filtered from his eyes, leaving them empty, clouded by death. And that woman only looked at Issei, with her violet eyes, while she kept the spear in her hand, uncaring that she was releasing magic when using it. Rainer separated from the boy, undoing said spear, watching as he slowly sank into eternal sleep, remaining on the pool of his own blood, dark, red, almost black. She frowned, summoning a new spear, alien to Issei's blood, and threw it back, watching as it remained stuck in a tree in that park, vibrating, raising some smoke and burning the bark. She clicked her tongue, seeing the figure of another teenager off to one side, his head tilted to the left, as if he dodged her own movement, something impossible for a human. She couldn't detect whether he was a demon or an angel. The boy, slightly covered in shadow, dropped a pair of bags on the ground, indicating he had gone shopping, and grabbed the spear of light with his right hand, wrenching it from the tree with one jerk, astonishing the fallen girl even more, and handed it back to her. Rainer didn't move in surprise, feeling the spear pass through the side of her head, almost severing her neck. She felt the blood trickle down it, seeping slowly over her skin, drop by drop. She swallowed. Something Rainer hadn't felt was the fear now pounding in her chest, making her heart thud against it, feeling helpless as her legs buckled at the presence before her. Snap out of it. He's just a shitty human. She summoned a new, stronger spear, unleashing even more magic, slightly vibrating the layer of shield she had previously placed, forcing the teenager to raise his head slightly, realizing that he had been trapped. "I see," the murmur reached Rainer's ears, who recovered from her initial fear, looking amused at that shadowed human, with his violet eyes, moving the spear. "I'm locked in." But the young man showed no fear or desire to leave that place. His eyes gazed at the dome that prevented him from leaving, standing between the two plastic bags, completely calm. He lowered his eyes, looking directly into the eyes of the woman, who took a few steps back, once again overwhelmed by the suffocating sensation that the figure emanated toward her, as if completely accustomed to similar scenes. "I'm amazed, human." She cursed herself at the initial stutter, slowly overcoming it and appearing confident. What could a normal human do? She had completely forgotten that human had thrown back the spear she had thrown at him. "And Nijin, like you should leave this place. Or would you rather leave this world full of evil, insolent ninjin?" But she got no response. Rainer grew impatient, staring at the clearly male figure a few feet away, appearing completely calm, relaxed, and fearless. The fallen man couldn't understand how a mere human managed to remain calm in the face of death and bloodshed, seeing a being that should have been fiction. It wasn't normal. She felt a pressure on her that she couldn't describe with a word other than oppressive, dark, that crushed her down as if she herself were nothing, just an insect in that world. And it angered her. "Speak, damn ninjin. You don't need to shout." Rainer opened her eyes, noticing the presence of the human right behind her, at her back, where Issei was completely passed out. When did it move? She swallowed, hearing the grass rustle as the boy who had returned the spear helped the other boy lie down, preventing him from shedding any more blood from his body. "I'm sorry, kid," the stranger's voice struck her again, making her come out of her inner world, blinking slightly, finding it too surreal. Rainer tightened her grip on the summoned spear and spun quickly, stabbing it at the boy who had interrupted her. But one of the human's hands stopped her movement. "Hold on a little longer, okay?" Before she could even react, the fallen woman felt something in her stomach and was pushed backward, falling directly into the fountain, soaking herself. She had been overwhelmed by the human speed, something her simple mind couldn't comprehend. She stood up, feeling her beautiful dark wings completely soaked, something that made her frown, annoyed at the human who had subdued her. She looked at her hand, not finding the spear of light, only blood dripping from that limb. "Are you looking for this?" Calmly, the male voice made her move her eyes, seeing the boy holding his spear of light, without fear of getting burned, as if he were a being created by God, an angel. Rainer emerged from the fountain, dripping, showing her leather-clad woman's body to the human, who showed no real interest. "How has a human been able to maintain the light?" the woman asked, examining the teenager, who presented nothing special. Blue eyes like sapphires. Cat whiskers on his tanned face. Hair as golden as the sun itself, slightly tousled. He dressed simply, covering his body with a wrinkled white t-shirt, an untied tie, and somewhat worn jeans. "You're not normal." "I'm a mere human," he declared, keeping his left hand in his pants pocket, the other swinging the weapon of light generated by his adversary. "However, what's a supernatural being doing stalking a human? That's against the law established by the highest authorities of the entire supernatural world." Rainer stepped back, shocked, frightened by the flat, even tone with which he was speaking to her, as if she were nothing more than an insect, a measly pebble in front of him. "Who is this human?" She was about to speak, respond sharply, try to extract information from this human who seemed to know too much about the supernatural world. But she swallowed her words. That boy shattered her spear of light with one hand, as if it had never been concentrated energy that could kill a person. She didn't understand this scruffy-looking young man. He didn't seem to have a powerful aura, but his blue orbs made her feel pressured by a strong aura, seeing her very death. For Rainer, that human was full of mysteries that she couldn't unravel there. She was doomed to die if she faced him directly and let herself be carried away. He almost seemed to be goading her into throwing herself at him. "If you've violated the law established by the gods, your head should simply be sliced from your body," the human declared, staring at her coldly. Rainer froze, completely frozen. She was gasping for air. She felt like a prisoner in a dark hole that was slowly swallowing her. She wanted to breathe. One blink from that boy and she fell to her knees, sweating profusely, taking gasps of air, keeping her eyes wide open, fear reflected in that lost gaze after the sensation that pierced her. She'd seen herself die 1,000 times. Rainer gulped, feeling her body tremble, sweat dripping to the ground and her limbs unresponsive. Once again, the thought of begging Azazel's forgiveness, crawling back to the safety of the Grigori to stay away from Kakabiel, came to her mind. And that was achieved by a human. She gritted her teeth, her lips clenched as she stared at the ground, her face covered with dark hair. She wasn't a coward. She growled gutturally, slowly rising, looking at the human with contempt, anger that was not at all contained. "Ninjin," he muttered through gritted teeth, dripping venom at the young man. The boy didn't flinch, staring delicately into Rainer's face, studying her movements. "I swear I'll rip your throat out with just my bare hands." Rainer took a step toward the boy, clenching her hands, ready to throw herself at him. But that threatening aura didn't even seem to faze the boy, who remained calm, completely still, waiting for the woman. He breathed once, and in a second, Rainer was kneeling on the ground again, spitting blood, with the human in front of her, less than a meter away. "You got blood on my sneakers," the boy declared, staring neutrally at his sneakers, noticing the dark bloodstains on them. "They were my favorites." The fallen woman tried to get up, but immediately found herself face down on the ground, bleeding from her forehead, and feeling pieces of concrete and gravel getting into her skin and wound. When did it move? "A bee bastard." The boy pressed his foot on Rainer's head, forcing her to stay bent towards him, as if he were some important guy or some god, which he wasn't. "Yeah, the human crooned, now showing a slight smile towards that fallen angel, or rather due to the position the woman was in, seeming like she was praying to him or asking for some kind of important favor. "It's rude to insult your superior, fallen-san." The growl struck the boy's ears and he jumped back, evading a blade of light from another fallen angel, this one clearly a man dressed in a trench coat and hat. "Rainer. What are you doing? He's only human." Rainer opened her eyes, feeling that she was too caught up in her fear. She pushed it aside, standing up, displaying 2 spears of light, one in each hand, staring cruelly at the blue-eyed blonde, who kept a safe distance. "I'm sorry, Donaseek," the woman apologized, breathing calmly, some blood dripping from the wound on her forehead. Rainer smiled a little more confidently. "She caught me with some kind of illusionary magic." "Focus. Gremory is approaching, and we can't waste time on an engine," the man reprimanded, glaring sharply at the blonde. The boy moved his right hand, massaging his neck. "Either you kill him, or we leave. The devils are here." At her partner's roaring declaration, Rainer spread her wings and flew off, followed closely by Donosik, who took one last look at the blonde before disappearing behind his partner, leaving a trail of black feathers right behind him. Slowly, a scarlet red mark appeared on the ground next to the chestnut-haired Harem, who was in the world of unconsciousness, presenting a girl of enormous attributes in crimson hair. This girl, with greenish-blue eyes, had an ahog lock on her neck while the rest of her hair fell in a red cascade. That girl was none other than Ria's Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan of the 72 Pillars and a student at Kuoh Academy, as well as an heiress to the power of destruction, something appreciated by the Baal, from whom that prodigious power came. Ria's moved her head, taking in Issei lying almost dead, his skin completely cold and his eyes closed. The girl moved her hand, noticing that his breathing was somewhat more ragged, getting slower by human standards, indicating that he was slowly dying from the bleeding caused by the wound and from the loss of blood itself, something that alarmed the Gremory heiress, moving her hands towards a case she always carried with her, taking it out from the folds of her uniform. Presenting some red chess pieces, while others were missing, as if the game was incomplete due to the loss of some pieces. Away from the action, the blonde watched the ritual performed by the Gremory, feeling the demonic power escaping the girl's body and entering the boy's slowly as each piece entered his body. The boy noticed there were 8, so he understood that it was the entire set of pawns. He sighed and picked up the bags he'd dropped on the floor, walking in the opposite direction to where Rias and Issei were, as if all of this was normal to him, as if he'd seen it before. He wasn't scared, he didn't even hesitate. He didn't care about that. He was just another human being in the world. 2. The Kendo master. A new day dawned over the small town of Kuoh, unintentionally waking a young blonde boy who groaned slightly as he noticed the rays of sunlight streaming in through the window he'd forgotten to cover with a curtain. He tried to cover himself with the pillow he'd been using to rest his head, now finding the alarm clock that had started ringing annoying. Sleepy, he grabbed it to turn it off, smashing it against the wall with a direct throw and falling back onto his pillow to rest a bit before going back to school. Naruto-san. It's time to go to class. Opening his eyes, feeling one of his eyebrows twitch, Uzumaki Naruto finally got out of bed, ruffling his hair in slight discomfort. His eyes slightly closed, he went straight to the bathroom, grabbing his toothbrush from the glass on the sink, brushing his teeth with some toothpaste, while looking at himself in the mirror above it, not showing much interest in what the reflection was giving back to him, completely recognizing it as his own. Despite it being somewhat pale in comparison to his normal tanned skin. After all, he hadn't yet been bathed directly in the sun's rays, and I had eaten his breakfast, so both his mind and body weren't 100% awake. He spat into the sink, turning on the faucet a little, letting the water get rid of the foam caused by the toothpaste and the movement of the brush on his teeth. He watched it disappear down the drain and tapped the toothbrush several times to leave it spotless, bathing it under the cascade of icy water that came out of the same faucet. Seeing that this was over, Naruto got rid of his pajamas, stepped into the shower, and turned on the faucet, feeling the water hit his body, melting the tension in his muscles. Slowly, the steam dissipated, leaving the scars on the young Uzumaki's torso completely visible to those who could see them, but being in the bathroom, no one would be able to appreciate them. The most notable was an X-shaped mark on his right shoulder, while 3 slanted lines, like those from a claw, were just in front of him, on his chest, as if some wild animal had tried to rip him open. Those 2 were the most notable, with other smaller ones that were less visible to the naked eye and could only be detected by those who paid close attention to those areas. Naruto turned off the tap, grabbing his student uniform and slipping it on, his naked body disappearing completely, hiding the scars of people just at the right moment. The door to his room opened, causing the boy to move his head and his attention, seeing a girl poking her head through the open crack, showing her brown hair and 2 pigtails. Naruto-san. Murayama, the boy returned the greeting, picking up a briefcase containing his class notes and adjusting the collar of his jacket with his hand. Haven't you left yet? It's my fault you'll be late. Don't worry. Murayama was a standard-bodied girl from Class 2C at Kuoh Academy and a member of the Kendo Club, where Naruto had also been enrolled since the beginning of the year. They both lived in a dormitory for students with a scholarship provided by the Shitori Sumna family, the student council president, a girl with an iron fist with anyone, especially within her group. I haven't had breakfast yet, the boy intervened, leaving the room and walking alongside the girl. Besides, the others left a while ago. How do you know? I can't hear anyone, the Uzumaki admitted with a small smile, heading down to the kitchen, followed by his classmate. They were both from Class C, and Murayama was the one who urged him to join the Kendo club when she saw him sweeping the floor with a simple bamboo pole and confronting some thugs who had stalked a student from another academy. For Murayama, if asked about that day, he would describe it as something that only appeared in movies and fiction and fantasy books, with a gallant knight saving the princess from thugs who got what they deserved. But in his eyes, that's what really happened, and that's why he pressured the boy to join the Kendo club once the frightened girl calmed down. For Naruto, however, it was only instinct that drove him to act, not wanting to get into trouble or attract fame for what had happened to the girl, who wept gratefully and began to rave about him to the officers, something that truly embarrassed him when the same police officers congratulated him. He simply did what any person should do in the situation. Help the person in danger, whoever it was. They should never be swayed by appearances or hatred itself, in case the person in danger was a murderer. He would pay for his sins in prison after a fair trial. At least, that's how he was raised. Eyes. Naruto and Murayama moved in time to see another girl catching up to them, wearing the Kuoh girl's uniform, with a shinai on her back, wrapped in its sheath. This girl was Cadis, their classmate and friend from the Kendo club, a girl with a standard body who was sometimes a bit too absent-minded. At least for Naruto, that girl was like that, and he reaffirmed his belief when he saw the girl slip on the last step and fall sideways against the door. Murayama cupped her face, refusing to see it with real shame for her partner, letting out an exasperated sigh at her behavior, while Naruto kept a somewhat odd face, watching Cadis's performance without comment. Aight. Cadis slowly stood up, stroking his side after the blow, and looking with teary eyes at the two teenagers, who were either staying or trying to stay out of the situation. Help me, Murayama. It's your problem, the Uzumaki nodded, walking towards the kitchen, taking a couple of toasts, his bento prepared the night before and left the residence without looking back, while Murayama rebuked him, and Cadis grabbed the other girl, crying and preventing Murayama from moving towards the exit, with Naruto already walking outside. When Cadis recovered, both girls caught up with their blonde companion, and the three of them walked toward Kuoh Academy, where the student council president would be waiting to give them some extremely important information for their club. With the club involved, Murayama had dragged him into the session, despite not caring less about the matter. Naruto preferred to spend his student years in complete peace, without getting involved in anything strange or too difficult to digest. It didn't take long for them to appear in front of the academy, watching their classmates enter inside, noticing that there were many more girls than boys, who were only a quarter of all the students inside the academy, due to Kuoh Academy being previously all female, until a year ago, where boys were allowed into the classrooms. For that reason, finding that it would be little trouble for him, Uzumaki Naruto entered that academy with a scholarship trying to go unnoticed, going all out on the first day, showing his Kenjutsu skills, the art of the sword, and ended up inside the Kendo club, at the insistence of both Sukuna and Murayama, the former being too threatening. The council gate is huge, Cadis declared, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. Naruto blinked a few times, staring straight at the massive double-leaf wooden door in front of them. Should we knock? I'm feeling queasy. Is she nervous? We've never been here before, Murayama murmured, hesitant as she moved toward the door. Without saying anything, Naruto knocked on the door with his knuckles, causing both club girls to choke on their own air, taking on a face resembling a gasping fish out of water. Excuse me, he pulled the door open, sticking his head out. Is Sumnak-min? He called us here early today for an important matter with the club. Naruto entered the room, followed by a fearful Murayama and Cadis, who looked at everything in amazement. Uzumaki-san. The boy shifted his eyes to the side, looking at the huge desk behind which sat a girl with violet eyes, short black hair, and red wire-framed glasses. The girl was finishing signing some forms, and her voice sounded calm, almost inaudible to the three teenagers who had entered the room. But Naruto heard the voice completely. I'm sorry to bother you, Keiichi. But you asked us to come to the room to discuss some important club business, the young man declared, taking the floor, while his companions seemed overwhelmed by the presence of the vice president of the council, Shinra Tsubaki, a woman somewhat taller than the president, with long black hair and soft brown eyes. We hope we haven't interrupted your work. If you have been HMPF. Ada stopped Murayama's words by closing her mouth with one hand and laughing nervously. Both Keiichi and his right-hand man glanced at the two girls for a split second. It's no bother at all, the girl admitted, finishing the paperwork and passing the sheets to Tsubaki, who took them and put them in a folder, bowing to Sukuna and leaving the room, leaving the Kendo club members in front of the student council president. A really important activity is going to take place with the Kendo club, and I wanted to confirm your participation, just as the other members have done. What is the activity about, Keiichi? Murayama inquired, curious, removing Cadis's hand from her mouth. The regional inter-school Kendo tournament. Murayama's eyes widened and he turned to Cadis, where both girls celebrated their participation in the tournament as his teammates. We're participating. They both said, causing Sukuna to raise her eyebrow at the silence of one of the 7 boys in the Kendo club, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. The boy let out his pent-up breath, looking the president straight in the eyes. I'm sorry, Keiichi. But I'll be withdrawing from the tournament. Naruto. But why? Murayama immediately rebuked, grabbing the right sleeve of his friend and companion, not getting any words from the boy, who looked directly at the president without paying attention to the complaints of his companions. The kendo master, Sukuna, interlaced her fingers, looking directly into the boy's eyes, who showed no intimidation at all from the iron glare given. She fell silent, connecting her eyes with Kachim's as she assessed him. That's what they've dubbed you in the club. A genius born every 100 years, according to Professor Katsumoto. You're exaggerating, the blonde declared, dismissing the girl's words without blinking once. Violet and Blue stared at each other. I'm not that good. That's not true. Murayama interrupted, looking directly at Sona. He's mastered the kata taught by Katsumoto-sune in only 24 hours, or even less. Just one session gave him the necessary kendo foundations, and he surpassed the upperclassmen. He's very good. Why would someone so good not want to be recognized? Fame is too empty a path, the Uzumaki replied, remaining calm. I use kendo to keep my mind and body active, in tune. Winning awards isn't something I plan to do, much less for an institution. I only practice kendo for myself, to appease my demons, Kachim Dono. Sona recognized the boy's words, finding his mentality much more mature than expected, at least compared to the boys and girls at the academy. Uzumaki Naruto seemed like a simple boy, with an overly peculiar character and always shunning fame. Unlike Yudo Kiba, who completely attracted female attention, he had discovered that Naruto went unnoticed at the academy, doing nothing remarkable except beating everyone in the kendo club within a week. The day he entered. If you don't participate, you'll be expelled from the club on the spot, Sukuna calmly dropped the bombshell, waiting for the boy's reaction. The two girls tried to protest, but she silenced them with a look. Think about it, Uzumaki-san. Slowly, Naruto released the air contained in his lungs for the second time, creating for a few seconds a presence that made Sukuna raise one of her eyebrows, not understanding the sensation she felt on her body. If that's the right thing to do, I don't see why you should continue, Kachim. I'm leaving the kendo club myself, so I won't be forced to do anything about it. Naruto nodded, standing up immediately, giving a calm look to Sukuna, who was only surprised by his words and actions, not understanding the boy. Was he willing to leave the club just to be forced to participate in a tournament that only made him famous? The girl sighed calmly, lowering her arms and untwining her fingers, allowing her face to be completely free of any support, using her eyes to examine the blonde boy, trying to understand him. To her, heiress of the Citri house of the 72 pillars of the devil, humans were simple creatures who were driven by simple things. Fame, money, beauty, power, all of these were what defined humans to her. They had simple minds and desires that, as devils, were easy to satisfy. But Uzumaki Naruto wasn't being a mere human. The boy's aura gave no indication that he was lying to her. No movement of his muscles gave her any clue as to what he was thinking. To her, most students were like open books. Uzumaki Naruto wasn't that. Fame. Money. Power. It almost seemed like he had all three or wasn't interested in them at all. You're too strange, Uzumaki-san, Sukuna declared, letting out a tired sigh, her mind feeling a bit too heavy. Trying to decipher something indecipherable ended up exhausting her. I can't expel someone talented from the kendo club, and I can't force someone to participate in the tournament either. That's solely up to your teacher. However, I would be truly satisfied if you would choose to give us the kendo trophy for the men's section. Displaying serenity, Uzumaki Naruto calmly closed his eyes, breathing serenely, his chest moving slowly. Many would have doubts, would be tempted by fame. But that wasn't something he was interested in, not now. I can think so, Sukuna Kachim. But I can't be sure. I'm not interested in fame or money or any of the details, the kendo practitioner explained, giving a gentle smile. 3. Perverted threesome. Break time. Every student loved this moment throughout the school day to take a well-deserved break and do the activities arranged by the clubs or take a nap and eat a bento prepared by their mothers or girlfriends. Although it didn't seem like it, within the academy itself, some loving bonds had formed, creating jealousy in the male students who hadn't been able to find a waifu of their own, something regrettable. The girls saw the boys letting themselves go, always present when the two great one-sama introduced themselves, making both boys and girls fall at their feet. These two students were Rias Gremory and Himejima Akeno, two girls with voluptuous breasts and smiles ever present when they greeted their admirers, whether male or female. All, except Uzumaki Naruto, who simply walked past both girls without acknowledging their existence, something annoying for those who moved aside to let them pass as if they were goddesses. Naruto didn't recognize the girls' beauty and their goddess status, something that left the boys amazed and then generated a hatred that the blonde felt like nothing more than a mosquito bite. A student dropped his bento onto one of the benches inside the kendo club, putting on his uniform and tying the top half with a dark hakama, black as night itself, while the white upper half contrasted with the hakama itself. He tugged on both sides of the belt, feeling the fabric stick to his torso and how the hakama itself seemed to leave him space. He took the shinai in his hand and stood up, walking towards the gym. Leaving the locker room, the boy observed how the entire club had filled with club members, finding that there were significantly more girls than boys, something normal, since the same academy had been all girls until less than a year ago. Naruto stopped in his tracks, feeling the slightly cold floor. It was a sensation he always felt when his bare feet touched the floor of that kendo gym. He inhaled fully, then exhaled, proceeding to do the same a couple more times, then looked at his classmates. With just a command from the sensei, both boys and girls began reviewing the kendo kata, something the Uzumaki found repetitive, tiring, and monotonous. He had already mastered every movement and variation the teacher had created and had memorized it in his muscles, in his mind, in his skin. Every part of his body knew how to react to them accordingly. This is too tedious. The blonde deflected his training partner's shinai, placing his weight on his right leg, visualizing his opponent's movements, how the boy wanted to corner him against the wall. But he had already seen several steps ahead. He knew all too well the moves his opponent would make and decided to act accordingly. He breathed calmly and moved, guiding the shinai as if it were an extension of his arm, not just an instrument, interlacing it with his opponent's and pulling it to the side, throwing his partner's shinai aside, leaving him right behind the boy, who fell to his knees, eyes wide open and sweating slightly. As amazing as always, Naruto-san." Uzumaki Naruto didn't answer. He remained silent as he moved the shinai to rest on his shoulder. He hadn't even broken a sweat. A drop. Nothing. It was as if he had infinite stamina. While his partner was completely tense, Uzumaki Naruto was completely relaxed, understanding the situation and finding no danger in any of the movements, neither his opponent's nor his own. The blonde sighed, exhaling all the air he'd held in his lungs during the movement against him. He relaxed his muscles and rested his weight on the handle of his weapon. He shook his head, looking over his shoulder at his companion, hearing him gulp and look frightened. Blue orbs remained calm, fixed on the boy's dark eyes, who couldn't seem to find the words to speak to the blonde. "It was nothing," Naruto broke the tense silence, giving his companion a soft smile and soon after helping him up, pulling on his arm and supporting the boy's weight on his own shinai. "It's just the practice of many years of kendo. It's nothing to write home about." But no matter how many times those words were repeated, always coming from his own mouth, the teenager's classmates had seen his skill, his talent for kendo, and how he seemed to read his opponent's movements, as if they were simple books open to him, or as if he had seen everything in a vision of the future. No one there had managed to accomplish what Naruto did in the short time he had been there. Even though he had known kendo since childhood, no one within the club had seen him falter, make a mistake, or leave any openings in his stances. Naruto breathed calmly, listening to the clash of bamboo swords, the sound of feet sliding back and forth on the ground, and the grunts of annoyance from each fighter in the practice. Some were being pushed by several of their more experienced companions, who were overpowering them, forcing the others to push themselves. It brought back nostalgic memories. He felt a treacherous tear trickle down his right cheek, surprised. He raised his hand, using the back of his hand to brush it away, staring at the wetness on his skin in surprise. She had cried before, with memories of her childhood, but without the presence of her classmates. Training is over for today. With that shout, the students headed toward the locker room. Naruto wasn't late, being the first to enter one of the showers, leaving his uniform in one of the lockers next to his bamboo sword. He let himself be embraced by the icy water, feeling completely relaxed. A few minutes later, she was back in the academy's boys' uniform, grabbing the bento she had left inside the locker and heading out of the kendo club to enjoy the fresh air of that spring morning. "I enjoyed those mornings, no, those days when the sun shone brightly, surrounded by white clouds in a completely blue sky. A beautiful spring day. Hoo. That laughter, no, laughter hit his ears, making him frown at the sound coming from behind the kendo club. Normally, he wouldn't have poked his nose into matters that didn't concern him, but he needed to clear his mind of past memories he didn't want to let go of. He walked to the back, looking at 3 students squatting there. One had a shaved head. Another had dark hair and thick glasses. The last of the 3 students, he recognized immediately. Haim Misei, the boy with brown hair and hazel eyes. "Excuse me," speaking slowly, he drew the 3 ports' attention to him. He saw their eyes, their faces. He faintly saw a blush on each of the boys' faces. He shifted his eyes, seeing a small hole in the club wall. Putting it together, he understood. They were looking at their teammates. "I'm sorry to interrupt you." Their breathing changed and their eyes hardened. "But what are you doing?" Issei, who had died and been reborn as a demon, felt the bloodlust that gripped him. He felt his heart seized by a black hole that began to suck him in. He gasped, holding back the urge to scream for several seconds, closing his mouth and sweating slightly. "We're looking at the beauty of this world. declared the shaved boy with the huge ears, forcing Naruto to look at him. Issei breathed, finally exhaling the air he'd been holding in his lungs. Exactly. Exactly. We're seeing the most beautiful thing and what keeps us close to heaven. He'd heard of them. The perverted trio. The three boys who were letting their hormones out every day, showing off their perversity in front of their classmates. At first, Naruto found them funny, but after Kadis and Murayama's words, he found them annoying. Without the lady's permission, I find it unnecessary. Naruto looked at the two boys who had answered him. He could feel Issei's aura, undulating, shrunken with fear. Please leave. Never. Both boys roared, now attracting the attention of the Kendo club members and other students. We will never stop staring at the beautiful bodies of the dream muses who. The bespectacled boy suddenly fell, pushed out by a blow to his stomach. He spat out some blood, falling to the ground on his knees, panting. Please, I don't want to hurt you, he declared, staring hard at the bespectacled boy, lying on the ground, panting. I don't want to see you near the Kendo club grounds again. Or I'll be forced to throw away the trash. When the shaved boy went to complain, Issei stopped his companion with his arm. Issei. The brunette was sweating slightly. His t-shirt showed a sweat stain. Me too. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Issei, moving his eyes to the shaved head and then to the boy with glasses. He took a few steps back, giving them space. What's going on here? Cold. Everyone could hear the chill escaping from Sumina Citri's voice as she watched the spectacle with her arms crossed over her chest. At her right side was Shinra Tsubaki, looking seriously at the four children. This kid hit Motohama, the shaved head growled, now helping the one known as Motohama to stand up, looking seriously at the blonde, who showed no intimidation at that. Uzumaki-san. The boys were spying on my teammates through a hole in the wall that leads to the locker room, the boy slowly began to explain the situation. When they gave a firm refusal and showed interest in continuing to see my teammates, I only gave them a warning to dissuade them from any lewd behavior toward the girls. I don't regret hitting Motohama. I won't even keep that name in my mind. If I see them hanging around the Kendo club again, I'll only shatter their bones, Kachem. Sumina moved her glasses with her hand, analyzing the Kendo boy's words, finding no lies. She sighed and looked at the three perverted boys, sharpening her gaze. Tsubaki. Take the trio to the school. And inform her, the student council president requested, earning a nod from the vice president, while Motohama and his companion looked on in joy. But one look from the Uzumaki stopped either boy from speaking. Of course, Kachem. Tsubaki led the boys to the direction. Issei's eyes connected for a few seconds with the Uzumaki's, who didn't blink and looked back at Sumina, who was signaling for him to follow her. The two teenagers walked aimlessly once the teenage riot was resolved. You don't enter a Kendo tournament, but you opt for a street fight. I don't understand your behavior, Uzumaki. My interest in being the center of attention is completely non-existent. But those guys went too far, he declared, stopping halfway down the hall, forcing the girl to stop. I'd do the same thing anywhere, anytime. And, like I said, I don't regret it. Are you too noble? Or too stupid? She asked, frowning at the blonde's amused look. Was he making fun of her? My mentor used to say both, he replied, laughing softly, the memory of an older man in his mind, his face covered by the Tengu mask. He was a good man, if you ask me. Is he dead? We're estranged, Naruto looked out the window, seeing the blossoming trees, giving a small smile. I've been away from home for a long time, Kachem. Sumina. Call me Sumina. Naruto didn't answer. He remained silent for several seconds, staring up at the cherry blossoms, watching the petals slowly fall to the ground. We're not friends. Why exactly aren't we, Uzumaki-san? The president asked doubtfully, waiting to see the mustachioed boy's response. We are from two completely different worlds. Unknown location. The pale hand took hold of a dark hat, looking directly at him, revealing his red, slanted eyes. His hair was dark, falling to his shoulders and slightly curled. This man had long fingernails, as if he had never cut them or kept them that way forever. He wiped the hat clean as he ran it over his leg, inhaling as much air as possible, his nostrils flaring. He smiled slightly, revealing sharp teeth. It's been 1,000 years since I've been able to stand on the world itself, the man spoke softly in a flat voice, looking at the moon in the sky, slightly covered by the dark, stormy clouds that had appeared. Those useless people tried to eliminate me, especially the one wearing earrings with Hanafuda cards. He placed his hat on his head, taking a step, stepping heavily in a pool of blood and soaking his shoes with the blood of the dead. There were nearly 24 corpses, all of them inert, surrounded by intense red blood. An intense smell hit his nostrils, but he didn't seem to care too much. They've all died now. Nothing remains of the old era, he said, walking slowly, looking at an immense city wrapped in light. Behind the man were dead young men, dressed in black uniforms. All of them dead, without their heads attached to their bodies. Demon hunters. How long has it been since I ran into some of them? 1,000 years. Not since they kept me locked away and weakened, but if they couldn't eliminate me, I'm much stronger now than before. Where are the pillars? The Momoshiki clan. If they're still alive, they've kept these hunters at bay just for me. But it seems demons aren't the only supernatural beings who have come out to play, breaking the laws of the gods. I've always liked playing under pressure. It's much more fun. I can't wait to see what the new world has in store for me. 4. Hanafuda earrings. The week had passed without too many major incidents during the school day, so it wasn't even important to think about what had happened, although he vaguely remembered how Gremory had scolded him for getting one of the members of his club, the Occult Research Club, into trouble, if the Uzumaki remembered correctly. Was that girl really going to get him involved in her classmates' problems? He didn't say anything at that moment and just bowed his head, ending the conversation. Her interest in the problems of a teenager who was driven by his hormones instead of his mind couldn't really have interested him less. He had passed the midterm exams the teachers had given him throughout the week and had turned in every assignment on time, finally having, after weeks, a free weekend. 2 days completely to himself. He could sleep, eat ramen, or read a little. For a while now, Naruto discovered that dancing in the snow was something he also enjoyed. A tradition his family had kept alive with his mother, he now needed to do it. He seemed relaxed, removed from all the darkness of the world when he began to dance, praying to the gods who watched over them. He loved feeling the snow hitting his bare torso, being able to feel the cold, snow-covered ground. These were sensations he needed once a year, when the fire festival was due to take place. But he still had a few months left until that. Half a year, probably. It had only been 4 months since he had done the previous one, right around the time he entered Kuoh Academy. But he felt like he wanted to do it again, dancing beneath the dark clouds with the icy winter wind hitting his skin. It was strange, but he loved it. He never felt cold. His skin seemed warm no matter how cold it was. He could stand naked on a tundra covered in snow and ice, and he'd be happy, no matter how cold it was. It wasn't normal, nor something normal people could understand. But he wasn't completely normal. His past indicated that, with the weight of the actions he'd committed years ago, that it alienated him from his world. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air as he felt the icy water fall over his body, wetting his bare torso and soaking his shorts and swimsuit. Uzumaki Naruto had taken the Saturday of that weekend off to focus his mind, to push the ghosts of his past into a hidden corner and lock them away so they wouldn't escape from Pandora's box again, his Pandora's box. The past had to be completely buried and unable to bother him, not when he could live a halfway normal life without the overwhelming need to meddle in problems unrelated to his life or linked to the supernatural. His time had passed. He assumed the lotus pose, legs crossed, his back completely straight, tense, the weight of the waterfall hitting his skin, forcing him to close his eyes and try to clear his mind, with no thoughts to disturb him. Naruto exhaled a huge breath, revealing an immense amount of steam that was lost in the foam caused by the immense waterfall. It brought back memories of her training with a man too proud to weep openly, a good man who taught her one of the ways of the sword, even though his own family had one and he'd never used it, even though he knew every step of the dance. She could recreate the movements perfectly. They were not only etched in her mind, but in her body as well. As intertwined his legs and jumped into the lake, sinking completely into the icy water. He swam, searching for the edge of land where he'd left his spare clothes. Naruto gulped down all the oxygen he could, his lung capacity exceeding normal, all thanks to his masters. He came out soaked, his hair slightly covering his face, dripping down his skin as he walked, grabbing the towel. He ran it over his face, forcing his hair to comb itself out, leaving a strand of it flying to each side, like an explosion, which the blonde fox found both annoying and useful. If he stood up, he didn't need a comb. His hair was untamable and would be impossible for useless hairdressers to comb it down, unless the hair itself wanted it to. Anyone would think the boy's hair was alive. But that's what Naruto himself believed. If not, how could his hair possibly keep coming back? He left those thoughts for another time, drying the rest of his torso with the same towel, sighing calmly. It had been a good amount of time alone, perhaps too much, and he hadn't told the dorm, so things could get complicated for him. Naruto sighed, grumbling internally if he arrived too late and finished dressing, determined to descend the mountain at night, no matter how cold it was. He wasn't feeling it, if he was honest with whoever was asking. He sniffed the air, frowning as he noticed the scent of blood in the air. It had been too long since he'd noticed a unique smell like that, other than blood itself. It was the scent of a demon, and not exactly a friendly one. Uzumaki Naruto picked up the Bakken he'd kept with him, a wooden sword he used to train with his family. It looked worn, the blade somewhat broken and chipped. He pouted at the endless cracks in the Bakken, representing every confrontation he'd had with his sister. But again, it wasn't the time to let himself sink into the past, that immense hole that was completely dark to him and that would take him days to find his way out. He gripped the handle of this Bakken and began walking toward the city, listening and paying attention to his surroundings. He shook his head as a branch creaked to his left, finding nothing strange beyond the immense darkness. He was surrounded by darkness and trees. Naruto stopped in his tracks, feeling something hit his head. He brought his hand up to it and felt something warm and wet. It wasn't blood. It was saliva, a huge amount of saliva. None. The Uzumaki leaped back, evading a quadruped monster with grayish skin, red eyes, and dark elongated hair, displaying sharp protruding teeth stained with blood and flesh, which the boy found truly repulsive. Naruto slid his legs, tightly gripping the Bakken. "A demon," he declared through gritted teeth, staring at the monster that was staring back at him, licking its lips with an immense tongue, drooling. If he hadn't recognized it, it looked almost like an enormous chameleon or a boar twice its normal size. None. The demon launched itself at the blonde. Naruto breathed calmly, focusing completely, puffing out his chest with air, and leaped forward, slamming the monster's head with the blade of his Bakken, sending it tumbling into a tree. He shook his head, watching as it got back to its feet, unafraid and unharmed. A Bakken wouldn't kill it. Water breathing. He leaped upward, dodging the demon's movement, gripping the Bakken tightly in both hands, breathing calmly, using concentration breathing, sending oxygen into every part of his body. First stance. Surface slash. Wrapping the blade of the same Bakken with something like water, he swung the wooden sword as the demon came at him from below, thus severing the demon's head in a single motion. He fell to his feet, hearing the creature fall right behind him, crashing to the ground and kicking up dust. Naruto let out a pent-up breath, calming his mind. He knew that without a Nichiren, the demon would fully regenerate and return to the charge. Ninjin. Naruto shook his head, finding his reaction time slow for dodging something while crouching. He would have tried to jump, but he'd still be too late. He swung his Bakken, taking a direct hit from the demon's arm, pushing him back against a tree and spitting blood. The demon pressed his left arm down on the Uzumaki, preventing the boy from freeing himself from the monster's grasp, while the latter picked up his head. Using a stick. You demon hunters have fallen so far into oblivion, why are you using sticks now? I don't understand how mere humans could have defeated him, the demon declared, licking his lips as he looked at the boy. I'll be able to enjoy your flesh. Son breathing thick, old, tired, a voice caught the attention not only of Naruto, but of the demon as well. First form. Dawn. Orange as the sun itself, a powerful slash ripped through the demon's skin, cutting it in two and freeing the Uzumaki, who coughed lightly against his hand, finding some blood on it. The boy blinked, not believing what he had heard. Breath of the sun. Naruto looked up, seeing an old man sheathing his Nichiren katana. His hair was completely white, tied in a huge ponytail with a mark on the left side of his head, in the shape of a flame as red as blood itself. The hunter using first breath. Incredulous, the Uzumaki stood up, still unable to say anything, studying the man's face. His skin was old, wrinkled, and scarred by battle. He was an old man who could dispatch demons. He had never seen anything like it. How old was the man? His eyes were white, without any light. He had killed a demon while blind. The faint sound made her look toward the earrings, her eyes widening as she took in the sun-embossed Hanafuda card earrings. Only one family, one man, had worn them. Adding up everything she'd seen, all those clues, the man's identity was all too clear to her, but he should be dead, buried, or cremated. It just can't be. Ow, ow, ow my bones, the old hunter muttered, patting his own lower back, while Naruto's face took on a poker face at the sight of the man's actions. Was he really who he thought he was? I haven't kicked demon ass in 1,000 years. No, it can't be him, right? Is it because of his old age? Naruto struggled to identify the man, who kept talking to himself, staring off into space, which the boy found ridiculous. He took out his Bakken, slightly stained with blood, and cleaned it with some grass, putting the stick back in his backpack, thinking of bringing something better next time. He had been slightly asleep when he moved, so he should get back to active training if he didn't want to get killed. Hey. Gaki. The old man quickly grabbed the Uzumaki by the shoulder, who was surprised, standing completely still without reacting. That was a breath there, wasn't it? Demon Slayer. I was once, the blonde admitted, remembering his breath brothers, as he had once considered them, before all of that. He squeezed his eyes shut and calmed his breathing, staring at the old man. Who are you? You are not a hunter of this age, old man. Ichihaja. The man laughed, raising his laughter above the trees themselves, scaring away the birds and any nearby animals who, along with Naruto, looked at the man with Hanafuda earrings in a strange way, due to his actions. That's true, Gaki. I am the great Sujikuni your plus Kai. He never wanted to believe it, he really didn't. The sun breath user, an old lunatic. Naruto palmed his face, lowering his head and shaking it slightly, trying to dismiss it as a mere dream so he could wake up. He looked up at the sky, finding the moon already present. He spent his day off at the waterfall and now talking to that old man. He snorted, somewhat annoyed, looking directly at the calm smile of the man, one of the most powerful users of the breath of the sun, the one who was said to have pressured Kibutsuji Muzan in the past to force him to remain locked up. If he didn't recognize him directly, it wasn't because he wasn't real. That man had an aura far more powerful than all the pillars combined, something overwhelming. But for Naruto, something didn't add up. How was it possible he was still alive? He must have been over 1,000 years old. The young man returned to the present, determined to ask Yor plus Kai himself about it. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? The old hunter's voice stopped him, looking at him and trying to understand his words. Yor plus Kai smiled, looking at the moon and the stars. We all have a past to deal with, as well as something we don't want to be discovered. But that doesn't mean we should let ourselves sink into darkness, young Uzumaki Naruto. We might regret what could happen or what we might miss by being tied to our past more than the present. Slowly, the old swordsman's voice faded until silence fell in the forest. Naruto looked towards the man, stringing together the swordsman's words, finding no sense in them. How was it possible that he knew his name? It was impossible. The past is not something we can erase. But it helps us foster the creation of a much brighter future. A single blink of an eye and Sukuna Yor plus Kai had vanished completely, as if he were dust carried by the wind that scattered it across the world. All that remained were his Hanafuda card earrings. 5. Old Temple. He held the Hanafuda card earrings between his thumb and index finger, watching them move slightly in the night wind that was blowing through the window. How was it possible he had them there? Were they real? Naruto stared directly at the drawing, seeing the powerful red sun against the green and white background. He didn't understand why the memory of the first user of the sun breath had appeared right before him, saving him from dying at the hands of a demon for his simple mistake of carrying only a Bakken as defense. But that demon wasn't normal. He felt a sensation that had begun to run through his body and settled in his chest and stayed there, leaving him completely frozen. It had been years, hundreds, since he had felt that sensation. Those memories again. He cupped his face with his right hand, moving his fingers and revealing his left eye, blue as sapphire itself, as he watched a pendulous pendant in his hand, between his fingers. Naruto fixed his eye on the same pendant, watching it move, like a dreamcatcher, becoming completely captivated. The boy blinked, moving his arm and placing the Hanafuda pendant on the nightstand next to its twin. The Uzumaki breathed calmly, now looking at the ceiling. Dance in the snow. Enjoy the fiery dance. Feel the sensation of fire running through your body. Witness the goodness of the gods, Naruto. He clicked his tongue, sitting up and cupping his face in both hands, panting. He felt a warm sensation running through his body, like fire dissolving the chill Sukuna Yor plus Kai's presence had established. It was impossible for that man to have managed to survive 1,000 years until the present day. No, it was impossible. He didn't even believe it was a magical holographic representation. He felt nothing when he saw him, except an enormous coldness. And all of this only led to troubling questions. Even more so when the dreams kept recurring while he was awake. Those red eyes. The face as pale as a death's death. Kibutsuji Muzan was revealing himself to him when he was asleep. He knew him. He was present in his family's tapestries. No, that was the only reason he didn't know him. He had been there when Muzan was defeated the first time. He had been there when the hunters gave their souls. He had been there when he himself, Uzumaki Naruto, sealed Kibutsuji Muzan away for 1,000 years. He slid his body down, sitting on the edge of his bed, feeling the warm spring night approaching summer. Naruto sighed, expelling as much air as possible and stood up, looking at the alarm clock on his nightstand, seeing that it was 4 o'clock in the morning. But he couldn't sleep. Not now that the demons had escaped the seal. The demons' followers would be cruel to humanity. Even the devils would be abhorred by what they would do. What was the difference between demons and devils when both were descendants of Lucifer? Demons were capable of self-destruction and followed Kibutsuji Muzan to the death, simply out of fear. Devils, as depraved as they were, destroying their own society. The distinction between purebloods and mudbloods, were incapable of uniting against an enemy unless they gained something. Muzan led the demons to what he wanted, and he didn't have to obtain something out of greed. The world was his. Naruto peeked his face outside, feeling the air hit his face and ruffle his hair. He didn't blink no matter how much air he blew, watching the stars paint the dark sky. Crew. Naruto shook his head and raised his arm, allowing a crow to land on his forearm, lightly digging its claws into it. He guided his left hand and ran a couple of fingers through its plumage, giving the animal a slight smile. Uzumaki Naruto. Tomioka Geek and Urakadaki Sakanji have requested your presence at the abandoned temple. Crew. Naruto stretched out his arm and let the crow fly away from him, spreading its dark feathered wings like the night itself whipping across the sky. He watched the bird fly away, disappearing into the moon. He shifted his weight onto his left hand and Naruto jumped, landing on the roof of the apartment entrance. He inhaled fully, feeling his lungs fill with that completely fresh new air, and smiled, remembering those summer nights with his master and his breathing brother. Naruto jumped down, standing at the entrance, wearing shorts and a sweatshirt over his torso, and began walking toward the temple where they were waiting for him. He looked up, seeing how the crow was guiding him. It had been, what? Almost 10 years since he had seen them. He couldn't contain the smile that began to form on his lips, immediately thinking about Urakadaki and Tomioka. He had thrown them away. The former water pillar had been like a grandfather to him, back when his family had abandoned him, when he had shown what he truly was. Something he wouldn't show again until Muzan was in front of him. On the other hand, Tomioka had always been like his older brother, even though he had an older sister. But everything had led him to separate himself from his clan when the situation became final. Between painful and peaceful memories of the past, Uzumaki Naruto raised his eyes, staring with blue orbs at the building that was the ancient temple. Its roof was crumbling, and splinters littered the entire hut. Then, he saw them. Sitting on the steps was Urakadaki Sakanji, wearing a Jin-style kimono, summer kimonos, not the fishman from One Piece, my readers. You've already heard something new with Ocean Wave Prince, closely tied to his role as a water-breathing master. Over his face, a Tengu mask made it impossible to recognize him. Leaning against the wall of the house was Tomioka Geek, wearing the standard Gakurin under a multicolored Haori, his insignia. At his side, he carried his Nichiren sword, fully sheathed, the hilt pointing downwards, as samurai normally carried their katanas. His dark hair was loosely tied back with a ribbon. Naruto the first to speak was Urakadaki, raising his face and fixing his eyes on the boy, always covered by the red Tengu mask. Naruto said nothing. He stopped in his tracks, his hands in the pockets of his hoodie, looking first at the older of the two hunters and then at his own fiddly feet. "Hello," the boy murmured, lifting his face slightly and trying to look at his friends. Geek had stepped down, creaking the floorboards, his left hand still on his sword. "It's been years since we last spoke. I even thought you died," Geek declared, stopping a few steps away from his breathing brother, looking down on him slightly. Naruto stood about 5 feet 2 inches, while Pilar himself stood at 5 feet 7 inches tall. "You left him behind." Naruto followed the water pillar's gaze as Geek looked back at a bundle covered in a red Haori with black flames at the end of it and on the sleeves. "That is your Demon Slayer uniform," Urakadaki declared, standing up with everything in his hands, walking towards his two students. Geek stepped aside and the former pillar showed him the Haori with the Gakurin and the Nichiren sword. It was dusty when Tomioka took it from the trunk. The Uzumaki shifted his eyes, finding the pillar staring away, his face flat and completely expressionless. Geek, like any good emo character, didn't want to show any emotion. That was his role, as Naruto once commented. "I didn't expect it. We couldn't burn it." Urakadaki held out the things to the Uzumaki, who tried to take them, but lowered his hand. "I can't," he declared through gritted teeth, clenching his fists. Frustrated, Naruto closed his eyes to suppress the gruesome images rushing into his mind. "I have no right. Place." Geek said nothing, and Naruto's eyes widened. He slowly brought his right hand to his cheek, noticing the skin was warm and stinging from the slap. Slap given by Urakadaki. "Wretches are useless now, Uzumaki Naruto," the man declared, stopping the younger man's words, his hand still on his cheek, not even touching it. "We can all make mistakes. I made a mistake that led to the deaths of almost all of my students." Naruto remained silent, unable to get the words out. He couldn't speak. He didn't know how to get a single syllable to escape his lips. "Naruto. Your mistakes were honorable. You were the one who kept the pillars standing. Everyone recognizes your worth in facing them. With Muzan gone, we've been declining almost to the point of oblivion. But he wasn't defeated, that's something we all know. And even though Shinto has forced us into hiding, we will still be there for the humans when they need us. You still have a lot of growing up to do, and you can always count on us." Urakadaki slowly laid Naruto's belongings down in front of him at his feet. "Take up your sword again, Naruto, for the sake of the weak." He couldn't think. Memories of his time at the hunter's headquarters, of his time with his family at the Uzumaki estate, under the protection of the gods themselves, flooded back into his mind. They had been the finest warriors in the service of all Shinto. They were the ones who kept them going when the Pantheon War ended with the elimination of the smaller ones. And they were simply his toys, something he couldn't allow. He didn't want to, but he swallowed it for years, until the greed of the gods ended. In every hierarchy there were good and evil, whether gods or demons, angels or devils. Naruto knew this all too well, and he knew it firsthand. Lightly, out of inertia at the memory, he grabbed his right arm with his left hand, displaying a completely melancholic glow, filled with almost infinite sadness. The pair of hands pulled him out of his own train of thought and he met the dark eyes of his master. Urakadaki, who could tell he was smiling at how the skin on his neck was stretching slightly. The past will always be burned into our souls, the man said, squeezing both of his student's shoulders. The student said nothing for several seconds, staring at the hunter's Tengu mask. We must learn to live with it, with the heavy ardor and weight of the actions that will accompany us until death. Urakadaki lowered his arms, smiling a little wider. You're an amazing boy, as well as one of the few demon slayers with extreme skill with the sword. The man turned around, allowing Naruto to see Geek behind him. The pillar had remained silent, not intervening in the conversation. The future is yours, Naruto, Geek. I want you to stick together, no matter what. Dark times are coming, and we all know it. Naruto felt that coldness when Tsujikuni Yor plus Kai appeared before him, good-natured, in a way he didn't know and left him those earrings with Hanafuda cards. Threading Urakadaki's words together, he understood. Kibutsuji Musen was finally free from the seal that Shinto had placed on him 1,000 years ago, to keep him under control, powerless until someone could finally defeat him. Dreams? His fears. Naruto now saw the darkness as much closer than the light itself. And he was scared. I don't deserve her, Naruto declared, lowering his head to look down at his Nichiren and the uniform he had worn as a demon slayer, remembering the events that had forced him to leave his home. You're one of the few I'd give my hands for, Urakadaki declared, nodding. Even Tomioka would give his hands for you. And that's not something he'd do for a normal person. Naruto said nothing. He knew Tomioka Geek well enough to know that Urakadaki's words were completely true. The current water pillar was a man who wouldn't give his trust to just anyone. Thank you. Urakadaki, Tomioka's voice brought the two of them out of their conversation. The pillar approached his breath brother and his master, giving them a meaningful look. It's time. Urakadaki nodded, looking at Naruto once more and placing both hands on the teenager's shoulders. He squeezed comfortingly, patting the boy's arms a couple of times after squeezing. Don't fall into the darkness of the past, she said again, giving a slight nod. I hope we meet again soon, Uzumaki Naruto. The bonds you've created in your past will be what propel you forward now. Naruto pressed his lips together and was forced to close his eyes slightly as the wind grew stronger. He blinked, finding no trace of Urakadaki or Tomioka. They had both left the old temple, leaving him alone. The only thing that indicated the presence of the hunters was their uniform and their Nichiren placed at their feet. 6. Be like water. Another day arrived with the first rays of the sun. Another Monday appeared on the calendar, marking the start of a slightly tough week for the students of Kuoh Academy, who were about to face a series of exams, physical tests, and, soon, a small spring festival, where they would compete against the other classes in their year to win brass medals. Naruto yawned, feeling tears trickle down the edges of his eyes as he walked, wearing the standard academy uniform, but instead of a regular colored shirt, he wore an orange one with a bright red swirl in the center. This was his signature shirt, which earned him questionable looks, or it did for a while. Once both students and teachers got used to it, no one was staring at his chest anymore, which he was thankful for. Normally, weekends passed without incident for most students. But this one, in particular, was an emotional rollercoaster for the mustachioed blonde, who couldn't shake the cold feeling that Tsujikuni Yor plus Kai had settled in his chest. No matter how much warmth Urakadaki's words had given him, the coldness had lingered, only to reappear when the former water pillar and the current water pillar had disappeared, leaving him alone. The cold was treacherous, slippery as a snake, and had hidden inside him until the warmth began to fade. Naruto hadn't finished dozing on Sunday, remembering his mentor's words and his encounter with the one who had faced Musen alongside his ancestor. The memories of his ancestors hadn't helped him much to fall asleep either. Naruto had previously dealt with visions of people who, in one way or another, seemed to be himself from an earlier time. He saw himself as a middle-aged man, with dark red hair, indigo eyes, and a flaming mark on the left side of his face, occupying the entire side, presenting an almost divine aura. He had seen, countless times, the same man speaking with gods like Tsukiyomi or with the powerful Susanoo, the Shinto storm god, almost as if he were on the same level as them. And they didn't seem to desire the destruction of their ancestor. They almost seemed to venerate him. In another dream, he had seen the same man use the seal of heaven and earth for 10 generations on Kibutsuji Musen, who seemed surprised and frightened, piercing the Riteed's chest with a tentacle. But the man didn't back down and finished his work, falling to his death. Naruto hadn't quite understood who that man was, but he saw him alongside Tsujikuni Yor plus Kai on countless occasions, always facing Musen back to back, both wearing the same earrings. He reached into his right pocket, taking out the Hanafuda earrings, staring at them for several seconds. Naruto then wondered if Yor plus Kai's ghost was telling him something, if those earrings were meant for him because he was descended from that man. He knew he was in Uzumaki because of his eyes and hair. But he had never heard his name, nor did he appear in the clan's genealogical records. Naruto put away his earrings, looking forward again, noticing a certain commotion at the entrance. He raised an eyebrow, observing the crowd of students, and let out a sigh. Was it Ria's? Akeno. Dealing with the Great One Isama wasn't too much of a problem for him either. Bastards. Naruto grabbed his head, groaning softly at the voice. What was going on? With a pained look, he saw Ria's grimmery scarlet hair and felt a burning fire in his chest. He gasped, feeling sweat running down his face. What's going on? Naruto shook his head, taking a handkerchief and wiping away his sweat, clearing his mind for the first few seconds. Everything was jumbled and in chaos in his mind. As a demon slayer, he knew everything about the supernatural in the world, and being in Uzumaki, he had read immense books about all the world's pantheons, so he would have knowledge of them when war came, or he had to deal with a specific god. That's why he knew who Ria's Gremory and Smna Citri were, as well as their two entourages. They were from the devil faction. He was a human whose occupation, at least before, was to kill demons, the devil's brothers. His nose could detect the scent of any supernatural being within a kilometer radius, so he knew where they were when they entered his range. Naruto put the handkerchief back in his pocket, calmer, staring sternly at Ria's back, who was talking animatedly with Haim Misei, her recent pawn. Sacred gear. The dragon scent the boy gave off had filled her nostrils completely, indicating that he was at least the wielder of a powerful dragon. Could it be the Sekiryu? She knew the white dragon. Azazel had introduced him to it once. That boy is dead. Naruto felt a pulse. He had the insane urge to run Haim through with his Nichiren, slice his throat. The last thing he wanted was for supernatural beings to have access to the sacred gears, the weapons to protect humanity from supernatural beings. This is what a fickle woman's whim does, a male voice declared, catching Naruto's attention. Naruto looked to his right, widening his eyes. Tomioka Geek was standing beside him, wearing the male academy uniform, looking down at the Gremory girl with his dark eyes slightly covered by a few strands of hair. Hello. At that point, Naruto didn't know whether to scream, get angry, cry, or hit Tomioka with all his might. He was there when he had abandoned him a few hours ago. What exactly was he thinking? Geek moved his head, looking down at his fellow hunter without showing much on his face, leaving it completely flat. I'm undercover. Apparently, there's been a massive amount of demonic movement around Kuoh these past few days, Geek explained, looking back at the hybrid and the devil. They haven't done anything. They're devils. They don't smell like blood, Naruto pointed out, looking at Ria's back. Geek said nothing, just stared at the teenager without speaking, standing next to his classmate. Exactly a minute later, the pillar walked toward the academy entrance, leaving Naruto blinking at the lack of a response, so he himself began to walk behind his senpai. Maybe that week wasn't going to be as boring and tedious as the Uzumaki initially thought. I'll teach you everything, Geek. I'm your superior. Show some respect, Geek replied, not deigning to look at Naruto, who gritted his teeth at his friend's contemptuous response. You're rusty. We'll have a training session after these unnecessary studies. Naruto tilted his head. He'd kept his body in shape while at the Kendo club. Where had he lost practice? Later. Tomioka Geek wore his Gakurin with a multicolored Haori just over his hunter's uniform, with the Nichiren on his left side, always with his hand on the hilt. Uzumaki Naruto stood before the pillar, wearing the same Gakurin, but a dark red Haori with red flames along the bottom and sleeve edges, and with the kanji for 10th written on his back. His Nichiren, unlike the hexagonal Tsuba guard like Geek's, displayed a scarlet swirl like the symbol on his signature orange shirt. That was his clan symbol, the emblem of those who fell at the hands of those who had brought them down. Brush. Naruto drew the Nichiren, revealing a completely black blade. That steel had been crafted with materials from the mountain closest to the sun to create the metal with which demons ended their lives under the hands of demon slayers. The blades changed color upon first wielding them. Black was the color representative of those who would amount to nothing. Water-breathing, Gyu's words slowly reached Naruto's ears. Naruto looked up at his superior, noticing the change in his aura completely. His normally dark eyes seemed to be a well of calm. You must remember that breathing is important for a hunter, Naruto. That's something I've never forgotten. Do we really have to train? I practice a lot with the Kendo club. No one is your equal in there. Out here, you're just another mosquito, replied the pillar, who also drew his Nichiren katana, its blue blade shining slightly in the faint rays of the sun. Your Akatsuki would kill me if you died. I must get you in shape. I can deal with many supernatural beings, Naruto replied, holding the katana down, brushing the tip against the ground as he looked at his superior. Plank. Naruto was pushed back, his eyes widening at Geek's precise movement, who had only moved a step, guiding his sword with his entire arm. If I hadn't had my sword, he would have cut me from my right abdomen to my left shoulder. He felt himself tremble. The hunter looked at his hand, feeling his arm tremble from his companion's strength. Had his level dropped that much? Perhaps he had gone too long without using a real sword, without feeling the sensation of death with every step. Naruto breathed, trying to get oxygen into every part of his body. He shifted his torso, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. I must relax. You're pathetic, Uzumaki. Out of habit of combat, Naruto shifted his body in time to avoid a descending blade that lightly cut his cheek, causing blood to trickle down his face and stain his haori. He jumped, evading the counter blow from Geek's sword. Have you reached this point, Uzumaki Naruto? Tomioka glared venomously at the man who had once been like a brother to him. Naruto frowned, feeling the pillar's aura bearing down on him, as if it wanted to push him down and crush him with the bloodlust of someone who had been in hundreds of battles, maybe even thousands. Naruto knew the water pillar all too well. They had been brothers once, but now it seemed ready to tear him apart. I must take this seriously, or Geek will destroy me. Naruto completely relaxed his posture, assuming a serious face, looking directly into the pillar's eyes. He swung his sword in a direct motion. Slash. Geek blocked the move, being pushed back. Naruto appeared from below, swinging his sword upward, attempting to slice through the pillar from top to bottom. Plink. Both swords collided, with Naruto moving from bottom to top, applying pressure. Geek moving from top to bottom, also applying pressure, sending sparks flying between the two Nichiren katanas, black against blue. Plonk. They separated, leaving 5 meters between them. The pillar looked at his subordinate, shifting his legs back. At least you're something, Geek declared, gripping the handle of his sword, looking down at Naruto. Water breathing. Slowly, the man clenched his jaw, letting out a breath. Third stance. Dance of the currents. Mimicking the currents, the blade of the pillar advanced towards the hunter, who felt the pressure on his body. Water breathing, the blonde gasped, looking down at his opponent, spinning his katana. Fourth stance. Tidal strike. Both movements collided, with the Uzumaki's continuous blows trying to push the pillar back. Geek stood firm, his feet planted on the ground. Slash. The clock. Naruto's eyes opened. He lowered his head, looking down. Forming a perfect line, a wound had appeared on his abdomen while his clothes were torn. He brought his hand to the wound, covering it with his hand, and looked at Geek, who stood there, blood running down the blade of his Nichiren. Where is the immortal Naruto? Everything your Akatsuki did for you is simply lost. Geek showed his disappointment, moving his katana slightly and letting the drops of blood fall onto the grass. Nothing remains of you. Shut up. The blonde growled, feeling blood trickle down his chin, along the edge of his lips. You don't know anything. What did they sell you? That thanks to you, Shinto still stands today without a single dead god. Uzumaki Naruto. I know every detail of your past, because we were brothers. I know like water, Uzumaki Naruto. You're like my brother. Naruto felt that warmth in his chest again. He closed his eyes, lowering his head, his hand tightening around the handle. He let out a breath through his teeth. Yes, I've been living too much in the past. He lowered his hand, showing the blood dripping between his fingers. He opened his blue eyes, looking seriously at Geek. But I can't hold on to something I've lost any longer. He took a step. Clink. Geek was forced to cover himself against his opponent's direct blow, being thrown backwards, moving without being able to touch the ground. But if you truly wish to have the immortal Naruto, it is something you shall have. Brother Naruto appeared from under the pillar's defense, who opened his eyes in surprise. Water breathing. Waves began to surround the Nichiren, while Naruto hit the ground, strengthening his feet as he swung the sword upwards. 12th stance. Riptide. Geek tried to make a move, but it was completely useless. Naruto's counterattack disarmed the pillar, sending his sword flying several meters away, falling onto the cold, wet grass. Is this what you wanted? The Uzumaki's question brought the hunter out of his trance. He blinked a couple of times, and Tomioka Geek looked at his hand, finding no trace of his sword. The immortal Naruto. Unnecessarily bathing my sword in the blood of innocence. Geek reacted, looking back at his friend, his eyes narrowed sharply. That wasn't your fault, Naruto. The elders had decreed, and nothing could be done. Did you want to die? Everyone would have mourned your loss. Clink. Naruto sheathed his katana, unstained by any trace of blood. The wound caused by the water pillar had stopped bleeding a long time ago. That only happened because of carelessness on his part. I'd rather die than be seen as a traitor, Naruto declared, staring lifelessly at his friend. Geek shook his head, worried, noting the dullness in his brother's blue eyes. I know how water works, the pillar declared, looking towards a small stream, followed by Naruto's eyes. 7. The nun. Sending the past to the depths of his mind was something Naruto hadn't counted on. He dealt with memories of his past, with dark visions of a man who seemed to be the Uzumaki leader 1,000 years ago, when supernatural beings walked the earth and faced humans, and the latter found no fear or danger in them and respected them. Even the gods were present every day, without being mere memories or vestiges of something past. The kid asked him to be like water, to be able to free himself from the influence of the past and be reborn in the middle of the sea, as if he had died and returned to the world from the ashes, something completely ridiculous for normal people, but in Naruto's mind, it made complete sense and was something really sane. Be like water was a phrase that Urakadaki always told them, indicating that they should adapt to the environment, to the situations regardless of who was in front of them or who they had to face, whether it was a friend or family member. Naruto had accepted the sword, uniform, and ancestral Uzumaki Haori that he had worn in his time as a hunter, and that introduced him as the leader of the Uzumaki, the 10th since the first Uzumaki to be a demon slayer. Now, with the same Haori but with the kanji for 11th, his brother sat on the Uzumaki throne, ruling over the lands in service to the Shinto gods, covering himself in gold and glory like a coward. Menma had never covered his skin in blood. He had to do everything to pave the way for his younger brother, who would be gloating over everything, surrounded by food and luxuries, while he himself was pretending to be a miserable normal human and not a descendant of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the most powerful ruler of Shinto. But if he wanted to return to who he was truly meant to be, he had to put the past aside, bury it, and focus on the future, on the path ahead. And his brother had made him see it. Ryu had taken his role as older brother and mentor completely seriously. Naruto hadn't forgotten, by any means, how to use the sword he carried. As in Uzumaki, the blood in his veins was tied to the art of Kenjutsu and now Kendo, the ancient and modern ways of Japanese swordsmanship. For him, using a katana was simply like breathing, unforgettable and necessary. He would never admit it, but Naruto joined the Kendo club solely because he needed to feel a sword or something like it in his hands, as much as a drug addict needed his drug. No, what Naruto truly lost was the desire to use the sword to kill someone. But what could possibly drive a teenager to that? Naruto wasn't a normal teenager. He never had been. From the moment he was born, the entire world knew. Shinto knew, and his world was completely decided. Naruto was born when the crisis within the Yakai faction was in jeopardy, just as the Shinto gods had lost power to Christianity. He was also born when his father was eliminated as head of the Uzumaki clan after a confrontation with the dark enemies of his house. The culprits were never found, but the first generation of Shinto gods were always suspected. As a mere infant, he had to bear the burden of being the clan leader and a visible face as a faithful follower of Amaterasu to the other gods. As in Uzumaki, he was to follow Shinto and, above all, Amaterasu. Everything was his. He had it on a silver platter. But the enemies of someone like him only proliferated in the darkness. Naruto, at only 7 years old, had proven himself a king, a true leader to all who cared to see him. He was dismissed as a child, a mere brat, but that mere brat was capable of executing someone without looking back. His life ended when his stepfather decided his sons should be the heirs and turned everything around to be the one holding the pieces in the game. Naruto found out, of course, but the elders were greedy and forced him into a situation where he would be seen as a mere traitor to Shinto. Even Amaterasu despised him, and it was painful for him. After that, being treated as an outcast, he entered to serve as a demon slayer under the tutelage of Urakadaki Sakanji, who was water pillar at that time. Even so, Naruto was not free from the blood and influence of his stepfather, who seemed determined to destroy him to the very end. Hiya. Naruto snapped out of his train of thought, halting his steps as he grabbed the suitcase in which he carried the papers he usually used in class, along with the utensils. Like any human, he jerked his head toward the area where that scream had escaped, seeing a blonde girl on her backside, blushing in embarrassment. The demon slayer looked towards the Gremory pawn as the boy showed concern for the girl and helped her up. Naruto sniffed a little, frowning slightly as he caught a certain scent that he wouldn't believe from a nun like her. Fallen. Smells like a treacherous crow. Naruto stared ahead, watching the traffic light blink and turn red. He sighed, moving over to where the nun and the Gremory servant were, looking around. Oh, the church is over there, Misei pointed out, rubbing the back of his neck in slight embarrassment, probably due to the nun's vibrant eyes, something Naruto recognized. You can't miss it, this. Asia Argento, Asia introduced herself, bowing her head, keeping the hood over her head, a few strands of hair framing her white, slightly rounded face. Thank you very much, Is-san. Naruto watched as Haim's face turn slightly redder than usual, his eyes bulging slightly. A scent of wickedness reached his nose, making his face frown. The boy's current evil side would likely further fuel his lividity. Haim-san. Naruto spoke slowly, with enough strength to make both Issei and Asia look at him. Is the young lady alright? Asia blushed slightly in embarrassment, worried that too many people had seen her fall. "Yes, it's fine, Uzumaki-san," Issei replied calmly. The devil remembered how that boy, the Kendo master, had struck one of his classmates without fear of the consequences, even though he knew Sona Shitori, or Citri as she really was watching. He didn't falter before the student council president. "I'm glad." Naruto nodded slightly, ready to go his own way. But he stopped, looking over his own shoulder at both the nun and the devil. Crows usually leave a trail. "Asia, be careful which path you follow." The hunter took out a talisman and placed it in Asia's small hand. Asia blushed again at the feel of Naruto's hand on hers. Naruto gave a slight smile. "If you ever need help, just focus. My family's talismans usually work very well. There will always be someone who can help you." With those words, Naruto turned around and raised his arm in farewell, leaving the place and the devil and the nun completely alone. The nun with the scent of rogue and fallen exorcists, Naruto said to himself, taking one last look at the two boys, frowning slightly at the thought. There's something special about the girl, as well as Issei. A sacred gear. Could it be one of the Longinus? With those questions in his mind, Naruto headed back to his apartment. A little later. Naruto dropped his briefcase on the table, taking off his jacket with a subtle movement, placing it on the back of his chair. After the exams given these past few days, at least the teachers hadn't decided to assign any homework. But they should review a little and not get carried away with the tests. One mistake and everything could go downhill. Luckily for him, his grades were slightly above average, not enough to be considered a nerd, but high enough for Citri to house him in her apartment complex with the other students. "I see you've met the heretic nun," Geek declared, sitting by the window, looking out. The boy wore the Demon Slayer Gakurin with its multicolored Haori over his uniform, covering it. "We've received information about Asia Argento. Do you have a sacred gear?" "Twilight healing, the sacred gear capable of curing anyone from any physical damage, whether you're a demon or an angel," Geek explained, now looking at his friend. "A group of Grigori renegades is behind all of this after Diodora Asteris's actions." Naruto stopped his hands, raising his head and looking at the pillar sitting in his window. "The mam's relative?" Naruto expressed his doubt, frowning slightly at what it could imply. "One of the four Satans," putting his hand on a person from the church. He didn't think Ajuka Beelzebub was behind something like that. Surzich's Lucifer was someone more likely to cause such dark havoc. The MAM scientist would be incapable of creating a conspiracy of that caliber. This is too much to digest. "You know that for devils, power and blood are everything," Gi pointed out, reminding him of things they had both studied under Urokadaki's tutelage. "Anyone who isn't pureblood is seen as nothing more than a pawn, a slave. Few devils have shown any real improvement despite the civil war. Devils don't change, especially when they've relinquished power over the Baal, specifically Zekrom, an old demon with immense power, thanks to his blood and status." Geek's head swiveled, his dark eyes resting on his companion. "We can't let them notice us. Not when the devils can start a second war to purge the blood." Naruto was focused on his history homework, pen in hand, notes on the table, mentally taking note of the pillar's words. A second devil civil war? That would be too much for the MAM faction. Their devil levels were already low, as were the angels. The only one who could win would be the Grigori faction, the Fallen. And with Azazel inventing artificial sacred gears, everything could really go downhill. "The Devil's Council of Elders wouldn't be so stupid as to let themselves be seen vulnerable," Naruto said, moving the pen quickly, while Geek paid attention to a sparrow that had landed on his shoulder, jumping from one side to the other. "I don't think Zekrom will lead them to war, no matter how many dirty bloods there are in the underworld." "That's something we can't guarantee," Geek replied, moving his finger over the sparrow's head, who was enjoying the caress calmly and without fear. "Knowing something a 1,000-year-old devil would do is completely impossible. He has all the influence in the underworld over what remains of the 72 devil pillars and could summon the most powerful of them with a single snap of his fingers. A supernatural war would not benefit humans. If humans get involved, we'll just chop off some heads," Naruto stated, turning his attention to the next page of his notebook, looking at the written notes. "I don't care who it is. If they decide to involve humans, they'll just die by my sword." Geek didn't say anything. He remained silent for several seconds after Naruto's words, smiling a little at hearing his friend say those words, which he hadn't said in a while. Both demon slayers fell silent, enjoying the self-imposed calm of the two young men. Naruto focused his attention on his notes. He had to pass that exam to continue living in those apartments. If he got a grade lower than 7, he would be expelled, and he really didn't want to see Caddis and Murayama reprimand him. The Kendo girls were tough. Geek, for his part, kept his mind calm, away from any supernatural thoughts or thoughts tied to his role as a pillar. His time with Naruto always allowed him to escape from work and the past. Both boys had had a bloody past. And both carried that past with them, keeping them going. Naruto had slightly overcome his reluctance to wield a real sword, thanks to Geek. He still wasn't willing to be what he had once been. But he would have no problem eliminating anyone who did evil. The nun should not be left in the care of the fallen strays of the cadre. Cherub. A 10-winged angel, then, Naruto muttered, crossing out a line in his notebook. He'd written exactly what I'd mentioned. And that had nothing to do with his history test the next day. Who of them all? Bakabiel. Naruto stopped the pen, remaining completely still, static. There was no doubt that Kakabiel was the most prone to the blood of innocents, to inciting a war. It was known that the Grigori had lost troops when they moved towards the Cows Brigade, a terrorist group filled with members of the Old Mam faction. They were the bulk of the terrorist army. But the brigade wasn't behind any of this. Kakabiel was only enough to move the pieces and create war. Fragments of Excalibur have disappeared from the church. Another factor. The Excalibur or Excalibur fragments were the swords or fragments of the sword Excalibur, which Arthur Pendragon had used when fighting alongside Elohim. However, the sword was fractured into 7 fragments, forming the Excalibur, swords of energy and sacred power used to kill evil beings. Naruto knew of other sacred swords equally powerful as Excalibur. But he didn't know if they were in the possession of the church and the angels. If fragments had disappeared, Kakabiel would undoubtedly be behind them, along with the fallen and stray exorcists. We can't do anything about the fragments. We must deal with Asia Argento first, Geek finally declared. When Naruto looked up, the pillar had disappeared. The hunter sighed and focused on his history notes. All the pieces were being placed on the board. 8. Bloody Church. Naruto looked up at the silver moon in the sky, a sky darkened by night, where the stars twinkled with their faint light that barely reached the earth. The hunter wore his full gakurin, with sandals and being dark, black. Over it, he wore his maroon haori with blue flames, fluttering slightly in the light wind. The kanji for 10th was written on his back in black letters. It almost looked like a cape. The haori reached almost to his heels, maybe a little above his ankles. It was his legacy. Naruto was wearing the symbol of being the 10th leader of the Uzumaki clan over his Demon Slayer uniform. That haori was a representation of what he had been before, of what he had been when he was still at home. Now it only reminded him of his failure, his mistakes, the bloodshed because of him, and the lost opportunities. He had trusted. He trusted in his power, in his mother, and in the respect he had earned. None of it served him well. He gripped his Nichiren, noticing the sword guard. It was their symbol. The scarlet swirl of the Uzumaki. Anyone who saw it would recognize it, as long as they knew who the Uzumaki were. Naruto stopped rambling, feeling the wind whip through the fabric of his haori, moving it freely against his legs. Today was the day they were supposed to get Asia Argento out of the abandoned church in the city. According to Geek's informants, the Gremory pawn had left, followed by 2 other members, towards the area where the fallen were holding the nun. Time Misei. Naruto was eager to see what the boy would be capable of. What was his sacred gear? He needed to understand why Ria's Gremory had let a human die to awaken him as a devil and add them to her retinue. He knew devils. Selfish, lovers of power and blood purity. If Ria's had taken Issei, it had been only out of selfishness. And he could not allow the devils to kill freely in Shinto territory, no matter how corrupt the first generation were. Naruto relaxed his body, letting out the air he had in his lungs, inhaling to take in a new supply of oxygen, and feeling his body cold for a few seconds, enjoying the sensation. Slap. Geek appeared next to the blonde, wearing his hunter uniform, with a Nichiren on one side and his hair always dark and loosely tied. They've mobilized. The Gremory members have broken into the church, the pillar declared, looking straight ahead. Naruto didn't answer, keeping his eyes closed and sniffing the air, catching the scent of several rogue exorcists, the Gremory members, and several lesser-powered fallen, with 3 or 4 standing out above him. Apparently they are carrying out a ritual. They want to extract the sacred gear, Geek said, looking toward the church without showing much on his face. We should intervene. The Gremory pieces won't be able to handle such a contingent. Not at their current level and with a rookie. Brack. Naruto cracked his neck, feeling a slight numbness in his arms, his entire body. The hunter stretched a little, placing his katana at his side. It's been a while since I blew my blood Nichiren, Naruto declared, tightening his grip on it. If you see any flaws in my movements, cover me. Geek didn't respond, and Naruto disappeared from the rooftop where the 2 hunters had been. The pillar looked toward the church, picking up the sounds of battle between exorcists, fallen, and devils. To keep humanity safe, they would have to disappear. He disappeared from the roof without a trace. In the church. Time Misei tried to keep up with his teammates, TMJM Kaneko and Ikto Kiba, Ria's Gremory's Rook and Knight respectively. The pervert had summoned his sacred gear to use it and save Asia Argento, the nun imprisoned by Rainer in that place. He almost died for the 2nd time when the fallen one went for Asia while they were on a date and was filled with rage when she pushed Asia to follow her, leaving him half dead. He was filled with rage at everyone there, but most of all, at himself. He hadn't been able to defend his friend when she needed to, and that was weighing on him. Shit. Plink. Plank. Kiba was pushed back by Fried Selzen, a rogue exorcist who had nearly killed Issei once. The knight had braced his legs to the ground and swung his sword, so the priest's blade of light didn't cut him bloodily in two. Hahaha. You bucking devil. Did you poop yourself? I almost sliced and severed that body in two. Fried roared, charging back. Kiba responded by dodging every movement of the priest, deflecting or blocking his blade. TCH. Get killed, blonde bastard. Issei-kun. Kiba deflected a sword blow, pushing the priest with his body, slamming him into a pillar. Go for Asia. Crack. The bench broke against several priests, sending them into the world of unconsciousness, leaving them in the arms of Morpheus, who welcomed them with pleasure. Hinata adjusted her gloves, revealing herself as Kuoh's pet loli, revealing her hazel eyes and white hair on a face devoid of any emotion, unless she was given food. Like a cat. Pervert senpai. I walked towards the nun. Issei felt a drop run down his neck, but he didn't have time. Asia was the first thing he had to worry about. Slash. Clack. He opened his eyes as blood leaked from Kaneko's mouth. She had been met by a fallen two-winged beast with force, displaying a smug smile. The Nekishim had been caught in the crossfire. I'm sorry about this, Donosik stated, pulling down his wide-brimmed hat. Kaneko stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her lips, staring at the fallen man. Shouldn't Butchman and Keno have killed them? What was going on outside? She stood up, dusting off her school uniform. Kaneko-chan. Frush. The Nekishim fell to the ground, with a cut on her back from a spear wielded by a dark blue-haired woman, while at her side was a blonde in a maid costume. Pam. The blue-haired girl's foot sent Kaneko to the ground, while the woman stood on top of her. Did you really think we were alone? Even if their master comes, they won't even be able to deal with what we have, said Mitlet, the fallen Mahdi suit girl, while Kalwerner pressed on the injured Kaneko, who was straining. Techmate, Donosik said, looking at the brunette, while the sound of Kiba and Fried's swords was heard throughout the church, along with the gurgling of blood. Did you eat well? The fallen looked up at the ceiling, beholding a grotesque being, with 4 arms and 2 mouths, with 6 eyes grinning as blood dripped from its jaws. It was satisfactory, the demon tore the neck of a girl who was in his clutches, beginning to devour it without fear of any of the devil's acting. It sucks, Kaneko pointed out, escaping from Kalwerner, bringing one of her hands to her nadir. Butchman won't forgive this. What? The demon asked in confusion, dropping the girl's lower half at the Nekishim's feet. I'm not some pathetic devil. I'm a demon, descended from the most terrifying being in the world. Crack. Standing 2 meters tall, he tore through the floor and benches, being wide and carrying a grotesque muscular body. The devils don't even have the decency to be ashamed of not following in Lilith's footsteps. Slash. Liking. The demon's head, in a single blink, separated from his body, falling to the ground and rolling along it, leaving blood on the pavement. Making deals with demons, a cold voice whispered, with even colder eyes that paralyzed the fighting in the church. Everyone noticed the bloodlust and how Donosik's eyes had widened. You. Slash. Donosik began coughing blood, feeling at the same time that his lungs were filling with blood, that his windpipe was being obstructed, and his lungs were filling with blood. On the Nichiren's blade, scarlet blood trickled down to the tip, dripping onto the ground. God would be disappointed in his children. Naruto turned his back on the demon, who was slowly cremating, turning into ash and smoke. It's one thing to fall for normal sins. But another to ally with the children of Lilith. The devils are children of Lucifer and the demons of Lilith, which is why I separate both into 2 races. Kalwerner and Mitlet watched the intruder uncertainly, not knowing what to do. But Fried was faster. Die. Slash. The blade of light slashed in an arc toward Naruto, whose back was to the priest. Water-breathing, the hunter tightened his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren, ducking as Fried attacked. First stance. Surface slash. He moved the katana accordingly. Rack. Plank. Fried's blade snapped in 2, sending the priest slamming back against the shattered altar, leaving a deep gash across his chest. The priest began to cough, choking on his blood. Clink. Naruto sheathed his sword after wiping it, looking disdainfully at the remaining fallen. Only Kalwerner and Mitlet remained, with Rainer in the basement. Who are you, Ninjin? Is that your sacred gear? Mitlet pointed out, hoping to get an affirmation from Naruto's side. The hunter laid his cold eyes on the fallen woman, who felt like needles were piercing her body. No, Naruto answered simply. Using an Iadam sword drawing technique used primarily in the Edo period motion, Naruto blocked Fried's blade, who had used his broken sword, in an attempt to cut the blonde. You cough. Naruto showed nothing on his face as blood splattered over him. He applied force, slamming Fried into the ground. He raised his foot, pressing down on the priest's chest, and pointed the Nichiren at him. Don't move. Even though you'll die anyway, I don't wish to use unnecessary force on someone who is going to die, Naruto said, using a monotone. Uzumaki-san. Issei, after recovering from the initial shock, recognized the blonde when his brown eyes adjusted to the darkness and the hunter's speed, something that had taken time, but he didn't seem to be going very fast. Timed. Naruto showed no emotion toward the human-devil hybrid, grazing Fried's neck with his sword, perhaps contemplating whether or not to slice his throat. He could smell the priest's crimes from miles away. Flap flap. Rias and Kendo descended, witnessing the sight. The Crimson Princess observed the demon's remaining ashes, Donaseek's lifeless body, and how a human was pressing down on the rogue priest, while two fallen ones were retreating. Are you alright? Rias expressed concern, catching the scent of blood on Kaneko's back. She sighed in relief when she found the girl wasn't too hurt or likely to die. It was just a careless scratch. Who are you? Brash. Naruto tore through Fried's skin as he slashed through him, from side to side, with his katana, cutting off any breathing passage for the rogue priest, who saw with horror in his eyes the cold in Naruto's orbs. I regret intruding on your duties, Gremory-san. Naruto withdrew his sword, revealing the dark blade glistening with scarlet blood. The hunter fearlessly wiped it with the priest's robes. Clink. And he sheathed his weapon, as if the two fallen men in the room had been relegated to oblivion. Ara, but it's Uzumaki Naruto. Keno lightly covered her mouth at the giggle that came out, looking at Naruto with her violet eyes that showed nothing towards the young man. Naruto shook his head, calmly looking at the two Gremory girls, sizing them up. They were by far the most powerful of the group and the entourage. Their magical aura could have been considered 3 times Reiner's. But in growth potential, they were nothing. Issei was the closest thing to an obstacle for everyone at the moment. The hunter left Fried's inert body on the ground, not caring much that his feet were stained with blood, feeling the sticky liquid on his socks. Wearing straw sandals wasn't a good idea in the modern age. Naruto stopped in his tracks when he heard heavy footsteps. Everyone shook their heads, watching Tomioka Geek emerge from the basement. Asia. Issei ran off, leaving his fellow devils behind. Place. And he fell to the ground as he passed by Naruto. The hunter had placed his sheath on the ground, hindering the boy's progress and forcing him to crash against the same cold, hard ground. Ouch. This. Rias helped her pawn to his feet, showing blood running from his nose, dripping down his chin, and falling from his chin. The Scarlet One moved her blue-green eyes, increasing the intensity a little with her aura. What are you doing, human? Naruto tightened his grip on the handle of his sword, ready to respond. Demon Slayer Uzumaki Naruto Geek stopped the words that would have come out of his companion's mouth, using the tone that a pillar usually had, making Naruto understand that they were not brothers now. They were boss and subordinate. You have left 2 targets alive. Eliminate them. Brash. He showed the black blade, looking at Kalwarner and Mitlet, who backed away when they saw the hunter's cold blue eyes. Water-breathing Naruto murmured, taking the stance, letting the moonlight fall on the blade. 5th stance. Rain after drought. No one could follow Naruto's movements. The water pillar had turned its back on the scene. The devils weren't trained to follow that with their eyes. Flush. Clink. Naruto stood at the other end of the room, sheathing his sword with a single motion. The hunter had his back completely turned to both of them, staring at the ground, half crouching with his legs bent. A blink, and both women's heads were detached from their bodies. I regret my lack of ethics in completing the mission, Tomioka-san, Naruto spoke, letting his voice sound like water, completely fluid, calm as the lake before it was stirred by the stone. Naruto turned around, just as the bodies of Kalwarner and Mitlet fell to the cold ground, lying in pools of blood. Any fallen or surviving priests were fleeing the scene to inform their lord. Something that suited them. The mission has been a success. Geek nodded, walking with Asia in his arms, passing through the group of devils, being watched with suspicion. But Naruto's mere presence was slowing down any movement. If that boy who only seemed to be a genius in Kendo was acting with overwhelming skill, what would that other upperclassman who had just joined the academy and seemed to be his superior do? Rias could be spoiled, but she didn't want to lose her mind. Maybe her brother was a super devil. But something, a small tickle, told her not to play with those 2 humans. She didn't understand. And that pissed her off. 9. A conversation with demons. Naruto took the notes from his desk, stuffing them into the briefcase he would take to the academy, along with the necessary notes to review before the test. He turned his wrist, noting that he still had about 20 minutes before classes started, so he had plenty of time. Naruto took the briefcase in his right hand and left his room with slow steps, breathing calmly as he went down the stairs, listening to the chatter of some of his classmates. Sharing an apartment building sometimes didn't hurt. Especially when he didn't have the test notes and needed some help. He said goodbye to his classmates, who were arriving an hour late due to exams, and placed both earphones in each of his ears, focusing completely on his world. Naruto had always been much more comfortable listening to music while walking, especially at night, with the cold air and the moon shining brightly in the clear sky. He walked among the students, always looking straight ahead, remembering when the blade of his sword had been bathed in blood again. In the blood of the enemies of humans. Naruto knew the fallen. He knew the demons as a demon slayer. And as a member of the Uzumaki, he knew every pantheon in the same world. He had been raised to be Amaterasu's right-hand man, a position his half-brother had held. He would be gloating over it, over all the fame his clan had generated. Naruto hated Menma even more than Kibutsuji Muzan, the original and most powerful demon. Muzan. Naruto had dreamed several times more about that Uzumaki man, the man who fought alongside Tsujikuni Yor plus Kai using a sword as red as the flames of the sun itself. The Nichiren of that crimson-haired man and of Yor plus Kai had shown a bright and fiery red edge. He'd never known anything about the power of swords made from that steel bathed in sunlight. Naruto knew many blacksmiths capable of shaping Nichiren's steel, and they'd never mentioned it to him. The hunter stopped at the entrance, staring at two figures, one bustier than the other. Naruto wasn't intimidated by the eyes of Ria's Gremory and Sumna Citri, both of whom were staring him straight in the eyes. Uzumaki-san, stepping forward to her childhood friend, Sumna, spoke first to quell any sharp remarks from Ria's side. "We would like to have a conversation with you and your friend, if that is something feasible." Naruto didn't reply to the council president's words, keeping his left hand in his pocket and his right gripping the handle of the briefcase. The blonde took out his left hand and calmly took off his headphones. "We are not used to talking to members of the devil faction," Naruto declared, putting the headphones in his back pocket. "According to the rules, we are not to socialize with supernatural beings unless it is a life or death situation. My time as a hunter is over and I am not affiliated with any faction. However, I do not like to be seen with displeasure or superiority," he expressed, glancing sideways at the Gremory. "Devils are usually frivolous and believe themselves to be the greatest evil in the world. You are too mistaken," Naruto tilted his head, showing an icy gaze. "What do I gain by simply chatting with you? My reputation would end up being tarnished." Tsunari adjusted her glasses on her face, not letting Naruto's words affect her expression. As the heiress of one of the 72 devil pillars, she had to know how to keep a cool head in situations where her interlocutor was someone like Uzumaki Naruto, cold, calm, and capable of playing with emotions. Naruto, for her, was too mysterious. One false step and she would never know what he would do next. And if what her childhood friend had shown her was real, it wouldn't be too convenient to have him as an enemy. Being merely human, Naruto had displayed truly unparalleled skills and bloodlust. Like brittle ice. That was how Sumna wanted to treat Naruto. "How dare you?" Rias the president spoke, cutting off the fervent diatribe that the Gremory was going to launch at the boy. Rias was the opposite side to Sumna. While the Citri heiress was calm and analytical, making her a great strategist in the practice rating games, the Gremory heiress was impulsive and fiery, not hesitating too much to bite anyone who harmed her friends, entourage, or family. Rias was capricious and believed she could do whatever she wanted without consequences, due to the negative influence of her Siskin brother, who was overly affectionate with his little sister. Naruto viewed Sona's position as more dangerous than Ria's. He feared Citri's calmness and analysis more than the bale power of destruction that ran in Ria's blood. No matter how much power a devil had, if they didn't have the mind to use it, they were truly useless. "We do not wish for a confrontation now," Uzumaki-san, Sumna clarified, observing Naruto with her eyes, resting her breasts on both arms crossed under her bust. "A confrontation is unnecessary. Especially since you have nothing to do," Naruto revealed, showing a light smile, letting a heaviness settle over Rias and Sumna, who swallowed hard. Sumna maintained her composure. But Rias showed a slight sweat. "I will grant you some of my time, but no more than a second. If your explanations of why you are in the human world do not satisfy me." "Riss." Naruto made a throat-cutting gesture, hissing softly as a warning to both teenagers. The hunter never took his eyes off their faces, his blue orbs showing a coldness that would have frozen the underworld. "That would imply the presence of our brothers." Sumna didn't show much on her face, ready to emerge as a winner from that dialectical battle. "And you don't want to have two powerful devils after your head." Naruto lowered his arm, removing his finger from his neck. "They are nothing compared to the darkness of the world, Citri-san." Naruto showed a serene face, despite Sumna having mentioned the possibility of dying, more than clear, if he killed both heiresses. "The man would be a good warm-up and bloodbath, if necessary. The wrath of your kings is not something I fear in the world, far from it. They initiated their death when they decided to leave you to roam the human world like free birds. But you are not human, and you should not involve yourself with humans." The hunter expressed, speaking softly and coldly, expressing himself calmly and unhurriedly. While any other would have already retracted their words at the mention of two of the four kings, Naruto made no move to do so. "The human world is for humans. The underworld is for you." Now, if you'll excuse me, I must take a midterm exam. I can't allow my grade to drop because I would be forced to leave the residence granted by the student council. Naruto walked past both devils, walking towards the academy, leaving behind him a feeling of extreme coldness. Sukuna breathed heavily, realizing that she had held her oxygen and turned around, looking at the Uzumaki's back as he walked calmly and without fear of being killed by the devils, as if he knew they could not defeat him. Crack. The Citri shook her head, looking at Rias, her friend. The Redeed had smashed the school wall with a punch. Sukuna watched her closely, noticing her hyperventilation, how she was sweating lightly, and how her eyes were darkened. For Rias, that feeling had been much colder, heavier than it had been for her childhood friend. Neither of them had faced extreme situations, and they were used to two-winged, at most four-winged, and low-level stray devils. They had never felt anything like what Naruto had done to them, and she, Rias Gremory, had been subjected to even more than her friend. Because. Rias brought her hand to her face. Little. Drops began to fall, hitting her uniform. They were her salty tears of terror. Rias couldn't stop herself. Tears fell from her blue eyes uncontrollably, out of pure terror. She had seen how she was pierced, how her head separated from her body with a single blink from the hunter, and in no situation could she do anything. Is he really human? Rias doubted it. Sukuna too. Both the Citri and Gremory heiresses began to sense that something too big was coming and that they would be involved. Neither saw a figure with the head of a dark hawk, looking with its raptor-like eyes in the direction the heiresses had been looking. The place where Uzumaki Naruto had left. A little while later. Naruto calmly accepted the cup of tea from Shinra Tsubaki, the student council's Fukakage. The hunter calmly sipped some of the tea the girl was offering him, feeling the heavy feeling in the room. Beside him, Geek had declined the offer of tea and remained calm, his face relaxed as he surveyed the room. Both boys had expressed some surprise when Asia Argento agreed to join the Gremory nobility, probably to be by her beloved's side, as the pillar of love would say. No one showed displeasure. Rich, Shinra-san, Naruto declared, leaving the completely empty cup on the table. Tsubaki nodded, standing next to her king watching everything that could happen. I regret my subordinate's attitude. Geek bowed his head to Rias and Sukuna, appearing calm. Sometimes Naruto forgets formalities and a certain control of his words. We don't want your brothers to interfere in such a trivial matter. Rias appeared calm, looking and nodding at the two hunters. But Sukuna was the other side of the coin. She remained reluctant, staring directly into Naruto's calm face as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest as soon as he finished his tea. Something about him didn't quite sit well with her. We accept the apology, Tomioka-san, Rias said, snapping Sukuna out of her own thoughts. She blinked a few times to focus on the conversation. I appreciate it. Both sides remained silent for several seconds. On the devil's side were both kings and their respective queens. The rest of each entourage had been removed for conversation and to avoid causing tension. Even though the pillar had been on good terms, both heiresses knew that someone like Issei or Saji could cause trouble with the Uzumaki. They both wanted to keep Naruto calm. Hunters, what exactly are you? What is your role in the supernatural? Sukuna said, calmly looking at the water pillar. He cleared his throat a little before answering. We are the ones who fight the demons created by Kibutsuji Musen and keep humanity in ignorance, Geek answered, completely calm. That was 1,000 years ago, before Lila-san was imprisoned. Now, 1,000 years later, we are a group under the command of the Abayashiki clan, who founded us. We keep our swords at the service of the weak and fight against the supernatural, avoiding harm to innocent people. You hunt monsters. Theoretically, yes. Although there aren't many of us right now, due to the previous trials, we're regaining the strength we had before the Pantheon War, the pillar answered Rias, staring at her for several seconds before moving its eyes. We consider ourselves the shield between monsters and reason. That's noble of you, Sukuna declared, looking directly at Naruto. But your families? How do you choose a hunter? Naruto opened his eyes fully, keeping his arms crossed over his chest. We must have a relationship with the supernatural and pass an exam after being trained by a mentor. The Citri nodded, relaxing her posture slightly, finding the Uzumaki's words calming, much more soothing than expected. Was it because of Tomioka's presence? Or was the previous warning? Sukuna frowned, pushing those thoughts away. What relationship has each of you had with the supernatural? Rias expressed her doubt, looking alternately between the pillar and the hunter. But you didn't speak. He remained silent, but glanced sideways at his friend. I belong to a family of direct servants of Amaterasu. Although I shouldn't have been a demon slayer, circumstances led me to occupy the position until recently and then to retire as a human, before taking up the sword again, Naruto said, not wanting to stir up the past too much or remember the events prior to the present. It was not the time. What are you doing in Kuoh? I study here. I came to get rid of the stray fallen, Geek said, answering Ria's question. Since my work is done, I'll leave at the next full moon. Both Rias and Sumna acknowledged that the conversation between the two sides was bearing some small fruits, very small, but fruits nonetheless. Neither had felt offended or felt the need to eliminate the other. The two heiresses had the Uzumaki's words on their minds. What are two heiresses of the 72 pillars of the underworld clans doing living in the human world? Naruto spoke calmly, looking at the two girls. While anyone else listening would hear a calm voice with no particular intention, it was different for Rias and Sumna. They felt needles passing through their bodies, and for a minute they remained static. The first to recover was the Arasitri. Our families thought it would be good for us to learn how humans lived, Sumna explained, hoping they would both believe her. Naruto looked at her intently before closing his eyes and nodding. He knew she was lying. But he didn't sense any malicious intent from either of them, despite being from a slave-owning race. Maybe Surzich's isn't doing badly. I would like to ask you something, Gremory-san. Sitri-san declared, becoming the center of attention. The pillar placed its hand on Naruto's shoulder and squeezed. Take care of Naruto when I'm gone. He's as cold as ice, but he can help you anytime. Just don't push him, he declared, leaving her with a warning. She took on a dubious face. Or his words this morning will come true. Then, both Sumna and Rias felt Geek's aura and discovered something nonsensical. Uzumaki Naruto, he was more terrifying as a subordinate. Could the pillar be holding back? They didn't want to find out. 10. Traitor. Naruto walked slowly through the dark forest, under the stars and the watchful moon, as if he were a living person watching over the earth from high in the sky, surrounded by the distant stars of the blue planet. The hunter felt melancholy being surrounded by trees late at night, completely away from Kuoh, and without feeling the sensation of the devils every few seconds. He was irritated by the presence of Ria's Gremory. The girl had managed to convince Asia Argento that she was a demon, placing Hind Misei as bait for the sacred gear-wielding nun. He hated seeing humans licking the feet of beings like devils. He took a deep breath. Naruto knew the devils perfectly. Sadistic. Lovers of war, of blood. If Thor loved battle, what the devils loved was power itself. Selfish. Thirsty for riches and power, the devils were far from the demons. While the latter showed their faces, the devils played a double game with a mask of kindness, as if they were truly human, willing to fulfill your every wish. Naruto had dealt with devils before, but not someone like the Gremory heiress. Just one sniff, and he could feel Ria's every emotion in its raw form. Spoiled, pampered, and spoiled, Ria's Gremory filled the daddy's girl role that a human would take on with millions in their parents' pockets. In this case, Ria's was a millionaire and had royal blood, while also gaining the devastating power of the Baal. With all that, Ria's was aiming to be powerful and great, maybe not like her brother, but still a force to be reckoned with in a war. And she had been engaged to raise her phoenix. The Gremorys wanted to have offspring with the regeneration of the Phoenix clan, and with the power of the destruction of the Baal, create a race of super devil that would maintain and place the clans at the top of the devil, and be able to generate fear as well as respect. Naruto found the devil's morbid interest in humans extremely disturbing, as they sought to fulfill their desires, even if they were selfish and destructive. Hitler had achieved his victories thanks to the support of the devils themselves. The Allies found themselves in the same position, offering far more than the Nazis. Flap flap. The hunter stopped in his tracks when he reached a clearing, breaking from his train of thought. He raised his face, his blue orbs resting upon a powerful figure radiating raw power, revealing himself enough to make an impression, but not enough to be noticed. 5 pairs of wings were displayed, dropping dark feathers onto the ground, remaining suspended in the sky, looking with darkened eyes towards the hunter. Naruto stood firm, placing his blue orbs on the red ones of that group, feeling the aura they emanated. Bakabiel. Bakabiel, the blood-loving angel of war, had always displayed overwhelming power when he remained in the ranks of heaven when Elohim was present. During the Holy War, Bakabiel had fallen to the underworld, demonstrating an addiction to blood itself, to bodies bathed in the reddish liquid, and to inert bodies. The cadre dropped their masks and bathed in the blood of their enemies and brothers, loving death more and more, using their powers of light, which were tinged with a dark hue as they destroyed their enemies. The cadre flapped its 10 wings, sending a wave of wind toward Naruto, who covered his face with an arm, being pushed back a step. Bakabiel smiled, revealing his teeth in a wicked grin. You should know your place, ninjin, the cadre declared, flapping his wings again. Naruto sensed the cadre's aura rising. He was preparing some kind of move against him. The hunter relaxed his body and took his position, kneeling before the powerful fallen angel. I regret my lack of respect, Kakabiel-sama, Naruto spoke, conveying a flat tone in his voice, devoid of any emotion that the cadre himself could recognize. Bakabiel descended, falling to the ground, kicking up some dust as he settled on the grass. The wind stirred the fallen man's dark hair. Kakabiel looked at the kneeling hunter, emotionless. His smile lowered. Have you achieved what you wanted? The cadre asked, showing nothing on his face, not even a miserable nervous tick. Citri and Gremory are no match for our plans, sir, Naruto declared, lowering his face as he felt the surge of energy. Despite the distance, he could sense the energies of both groups of demons. Neither of the two groups has the power necessary to delay the war. Soon, Kakabiel-sama, blood will bathe the world once again. Kakabiel smiled at the words that escaped Naruto's lips, laughing raucously, feeling the happiness that the plans were moving forward, step by step. The cadre wished he could bathe his hands, his wings, in the blood of devils. And if with the theft of the Excalibur, the church and Michael entered the fray, he would be able to taste blood again, the screams of agony. Azazel was an idiot. Kakabiel harbored too much hatred toward his brother, who opposed his war plans. They could allow the devils to have fun, but not do whatever they wanted. The cadre saw this as hypocrisy. They were created by God, while the devils came from Lucifer, the banished son of Elohim, who had turned on his father over the protection they gave humans. Kakabiel felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders, seeing his goal even closer. But the heiresses' heads, we could bring the attention of 2 of the 4 kings of the underworld. By the time the almighty Surzich's Lucifer is angry, it will be too late for him to save his little sister, Kakabiel boasted, laughing softly. Slowly, his words sank into Naruto's mind. Seraphol Leviathan will be another of the mam who will want our heads for what happened. But not even Azazel can stop what's coming. Behind Kakabiel, slowly, fallen and rogue priests began to appear. Hahaha. Freed Selzin showed himself, carrying an Excalibur in his hands. Naruto sensed it when he noticed the holy aura emanating from the sword. Good to see you, shitty hunter. Naruto clenched his jaw, standing up. He was wearing his Demon Slayer uniform, with a dark Haori with the kanji for traitor on the back, in white. The blonde looked away, unable to bear to see the rogue priest alive. I should have killed the bastard. It's good that everyone's gathered. The cadre declared, towering over his subordinates, displaying his 10 wings. The fallen knelt before their leader, while the rogue priests gathered by Freed were still unsure how to act. They had only recently been recruited. Having so many allies for the coming war, it's gratifying. Kakabiel flapped his wings, releasing aura towards his servants. Freed and Naruto remained untouched, accustomed to the auras of powerful beings. Naruto was quick to compare it to other powerful beings he had met. He was powerful, he had no doubt about them. Each pair of wings on an angel and a fallen angel showed their power, reaching the number of 6 pairs or 12 wings, falling into the category of archangel. Michael was one of them, powerful and kind, displaying a sacred aura that would leave Kakabiel himself almost in his tracks. But Naruto could sense another, darker aura within the cadre's own soul. Ouroboros. He felt the energy of the Infinity Dragon in the fallen 5 pairs of wings that displayed its power. Naruto hadn't encountered angels much, except on 2 occasions. To meet Michael at a peace offering, and a chance encounter with Gabriel, the sister of Heaven's leader and the purest and most powerful archangel after her brother. She was said to be Elohim's favorite, and Naruto wouldn't have any doubts. Gabriel was beautiful and powerful, like a well-forged and polished sword. When the hunter came to, he found at least 1,000 Kakabiel servants, including rogue priests and fallen ones. He widened his eyes slightly, noticing several fallen ones with 4 pairs of wings, which would provide too much firepower for the cadre's army. Really, it's scary. Stupid. Naruto moved his head to the side, seeing a young, nervous priest, sweating from the aura of Kakabiel and the more powerful fallen. Calm down, the hunter advised, taking the boy by the shoulder, trying to instill some calm in him. The boy relaxed his posture, letting the air escape from his mouth in a somewhat tired sigh. I highly doubt Kakabiel-sama wants to lose troops before the war against the biblical factions, he said, looking toward the cadre. Slowly, the priests began to recover from the cadre's aura. He wants destruction, a holy war. For that, he needs all of us. I'm leaving. Place. The boy shook off Naruto's hand in a violent movement and began to run away. Slowly, the Uzumaki's eyes turned dark. Brush. I'm sorry, but I can't allow anyone who might hinder Kakabiel-sama to leave, Naruto said, wielding his sword, letting out a cold, icy voice. Zoom. Slash. Cough. The boy collapsed to the ground, under the watchful eyes of each of Kakabiel's servants and the red eyes of the same cadre, who was showing a cruel smile. See, Valper. He's my weapon. A demon hunter. Kakabiel roared at an older man with a dark, slightly amused smile, glasses over his eyes, and graying hair. He wore a bishop's robes and a mustache over his upper lip. My loyal servant. Naruto gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword, the blade pointed downward. He pointed the tip at the nape of the priest's neck. His eyes were obscured by strands of blonde hair. DRSH. The blade pierced the priest's neck, tearing through the boy's flesh and muscle, nearly severing his head with a single thrust. Naruto tightened his grip, lowering his face, shoving the sword deeper into the boy's body, cleaving through bone after destroying flesh and muscle. His hands remained firm, unwavering, on the hilt. He who kills by the sword, dies by the sword. Brother. He pulled the sword from the lifeless body, showing everyone the bleeding blade. Bloody with the traitor's blood. Whoever is willing to kill must be willing to die. If we sentence someone, we must be willing to accept our sentence. Naruto remembered those words. They were seared into his mind. Every day, every hour, every minute, his father had said them over and over again, so that he would remember them when he reigned. Even though he wasn't king, Naruto remembered them every day of his life. He had been a traitor. He was the traitor. His soul was darkened and stained by the thousands killed by his sword. The hour of judgment was all too close. He sensed it. His body warned him. Uzumaki Naruto was willing to accept the sentence that the gods would hand down. Another place. Sekhmet was the goddess of war. Over the millennia, many qualifying suffixes were slowly added to her name to demonstrate her great power. But she didn't really care. She just wanted Egypt to grow at its own pace, without the influence of anyone other than her beloved humans. Flap flap. The woman shook her head, tossing her night dark hair, her emerald eyes resting on a muscular figure who had entered a room, displaying powerful falcon wings and the head of a dark falcon. Slowly, the figure's face transformed into that of a grown man, his right eye covered by an eye patch and a cruel scar over his left. Sekhmet, the man spoke, retracting his wings into his back. Once complete, the Egyptian war goddess observed the leather armor on his body, while also feeling his aura. I hope you are willing to pay for his head. A slight smile passed across the goddess's lips. Have you found the hunter, dear Horus? He owes us the lives of 1,000,000 soldiers, and we cannot leave him without just punishment. Egypt suffered because of him 1,500 years ago, the woman declared, her eyes blazing with fire. It's him, or at least his descendant, Horus declared, his words showing enormous confidence. The falcon god glared at the goddess. His hair was shoulder-length gray, with one gray eye gleaming with experience. I will bring his head, if you accept the pact. Ra. The creator of the cycle of life and death Sekhmet licked her lips, enjoying, savoring the words she was about to say. If what you desire is the head of the sun god, then you will have to bring me the hunter's head and leave it at my feet. It is the exact payment. I risk my neck facing the almighty god of Egypt, the goddess herself pointed out, never showing any fear. When a god died, he was reborn in his child form at age 10, but without the position previously granted. That was why the gods were careful not to die at the hands of another. Powers were lost, and you returned to the beginning of the game. Are you sure you want his head? Horus didn't answer, staring with his single eye at Sekhmet's emeralds. The goddess felt like she was drowning for just a second, which was too long for her. Yes. I want Ra's head, just like you filthy human. I don't understand your fixation on that filthy man, but I will bring his head back, fresh with blood, and lay it at your feet if you agree to join me in Ra's destruction, the great god emphasized, displaying his power without even making a move. After all, he himself had reigned over Egypt before the pharaohs. He was Seth's enemy, and over time his power had grown. But Ra was the creator of the cycle, the representation of the universal soul among the gods. He was, therefore, the strongest pillar within the Egyptian pantheon. I want his power. Slowly, the axes began to fit together, and the machinery of war began to move. 11. The ego leads you to fall. He groaned softly, blinking several times with his eyes fixed solely on the ceiling above him, trying to regain the sleep that had been snatched away from him. Naruto groaned a second time, dragging himself out of bed and looking at the Hanafuda earrings placed on the nightstand, representing the shining sun. Fumbling, he picked up the one that should have been in his right ear, placing it in front of his eyes and dancing in the light wind that blew through the window. The wind that heralded the arrival of summer, even though it was still spring. The blonde hunter let the pendant swing, almost like a dream catcher, taking from Naruto's mind all the really bad things that were about to happen. Kakabiel was actually a major nuisance. Being a Grigori cadre and actually having 10 wings, no one in Kuoh could currently grab him and remove him from the board before chaos fell upon the natural world. Slowly, the followers of the fallen had taken almost all the fragments of Excalibur, except for Rules and 2 others, which made 4 pieces in the hand of Freed, the bloodthirsty wayward exorcist who should have killed, but who he let live to continue with Tomioka's plan, who believed that Freed himself was a key piece for the fallen bloodthirsty. And it really was. A few days after revealing himself to Kakabiel, Naruto discovered that Freed was the primary wielder of the Excalibur stolen from the Vatican, all thanks to the experiments on the Sacred Sword project taken by Valper Galilei. Thanks to the essence of dead children, Freed was able to wield the swords in his hand, as well as displaying remarkable sword skills. Naruto acknowledged that Freed was somewhat skilled with a sword. Lost in his rage, the priest seemed to move much better than the average hunter and demonstrated some unorthodox sword movements and tactics, always proving to use any move to victory. He wasn't overly honorable. But he was practical and useful when fighting demons. He remembered, for a second, the Gremory girls group. That blonde knight had been pressured by the priest. He was outmatched by several seconds, although the Gremory swordsman's improved physical ability had been the decisive factor in the duel. But at this very moment, with freed Selzen holding an Excalibur, he highly doubted the devils could handle Kakabiel's moves. He was a huge bastard, but he had plans that involved the entire supernatural world. Naruto looked away from the earrings, shifting his attention to the window, watching the moon shining brightly in his window, silvery, as if watching him. Slowly, the boy looked back at the Hanafuda earrings, picking up the other one that rested on the nightstand next to his bed. Naruto looked at the pair of earrings, slowly remembering how his mother had told him about his ancestor, the first Uzumaki, the son of the sun goddess. According to legend, Uzumaki, along with a swordsman who later became known as Tsujikuni Yor plus Kai, was the first user of the sun breathing, the first capable of eliminating the evils of the night. Both Uzumaki and Yor plus Kai faced the greatest evil that had ever appeared in the world, even greater than the previous Lucifer. This was Kibutsuji Muzan, although at that time he was called the first demon. Muzan had shown himself capable of creating legions of demons, these being fiercer than Lucifer's children, colder than devils and truly lovers of flesh. Only two things could stop them. The sun itself, thanks to the powers of the sun goddess, and the Nichiren swords, created with the power of the goddess in a protective manner towards humans, whom she cherished. Of the humans who fought with Muzan, Uzumaki and Yor plus Kai were the ones who remained. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their comrades, Yor plus Kai tried to take Muzan using the sun breath. But Uzumaki stopped him and decided to do something beyond human selfishness. He sacrificed his eternal rest for the greater good. Using a complicated Kenjutsu seal, Uzumaki imprisoned Muzan for 1,000 years and bound him to himself, so he would live until he was able to eliminate the demon for good, giving the world a rest from evil. Naruto, as a child, found the story fantastic, but he failed to understand it. If Uzumaki sealed his rest so he could kill the demon 1,000 years from now, where was he now? Had he fulfilled his mission? It was also said that Amaterasu, seeing the man's kindness, granted him custody of his well-being, making Uzumaki her guard, and so the Uzumaki were now Amaterasu's personal soldiers, as well as lords of a vast territory. Although there was always one detail that no one mentioned. Currently, and within the span of 1,000 years, the Uzumaki were relegated from the demon slayers and were forbidden to enter their ranks, as well as to carry a Nichiren sword. If anyone disobeyed what the first generation had said, they would be banished from the clan and the supernatural world, and if they ever returned, they would be eliminated. But that, after all, wasn't the case. Naruto placed both earrings back on the nightstand, standing up from the bed. He looked at the moon again and gave a slight smile. It seems Tsukiyomi is a little too cheerful today. Something good must have happened to her, Naruto said to himself, jumping out the window, welcoming the cool breeze and feeling his hair being swayed, as if invisible fingers were caressing his head. The boy sighed, watching the moon as he breathed. It's been so long since I've felt this calm. So, kid, how have you been? Naruto spun around, seeing a figure leaning against the wall next to his window, a straw hat on his head, his curly hair falling to his shoulders. The man raised the hat slightly, revealing a long, shadowed face. His right eye was covered by an eye patch, while his left eye was a deep blue. As Susanoo-sama the hunter gasped, dropping to one knee as soon as he recognized the man. Naruto gulped, hoping he hadn't offended the Shinto god of the sea, storms, and battle. He was one of the three most powerful, second only to Amaterasu herself, and even she was genuinely afraid when Susanoo wielded his power. Susanoo himself laughed lightly, sensing the emotions of the boy kneeling before him. He liked, like any god, to be shown a certain amount of respect. But sometimes he even found the slightest aversion to humans amusing. Considering Uzumaki Naruto a human, however, wasn't on his mind. Relax, Gaki, Susanoo urged, tilting his head back. The god wore a blue yukata with pine cones over his bare torso, leaving a glimpse of his burly body. Underneath, he wore dark wooden jeta sandals, traditional Japanese wooden sandals and a black hakama. Gosh, you should relax a little. You've been around for 17 years and you still haven't had a chance to get your hair done. You almost look like you're impaled on a stick. Susanoo-sama. A girl shrieked, going on to hit the god who groaned slightly. You mustn't say things like that, please. Susanoo sighed. He removed the straw hat from his head, revealing his night black shoulder-length curly hair, a lock sticking out from his forehead. Sometimes, I think you're always on your period, Nanami, Susanoo himself claimed, looking at his assistant. Nanami was a girl who appeared to be in her 20s, with dark blue hair down her back, wearing what appeared to be samurai armor, with a katana on her right side, indicating she was left-handed. Her eyes, also blue, looked like they belonged on a raging sea. Susanoo baka. roared the young woman, looking with a twitch in her eye at the god, who was standing with his face buried in the tiles, emitting light smoke from the back of his neck. Naruto kept a grimace on his face the entire time, not knowing whether to laugh in front of the two of them or remain silent. He had had meetings with Susanoo before alongside Nanami, his assistant, and the god always acted the same way. To anyone outside of Shinto, Susanoo was terrifying. Once you got to know him, those thoughts flew out of your mind. HMP Naruto cleared his throat, making Nanami blush in embarrassment, who began to scratch the back of her neck without knowing what to do about what the hunter had seen. Susanoo stood up, unharmed, and cleared his throat to speak. "I'm sorry for the image given by my assistant, Naruto-kun," apologized the god of the sea and storms, earning a glare from the girl, while Naruto laughed nervously. Slowly, the blue eye became somewhat bright. "How have you been?" Naruto fully understood the question. Because of his actions, he was stripped of his title and belongings, being banished and everything passing into the hands of his half-brother, who was unworthy of being on the throne. "Well, I've been off the radar of my clan council or the Yokai for 10 years, Naruto clarified, now sitting in the lotus position, cupping his chin in his hand. "Using the demon slaying core, I was able to hide my tracks from the Tengu the council sent after me. After a while, I also abandoned my friends to take refuge in Kuoh. Recently, I became a hunter again." "Oh, I know that. I saw you save that nun and deal with a few extra crows," Susanoo stated, giving an amused smile that fell into a nasty grimace. "But Kakabiel." The hunter cringed as he noticed the cloud seeming to gather and threaten a storm. For his part, the moon had shone a little too brightly, as if it were pushing its brother away from its domain and wanting to remain present and watch what was happening in the human world. Honestly, I never thought you were much of an actor, you little rascal. You'd have fooled me if I didn't know how to read emotions." The god cackled, looking at a confused, somewhat tense Naruto. Susanoo calmed down after a few minutes. "Help Kakabiel. No matter how old the old crow is, you've really screwed him over. Susanoo-sama. And he hasn't even noticed," Susanoo continued, ignoring the young woman's complaints on the roof. "Now then, what would you do with the information? Would you give it to the devils or to someone else? Information is power, as Athena would say." Susanoo set down 2 small saucers and took out a bottle, pouring some of its contents into both. "Information gives us an advantage over those who lack it. But, in any case, everything could turn against the one who possesses it." Susanoo offered one of the dishes to Naruto, who accepted it. "So, right now I have the advantage, right? About Kakabiel and the biblical faction, yes," the god himself nodded, gulping down the sake. "It's them who are affected by what's going to happen. But it's also the billions of people in the world, as well as the rest of the pantheons." Naruto looked down, seeing his reflection in the liquid that was sake, seeing his eyes blue like 2 sapphires. Now he had Kakabiel's plans for the biblical faction, and it was up to him to help them, or not. If he did, Kakabiel would fall, but he would attract the Cow's brigade after him for having betrayed them, something that didn't really matter to him too much. He wasn't loyal to them. If, on the other hand, he kept it to himself, it could lead to Kakabiel creating another holy war in the world, which would drag thousands of people into it, leaving the world strewn with innocent blood and attracting the attention of powerful entities. From experience, he knew that gods like Ares of the Greeks, Indra of the Hindus, and a few others would want to enter the conflict. This could lead to a war between pantheons, and some weren't at their best. Of the most powerful, Shinto could hold its own due to the thousands of entities it possessed, but there was no way to be sure of that. They lost strength with the loss of Nekishima due to the devil's movements. Naruto snorted at the memory. He could still see the lifeless bodies of many of his friends, drenching the ground with their blood. "Do you understand the weight of decisions now? Naruto, you've always been someone who was too straight-laced and inflexible with the decisions you made. You never saw what they did to you until it was too late." The god placed the saucer on the tray that had appeared, next to the sake bottle. He looked at the hunter with a shining eye. Naruto felt as if that eye had pierced his very soul. "Ego leads you to fall, little one. Since you discovered who you were, you discarded the idea of taking your role in the world, which is why you abandoned the demon slayers, along with your mistakes." Susanoo showed the Hanafuda earrings to the boy, moving them slightly. Naruto never saw when the god had taken them from his nightstand. "We must accept who we are, just as others accept us." "But. Naruto, kid. Do you really think your Akatsuki or Tomioka would reject you? They came for you, even though it cost the emo $1 million to get his ass up," Susanoo declared, giving a slight smile. He left the earrings in front of the blonde, who didn't take his sake. "Believe me, that grumpy old man would never abandon one of his students." The boy looked back at the sake in his hand, briefly shifting his gaze to the Hanafuda earrings at his feet, still unsure how the god had taken them from his table. He had too many regrets, mistakes he wanted to erase from his record, but didn't really know how. His past was stained with blood that could splatter anyone. Susanoo saw Naruto spoke, never raising his eyes from his sake saucer. The Kabiel has too much ego and pride. Ego leads to your downfall. Susanoo gave a smile as the hunter slid the saucer and finally took the sake while his hands took the earrings. 12. The cruelty of the devil. The Hanafuda card earrings moved lightly in the light night wind, swaying as they hung from each ear of the young man who stood on a rooftop, feeling the wind sway his golden hair along with the earrings. Sapphire blue eyes watched Kuoh from above. Naruto scanned the city. His hand held the Nichiren katana at his side, ready to draw and use on his targets. According to the reports Geek himself had given him, the demons had multiplied like never before, taking down several hunter squads with them. This hadn't happened since Kibutsuji Musen was free. But would he be the cause of everything again? He remained locked in a seal, and weakness must have struck his body from not having consumed humans. His powers, his strength, must have been lost over the years. Had he remained strong? He wondered, glancing toward Ria's Gremory's group. From what he'd heard, the girl was taking her new servant to learn how to deal with the wayward devils, those who cast aside their master. He sighed, watching the mist advance in front of him, disappearing into the star-filled night, with the moon slowly disappearing each day, and then reappearing. The hunter gripped his katana for 2 seconds, feeling the leather give way to his grip. After that, he turned his head, sensing a strong presence behind him. His dark wings revealed themselves, but his eyes revealed nothing as he examined Kabiel, who stared directly at him with his red eyes. Naruto tightened his grip on the sword. The dog that bites the hand that feeds it usually ends up being sacrificed, Kabiel declared, examining his subordinate's posture, finding a calmness he had never seen in Frieder Valper, who had caused the world's greatest atrocities with the Sacred Sword Project, showering the world with the bodies of children no older than 10. Naruto was a block of ice at that moment, looking at him with his blue eyes like 2 sapphires. Is that really you, Naruto? A dog to be sacrificed? Naruto shifted a leg, keeping his attention on the traitorous cadre. He took a deep breath, letting the wind enter between his teeth. The pressure in the area hit the fallen 10-winged man, causing him to open his eyes for a split second. You've never fed me, Kabiel, the Uzumaki declared, showing a bit of his sword blade without flinching. Their levels were clear, but Kabiel granted him that courage. The fallen man gave a short but cruel laugh, staring at the young human before him. He examined him closely, finding nothing but resolve in the glint in his gaze. Normally, any traitor to his cause would have betrayed fear in their eyes, or in the way they spoke to him. Uzumaki Naruto was cut from a different mold, one that shouldn't be overlooked. Kabiel showed a sword made of light magic and waved it a little. Slash. He wasn't surprised when Naruto drew his sword in the blink of an eye, slicing through the slash of light he sent at him without flinching for a second, using his arm firmly. I should have listened to Valper, the cadre declared. The fallen man's expression changed completely, shifting from the mocking smile to a serious expression. I should have killed you when I had the chance and not let you live so long. It was your mistake, not mine, Naruto stated, swinging his katana and pointing it at the fallen man. He flexed both legs toward the 10-winged angel, watching his movements. Naruto knew Kabiel's combat prowess perfectly well. Few angels and fallen angels could boast of having their hands stained with the blood of thousands of living beings. One of them was Kabiel, who would shout it to the heavens and anyone who would listen. He boasted completely about the deaths, the bloodbaths. That was what brought him down. His love of war. A mistake I will now correct. Water-breathing Naruto appeared above Kabiel, gripping his sword. First stance. Surface lash. Kabiel only raised a hand. Floosh. Naruto pressed forward, sending the slash toward Kabiel's abdomen, pouring energy and force into the blow, shattering the tiles on that roof. He looked into the fallen man's eyes, observing the amusement in his eyes, drowned in madness. Is that all, little one? Kabiel declared. Drops of both water and blood fell. But what Naruto expected hadn't happened. He expected to sever Naruto's entire arm in the process and instead caused a slight cut on his palm. Really, it is powerful. Quickly, he stepped away from Kabiel, dodging a slash from his light sword. The movement distorted the air around the blade of light, sending a shockwave toward Naruto. You haven't rusted, Kabiel. Both, Fallen and Hunter, observed another figure in that area, showing a completely calm look, showing completely calm eyes at the scene, perhaps even amused by the confrontation. Who is it? The subject smiled at Naruto's bewilderment, then turned to look at Kabiel with his red eyes. I don't need anyone to intervene, the cadre assured, preparing to fight the hunter. When Kabiel took a step, he was forced to deflect a lightning-wrapped Jokin blade, forcing the fallen man to raise his sword. Naruto seized that moment, moving alongside the stranger and launching a swing, slashing the fallen man's abdomen, taking him by surprise. Naruto stood up, waving his Haori with the 10th kanji on it and his Hanafuda earrings. Cough. Bacabia let some blood escape between his teeth, taking a step back, vanishing his sword. I expected nothing less, the intruder declared, moving his sword and sheathing it, looking at Bacabia. The lightning on the blade dissolved as the chocket was wrapped in the sheath, the pressure on the place disappearing at the same time. I didn't expect to see you. Nor will I show myself, the boy declared, turning his back on Naruto and looking directly at Bacabia. Anyway, if I didn't act, you would have died. I could have dealt with. Enough, Naruto. The stranger's voice stopped the blonde, who looked at the brunette. You've wallowed in misery for years after that. It was a trap. You shouldn't think about your family anymore, Uzumaki Naruto. They turned their backs on you despite saving everyone. Our friends perished on the battlefield. He lowered his head, loosening his grip on his katana slightly. He took a deep breath, feeling his chest pound and his heart being squeezed. He remembered that day as if it were yesterday. The grassy field that separated the city from the forest was stained, watered with the blood and bodies of thousands of innocent people, while he was still alive, lightly wounded, his hair red with blood and barely recognizable. Around him, he could see his companions, those who had been his friends for many years. He had no one left from that time. That's touching, but it won't help you win against me. However, this isn't the time for that. Some devils are overstepping their bounds with a stray, Bacabia declared, flashing a bleeding smile. Flush. The cadre showed off their wings, letting black feathers fall toward the roof. They had released more energy than expected and didn't want to ruin their plans. Wait. Naruto shouted, taking a step forward. Flap flap. I'll see you again, you traitorous dog. Bacabia roared, laughing cruelly as he disappeared into the sky. Naruto growled through gritted teeth, staring up at the sky, watching as the cadre's figure slowly faded away, enveloped only by the moonlight, completely silver. The hunter clenched his fists in complete helplessness. Naruto, he came to at his friend's voice. He turned on his heels and looked at him, finding the same face he had at least 10 years ago, but more mature, with a glimmer of sadness in his dark eyes. We'll meet again. I hope so. Abandoned warehouse. Aria's Gremory, rogue devils were like a virus. When one appeared, it would begin to infect the others and bring a bad image to the devil faction, who didn't destroy children in that atrocious way. They had found Visor feeding on a girl, slowly tearing her apart, and had dropped her head at the feet of his pawn, who ran and vomited behind a pillar. She wanted to do it too. She even noticed Kaneko wanting to do it. But they couldn't lose sight of their enemy and launched themselves at her, while she explained to Issei the functionality of the devil, something complex at first, but that the boy seemed to grasp better than when he went after Asia. The girl had stayed behind, hiding and watching. She seemed to handle the smell of blood and guts better than Issei, something that Rias was proud of. After what seemed like hours, but was only minutes, Visor was on her knees, begging for mercy. Parts of her skin were burned by Akeno's thunderbolts. Others were shattered by Kaneko's blows and some by Kiba's cuts. But finally, the stray devil was defeated, pleading for death. Rias glared at Visor, frowning. Was someone like that supposed to die soon? Devils were cruel, selfish by birth, and that led them to fulfill their wishes no matter what they were. But destroying a little girl was not within the devil's purview. After all, laws were meant to be broken. There were always some special cases, like Issei for her, wielder of the boosted gear, the legendary Sekiryu who could throw the world into immense chaos if he so desired and reach the immense power of the Longinus. Slowly, Ria's Gremory arrived in front of that stray devil, looking at him with disdain. She raised her right arm and began to concentrate the energy of destruction in her hand, while her eyes began to shine and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Disappear, the Redeed whispered, sending the sphere flying. The movement hit Visor, who began to slowly disintegrate before the eyes of the entire entourage. Clap clap clap. At the applause, the devils turned around, widening their eyes as they saw Uzumaki Naruto, in his Gakurin and Heiori, standing in the doorway. They found the Hanafuda card earrings to be something new about the young man. But they couldn't look directly at him. His blue eyes displayed a hardness they had never seen before. The devil's cruelty is truly repulsive, Naruto hissed, halting his ironic mocking applause. He kept his eyes on Ria's, finding exactly what he expected. Morbid curiosity about death. What? Naruto-san. As she killed a child. Issei declared, swallowing his nerves completely, looking at the blonde with a firmness that did not characterize the pervert. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. How could they understand? They were devils, brothers of the demons. Clearly they were idiots. Issei took dying and being resurrected too well, denigrating his past as a human and accepting to be a tool for the devils, wielding the boosted gear's Longinus. It disgusted him. But he knew what it was to appreciate life, to love death. They were two sides of the same coin, intertwined, and you couldn't accept something without giving something in return. You shouldn't gloat over anyone's death, no matter how monstrous, or mock the lives of others, no matter how ridiculous. As a member of the Sun Guard, he had accepted everything better than anyone. Death and life had to be respected, not mocked. And the devils did so constantly. "Shut your mouth, you mangy dog," the hunter hissed, glancing for a split second at Issei, who flinched at the look and took a couple of steps back. "Who do you think you are, human?" Naruto shifted his eyes from the pervert to the gremmery, watching as the girl approached with her arms tucked under her chest, sending him forward. He gritted his teeth. Was she really going to seduce him? He flexed the fingers of his right hand, considering whether to draw it. We shouldn't have to explain ourselves to a human who shouldn't know about the supernatural. Live your peaceful life and let us act against those who harm you. Rias bent down, taking Naruto's face by the chin, giving it a slight shine, perhaps forgetting the talk they had had with the blonde and his superior. Place. Don't touch me, you dirty bitch, Naruto glared at Rias, who flinched at the movement. I remind you that you're in Kuoh as a guest. Naruto looked directly at Rias, meeting her slightly green eyes. A greenish-blue gaze returned his defiant gaze, filled with the typical arrogance of devils. He hated devils. He despised them almost as much as his half-brother. Both they and Menma were filled with selfishness, pride, cruelty, and a belief that they could do whatever they wanted. And that filled him with fury. This was a mission given by the Duke. Kendo decided to intervene, noticing the tense atmosphere. And as a direct mission, we couldn't leave Visor alive, Naruto-san. The hunter did not relax his stance, nor take his eyes off the gremmery, who was slightly taller than him and seemed to look down on him, as if he were inferior. Missions can be executed without pride or pleasure in death, Himejima, the blonde sentenced, stretching out completely. He turned on his heels, remembering how Geek had forgiven his actions before Citri and Gremmery. Now he would take reprisals from his superiors for the words he was about to say. The nature of the devil is cruel and selfish. You are full of pride and you need someone to show you that not everyone will give you what you want. Slowly, Naruto turned again, looking at the entire Gremmery entourage, who opened their eyes in surprise, feeling an immense aura escaping from the Cheeto in front of them, enveloping them like the rays of the sun. Naruto slid his hand, taking the handle of his sword. The crackling of the flames caught the devil's interest. And I will show no mercy the next time you take a human, Rias Gremmery, and I will have your head roll at your brother's feet. You devils are of no use to humans. 13. The Meeting of the Pillars. Tomioka-gi kept his eyes fixed on the immense Japanese-style house before him, filled with presences with an overflowing power, superior to what any other ordinary demon slayer could think of becoming. All of them had received the name of Pillar, representing the breath they had learned from their masters, and with which they had finished off the supernatural beings that had disturbed the peace of the Shinto kingdom. They were warriors in the direct service of one of the minor gods who served Amaterasu, the powerful goddess of the sun, the one who had ascended and whom everyone should respect, even the gods themselves, although there were those who did not wish to remain in control under a female goddess. Many pantheons had the representation of powerful gods and goddesses, but with the male being superior to the goddess herself, as was the case with Zeus, Odin, Jupiter, among others, something that marked a difference with Shinto, where the goddess with all the greatest power was Amaterasu, the representation of the sun in the world, the one who had given the first generation of hunters the legendary breath of the sun, as well as the Nichiren, to capture and subdue Muzan. Although he was finally sealed and not eliminated. Many gods had been against Amaterasu giving power to humans, a way to defend themselves against supernatural beings. But if Elohim could create the sacred gears, what was stopping Amaterasu from giving a little power to humans? Geek always saw the hypocrisy while keeping his head down, attracting the attention of the older gods of Shinto over the throne of Amaterasu, their mistress. Luckily, apart from the Sun Guard itself and the demon hunters, Amaterasu had the so-called gods of war, within which, to the displeasure of the gods, a warrior woman had risen above the rest with the name of Bishaman, who was also known as Vaisravana, the first being her goddess name, and the other used in a much more colloquial way, by her companions and friends, who were scarce due to her character. Beat never met her while she was a pillar. But according to Urakadaki, she was a beautiful blonde woman with bright purple eyes that seemed to trap anyone, like two enormous wells sucking out their soul. Her aura was immense, far surpassing that of the pillars, and she could subdue anyone with just a lift of a finger. I hope I don't run into her. The water pillar stopped in front of a sliding door and pulled it open, revealing a huge tatami room with various cushions, a total of 10, for each of the pillars inside the hunters. There wasn't really a defined place for each person, so each pillar could sit wherever he liked, next to those closest to him and those he knew best. But he was still antisocial most of the time, if you asked some of his classmates, and they'd called him emo. Tomioka. At the female voice, Geek turned to find himself staring at the pale, purple-eyed face of a young woman who was staring at him with no obvious emotion. Her hair was as black as night, tipped with purple. Her gray eyes had a shape similar to those of an insect. Shinobu, the water pillar returned the greeting, with the same calm and tranquility as Shinobu herself. Hachim Shinobu was the insect pillar, the only one with a unique style of kenjutsu within the pillars. She was like an insect, moving swiftly and stinging like a bee, releasing poison taken from wisteria flowers into the demons, with which she would execute every demon that entered her area. "It's good to see you've taken the letter," said another voice, this one masculine and slightly aggressive. A young man with fair skin, grey eyes, and warm grey hair had entered the room. He had a scar on the right side of his face and several more on his torso, which were left uncovered because he wore his Gakurin jacket open. Tsunemi-gi made no attempt to cordially greet that boy, who gave a slight mocking smile. Shinazagawa Tsunemi was the current wind pillar, displaying an aggressive kenjutsu style against whoever faced him, willing to completely eliminate any demon that came within range of his blade. For Geek, he was perhaps the most willing to fight anyone, even if it was one of the 12 moons who served Muzan and had been waiting for their lord's return. "Oh, Tomioka. You finally deigned to appear. What took you so long?" Tsunemi asked, sitting down on one of the cushions, while Geek and Shinobu stood, both pillars staring at the wind pillar. Kuoh is a small, unimportant town. Was there anything interesting there? Geek didn't reply to Tsunemi's words and closed his eyes, wrapping his arms around his torso and waiting for the other pillars to arrive. Tsunemi didn't say anything else and sat completely still, staring into space, waiting for the other pillars to enter the hall for the annual meeting. Rash. Geek turned his head, watching as the other 6 entered the room, all of them wearing the characteristic Gakurin of the hunters, showing some Haori over the top of the same uniform. Tomioka. A green-eyed girl greeted the water pillar, showing off her pink and green curls and voluminous body. A faint blush was present on her cheeks. "It's good to finally see you." "Bitsuri, calm down," a boy with one yellow eye and the other turquoise declared, taking the pillar of love and forcing her to sit down, without saying anything. These were Kanroji Mitsuri, pillar of love, and Iguro Abanai, pillar of the serpent. The two had gotten along well at first and formed a brotherly bond. "Oh, I see that friendship is so beautiful," a towering man declared, completely blind. This was Himeji Majayame, the pillar of rock, one of the strongest men both physically and spiritually within mankind itself. "As long as something extravagant happens," expressed another man, this one with white hair and red eyes, being Yuzui Tenjin, the pillar of sound, a shinobi within the ranks of the demon hunters, and being an expert in shinobi weapons, poisons and superior speed. "Oh. Let's get this started," declared a young man with blonde hair, tipped with red. This man was Ringoku Kimjurm Flame Pillar and an overly enthusiastic man. The young man with black hair sat on a cushion, wearing the hunter's uniform and showing turquoise streaks at the ends of his dark hair. "When did I get here? I doubt I'll remember this," he declared. This hunter was Takat Muchurm, the pillar of mist, an absent-minded and forgetful boy, but very persistent when it came to battle. Then, the 9 pillars took their seats, each sitting on their knees, their backs straight and facing forward. Presiding over the meeting was none other than Ringoku Kimjurm, known as the strongest pillar at the time. "This meeting has been called to discuss a matter that concerns all of us pillars." Any smile on the flame pillar had disappeared, replaced by a stony, serious expression as the pillar looked at its companions. "He has returned." "You mean the immortal?" "According to the data my spies gathered, the boy disappeared from the supernatural world entirely," Tenjin declared, waving his hand slightly. "Dead? Is it possible to kill someone linked to Kibutsuji Muzan's life? He is supposed to have completely sealed him away, using his soul to bind himself to the demons. If he were to die completely, or his reincarnations, the demon would have escaped from his cage long ago," Jimei declared, showing his eyes filled with tears, as if he were remembering something too sad. "If Muzan had been free, the demons would have appeared like mushrooms after the rain," Abanai declared, looking down at his own feet, his faithful snake slithering down the side of his neck. "Kuoh seems to be the epicenter of all things supernatural these days, doesn't it, Tomioka?" Tsunemi asked, giving a faint smile at the water pillar's gaze. "I see you've shifted your interest to the small town. I don't understand your interest in a tiny town." He didn't answer, remaining completely silent, causing tension to fall on the other pillars in the room. Tsunemi growled softly and glared at the water pillar, sending it a dark glare aimed only at those he hates. "That's not the point of this meeting," Tsunemi Kimjurm rebuked his fellow pillar, focusing his eyes on each of his brothers. The flame pillar sighed. "The fallen have mobilized immense contingents toward Kuoh for some unknown reason. Does Azazel carry some war plan?" The Kabyl, Geek declared, earning the gaze of all his companions, completely interested by the name that the water pillar had let slip from his lips. "He is the cause of the mass movements of the fallen on Kuoh." As the information swirled around the heads of the other pillars, the tension seemed to double even further. The entire supernatural world knew of Kakabyl's power and bloodlust, the bloodthirsty cadre who loved war. If he was moving an army, things could get even worse than they expected. Dealing with Azazel might be too simple. The fallen angel loved hex and alcohol. A couple of parties and peace would fall upon the women who accompanied him. But Kakabiel was a different story, and they knew it. So everything is much more serious than expected, Jimei said, with thick tears streaming down her face. Rengoku looked at his hands, thinking. The flame pillar was ready to deal with Azazel if things got out of hand and Shinto became embroiled in another war. He had plans for every possible scenario, and they were all shot down by that simple name. We should get rid of him, Sanemi growled, as the rest of his companions watched. Geek remained silent, his gaze never shifting from the wind pillar. It would be best for the supernatural world and for humans. Are you planning on dealing with a cadre, Sanemi? Tenjin spat, showing some irritation. That would be idiotic. What do you expect us to do, Tenjin? Sanemi shouted, out of his mind, his eyes bloodshot. The boy was clenching his fists, digging his nails into his palms. Do you want another war? Wasn't it enough when we had to fight the Hindus and the Egyptians? I don't want to see any more deaths. No one wants that, Sanemi Shinobu stated, attempting to calm the gathering. But you have a point, Tenjin. Kakabiel is even worse than Indra. Indra will never hide his actions, while Kakabiel will try to veil his movements and treat everything as if he were walking on thin ice that could shatter in a second. We had too many casualties in the previous war, including the Lightning Pillar, who gave his life to take the Egyptian contingents to the Shinto capital. Even our youngest comrade at the time sacrificed more than any of the others. Are you talking about Uzumaki? Rengoku asked, looking at the girl out of the corner of his eye, trying to focus ahead. The 10th Uzumaki King, Shinobu corrected, giving a small smile to the pillar. Naruto gave his legacy, his blood, for the sake of Shinto alongside us. He was betrayed by his family and came to us for peace, finding war and blood. The deaths must weigh on his mind, far more than they do on ours. Susanoo blessed him for war. Amaterasu gave him fire. Tsukiyomi gave him the composure for bloodshed. No one has been so blessed as Uzumaki Naruto. No one said anything. Not even Sanemi dared speak ill of Naruto. The Wind Pillar had seen his former teammate fight, finding in the blonde a formidable warrior, the kind that wouldn't appear for another 100 years. And in a way, he respected him. He was the only one who gave him a bit of a fight in his training and who accepted his way of being in training. He could even consider him a friend. If things go wrong, will Naruto join us again? Abanai asked, evoking the doubt that was on the mind of every pillar in the room. There had been doubts about his loyalty after his disappearance at the end of the war. The survivors had branded the boy a traitor and a coward, while the pillars knew he couldn't see much more blood running down the blade of his sword. He gave me the information about Kakabiel, Geek said, keeping his eyes closed with his arms across his chest. It wasn't strange to anyone in the room that the water pillar maintained some contact with the Uzumaki. Both were trained by Urakadaki, the former water pillar, creating a brotherly relationship thanks to the Uzumaki's own enthusiasm, overshadowing the shadow that fell on Geek. He's in Kuoh, attending the academy as a normal student, surrounded by 2 devil retinues. Gremory and Citri. That's unfortunate, Rengoku pointed out, frowning. While the demons made their intentions clear, the devils were always too subtle when it came to achieving their goals. They would deceive, betray, kill, torture. Even if the current Lucifer was from the good side of the faction, selfishness and pure interest, as well as the feeling of supremacy, was truly ingrained in his genetics. Everything Surzich's Lucifer had achieved had been for his own interest and selfishness, without listening to the other side of his brothers, who wished to remain as they were. And now the humans were being used as pawns for political movements. Tomioka. I hope Naruto is well. I wouldn't wish for his death at the hands of Gremory or Citri. Or worse, his reincarnation. It's not something I really look forward to, Geek expressed, standing up from his makeshift seat, as did the others. The meeting was over. If Naruto is ever reincarnated, well, I'd feel sorry for his king and lord. Before he could be controlled, Naruto would be branded a stray devil, serving any devil from the underworld or the 72 pillars of the devil, the noble and purebloods of hell itself. If that ever happened, even if it was one of the MAM4, he would end up dead, with a trail of blood and bodies in his wake. The session is adjourned until the next full moon. Rengoku dismissed his fellow pillars, being the first to leave the room, followed by the others. As Geek walked towards the door, a soft hand stopped him and forced him to turn around, meeting Kanroji Mitsuri's green eyes shining with some concern. Is he okay? He felt the girl's concern as the question finally left her lips. Yes, Mitsuri. Naruto is fine. Kanroji Mitsuri sighed and gave a slight smile, showing a few small tears that ended up slipping from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks and dripping to the ground from her chin. I'm glad, he whispered, stuttering. He didn't say anything else. He watched the love pillar leave, leaving him completely alone in the room. He picked up a small pendant and held it up, looking at the green stone hanging from it. Naruto. Was it really right for you to leave? 14. The Phoenix. Breathe in. Breathe out. Keep your mind blank, your breathing relaxed, your muscles uncontracted. Relax your body completely until you can achieve absolute calm. While warriors held the belief that strength lay in the weapon and the body, demon hunters had been a completely different path. It was true that the body had to be strong, capable of performing movements uncommon for a normal human, and be in a physical shape that allowed them to fight. But they didn't leave everything to the body. The mind. The breathing. Brute strength was for ordinary warriors, and breathing and the mind were for demon hunters. Poor breathing, a change in breathing while performing a movement, and the lung could be compromised, and the body could collapse from the failure caused, which would degenerate into severe internal injuries for average hunters and minor ones for experienced ones, or none at all in the case of the pillars, experts in changing a posture in the middle of breathing. Each breath had a distinct training method. Some were more difficult, such as rock breathing, which required a heavier, denser style compared to water breathing, which had to flow like a light river, able to mold itself to enemies in any difficulty. There were subtle differences, and others that were quite contrary. Water and rock were just that, very contrary, with one being fluid, with a constant breath that could be molded to suit the need, and the other having a sharp, strong, somewhat harsh breath. Keeping in mind the differences and abilities of the hunters, each student was trained by an instructor in a breath that suited them, one that they could feel at ease with, and at one with, as if they had never existed apart. This was what the pillars, or experienced hunters, suggested to the novices, so that everything would be conducive to easy growth, and that the hunter could reach their full potential and become someone exceptional. While most followed the experts' guidelines, not all followed the path they had been instructed to follow or the one they were born to follow, having lungs more suited to a specific breathing style. Some, though not many, fearlessly changed styles, not fully understanding the style they were destined for and wanting to try something special, something different, something that would challenge them. These hunters were few in number. Their lives were at stake, and many would hesitate to put their integrity at risk when they could stay alive for a few years by following the given guidelines. They wouldn't risk everything just to try a different kind of breathing they weren't used to or didn't understand. And although those hunters survived longer, they did not stand out as much. The members of the Demon Extermination Corps who had followed a different path, opting for a breathing that their bodies were not prepared for, had left their mark on the world, proving that a human could break through limitations if they allowed themselves to. When lungs were tested with breathing they were not suited for, they were forced to their maximum capacity, changing slowly to adapt to the new breathing and not collapse in the middle of a fight, drowning the person in blood. The training required more time from the user. Greater effort. More sweat and blood from the hunter. But the results were absolutely exceptional. Those who successfully overcame them left their mark within the Demon Extermination Corps, colloquially called demon hunters, a simple name used by simple people. Although demons would never forget the names of those who hunted them. Especially when they were hunters with overwhelming power, capable of breaking through human limits to take a demon's life. Tsujikuni or plus Kai. The first demon slayer capable of dealing with Kibutsuji Musen, the demon, the powerful creator of every terrifying being that threatened the human race. It was unknown why Yor plus Kai was unable to end the demon's life and was sealed for 1,000 years by Uzumaki. No records remained from that time. There was no one who could find the reason why Musen was still alive. After all, no one could live 1,000 years, right? There was no such thing as reincarnation, unless you were a god or someone with similar power. The gods didn't die, but rather returned to life, losing their memories and all their acquired power. Therefore, the gods themselves took confrontations very carefully, knowing that the stakes were high. If one god died, another would be more powerful. But no god would want to lose everything. Blue orbs like two sapphires revealed themselves to the world when the boy's eyelids opened. They glided across the area, observing the green grass, obscured by the darkness of dawn, and focused on the small lake in front of him. The boy was in the lotus position, his hands clasped in his lap, his torso completely naked, water falling down his face and flattening his golden hair. He was standing under a small waterfall, meditating, training his breathing while he cleared his mind and drove the nightmares to the depths of his mind, to complete darkness, locked away in a box sunk deep within his being. Click. And a few card earrings made a small clattering sound, moving lightly through the water and fresh air, revealing themselves to the hunter's eyes. The boy closed his eyes again, letting his ears fill with the clattering of his earrings, slowly swaying, revealing their pattern. Phew. He took in all the air his lungs could hold, contracting his chest muscles, straightening his back completely, leaving it as straight as a broom handle. Phew. He exhaled slowly, lowering his shoulders, relaxing every muscle in his body, without opening his eyes or moving a fiber of his body, maintaining the lotus position with no alterations perceptible to the human eye. There had been a small movement from the boy, not too significant, but no one could have noticed it unless they had trained eyesight. He opened his eyes again, showing their calm blue. He had done it all, taking in the icy water of the waterfall, hitting his athletic body full on, covering the scars from years of fighting, which he didn't want anyone to see. For a second, he closed his eyes again, enjoying the cool breeze. He broke the lotus position and stood up, slowly, without opening his eyes. The water parted, making way for the boy's body, which didn't falter even a step under the weight and force of the water. Fearlessly, she leaped into the small lake. She emerged fully, struck to the shore, revealing her sapphire eyes once again, shifting her torso, and swimming toward a piece of clothing and a sheathed katana. That was a demon slayer's weapon, the legendary Nichiren sword, capable of killing supernatural beings. Slowly, after drying himself using a light wind spell, he put on the clothes that lay at the foot of an old oak tree, with slightly albino bark. The clothes consisted of a dark jacket, an orange t-shirt, and dark pants, the uniform of Kuoh Academy, where he attended as a student and security guard. The hunter never mingled with humans, unless a supernatural being was in the area. And they would hunt him. He adjusted the collar of his jacket, lifting it, fearlessly smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothes. Everything fit perfectly. He ruffled his hair, removing some excess water, and bent down, picking up the katana with his left hand, fearlessly. The Hanafuda earrings remained in place, having not moved much. Anyone who saw the boy would think he was going to school now, to some Kendo group activity. But today was Saturday, and he wasn't participating in holiday activities. He made this clear to the student council, his Kachim and his Fukakachim, with that calm, serious voice that characterized him when dealing with demons. He readjusted the sleeves of his jacket, buttoned the bottom, and walked down the only road that led back to Kuoh town, a path of annoying little pebbles that ended up stuck in the soles of passers-by's shoes. He didn't seem to mind. During the time it took him to get back to the city, and specifically to his destination, the boy wasn't distracted. He greeted some students upon arriving at the city, already close to 10 in the morning, but he didn't engage in much conversation with them, relaxing his mind and thinking only about his role today. He entered the school grounds and turned around at the baseball field, walking up to a dilapidated, run-down building, showing some holes in the roof, and really looking like a shack that would blow down at any moment, with just a breath from a big bad wolf. Croc. He opened the door, entering the building, noticing the eerie atmosphere. He focused as he stood in the hallway, sensing a group of people in one of the rooms, next to a figure that towered over them all. A normal person would have felt overwhelmed, even feeling like the air would never return to their lungs. Not him. Calmly, he walked toward that room and, standing in front of the sliding door without fear, pulled it open with his right hand. Crush. Those in the room turned their attention to the boy. A girl sitting in a large armchair next to a woman dressed as a maid opened her eyes in surprise. Surprise, which the teenager tried to hide with a neutral face. "Naruto," the blood-haired girl whispered, clasping her hands under her chin. Uzumaki Naruto said nothing. He remained calm, feeling all eyes on him, showing confusion at his presence, not understanding what a human was doing at a meeting of devils. Crush. Behind him, with just one hand, the boy closed both doors, walking toward where Ria's Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, was standing without hesitation. The maid gave him a neutral look, examining him completely, trying to figure out his possible actions. But all the woman found was an extreme calm, as if he were water from a tranquil stream. Ria's Naruto parted his lips, stopping a few steps away from the girl, with all the members of the Gremory entourage behind him, looking directly at him. There weren't any sharp glances, but there were some suspicious ones. After all, he was a demon slayer, a human who knew the supernatural, and someone who would eliminate supernatural beings if they caused trouble for humans. Neither the hunter nor the demoness said anything, keeping their mouths closed, their eyes connected, blue against blue, sapphire against sparkling blue. They didn't speak, they just stared at each other for seconds, endless seconds in which you could hear a pin hit the ground. Cricks. The crackling noise drew everyone's attention, except Naruto and Ria's, to a magic circle engulfed in flames. Slowly, from the pillar of fire, the figure of a young man, well-dressed and baring his chest, came into view, with a smug smile, dark blonde hair, and dark green eyes, giving off a smug look, slightly disgusted by being in the human world. Quickly, the eyes of the 6'6" young man swept across the room, landing on Ria's Gremory. His smug smile changed to that of a man filled with lust, running his tongue over his lower lip. "Ria's, my dear," the young man crooned, walking up to the girl's desk, appearing good-natured, boastful, and leaving his aura so that the expert members of the demoness's entourage would notice him. None of them, except Haim Misei, took a step towards the young man, and the brunette was held back by Kaneko. "I hope I'm not bothering you, my dear." "Razor," Ria's hissed, shifting her sparkling eyes toward the dark-haired devil, away from the hunter. "You really are intruding on me with your presence." The haha, sharp-tongued, direct, Razes took one of the girl's crimson locks, running it over his nose, sniffing the scent of the girl's shampoo. "But hey, engaged couples can't keep fighting, right?" The wedding will be here soon, dear. But what? A scream came from Issei. Razor made a snap of annoyance, dropping Ria's red locks to move, focusing his eyes on the Gremory pawn, giving a mocking, scornful smile. Who are you, insolent reincarnated devil? I'm Issei, pawn of Butchum. They introduced themselves, proudly looking at Razor with their eyes. The young man smiled even wider, turning to his fiancée. I see, your servant is too impulsive, Rias. When we get married, I'll simply get rid of him, the presumptuous devil declared, taking hold of the girl's red locks again, sniffing them. Brash. Gremory stood up from his seat, pushing back the armchair, brushing Razor's locks away, placing his arms under his chest, pushing him forward, giving the presumptuous devil a cold stare. I'm not getting married, Razor. I'd never do it with you, she declared firmly, opposing her parents' wishes to maintain her status within the underworld. Razor just laughed, softly, but making it clear that he found it funny. Do you have the power to overrule the orders of the Elder Council, the wishes of your parents, the 72 Devil Pillars? He asked, giving her a cruel look, his teeth showing in his cold smile. No, my dear. You must comply if you want your neck to remain connected to your beautiful head. You are intelligent, Rias, you will not bring disgrace to your family, your brother, your nephew. The maid's eyes twitched slightly. So, why refuse? The Phoenix and the Gremory will end up united unless you want disgrace in your family with the blood of all the innocent in this place on your hands. That is something you, a bloodless demoness, will not want in. Brash. Cold. The Nichiren blade stopped Razor Phoenix from speaking. The devil shifted his eyes, observing the boy's outstretched arm and the firm grip of his hand on the katana. Uzumaki Naruto showed nothing in his eyes. What are you doing, servant? Take your sword away from my throat or you'll be in trouble, Razor declared, looking seriously at Naruto. But the hunter didn't move the Nichiren an inch, instead pressing the tip against the man's neck. Rias. Tell your servant to put the sword away or disgrace will befall your family. He's not my servant. Rias slowly sat back down on her armchair, not paying much attention to Razor or the blade that was brushing against her neck. Boy, will it be. Silence, Naruto's cold voice made Razor close his mouth, now feeling the sword digging deeper into his neck. You've threatened all the innocent people in the school. And? They are humans, not supernatural beings. Razor showed his teeth, smirking. Exactly. Because they are nothing, they can be used to torment my rebellious fiancé, he declared, moving his attention to Rias without erasing his smile. Serious mistake. Swing. The slash crossed Razor's neck and he was forced to move his hand, catching the blade and applying pressure. But the hunter's sheer force sent him backward, crashing into a bookshelf. Naruto took a step. Jazz. An icy wall blocked the confrontation. The maid heightened her presence, causing Razor to retreat, adjusting her robes. But Naruto didn't take his eyes off the devil. Eyes that showed the cold of death. 15. I am a human. The sound of a fly's wings could be heard in the clubroom. The tension could be cut with a simple knife, like butter. No one said anything. No one moved a single muscle from their position, watching the scene before them, an immense wall of ice separating two boys, preventing them from fighting. On one side was the second son of the Phoenix, Razor, who had been attacked by the other boy when he pointed out that he would kill everyone there so Rias would know what it was like to reject him, plunging his family into misery thanks to the Council of Elders of the 72 Devil Pillars, the chamber with the oldest and most powerful devils in the underworld, those who had created the laws, those who had placed the 4 devil kings in their positions after the Civil War. People with whom no one, not even a noble, would wish to have a direct conflict, knowing what the elders were capable of, how they treated them, how they would reduce to nothing those who rebelled against them. Rias would be pressured into getting married. On the other side of the icy wall created by the silver-haired maid, holding the katana in his hand, the tip brushing the ground, stood Uzumaki Naruto, eyes fixed on the wall that prevented him from facing Razor and finishing what he had started. The hunter had been enraged when the devil himself had launched the threat, not against Rias or her family, but when it encompassed everyone there, those who were human, those who had no protection from the supernatural, or those who were mere playthings under the hand of someone like Razor. When humans were brought into the conversation, he couldn't stand it. He didn't let his feelings show, but his eyes made it clear that he didn't like the defenseless humans being threatened by a filthy little piece of trash. Yes, trash. Naruto considered Razor Phoenix as simple trash that could be disposed of without any real consequences. He wasn't a devil subject to the laws of the underworld or a supernatural being from some faction of the biblical faction within that fragile piece. For him, eliminating a being like Razor was just something normal, something they would do without a second thought and without really worrying about the consequences. Frush. Flames appeared on the side of Razor's face as the devil glared at the hunter. He was furious, eager to kill the boy on the other side of that wall, bathe in his blood, tear him apart, but he didn't want to cause trouble with the maid, the most powerful queen of the underworld, Lucifer's life partner. He extinguished the flames, releasing some of his frustration, and adjusted his jacket slightly, wiping away the dust that had fallen on his clothes when the boy had pushed him. Slowly, the ice created by the woman in maid attire evaporated, leaving the two blondes facing each other so they could see each other, stare directly into each other's faces. Razor pressed his lips together, being the proud devil he was, and turned his attention to Rias, his fiancée, with a smile. "My dear. I'm sorry you had to see me in this situation," the young man said with feigned regret, walking past the hunter. Naruto would have swung his sword to execute Razor if he could have. Heavy ice held the Nichiren blade pinned to the floor of the club, leaving him unable to move the sword even an inch, unless he exerted force. He shifted his eyes, looking directly at the maid. He could feel her power, the immense magical aura she concealed. If the woman unleashed all that power, it would truly be overwhelming, and he didn't know if he could handle it. He didn't want to take any risks, but he also didn't want to leave that devil alive. He kept his hand on the handle of his sword, feeling the cold creep up the blade, past the katana's tsuba, brushing against his fingers, making him feel the chill of ice. Naruto inhaled, adjusting his breathing, relaxing his body. The extreme cold wasn't the greatest challenge a hunter had ever faced. He wasn't afraid that the woman would freeze him. He didn't even feel murderous intent on him. That woman was dangerous, but she wouldn't kill him for something like that. Crash. Using the force, he broke free from the ice, stopping Razor in his tracks a few feet away from Rias. Naruto shed the icy chunks with a couple of sweeps of his arm, letting them fall to the ground. Clink. He sheathed the Nichiren with emotion, turning his back on the devil, just as the devil was turning his back on him. Neither of the blondes turned to look at the other. Razor was taller, with a broader shoulder. Naruto was stuck at a short stature, with an athletic build. "Please don't cause any trouble," the maid pleaded, clasping both hands over her apron, giving the two a cold, unblinking stare. Normally, people flinched under her gaze. Clearly, there were exceptions, but not young people. Naruto stared back, connecting his two blue eyes with the woman's, showing her that he wasn't someone to be intimidated or taken lightly. No one knew him well enough to intimidate him. He wasn't afraid of death. For someone like him, who served the gods themselves, dying on the battlefield was the best way to die. He cracked his neck as his hand was placed behind it and he made a slight movement, causing everyone in the room, including Razor, to hear the neck crack. "I regret my insensitive and rude behavior, Grafia-sama. You will not leave my side again." Bowing, Razor tried to mitigate the woman's anger. Grafia Lucifuge was the current wife and queen of Lucifer, the ruling supreme-class devil of the underworld, crowned the most powerful queen within the underworld, one of the women capable of making an army tremble with just a glance. Every devil who interacted with the woman soon discovered that dealing with the kick-haired queen of annihilation was like walking on thin, fragile ice. One misstep and it was all over for anyone who stood before the woman. She didn't tolerate messiness, disrespect, or neglect of work, as her husband knew full well. She was tough, cold, and didn't beat around the bush. Even the elderly avoided any confrontation. "It's not too serious a problem, Razor-sama," the woman assured, making it clear by her icy tone that she would not tolerate such disrespect in that room again. "But this meeting hasn't been called for a street fight." Grafia glanced at the Uzumaki out of the corner of her eye, focusing immediately on Razor, but to agree on a date for the wedding. Lucifer-sama wishes the matter to be settled as soon as possible and not to delay it much longer. When the words finished and silence fell over the room, more than one person shuddered and considered grabbing a coat. Even Razor felt a chill run down his spine and reach the tips of his hair. Grafia-sama, knowing that she wasn't talking to her sister-in-law, but to the queen of Lucifer, Rias was careful with the tone and words she was going to direct towards the woman. She cleared her throat with a cough, uncomfortable under the eyes of her older sister figure. "As I said before the incident, I am not going to nor do I have plans to marry Razor Phoenix anytime soon. I regret it. I don't want to be tied to a man I don't love and only see me as a simple trophy for him." Rias frowned, pouting slightly cutely, knitting her eyebrows together and wrinkling her forehead. Clearly, she didn't love Razor, his disgusting pride, or his overwhelming power. She hated Razor and his disgusting pride, as he seemed to be a pureblood supremacist. "That is exactly what Lucifer-sama foresaw," knowing her, Grafia declared, nodding. She turned her attention to the blonde devil, resting her gray eyes on the young man. He remained completely silent for a few seconds, sensing the woman's heavy aura upon him. A rating game is most appropriate now. Clearing up this thorny matter for the underworld would be crucial. "I hope you don't allow the Phoenix to participate." The cold words came out of Uzumaki's mouth as he looked at the maid directly. Grafia moved her head toward him, waiting for some kind of response. "I'm going to kill him." "Ha ha ha ha. Your servant is such a joker, Rias." The middle phoenix chirped, lightly grabbing his stomach from laughing so much. A tear even ran down his cheek, which was wiped away by Razor's own hand. This is so funny. Ha 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 ha. Please, make it stop. I can't take it anymore. Sonora, the laughter of the middle phoenix child, reached the ears of every member of the room. Rias frowned slightly, crossing her arms further under her chest. Kendo remained silent, listening. Will you stop, bastard? Issei hissed, wanting to throw himself at the devil. Razor gave a cynical, amused smile when Asia stopped the brunette from making a mistake. Oh? Did I hurt your soul? Issei gritted his teeth, attempting to summon his sacred gear and strike the devil. A whistling motion halted the boy's movements, seeing the katana blade preventing him from moving or Razor from getting close. Razor looked at the hunter, and the Uzumaki kept his eyes on the maid. He will die before your child's game. Graphia stared at the boy directly with her silver eyes. She remained there for several seconds, examining him directly. Naruto showed no discomfort. He looked back, serious, his face emotionless. That would be an inconvenience, the maid said, sighing softly, without looking away. But in any case, you'd only be a disgrace to Ria-sama. A reincarnated person can only follow there. I'm not under Ria's Grimory's command, the Uzumaki declared, preventing Graphia from finishing her sentence, forcing her to close her mouth at the blonde's forceful tone. Naruto swung the Nichiren, showing the blade to Razor. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the devil. Since I don't serve Grimory-san, I can kill you. Razor erased the mockery from his face, raising the temperature in the room, looking directly at the golden-haired boy. They both maintained calm expressions, examining each other. I'm not going to repeat it. Graphia raised her aura slightly and made herself known again. You. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Dono. What are you doing at a meeting you weren't invited to, then, imposing yourself on Razor-san? He moved his eyes back to Lucifer's wife, still holding Razor's sword and feeling the phoenix's fire. He didn't mind a little extra warmth. He took a deep breath. He came to discuss emergent matters with Ria-san when you were already here, uninvited, the Uzumaki declared, brandishing his sword, skimming it along the ground. And neither did he. Razor grimaced, while Graphia kept her expression completely neutral, emotionless, listening to the words of the Hanafuda earring hunter. I see. What are you? A human. From the blonde devil's throat, a snort escaped, which turned into a mocking, slightly cruel laugh. Really? Are you just a bucking human? He laughed, pointing at Naruto. His posture changed, appearing completely relaxed and confident, as if he'd discovered that Uzumaki Naruto was nothing more than a mosquito in his path that he could squash. This is already too sad, kid. Please, just go, okay? I don't want to stain my hands with the blood of a stray human like you, a stray dog. Slush. Inches away, the blade of the Uzumaki sword stopped, narrowly missing Razor's neck. A few strands of hair fell to the ground, motionless and inert. You better shut your mouth, Pableo. Naruto glared at Razor, his aura rising. Graphia opened her eyes slightly, sensing what wasn't a human aura, but rather that of someone of royalty, someone with power. Enough. Ria stopped the competition between Naruto and Razor, looking furious. The girl covered her face with her hand, shaking her head, sighing through her teeth. She relaxed her posture a little, defeated. I accept the rating game, Graphia-sama. The maid nodded, understanding that a role had been completed there. A blue circle appeared beneath her feet and Graphia Lucifuge vanished from the occult club, leaving no trace. Razor smiled. See? I'll make it to the rating game alive and get my rebellious fiancé, no matter what it costs, which won't be much, he said mockingly, looking at the hunter. Naruto kept his eyes on the area where the woman had completely disappeared. Clink. He sheathed his katana for the second time, not looking at Razor. He turned his attention to Rias. Whether you win or lose, everything is under control, the hunter informed him. After these words, he looked toward Razor. Believe me, not even Lucifer will save you from death. I've grown tired of you, of your race, of your selfishness, of how you use humans as playthings. Japan was once a good place. You have only corrupted it. I don't desire war, but when a devil appears in my world it is my duty to kill him. Odds of calamity. Keeping the mind blank. Perfect muscular relaxation. Eliminating any unnecessary thoughts that could cause a lack of concentration. One had to maintain complete calm and relaxation, avoiding any intrusive thoughts, in order to be in a state of complete peace, a meditation that few could achieve. Keeping the mind empty of all thoughts. Relaxing the muscles until it seemed as if you couldn't feel your body, that you had abandoned it and were becoming a representation of your soul. Being able to remain relaxed to the point where nothing reached your ears, nothing disturbed the peace around you, and everything was reduced to nothing. When you reached this point, breathing was essential to continue. maintaining a constant flow of oxygen into the lungs and circulating throughout the body so there was no failure, with silent exhalations and even quieter inhalations, as if no one were there, all without disturbing the peace of the meditation. Total concentration breathing. That was what was intended to be achieved when someone was at such a point. A breath even greater than that demonstrated by the hunters, used only in a decisive attack, increasing physical and mental strength to a superhuman level, something that only the pillars or the most experienced among the demon hunters could achieve by maintaining it completely, using complete focus during the breath and keeping it in constant use, thus being clearly superior to any average hunter. That was what Uzumaki Naruto was training for, once again under the waterfall, his hair completely soaked, falling over his face and covering his closed eyes. He wore a dark hakama, a shade of almost black. His torso was bare, completely athletic, covered in scars that weren't simple scratches. They seemed to belong to an older, more seasoned body, and they didn't fit the golden-haired teenager beneath the icy waterfall. Winter was falling on Kuoh. The Uzumaki's chest moved slightly, almost imperceptible to anyone without trained eyes. His features looked completely relaxed. There was no tension. No remorse. If anyone were to look at the teenager, they would only see peace, a relaxed face that only children could see. Crack. Blue orbs opened and moved across the lake, scanning the area. Naruto took a deep breath, standing up and losing the lotus flower pose he'd been in only seconds ago. The hunter stood on the small platform beneath the waterfall, still feeling the icy water running over his body, soaking his clothes. He relaxed his body. He sharpened his senses. He tried to figure out what that sound had been. A branch. A simple animal destroying a branch. Uzumaki Naruto turned away from the waterfall. He moved his eyes around the nearby forest, scanning the trees for any clues that might indicate someone else's presence. Could it have been my imagination? He wondered, scratching the back of his neck and ruffling his soaked hair. He relaxed his posture, which he'd held tense for only a few seconds, and decided to move toward the shore and grab his clothes. There was no point in continuing to train. Swing. He leaped to the edge in a single motion, watching as a katana slashed down the spot where he'd been standing. A dark-haired man, tied in a high ponytail, stood on the rubble of the platform, swinging his sword, his face covered with a kabuki mask of a demon. This energy. The hunter moved, evading a second figure. The Naginata's blade narrowly missed him. He stopped on his bare feet, staring at the now female figure swinging its long weapon. The girl moved, disappearing from Naruto's sight. Uzumaki bent his body. Sloosh. He spun and threw his leg, watching as his opponent, the younger attacker, blocked the blow with his forearm and attacked him with a swift thrust, trying to pierce through him. The blonde jumped, doing a backflip, evading the movement, and moved his body to the right, seeing and feeling the Naginata fly past him. Two gods of calamity, the Uzumaki hunter whispered, looking at his two attackers. It had been a while since he had fought gods of calamity. I thought they were all gone. The man, wearing a red oni mask, seemed amused by the evil gleam in his eyes. Really? Did you think all the gods of calamity would disappear without human blood? Bishamon is still alive. That idiot is too. Why wouldn't we be, traitor? Naruto frowned, sensing the venom in the words of that minor god of war. I'll have to get rid of you then, he declared, his face changing to a completely neutral one. I'd like you to try, traitor, the man nodded, gripping the handle of his katana tightly. Naruto observed the shinki of the god of war. It gave off darkness, fear, depression, a very strong aura that few could endure unless you'd spent time surrounded by death. Uzumaki relaxed his body. He had the Nichiren somewhat distant and he couldn't take it without facing the two gods. He was somewhat squeezed by his enemies and he couldn't fight fully without his sword. It will be the last time I am separated from my weapon. Slash. The blonde hunter leaped, evading the katana's blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched as the girl moved behind him, grasping the handle of the Naginata and attempting to cut him in two. He stopped dead in his tracks, passing beneath the god's blade. Pam. He connected with a direct blow to his attacker's solar plexus, burying his fist in his ribs. He braced his legs and unleashed his full force, throwing his opponent backward. He took a deep breath, but there was no time for more. Naruto jumped, evading the swing of the Naginata. He held the shaft, the blade at his side, and stared at the girl. Black hair. Black eyes behind an electric blue oni-like kabuki mask. He tightened his fingers on the shaft, ready to snap the weapon in two. But he was forced to step back, raising his right arm and blocking a kick straight to his face. He ducked, letting the second swing pass, and jumped back, feeling the earring sway slightly. They're two pretty adept gods of calamity. How long have they been alive if no one prays to them? He grabbed his neck, cracking it slightly, his attention never leaving the two enemies. He could sense a similar aura in both of them, filled with ambition, darkness. Someone had kept them alive. He could see it, feel it just by looking at them. They hadn't stayed healthy on their own. If I had my sword. Naruto dashed forward, observing the Nichiren a few feet away. The red masked man stepped in his path, cutting him off completely. He leaped, finding the girl also moving. Slash. Plock plock. Uzumaki fell a few meters away from both gods of war, feeling his flesh cut, how the blood ran down his side, soaking the fabric of the hakama, his skin. They had cut him. He covered the wound with his hand and watched the blood trickle down his hand. It wasn't deep, but it was bloody. Don't resist, the god of calamity spoke again, gripping the handle of his katana firmly, ready to eliminate Naruto. The hunter observed the god's rigid posture, looking for an opening through which his Nichiren could pass if he had one. I don't, Naruto replied, giving a relaxed smile. So much so that it surprised a duo of gods. I'm just having fun. Slash. Pam. Crack. That's right. A blink. Just a blink, and the god of calamity was crashed to the ground, the Uzumaki's hand over his face, cracking, shattering his enemy's mask. The god tried to move his arm with a katana. Flick. Are you looking for your Shinki, god? Naruto asked, looking at the lesser god of war, squeezing the hand he had on his enemy's face and holding his knee, preventing him from moving his arm. The blade of that Shinki rested on his enemy's neck. Traitorous bastard. HMP, Naruto pressed the blade of his katana against his enemy's neck. His eyes had turned cold, icy. Who sent you? I doubt two mere minor gods would have wanted to take my head on their own. Even that stench coming from your aura isn't normal. I'm not going to tell you, bastard. You betrayed Shinto, you destroyed everything Amaterasu-sama worked for. You're nothing but a traitorous dog, Uzumaki. You're not worthy of being called. Brash. The god fell silent. His eyes remained open behind his mask. His own weapon had pierced him from the shoulder to the side, leaving him without a left arm. AHHH. That's right. The goddess of calamity tried to move. Naruto looked over her shoulder, his icy gaze fixed on the girl. She stopped, completely still, like a statue. Based on your words, I'll rule out the possibility that you were sent by Amaterasu, Susanoo, or any other first-class god, the blonde man said, withdrawing his enemy's sword. Red drops fell onto the god's mask. So it could be either my stepfather or any first-generation god. Even my brothers could have created you for this purpose. The god remained silent, listening to the Uzumaki's words. He felt the loss of his limb, the blood spilling onto the ground, and his vision beginning to blur, all of it slow and agonizing. You shouldn't protect those who sent you to your death, you know. If I'm a traitor, it's not exactly for something pretty, he asserted, standing up. He removed his hand from the mask that still covered the face of the god of calamity, leaving it with cracks. You should leave, if you want to live. With a single motion, he plunged his katana into the side of the fallen god's head, walking over to where his training clothes, a hakama and a short haori, lay next to his sword, which he'd abandoned, believing he wouldn't be in danger. After all, Razor was 10 days away from him. Swing. Naruto lowered his body, letting the katana blade slide past him, feeling the lesser god's blood spill over him. He stomped hard on the ground and spun around, landing an elbow straight into the man's stomach, sending the armless man slamming into a tree, which shook from the impact, sending leaves falling all over him. I'm not going to repeat myself, Naruto began darkly. He had taken up his Nichiren katana, holding it up in the sunlight, revealing a slightly orange color, obscured by the sword's black blade. If you don't leave you will cease to exist. We must kill you. The goddess of calamity, letting her feelings get the better of her, a mistake in a fatal fight, launched herself at the Uzumaki, dragging the naginata that was her Shinki, launching a downward slash at the blonde. It's been a while since I was in shape. Crash. Whoosh. Naginata came down fully against the Uzumaki, raising an immense wind and shattering the ground as it collided with the hunter, causing him to disappear in a cloud of dust. I did it. Nai-sama, I did it. Brash. Her voice was cut off by the movement of a leaf through the wind, scything the silence. Slowly, the head of the minor goddess detached itself from her body, falling to the cold frost-covered grass. Small snowflakes had begun to fall as well, and the sky had darkened. The blood contrasted with the whitish touch of ice. I'm sorry for your sister, Naruto yanked the naginata. He had caught the blade of that Shinki with only 2 fingers, his index finger and thumb, and was only pulled a few feet. But I warned you, no, I warned you. You were responsible not only for your mutilation, little god, but for your sister's death. The bastard. The minor god spat out blood, trying to get up and screaming in fury. Pam. With just his foot, Naruto halted the movement of the god of calamity, forcing him to raise his face, meeting eyes as blue as ice itself. Ice capable of freezing hell itself. I'm not interested in Shinto matters, little god. I'm an exile, a pariah, a renegade, the Uzumaki listed, showing him 3 fingers. That's why I stay away from Kyoto, the place of the yokai and any Shinto temples, which is fine with me. I don't know what your creator has invented about me. But I wasn't branded a traitor for a simple petty quarrel, as happens with the gods. Naruto placed his left hand over the god's face, over the mask. When they told you my name, they must have investigated, little god. I'm not a normal human. I don't fear death or life. You should have known why they expelled me. What did you do? Uzumaki Naruto allowed a smile to spread across his face. A smile that wasn't human. The dead simply don't need to know. Brash. Blood splattered his face, but he didn't care. He wasn't a lazy god or a scrupulous king. He was built for battle. He was bred to be surrounded by death. Blood was nothing to him. Maybe I should pay a visit to the god Yaboku. The god of 5 yen. Gods. The gods are created through the prayers of mortals, from worldly desires, to create a perfect world for themselves, a selfish world that would benefit them completely, that would give them what they needed and what they required to survive with even greater luxuries, to be above others. Therefore, gods of fortune were created to obtain riches, to be able to earn money. But just as simple humans created the gods themselves obtained their power from those humans who prayed to them, their faithful followers. This was how Shinto was created and founded after the birth of Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukiyomi, the main gods, the kings of Shinto, and those you wouldn't want to mess with, the most powerful among the gods of Japan, who kept a low profile within the gods, not interfering unless they believed it was absolutely necessary. For this reason, the gods of the first generation formed a council to control future problems, maintaining a secure hold on future ones, and not creating discord, at least apparently. Even the gods were selfish, full of evil that they often used against humans, going so far as to punish them unjustly, taking away the lives or even the very souls of those they considered mere trash, their playthings, when they themselves had been created by the prayers and supplications of mortals. Only the 3 kings could be considered immortal. No one forgot the sun, the moon, or the seas and storms. They were always present, and no one would ignore the obvious things right before them. If you see a leaf fall, it will remain in your mind for a while, but eventually it will disappear completely until another is seen again. In contrast, the sun accompanies you, follows you for hours, and then gives way to the moon, accompanied by the stars in the night. Even with all this, the gods believe in immortality and their immunity. They forget what they were created for and fill themselves with riches, becoming more selfish and believing themselves to be untouchable. After all, a god is reborn, losing their memories, their powers, and can be manipulated by others, creating chaos in the world. While the elder gods maintain peace in their immortality, those who were created at a specific moment and are later forgotten always try to remain in the memory of a single person, to live on a little longer. It was difficult. Yato was one of these gods. His history was filled with blood, with death. He was created in a war, in a time when gods of calamity abounded, where only death and bloodshed were necessary. The god of calamity was just that, a warrior god, a killer who roamed the world when death was necessary. Hundreds of them had been created during wars, even fighting each other for survival. But when the conflict ends, the god begins to fall into oblivion. Almost all the gods of calamity fell into oblivion, disappearing from the face of the earth, falling into oblivion, leaving not even a meager memory of those gods who had helped thousands of people, who created chaos and death throughout the world. Nothing remained of them. They were erased. Some tried to stay alive. They tried to enter the minds of mortals to stay alive, to gain power and survive just one more day, one more hour, one more minute, one more second. No one wanted to die, not even the gods. Yato, who had been just another god of calamity, remained in people's minds for years, trying to survive another day, not to be forgotten. Many had. They had forgotten Yaboku, the god of calamity, the one who stained his sword, his hand simply for survival, to stay alive and fulfill his mission. He was raised to be a warrior god, an assassin who would stain his hands with blood without fear of it. Later, when he grew weary of the blood, when he saw that humans no longer needed him, he was filled with fear, realizing that he might disappear completely from the world, like his companions. And he didn't want to disappear. He didn't want to be forgotten, not yet, without having left a mark on the world. And he put aside his role as a god of calamity. Yaboku moved beyond bloodshed and death and focused on helping people, creating a circle of followers, and being able to build a temple dedicated to him, to the god Yato, the king of the gods with a large following who would worship him. It was a good dream. Few gods had a dream. There were no gods ambitious for something too banal. Mundane. The gods didn't want to surround themselves with humans and stayed away from the earthly world as much as they could, only giving small blessings when truly necessary and to show themselves to the world, keeping their believers. Yato was a different case. Being a minor god, he didn't care too much about being at the side of humans, being able to help them, and functioning in the earthly world. He was a god and lived to serve humans. He did jobs for the paltry sum of 5 yen, the amount of offerings at temples. He wanted to build a temple, his temple, and be able to remain a true god without disappearing, and be able to remain in the world. It was the dream of any minor god. Yado. Yado, wake up, you idiot. Pam. The young god was pulled out of his bed, slammed against the wall, blinking slightly, surprised by the impact, staring at a girl with long dark brown hair falling down her back. The brown-eyed teenager was wearing her high school uniform, with a scarf around her neck, her arms around her waist, like a jug, looking at him with a frown, annoyed. What's wrong with you, Hiyori? Yado massaged the back of her neck, ruffling her night dark hair, looking at the girl with a somewhat angry expression. Stop being such a slacker, Yado. Hiyori scolded the god, waving a finger in front of him, pressing the boy's forehead back, forcing Yado back against the wall, unable to move. Go to work. But I already did too much yesterday. You haven't even finished my errand yet, Yado. The teenager retorted, raising her gaze to the god. Yado shrank a little, just a little. Women really were fearful when they were angry and she wasn't much different. Hiyori could be the devil herself if she wanted to. DSK. I'm on it, the minor god declared, removing the girl's hand from his forehead and standing up. The god was wearing a black tracksuit with a light blue collar, somewhat worn, probably from time. He was of average height, not too tall, with an athletic build. Now, I have other things to do. But you said you had nothing. Yado blinked, quickly realizing that he had fallen for Hiyori's game, thus exposing himself. He sighed, massaging his neck, and looked dejectedly at the teenager. But. The Fuku said something about a visitor for you, Yado. It would be nice if you could at least receive him, the girl said, relaxing her posture and undoing the angry expression on her face, assuming a more relaxed expression, less frightening to the minor god. Don't be rude to a friend from the past, okay? It seems Kafuku-san knows him too well. I think she kissed him on the lips. Oh, was it my imagination? Anyway, get up. There's a visitor. And you have to work. But Yukin isn't here. And I'd need your help in case the Akashi show up, the god said, looking pleadingly at the young woman. Seeing Yado's puppy dog eyes, Hiyori sighed, but shook her head, taking the young man's arm and pulling him downstairs. Oh. What are you doing? Let me go. Amidst all the grumbling and struggling, Yado ended up falling face down in the middle of the classroom, being watched by a young pink-haired girl, Kafuku, and a tall, strong, tanned, dark-haired man, who glared at the young stray god. This man was Kafuku's Shinki. You damn bastard. You don't even bother to introduce yourself when a friend comes over, do you? You're just lazy, the man complained, looking at Yado with a twitch in his eye. Iboku massaged his nose, sitting up. He had completely eaten away the floor from Hiyori's movement and was somewhat annoyed, sore from the blow. He shook his head, looking at the shop visitor, surprised. Shit. Hi Yado. I haven't heard from you in years. Uzumaki Naruto smiled at the minor god, amused by the half-spirit teen's interaction. Yado moved his hand away from his face, showing a little blood, just a few small spots. Is it really real? I thought you died. Naruto gave a small smile at those words, revealing his sadness, his melancholy. After leaving his home, after being branded a traitor, after being marked as such, he had completely abandoned his past life. Until 3 months ago, he hadn't been involved with anything related to the supernatural, to Shinto, and he abandoned the hunters, burying himself in a normal life, as a student, leaving everything behind. His training, his upbringing. His power had been incredibly reduced, leaving him at the power of a simple pawn, a human with the aura of a normal human. I thought so too, the blond man acknowledged, taking his neck in his right hand, caressing it. He let out a soft, light, and heartfelt laugh. I shouldn't be here. I'm forbidden from socializing with people from Shinto or, in general, anyone connected to Japanese mythology. So, what brought you here? Yado asked, crossing his arms. What's it been, 100 years? Since I became that god, I haven't seen you again. You completely disappeared from the world, leaving your friends behind. 100 years? You're exaggerating, the Uzumaki laughed, brushing aside strands of her hair, allowing the three present to see her sapphire orbs. But the trial was conducted by them, without her consent. Ifuku looked down, clutching her skirt in her hands, looking remorseful, knowing who Naruto was talking about. Meh, let's leave those things aside, Yado declared, pointing at Hiyori with his thumb. Hiyori Aiki. She's a half a Kakashi since she crossed paths with me a while back. Are you still doing your job as the 5-yen god? I'm still here, aren't I? The minor god asked back. Naruto smiled, nodding. Uzumaki sighed, relaxing his posture slightly. Since the appearance of those two gods of calamity, his interaction with dreams had deepened, and he had come to feel the pain his counterpart felt. He smelled the blood. He felt the sweat. He was letting his dreams take over, and he was tired of it. 2 gods of calamity went after me. Ifuku choked. Dakoku frowned sternly, crossing his arms over his chest. Hiyori looked confused. And Yado tensed, taking on a serious expression. His eyes glittered, appearing completely icy for a few seconds, almost reaching the North Pole itself. The underworld would have been frozen with those eyes, though it only lasted a few seconds. Gods of calamity. And they weren't wearing normal shinki, the hunter declared. Naruto was wearing school clothes, making it clear he was a student. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his arms. Small scars remained, like a reminder. They exuded a dark evil power, as if they had been wandering shinki. I could sense the essence of gods, of others, in those shinki. Why is it strange? Hiyori asked. From her time with Yado, she knew about Nora and the relationship they had had, how they were linked in their history. Yado had a wandering shinki. Naruto sighed, blurting out the name of his friend's former shinki, remembering the dark-haired girl in the red and white kimono. He had run into her a couple more times and couldn't forget every word the shinki had let slip. You're not normal, Uzumaki. You're the one who will bring about change. He massaged the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, letting out a soft sigh. It was frustrating to think about the wanderers, those shinki who disowned their masters. They weren't like Nora, were they? The blonde shook his head, biting his thumbnail. No, they hadn't been like Yado's previous shinki. They had a darker essence, much stronger but diluted, so they slightly lost their effectiveness. They were imbued with divine power, from Yomi itself, from the deepest he dropped, looking at Yado. Wait. Are you saying he escaped? How many years has it been? Uzumaki lowered his head, cupping his face in his hand. He let the smile on his face fall, and it was replaced by a serious expression. It's been 1,000 years. Fisherman. Feeling the morning chill, Uzumaki closed his eyes completely and let the wind blow through his blonde hair. He relaxed his body. He breathed in all the icy air. He felt it entering his lungs. It had been years since he had taken anything related to Shinto again. If any god were to see him, his head would be impaled on a spike. And he wasn't about to die. Not yet, that was for sure. Naruto clasped both hands in his lap, interlacing his fingers, palms facing up. It was refreshing. He didn't have the icy water of the waterfall falling on his shoulders. He wasn't surrounded by trees, by nature, but he was at ease, relaxed, with no negative thoughts in his mind. The memories slowly faded away. The negative thoughts were locked in a box deep within his mind, hidden in the same darkness. He had to clear his mind completely. But he couldn't, not completely. There were 7 days left. In 7 days, Razor Phoenix would fight the Gremory entourage. In 7 days, Haim Misei would have to prove what the Red Emperor could achieve with effort. But that boy, he wouldn't achieve anything. He wasn't a fighter. If this were a manga, he couldn't be the protagonist. He was perverted, a lover of hex, of everything related to pornography. He couldn't be one of the devil's greatest assets. Sacred gears were created for the protection of humans, and the biblical faction was collecting them. He hated it when supernatural beings, specifically the fallen and devils, took something that wasn't meant for them. He breathed in. He breathed out. He left his lotus position, unlacing his fingers. He shrugged his shoulders. He slid his right leg back, revealing his left leg. He opened his eyes. Blue orbs gazed out at Kifuku's courtyard and scanned the area, watching the sun's rays peeking over the horizon, lightly caressing him, making his skin feel like it was being hugged. Uzumaki retracted his left arm, moving his right arm forward as he moved his torso. He was naked from the waist up, his skin showing, allowing anyone awake to see the scars on his body. Each one was linked to a memory, an action and a reaction, but all with the same meaning. Traitor. Fresh. He swung his right arm, kicking up some dust as he threw the punch. He was tense. His mind was occupied by the movements he wanted to make. He had to clear it. Forget each action. Feel the movements and not force them. Move without thinking. Be one with the movements he made, let them flow like the water in a river. Passion. Naruto threw a second punch. It sliced through the icy air. He swept his arm out and struck an imaginary enemy. It showed strength, a slight flexibility. But it lacked coordination. Relax the body. Naruto closed his eyes, hearing his master's words. Feel the movement. He assumed the position again. He moved his shoulders slightly. He inhaled as much oxygen as possible. He inflated his lungs. And he exhaled, watching the vapor drift off into the sky. And it hits. Floosh. Naruto felt the muscles in his face twitch and realized he was smiling. His arm was stretched out, surrounded by the swirling air, caressing his skin. He watched as the small curls disappeared within seconds. He had managed to focus and strike. Slowly, he was returning to his form. He wasn't even close to his true power, and he hated it. He cursed himself for not having kept his sword with him. For not having followed his routines. Naruto left the pose, relaxing his body completely. He watched the sun rise, slowly caressing him. He felt Amaterasu's arms holding him. He felt her hands, her warm skin caressing and cradling him. It was gratifying. He took the edges of the bandages in his right hand and unraveled them, looking at his palm, noticing a mark. The sun. He had the mark of the sun on his right hand. It was the guardian of Amaterasu, the 10th king. He lost everything. Uzumaki Naruto was no longer king. He was no longer the guardian of the sun goddess. He was nothing more than a demon slayer with mediocre power, far removed from what he had once possessed. He dropped the bandages, moving on to those on his left hand. He wasn't complacent with these. He pulled, ripped them off, fearless of what might be on his hand. There was nothing there. No other reminder of his failure to torment him, to haunt him. He had gained some peace with himself. He needed more of that peace. Naruto threw the remnants of the bandages into the trash, grabbing the shirt he'd left over from the fence. His body felt completely his, as if it were finally back where it should have been. Naruto-san. At the female voice, the Uzumaki spun around, staring at Hiyori Aiki, dressed in her school uniform, her hands gripping the handles of her bag. He moved his blue orbs, looking at the girl's face, finding the faint blush on her cheeks. Hiyori. Hiyori felt her cheeks burn. As a teenager, she couldn't stop her hormones from kicking in and making her eyes dart around, taking in the boy's torso, his bare abs, the light beads of sweat dripping down, drifting. Hiyori. Naruto blinked, following her eyes and finding the answer when he saw his own completely bare abdomen, free. He hadn't zipped his shirt and the girl was scrutinizing him, doubtful, confused. Sorry. Without wasting another second, Naruto closed the shirt, buttoning it and depriving the girl of her view. He had been training in his school uniform. He hadn't brought any clothes with him. Don't worry. I hope I didn't bother you, the girl apologized, giving a slight bow, her blush showing as she stood up. Were you training? Yes. Lately I wake up early and return to old routines that I had abandoned, Naruto said, giving a soft smile. Demon slayers had to maintain strong lungs, constantly training to keep improving, to reach the next level. He had lost that level. He'd put aside his training and was far below who he had been. He was still far from the Uzumaki Naruto of the old days, the one who fought the Egyptian gods to maintain peace. It's good to do something with your free time, the girl declared, brushing a few strands of hair away from her face and tucking them behind her ear. It keeps your mind occupied. Yeah, well. I also do it to relax, Naruto explained, massaging his right hand, brushing over the mark. By the way, shouldn't you be in class? Or even sleeping? I don't know what time it is. Yes, I really should be in class. But I came to drop something off for Yukin. Shinki to Yado. Naruto hadn't met the famous Yukin yet. He seemed to have vanished the day before and he was too busy talking to Kafuku to get any information about what had happened in his absence. Yes. Yukin wants to study, to feel like a normal boy, to be able to learn like the kids his age, Hiyori said, taking something out of her bag, showing it to the Uzumaki. So I brought him my books and notes. I've already moved on to middle school, I won't need them. Naruto took the materials the girl was giving him. He turned the book over, finding the first one was a math textbook. That wasn't pleasant for him. He wasn't cut out for studying. Unfortunately for him, his hands, his mind, were made for fighting, for eliminating enemies and surviving the battle. I'll give them to you, Hiyori, Naruto said, placing the books under his right arm. Light beads of sweat trickled down the young man's face, making it shine slightly in the soft rays of the sun. Now, won't you be late? Wha? Yes. I'm leaving, Naruto-san. The Uzumaki snorted with laughter and headed inside the house, holding the books in his hand for Yado's Shinki, so he could study. Despite being a mere spirit, he seemed to have found a good teacher, good people who would prevent him from becoming a ghost, an evil spirit. He massaged his neck, leaving his books on the living room table, finding the silence of that house somewhat pleasant. He didn't have to hear his siblings scream, cry, complain. Menma was too selfish. Mito was too submissive. Naruto was too arrogant. None of them were worthy of being the next king. But circumstances had placed his twin as the 11th king of the Uzumaki, and he had been branded a traitor. It was so annoying. He stripped his body, entering the bathroom naked, letting his tired body rest in Kafuku's tub. He felt the warm water massaging his muscles, loosening them and preventing contractions and subsequent discomfort. Naruto let a sigh escape his lips, satisfied. This wasn't bothersome. He could get used to it. But I shouldn't have. The veto the council placed on him was still in effect. When the Edict of the Gods came out, his family turned their backs on him. They were never anything to him. He didn't care about them. His honor always came before his family, a family he didn't want and carried with him. Naruto closed his eyes, leaning his head back, letting the water rock his body slowly, enjoying the sensation. He sighed again, letting his breath escape his lips, dripping into the room, fading away with the light mist that had escaped from the water. This brings back so many memories. The hunter relaxed his body completely, letting the water embrace him completely, becoming one with the water, as if it were part of him. Memories of when everything was simpler. He had been a loyal warrior, a samurai in the service of the sun goddess and a good king. He cared for his clan even when he was younger than many. He didn't want the massacre, the loss of his brothers, his comrades. But many died when the Egyptians declared war and Shinto entered the fray. Was he a traitor for not allowing the massacre of his own? Was he a traitor when he saved Ebisu from being beheaded? When he saved Yusaka? His honor was stained by the failings, the corruptions of others. He lost everything. His honor. His family. His position. His power. His sword. Everything had been ripped from his being. And that frustrated him. Naruto opened his eyes, seeing something different. He wasn't looking at the bathroom ceiling, unless it was bright purple, with a white face and blonde hair plastered down by a military cap. No, that definitely wasn't Kafuku's bathroom ceiling. Or had everything changed so the ceiling was lower and represented a person? Bishamon, the Uzumaki whispered, looking into the woman's shining eyes. Bishamon said nothing. She didn't open her mouth. She maintained her posture, slightly bent over, looking at Naruto with her eyes, letting her long golden locks become slightly wet. Uzumaki. The what do I owe this visit from one of the 7 gods of fortune? He dropped the question, moving to the other side of the tub, looking at the woman's attire. She wore long boots, a gray jacket, a gray miniskirt, and a black bra that exposed her flat, light-skinned stomach and the base of her breasts. You shouldn't even be here, Uzumaki, she declared. Bishamon's face never changed. It remained calm, almost neutral. If she'd had even a hint of anger, rage, Naruto would have noticed it immediately. He'd known Bishamon for a long time. She was an open book to him. I'm not too worried about what the subjugation army might do. It's not like I've let my training slide, Bisha, he said, giving a light smile. Without giving it much thought, Naruto stood up, exposing his nakedness. Bishamon didn't even flinch, staring straight into the Uzumaki's blue orbs. I can handle all of them. That would have been before. Now, your aura isn't as powerful. Bishamon frowned, sensing Naruto's small power, when previously it had been abysmal. It was still dense, but not as powerful. You don't fool me. I know I can't fool you. Both remained silent. A heavy silence that filled the air. Naruto looked into Bishamon's shining eyes, and the goddess did the same with the hunters. Both stood still, one naked and the other clothed. What have you come for, Naruto? I've had to deal with gods of calamity, he replied fearlessly. He finally stepped out of the tub, grabbing the towel Dakoku had kindly provided. Someone sent them, and I'm really going to find out who. Wait. Gods of calamity. Like Yado. That idiot couldn't beat me in thousands of years, Bishamon, Naruto retorted, taking the white undershirt of his uniform. He slipped it over his arms and head, covering his torso. He took his boxers and did the same procedure, setting the towel aside as he placed them over his nakedness. Although he didn't care too much that Bishamon could see him naked. He had done it before, hundreds of times. What did one more time mean? But these second-rate gods wore shinki that were too dark, too powerful. They weren't normal. And you think Shinto has something to do with it? Naruto remained silent as he put on his uniform pants, covering his lower body, leaving almost no skin visible. I don't know, the blonde admitted, taking the slippers in his hands. Had it been Shinto? No, if the gods broke a decree given by them, they would be exposed, and the gods' justice would be seen as a fraud by all the other pantheons. Gods made mistakes, even thousands more than humans. I prefer to think it was the 11th Uzumaki king. The question is, how did he find me? Your brother is a good-for-nothing Naruto, Bishamon declared, crossing her arms. When he shows up at the meetings of the gods, I simply loathe to be in the same room with him. I know he's a representation of Amaterasu, but still I can't deal with him. Naruto let out a laugh. Menma was powerful, but he'd never managed to present himself as a king, as the embodiment of Amaterasu. Raw power alone was nothing compared to the gods, something he'd learned hard. Well, not that I care, but if he's incompetent, he'll always be one, he pointed out, amused. Naruto finished tying his shoes with a strong tug and stood up, looking at Bishamon. Honestly, I don't know how Kafuku let you in, but since you're here, would you like some sake for old time's sake? Uzumaki clan. Honor. Family. The path of the warrior. Samurai carried that in their blood, engraved in their souls every time they went to war. They didn't sacrifice themselves for a lord, for money, or for land. They did it for their families, for honor, to safeguard the well-being of their loved ones until the very end. A samurai would give his life for his lord, but he gave it even more for what lay behind him, for the people his lord protected. They hated cowardly tactics and would always face their enemies, even if it was the last time they went to fight. Many knew they would never return from a battle, but they still gave their lives, without fear, knowing that the goddess of death would be waiting with open arms, receiving them into her bosom for eternal rest. Among the samurai clans that existed in Japan during the feudal era, one stood out for its skill with the sword, for how deeply rooted honor and family were in their souls. They wouldn't raise their swords for money, land, or an affront to themselves. They would do so if the threat was to their family, their loved ones. They were mindful of the importance of family. Family looked out for one another and shouldn't rely on outsiders. And they followed that path, focusing on their family, on their honor. By following the path of Bushin to the letter, they had earned the attention of the sun goddess, Amaterasu, who set her sights on the red-haired, indigo-eyed warriors who roamed the land, staining their sword blades with the souls and blood of their enemies. They never harmed an innocent civilian or allowed themselves to be fooled by the sugary words of demons. They stood firm, displaying a will that few humans could muster during wars. Blood didn't matter to them. In their minds, they only thought of their respective families, who would still be alive after that battle, and that those deaths were for the sake of their wives, children, parents, and siblings. There was no selfishness. There was no malice. They only did it for their family, so they could have a future, so they could see another day of that dark world they wished to save. They raised their swords against their enemies to protect their loved ones. They hated unnecessary bloodshed, but they would do it if there was no other way, if the enemy left them no other way. And their enemies would simply regret having faced them. Fighting someone who has something to protect is almost suicidal. Seeing the clan's resolve, Amaterasu El Mikami decided to grant them an honor few humans could even dream of. To become warriors of the sun, guardians of the Queen of Shin, the goddess of the sun, a gesture the other gods viewed with awe and fear. How powerful were those humans to receive their mistress's blessing? No human had ever climbed so high. Few could say they had ever met a god, and now an entire clan was being blessed by Amaterasu, being bathed in the sign of the sun. It was a dream. It had to be. But Amaterasu El Mikami was clear with her words, with her blessings. She wanted that clan of brave men and powerful women under her protection to be her personal army and her honor guard during the meetings of the gods. There was no discussion. Susan merely shrugged when the subject was brought to his attention, and Tsukiyomi made no statement about what his sister had done by bringing mere humans before the gods, placing them in a higher status, and giving them a place in the meetings of the gods as the representation of the sun. Or at least one of them. The mark of the sun was bestowed upon the leader of that clan, placed on the right hand, like a golden sun that would empower its bearer when most needed. The same man or woman leading the clan would be the speaker of the sun, the voice of Amaterasu, and a king of kings. No one could argue with him, and he would not be judged by anyone other than Amaterasu until the end of time. The clan leader was being placed above the gods themselves, practically being Amaterasu's right-hand man. The goddess herself accepted this. She had arranged it this way and hoped there would be no problems with the gods. But the gods themselves are selfish, driven by their darkest desires and leaving humans in the dust, their playthings. When Amaterasu placed the samurai clan above many, the gods began to fill with resentment, a darkness that slowly ate away at them from within, filling them with the darkness inherent in mortals. They were allowing themselves to be driven by worldly desires, beings who should have been above, truly superior, and kept away from feelings that would lead them to fall from their divine status in the eyes of their brethren. But even the gods are not perfect. They felt like humans. Although to them everything was considered a game, a prank, they still felt like all living beings, despite their divine and immortal status. Therefore, feeling envy, anger, selfishness for them was like feeling dirty, although they would never admit to feeling worldly feelings, like mortals. It was something that didn't fit in their heads. Feeling envious of the samurai clan, their king, the clan leader, during the war between the Egyptian and Shinto pantheons, they decided to remove the thorn in their side that was that warrior devoted to the goddess Amaterasu, creating the rumor that it was his actions in battle that caused the death of thousands of supernatural beings of Shinto, and at the end of the war, they imprisoned him and tortured him until his trial. The trial without the presence of the sun, only filled with selfish and dark gods with a desire to get rid of that mortal, and, following a joint plan with a traitor of the clan, the 10th king was deposed and exiled from the clan and from the supernatural, only for the selfish and dark desires of gods, too eager for power. Menma-kun, a soft feminine whisper filled the air, awakening a young man with dark hair, black as the darkest night, from his thoughts. Menma yawned, blinking, feeling drowsy from having been too deep in his mind, thinking about the history of his clan, before taking the position of the 11th Uzumaki king and guardian of the sun. Many things had happened, countless of them because of his older half-brother, the one who had been king before him and was now exiled, forgotten. The young man lazily shook his head, pressing his naked body against that of his companion, a young woman with hair as dark as his own, onyx black eyes, and skin as pale as snow itself. "What's wrong, Makoto? Was what they did to your older brother fair?" "I don't think he did anything wrong," the girl asked, looking at her lover. Makoto could see the king's features twitch for a second, just a second before he returned to his calm demeanor. The Uzumaki let out a sigh, shifting around in the bed. He rolled onto the edge, where he sat, letting the sheet fall away and reveal his bare torso, riddled with scars from the battles he'd fought in. But among them, one was special. It was lodged over his left pectoral, right over his heart, forming an X and the skin dipping, wrinkling it, as if someone had thrust an arm or hand into that spot, piercing it. The king caressed that scar, feeling the wrinkled skin, the outline of the small X that reminded him of the confrontation, the fight that nearly killed him, but from which he emerged more powerful and with a higher status. But it was still a bad memory that lingered in his mind, reminding him that he had been on death's door, feeling the Shinigami's breath on his neck. That bastard. He gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and flooded his mind with calm. He didn't want to scare Makoto by having one of his meltdowns. He hated remembering that moment when he'd let himself go and almost lost everything he'd achieved. Menma sighed, feeling soft hands run over his chest. He moved his own, capturing his partner's right hand and squeezing it a little, lightly. "My brother is no good, Makoto. He brought the clan nearly to extinction simply because of his selfish desires, his foolish grandeur. He wanted to bring everyone to his knees before Amaterasu and attack the Egyptians without fear, he declared, speaking softly, looking down at his beloved. I won't deny that I was fascinated to see what the 10th king, my brother, looked like in battle. He didn't tremble when fighting Anubis. He didn't hesitate when fighting Seth and Marduk. He truly faced the wrath of the Egyptian gods and never backed down. But it nearly got us killed. He disobeyed the words of Shinto and did everything to prove his power. He stood up to all those who accused him, watering the land with the blood of innocence, he muttered darkly, squeezing her hand. My brother risked much in battle. But he was a fool. He shouldn't have disregarded the words of the gods. Now it's my job to fix what he destroyed." Menma let go of his lover's hand, pushing away the warmth of her touch and lowered his head. Talk. Your Highness. Counselor Ashina asks for you, a female voice said. Menma pushed the dark thoughts out of his mind, getting up from the bed. Makoto. Makoto just nodded in understanding. She picked up her clothes from the floor and disappeared behind a tapestry depicting a ferocious nine-tailed fox with reddish-orange fur and bloodshot eyes. Let him in, the Uzumaki ordered, walking over to his own clothes and starting to dress. He felt the silk running over his skin, hugging him. His Aniki had always been more comfortable in leather, with armor covering his body. They were opposites. Stupid older brother. Pronk. With a creak, the doors to the alcove began to give way under the push of the two guards, revealing a man dressed in a blood-red kimono, with a jinbei ori jacket, it's like a heiori but worn by samurai, a surcoat as black as night, with the scarlet swirl of the Uzumaki displayed on the back. An immense white beard covered his chin, accompanying hair as white as snow. His face was wrinkled with age, marking the wrinkles of experience, while his eyes were suspicious, cautious and almost playful like a fox's. Menma-sama, Ashina greeted, moving her lips just enough, trying to sound as gentle as possible in front of her king. I'm sorry to bother you. What are you doing, old man? Menma rudely asked, turning to face the advisor, holding a glass of dark blood-red wine. The last time we met was during my appointment. And that was 10 years ago, almost 11. I wouldn't be standing before you if it weren't important. You know that only too well, Menma, the advisor declared, his features hardening as he looked at the young man. Are you going to start with that? No. I don't need to remind you that you're not my king, do I? Menma took a sip of her drink, feeling the warm liquid trickle down her throat. That Tengu-made wine was delicious, very flavorful, and always warm. I will be until the day I die, old man. You know that. Now, let's not start with unnecessary arguments that would waste my time. What have you come for? Ashina didn't flinch at the king's harsh tone. She puffed out her chest. She raised her head and looked at her interlocutor with those wise red eyes her mother had given her. Someone wants a pact with the clan and to gain our help in their plans. And that someone, is it? A hero faction, the old man replied, handing a letter to Menma, showing the logo of the ancient Chinese hero Cao Cao, an emblem that the Uzumaki would have sworn he would never see again. Cao Cao, he whispered, taking the letter. He looked at it sharply, trying to guess its contents. If you'll allow me. It's impossible that the venerable Cao Cao sent you this letter, my lord. I believe. Silence, old man. Menma raised his hand, showing a single finger to Ashina. Ashina closed his mouth, his anger trembling, remaining calm before the king. I will read this and speak to the council in the morning. If I am satisfied with what this hero has to say, I will let you know at dawn. Now, leave. With another wave of his hand, he dismissed the advisor without looking at him. He turned and dropped the letter to the side of the wine bottle, staring at the emblem that had once belonged to Emperor Wu of Wei of the Three Kingdoms. He knew the real Cao Cao was dead, but there was another human with his name. Someone I had seen briefly. Menma ran his hand over his face, controlling his breathing. Had she really contacted him so obviously? Would the traitors to his cause have noticed? The king took a deep breath, calming his mind. No. Only Ashina has seen it. But that old man is a coward. He won't do a damn thing. He walked slowly, step by step, and let his body fall onto an armchair, leaning his head back, looking with his two sapphire blue eyes at the ceiling above him, thinking about his stepbrother. You were a good king, Naruto, but too ambitious. I'll do everything slowly, and Amaterasu-sama will set her eyes on me as she did on you. Wedding. He had lost. He was crushed by his enemy. He had risked everything, and he lost when they needed him most. Why had he been reborn? Because he was still alive. When Rias had needed him to get out of that engagement she didn't want, he had lost. He had trained, he had strived for 10 days before the raiding game, and he had failed when he was fighting Razor to tear the president from her destiny. He had failed his friends. He had failed when he should have truly revealed himself as the Red Emperor, the wielder of the booster gear. And he lost. Haim Misei, the reincarnated being of Ria's Gremory, wielder of the booster gear, one of the 13 Longinus, had been defeated in a hand-to-hand fight by Razor Phoenix, the fiancée of their president, the girl who hadn't wanted to be in the relationship. She hadn't wanted to get married, but now she had to, and it was all her fault. He had failed. He had lost. Because of him, it was all over. He noticed Kaneko, Akeno, and even Kiba moving away from both him and Asia, leaving them aside. He could feel their disappointed glances. The pain in the sparkle of their eyes. Did they do it so they wouldn't hurt him? Him? Who had he ruined everything for? Issei felt like a failure, even more so than when he'd let his libido get the better of him and spied on the Kendo girls, taking a beating from the Uzumaki, whom he hadn't seen for at least 2 weeks, even though he'd promised to be there. And he hadn't shown up. He'd let them down, even though he'd caused the chaos that had pitted both Ria's sister-in-law and the Phoenix against each other at the meeting. Everyone was leaving him behind. Asia had been removed from the house by Rias. He was losing everything reincarnation had given him, and now he only felt the loneliness in his soul, the suffocation that was hitting him and robbing him of his breath. When had he last slept? Was it 6 days ago? Less? More? He couldn't remember the last time his head touched a pillow and his eyes closed. Shit. Shit. Pam. Letting his anger blind him for a moment, the brunette threw the pillow against the wall, creating a soft sound that filled the devil's ears for a brief moment. He dropped his head, covering his face with his arm. I was crying. Was he really crying? Issei pressed his lips together, trying to hold back the sobs. What could he do? He'd lost his friends. He was alone. Lost. He didn't know what to do or how to do it. He needed help, but there was no one around to give it to him. If he tried anything, he'd just go back to the beginning, lose again. Was he destined for this? For failure? Broo. So, it's freezing cold, Haheim. The booster gear wearer stopped his wailing, his thoughts. He lowered his arm, taking the opportunity to wipe the tears running down his face, and looked at the owner of that voice. He was surprised. He was probably hallucinating or dreaming. It couldn't be that he had found him. He had never invited him to his house. Then Naruto? Surprised, Issei managed to utter a single word, failing with an initial stutter. The blonde hunter put his entire body into the teenager's room. The Gakurin covered the Uzumaki's entire body, covered with the red haori of black flames, with the kanji for 10th on the back, shining for anyone who wanted to see it. On his right hand, black bandages stood out only if you looked closely, so it took Issei several seconds to notice. What are you doing here? You disappeared days ago. Slowly, Naruto made his way inside the room. He turned and closed the window behind him, preventing the snow from entering the room. It was winter-like outside that home. The snow goddess must have been dancing happily in front of her brothers. I had important business, the Uzumaki apologized, placing his Nichiren against the wall. He took hold of the edges of the haori and removed it, revealing his unadorned hunting uniform. He placed the haori on the chair in front of the desk, waiting for it to dry. He didn't mind winter or snow, but he hated it when his clothes became soaked by icy water from the clouds. It reminded him of a fight he had with an Egyptian sea god. I lost. Naruto shook his head, looking at the reincarnated boy. He really looked bad, with dark circles under his eyes, skin whiter than milk, with a slightest tone, and he looked like he hadn't eaten in days. Hey, are you okay? You look starved, man. Do you find this funny, Uzumaki? Issei asked the question pointedly, staring at the hunter. Naruto grabbed the back of his chair and turned it around, sitting down. Where have you been? Tokyo. What the hell were you doing in Tokyo? You should have been helping us. Uzumaki breathed calmly, running his hand over his face, brushing his golden hair back, revealing a scar above his right eyebrow. A scar he had gotten as a child, with his best friend and brother in one of the many training sessions under the watchful eye of his master, one of the ones he had ever had. Really, Haim? The hunter replied slightly coldly, moving his eyes over the reincarnated devil. It wasn't my fight in the first place. I'm not a servant of Gremory to participate in one of their ranking games. Do you understand? So why did you challenge him? Do you want an answer to that? Naruto returned the question, resting his chin on his hand and looking down at the brown-haired boy. Issei sat on the edge of the bed, visible in the dim moonlight, almost like a living dead creature. He's really messed up, the Uzumaki told himself, frowning inwardly. Was this what it came to? Feeling sorry for a devil. Naruto scolded himself, trying to forget that he had ever felt sorry for Issei, the reincarnated one. Yes, Issei replied, looking at the hunter with his almond-shaped eyes. He snorted, amused. A brat was demanding an answer from him. It was just too funny. He interlaced his fingers, forming a rest for his chin. To drive him crazy, Issei. That chick isn't even a true phoenix. It's not immortal, Naruto declared, giving a small smile, showing his perfect teeth. Being filled with anger, in combat Razor will make a mistake. A mistake that I will take advantage of to slice his neck with my sword, the Nichiren pointed with the thumb of her right hand, keeping her eyes on Issei. And that is what I will do. And how are you going to kill someone who is out of your reach, Uzumaki? The female voice cut short any response Issei might have given to his classmate's revelation. Both teens turned their attention to the new figure, finding the strongest queen of the underworld pressed against the wall, her hands on her stomach, watching the boys with her gray eyes. Don't you ever ask for an invitation? Naruto asked, a hint of mockery creeping into his voice. Grafia didn't respond. She focused her gaze on Issei, boring into the teen like two sharp daggers. Naruto shrugged, feeling like he was being pushed away. Here, Issei. From Lucifer-sama, to do what you truly wish to do, the maid explained, extending an envelope with a magic circle on it. Why are you giving me a wedding invitation? Are you really a student? Naruto questioned, smiling mockingly. He's explained it to you. It's to do what you wish to do. And what is it you wish for now, you little pervert? Don't make fun of it. I don't. I'm telling the truth. Your neurons are too short to understand it, the hunter declared, smiling at Issei's red face. That's a VIP pass to get the flaming chicken and the princess's rescue. Issei gasped, understanding that with that invitation, he could enter, stop the wedding, and rescue Rias from the clutches of Razor, a despicable, disgusting devil. Even he wasn't like him, someone who saw women as mere objects. Pam. Hey. You're just as perverted as that idiot Razor, the Uzumaki informed him. He took the invitation from the boy's hands, staring at the gold lettering on the front. I haven't been to a wedding in years. Naruto squeezed the envelope, feeling the feel of the paper caressing his fingertips. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, keeping the memories safe. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. He didn't even really feel it. His soul had been ripped out when he'd been kicked out of his home, away from everything he loved. How long had it been since he'd seen his friends? Are you okay, Naruto? Worried, Issei got out of bed. He approached the hunter and tried to touch his shoulder. Plop. Hey. Naruto avoided the touch of a slap. I don't need a pervert's touch, Naruto growled, rising from his seat, letting his Haori fall to his heels. He wasn't very tall yet. He was in his young, adolescent form, compressing his power even further. Look, if you don't want to go after Razor, I'll take the invitation and separate that presumptuous head from the flaming chicken and show it to the entire underworld. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the maid, waiting for some reaction from the Mam Lucifer's wife, some gesture that would make him hesitate, that would make him run his katana through her. But Grafia didn't move. She kept her face neutral, her eyes on Harem, unblinking. She almost looked like a statue. Issei frowned, snatching the letter from the blue-eyed hunter's hands, bringing it closer to his chest. I can handle it without killing anyone, thanks. Ha. Are you sure? Naruto tilted his head, giving a small, amused smile that reminded me of some jester god. Look, kid. You've been here, what, a month? 2. A quarter. You've only been exposed to the supernatural for a few months, kid. I've been out in the world for years, surviving my family's hunt. And you already lost to Razor. I'll fight him. You can't go around killing everyone you. Rash. Clink. Issei felt sweat running down his face, dripping onto the ground. He shifted his eyes to the side, observing the Nichiren blade on the side of his head, brushing against his skin. I came offering my help, not for you to offend my profession. I hunt supernatural beings. You are one of those beings now, so if I slit your throat, I won't feel sorry for seeing your head rolling on the ground, staining it with blood. Naruto tightened his fingers around the handle of his katana, driving it further into the wall, slowly grazing the boy's cheek. I'll deal with Razor. Brush. Naruto pulled the katana from the wall and took the invitation from the boy's hands, studying it with his sapphire eyes. He could read it, feel the magic that imbued it. Naruto. You can't get blood on your hands. Really? My hands are already there. Razor Phoenix isn't even human. My duty is to kill supernatural beings, and that's what I'm going to do with Razor. Take his head, the Uzumaki assured, sheathing his katana in a simple motion. He didn't care too much about Ria's Gremory's wedding, who wanted to escape the clutches of her family and the wishes that the Devil Council had for her, those elders who didn't know where to fall dead or how to survive without their human servants. Naruto took a deep breath, taking in a little more oxygen. He felt Lucifer's wife leave in a magic circle, leaving only him and the booster gear boy. The wedding didn't matter to him. He didn't care about Ria's Gremory's wishes or the underworld's plans to repopulate his village after the end of the Holy War. They were weak, destroyed. They needed soldiers for a war they couldn't afford. Every devil was necessary in the defense, the protection of the underworld. But for Naruto, that didn't matter. He wanted Razor Phoenix's head, and he would get it, one way or another. Unwanted guest. An unwanted wedding. A wedding that could go to disaster as soon as it started. Ria's Gremory didn't want to get married, especially not to Razor Phoenix, the most selfish and presumptuous demon she had ever met, whom she couldn't stand. She was the daughter of nobles, heir to a clan with power and prestige that would benefit from the immortal flames of the Phoenix, just as the Phoenix clan would benefit from the power of destruction of the Baal that she and her brother inherited from their mother, a Baal. The union of both families, over time, would produce an heir with the power of both sides, or at least one of them, the most likely being the one who would regenerate the Phoenix clan. Every son and daughter of the clan had obtained the power of their parents, leaving no one out because of it. There were no exclusions, as there were in the Baal clan. If you didn't obtain the power of destruction, you were nothing more than scum, an outcast. For this reason, Sarayer trained his body to obtain superior power, not only the power of destruction, but also physical abilities far superior to those of an average devil, even being the most notable for it. Few demons maintained the reputation his cousin had. Sarayer Baal was a very special king. He didn't wait in the rearguard. He stood firm and was capable of coming to the front lines if the occasion called for it, not distrusting his comrades, but willing to engage in a confrontation to achieve victory and spare his comrades. Step by step, Sarayer had risen to a high level of importance in the raiding games, as well as within politics. Many nobles, both high and low, supported their cousin, placing him in a position to overthrow the current Lucifer. He was being loved and respected by the people. Rias wished she could escape that arranged marriage. She didn't mind wearing a white dress now, the veil reaching over her shoulders, seeing her reflection with her ocean blue eyes. She hated wearing white now. She didn't want those memories. Being used as a mere object, a fetish of someone she didn't want. In those moments, he hated his family. His parents for planning all this when he was a newborn, or even before he was born, and his brother for doing nothing, remaining impassive and neutral about everything. He never said anything. He didn't speak out against what they were doing to his sister. Did he agree with it? Was him professing love for her too annoying? She cursed herself for having been born a Gremory, a noblewoman, a woman who was merely used as a pawn in her family's political schemes to keep the Devil's Council happy, those rotten old men who didn't know where to stick their noses. She was just one of many pieces on the political chessboard of the old sheep in wolf's clothing. Rias hated being a devil to a certain extent, belonging to the underworld, a place filled with selfish viper-like creatures that slithered in the shadows to take a piece of their prey, of all those they considered inferior. Several times she thought about disappearing, erasing her trace from the world and never returning to her family, even if she had to leave her entourage behind. But I couldn't. Kendo, Ito, Kaneko, Issei, Asia, Gasper. They were all her family, her dearest friends, and she didn't want to abandon them and leave them to their fate. Was she selfish for thinking of them before herself? If she hadn't had an entourage, she would have abandoned the world years ago. She would have left her family and taken another name, erasing all traces of herself from the supernatural world, and she might even have tried to find a refuge for herself. Rias knew herself well. It would be unbecoming of her to do or watch her friends be harmed because of her. That's why she stopped Razor, surrendering when she saw Issei bleeding, being beaten. He didn't lose. She prevented him from dying. No matter how recent Issei's addition to her entourage had been, her affection for him was no less, and she didn't want to see him dead. That's why he didn't invite Issei to the wedding. He knew him. And he knew Razor. He knew what they were both capable of. That's why he appreciated Issei, aside from his evil side, and despised Razor Phoenix with all his being. To him, she was just meat, like Ubaluna and the other women in his entourage. The devil was prone to being driven by his instincts, his deepest desires. This was normal for them, something that didn't matter or bother them in the underworld, which was one of the reasons the angels hated them. But, even though it was something normal, prone to happen within the underworld, Rias viewed it with disgust. She even knew that her brother despised certain attitudes of the nobles in the council chamber. Attitudes that they couldn't erase. They weren't illegal and were completely permissible, no matter how much one of them wanted to eradicate said attitudes. She respected her brother and Ichigo for that. Two people can't change an entire world, dear Rias Gremory. Your brother can't, just as God couldn't. She remembered all too well, etched in stone, the words a member of the Bale clan had said to her when she reneged on that marriage agreement. It wasn't Zekrom, but that man frightened her. She could smell his rancid scent, his alcoholic breath on her mouth. Would it always be like this? The underworld was over. There was no hope left for them. The civil war was over, and attitudes among the nobles hadn't changed much, no matter how hard the man did. Cruelty and selfishness were still present in the devil's genetics. Maybe I should cut it all off. Rias kept her eyes on a pair of scissors. She stared at them, thinking, trying to calculate how long it would take to cut her wrists, how long it would take her mother to come in and stop her, or see her as cold as ice. It would be the best option, she told herself, feeling an itch in her hand. She slowly raised her arm, her fingers brushing against the tool that could save him from suffering. It would only be a second. Just one, and I'd bleed out on this ground. But I wouldn't suffer forever. I couldn't stand Razor, my parents, the council. Kronk. Daughter, everyone is downstairs. Your brother gave a speech about uniting the two houses. It's time. Your fiancé awaits, then Alana declared, watching her daughter's back as Rias touched the handle of a pair of scissors, about to take them. The woman clenched her fists, lowering her eyes sadly. Had it come to this? I told Zeodicus it was a bad idea, a terrible one. But he followed the elder's directives without question. Then Alana placed both hands on the shoulders of her youngest daughter, her beloved daughter whom she was throwing into the arms of a man she didn't love. What could she do? She was a woman in a world where power, status, and connections ruled. The elders were the most influential, even if they came from obscure houses. They had survived the Holy War and maintained their position for many years, making it clear that they would not leave the world without leaving a true mark. They were succeeding. Come on, Rias. Rias Gremory, the proud Rias Gremory just sighed, stifling a cry in her throat and leaned back her body, moving the chair and scraping the floor, displacing her mother a few meters so she could stand up, letting the white dress fall, grazing the floor. What could be done? Keep one's head down. Do what the council had designated and keep the elders happy. Neither the ma'am nor anyone else could do anything unless Ekram Bale, the most influential devil, decided to do something. Unlikely. He was a devil rooted in the old ways. She was destined to be united to a man she didn't love, whom she despised with all her soul. Here we go, the teenager mentally encouraged herself, coming into view of the guests, of those members of the noble houses who were friends of the Gremory and Phoenix, and of those interested in this going well. Rias could see a couple of council members at the back of the room, watching everything with their tired eyes, wrinkled skin, and snow-white beards. She could feel their auras, how they made themselves known to the others. And she felt alone. Oh. My dear fiancé Rias Gremory. She breathed in. She breathed out. She had to do this. Take it head on. She couldn't escape it, and she had to face it for the rest of eternity, or until someone killed her, which would be a relief, a salvation from the punishment they were imposing on her. Was it a divine punishment? Rias forced her face, every muscle in her face, into a smile, greeting the guests of that party, that imprisonment for her. She walked slowly, taking one step at a time, dazzling the people present, trying to present a calm face, imitating that feeling others had called happiness. She would never experience that feeling again. It had been ripped from her, along with her heart and soul. She would never be happier again. She would never feel her heart beat strongly for someone. That was her punishment, her fate. She wouldn't be free of Razor until he ended her life. She took the hand offered by her fiancé, no, her jailer, feeling that warm skin. He was a phoenix, someone akin to fire. His skin represented that he was someone of fire. And yet, for her, it was an icy, unwanted touch. She didn't want to take that hand, to see those eyes that accompanied a smug, arrogant, and victorious smile. He had defeated her. He gave everything, but he didn't give his friends. Issei wouldn't have given up for her. But she didn't want to see him suffer. She couldn't. She felt Razor's pull, and in a second she felt his other arm around her waist, smelling that scent he gave off, his perfume. She wrinkled her nose. She even hated his smell. She felt nauseous just being next to him, feeling his touch. But what could I do? She breathed, maintaining the facade of a cheerful woman, enjoying that moment. Rias knew that acting was what she would have to do from now on, showing the council of elders that she wouldn't fall easily, that she wouldn't bend to Razor for anything, and that she wouldn't break because she was already broken. She felt the pain in her chest. How she couldn't feel anything but pain, fear, and a strong desire for salvation, even if it was by the easiest way. Death. Thank you all for attending this long-awaited event. A red-haired man declared, showing off a beautiful white suit with red hair similar to Ria's, looking no more than about 30 years old. Beside him, a blonde man nodded, agreeing with his companion's words. It is an honor that my daughter Ria's married Razor, the middle son of my good friend and companion, emphasizing his words, the Redeed hit the other devil's back gently. And I truly hope that both my daughter and my now son-in-law can be happy, that they can prove that both houses can be united. And that is my sentence." Rias flinched when her father, Zeodicus, kissed her cheek. She didn't look at him. She kept her eyes fixed on one point, completely unseeing. She didn't even notice the worried eyes of Akeno and the rest of her entourage, including Sumna, who was attending the event with Tsubaki, her queen. She couldn't hear the words of those in attendance. Her fiancé's father. Her fiancé's. Her mother, her father, her brother. She was still conscious, but she didn't understand what they were talking about. She saw their lips moving, how they interacted with each other, how they responded to the attendants at the engagement. But she didn't understand what they said, what came from their lips, from their throats. Rias was oblivious to everything around her, as if she were deaf and blind, a mere decorative object in the living room. And wasn't she? She was the object, Razor Phoenix's desire. Nothing remained of her but the shell. She was just an empty vessel, with nothing inside. There was nothing to hold on to. She had no soul, no feelings, no heart. She was nothing, just a mere political object at the service of her parents, used for a purpose. An end she would soon fulfill. She would marry Razor. She would sleep with him. She would bear him a child, maybe 2 or more, depending on their luck. Normally, a devil had a child every 100 years, or even every 200. Once born, she would no longer be useful. She was simply an urn for Razor Phoenix's son, the coveted weapon of the power-hungry elders. Ham. Etenganlo. Ham. Stop him, don't let him get through, damn it. Crack. The doors to the hall were ripped open, sending them hurling against the guests, while several bodies fell to the floor, inert, at the feet of a panting teenager, displaying a determined face, with a gauntlet on his left arm. Haim Misei took a deep breath. He wiped the sweat from his face with his right arm, staring at Razor. He could see his surprise, his annoyance. Sorry I'm late, Butchm," the teenager whispered, straightening up. Boost. He clenched his fist as the green gem shone brightly, creating an intense glow in front of the devils. His hazel eyes displayed a determination, a seriousness that Rias had never seen in that boy, her newest pawn within the retinue. "What's that filthy half-breed doing here?" Razor let out his anger at that question, engulfing the right side of his body in flames, staring daggers at Issei. He shook his head, signaling to a man. "Fujikawa. Take care of the unwanted guest. Rush. You Phoenix-sama." The man named Fujikawa took a step forward, rebelling. He wore a black kimono, covering his broad, strong body. His black hair was tied in a high bun, leaving only a few strands above his forehead. With his right hand, he gripped the hilt of his katana. Issei glared at his opponent, ready to fight a swordsman. He would do it for his Butchm. That's why he was reborn, wasn't it? To give his life in pursuit of his king's dreams. Brash. Clink. Another figure stood between Issei and Fujikawa, appearing shorter, much too short, with her blonde hair blowing in the wind. Her red haori swayed, brushing the ground, as if the black flames of that garment were real. As if the red of that haori moved in coordination with her Hanafuda earrings. "That. Water breathing," the Uzumaki whispered, swinging his sword, feeling the blood trickle down the blade of his Nichiren. He didn't care. It was just blood. 7th stance. Penetrating raindrops. The clock. Before the wedding guests. Before the eyes of every devil in the room. Before Ria's Grimory's now slightly glowing gaze, Fujikawa's head detached itself from his body, rolling across the floor, landing at the feet of an elderly devil. Ham. Uzumaki Naruto looked at every devil in the room, aware that each and every pair of eyes in that place was scrutinizing him. Clink. After his opponent's body fell, he sheathed his sword, wiping the blood off Fujikawa's kimono. He hadn't been a samurai for many years. Honor was set aside in the supernatural. "I hope," Naruto slowly began, placing his left hand on the handle of his katana, "that I'm not an unwanted guest. I'd be too sorry to leave. Flames and extinction. Weddings should be happy moments, filled with people rejoicing in the union of husband and wife. Friends. Family. On each side, the people responsible for that magical moment should be happy, enjoying a pleasant conversation, getting to know each other, dancing after the opening dance orchestrated by the couple of the moment. Everything should be rosy, easy, simple, happy. But that wedding was the opposite. There was no happiness. There was no friendship. Everything was tension. Darkness. Happiness had been robbed from that cruel and imposed event, leaving the bride completely without anything, discovering that she was being tied to a man she wouldn't love for anything in the world, no matter how hard he tried. Razor wasn't a man to love. He was one to hate, and she did so fervently from the depths of her soul, from the roots of her heart. Ria's Grimory wanted to annul that engagement by any means necessary, to be rid of Razor for eternity and never see him again, forgetting that event. Nothing in the underworld was simple. She was there, having lost the opportunity to get rid of her fiancé, feeling her future husband's arm imprisoning her, pressing her to his body from the waist, watching with growing disbelief, her dear and beloved pawn, who was panting constantly, glaring at the guests with his hazel eyes, waiting for some movement on the side of the devils present. Although Misei's presence was truly confusing, strange, and unexpected, no one expected the person at his side, wearing his black gakurin with his haori over his jacket, swaying in the cool night air that came through the shattered door, stirring his clothing and his golden hair. Blue orbs examined each person present. The fingers of his left hand massaged the leather that formed the handle, feeling it soft and new. Uzumaki Naruto remained impassive, all 5 feet 2 inches tall, completely upright, calm. He stretched out, feeling every gaze on him and the blood at his feet. He had slit the throat of one of those guards. Unethical, considering they weren't particularly welcome guests, from what he could tell, and he was being evaluated. He was in the lion's den. A contingent of demons ahead. And he was partially alone. Issei wasn't very good at fighting or staining his hands with the blood of innocence when people like Razor should be erased from the world. Maybe it was nice to see that there were still good people who were immune to death. But when you'd lived through war, a massacre, your whole mindset changed. And that had happened to him, Uzumaki Naruto, 10th king of the Uzumaki. Rash. Naruto shifted his eyes, watching a second guard hover over him. He felt the cold of that blow against his neck. He tensed his muscles. He was about to attack him. He'd take his head. It would only take a second. Clap clap clap. All eyes shifted to a figure whose clothing stood out. A long dark robe with shoulder pads that forced the man's red hair to move, just a little. Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto knew then that the booster gear wielder had sensed his power, the aura he was exuding. Only because of him. Surzich's Lucifer. Naruto had heard of the man when he was with the demon slayers. Even his brother told him about the new Lucifer, the one who had ended the devil's civil war, revealing himself as a super devil, with powers beyond anything imagined by the previous inhabitants of the underworld, equal to the son of the real Lucifer, the one who fell to Elohim. It's really powerful. Maybe I should unleash it. He frowned as the man stopped a few feet away. 10 meters separated them, and the guard behind him didn't seem to want to move the blade from his neck. Naruto weighed his options to get rid of that devil and defend himself against Lucifer's destructive power. He only had a split second, and he didn't even have a quarter of his true power yet. He had only been training again for a few days, following his master's instructions when he was still in charge of the clan. His godfather had truly raised him too well. Both him and his best friend. He took a deep breath. He relaxed every muscle in his body. He spread his legs. He bent his knees. He felt the handle of the Nichiren in his hand, soft, ready to move. The hunter must give his last breath, his last drop of blood. If I obtain Lucifer's head, it would truly be a great step forward for the hunters. I can see from your stance, kid, that you're a skilled swordsman. Fujikawa was a student of the legendary Sanjaya Kita. Not just anyone could have taken him for a full minute and you killed him in, like, a second. I only saw one movement on your side, colliding with your opponent's katana, and in a second his head rolled on the ground. Surzich's maintained a friendly expression, a small smile on his lips, watching Naruto with his eyes, examining him, trying to take his sizing. The Uzumaki noticed the Demon King's subtle scrutiny of him, but didn't make any gesture. He wasn't upset that they were seeing his ability. He had only come for Rias. The rest was just collateral damage. Could you give me your name? Surzich's asked amicably, not bothered by the hunter's cold eyes. Uzumaki relaxed his face. He tried to keep it impassive, neutral in the man's eyes, raising his head and seeing the super demon's eyes with his own. He is willing to fight directly if necessary, Naruto revealed, knowing that the presence of the man was a factor he had taken into account, but he had wished to have nothing to do with the one who had stopped Rizavim in the war, although he had not killed him. It's rude to ask for a name without giving yours, Naruto declared, unfazed by the dark stares of those present in the room. He felt the eyes of the devils, offended by how he had treated their lord. Surzich's raised his arm, stopping any further rebuttal from his brothers. As the demon lord, he wished to avoid further bloodshed. They had lost many brothers in the Holy War and, subsequently, in the Civil War. Although I know you know my name, I have no objection to giving it to you. Surzich's Lucifer, at your service, human, he introduced himself, giving a slight nod. Naruto realized how impossible it would be to unhinge Lucifer unless he attacked his family, his sister. It would be a suicidal move and one he wouldn't even consider. He wasn't here to kill her, but to get her out of the place. Uzumaki Naruto, he returned the hunter's gesture, his hand still on the hilt of his katana. Anyone in the room, aside from the guard, might want to grab his head, knowing he was human. He didn't give off any distinct scent, though his aura was clearly superior to that of an ordinary human. Therefore, keeping one's guard up was the best thing to do. The what do I owe your and the Sakarate's interference in my little sister's wedding? Lucifer dropped the question, although Naruto felt the man's eyes slightly glossy, as if he were being a child playing a prank and his parents weren't catching on. Pam. Before Issei or Naruto could even respond, a knock had stopped the three of them from speaking. Razor was clenching his jaw tightly. Naruto swore he could hear it creaking from the blonde's force. His fury was palpable, how he seemed to be about to lose control. Naruto saw it in his eyes, he could see it in his body language. Lucifer-sama, the middle son of the Phoenix, spoke strongly, separating from Ria's and walking toward Surzich's with erratic steps, probably due to the anger he was holding back. I shouldn't look for an explanation for his presence. The little reincarnated of his sister felt humiliated by my superior strength, while the human only seems to want to show himself superior to supernatural beings. Her voice echoed around the room. Proud. Mocking. With suppressed rage. Naruto drew a lot of emotions from that tone and smiled inwardly. He hated Razor Phoenix, and now he wouldn't hesitate. Razor-kun. It's rude to treat two people like that, even though one of them is in my sister's entourage and the other killed one of the guards, Surzich's expressed, not once showing any annoyance or taking his eyes off the intruders. First, let's see what they want, shall we? That's easy, Issei spoke, taking a step and making himself noticed by the demons. We want Butch back. Insolent brat, Razor growled. I won the rating game. Ria's Gremory belongs to me now. And nothing and no one can object. The elders have so arranged and the council agrees. Well, what you said is a bit superficial, a new voice declared, powerful cavernous ancient. Every devil in the room, including the man Lucifer, stared at the figure in surprise, not believing that he was among them, attending the wedding the council planned, nor that he was willing to undo it. Black hair and soft violet eyes. Everyone knew those soft eyes, that strong aura that left a presence wherever that devil walked. He wasn't as powerful as Surzich's. But he obtained another kind of power, more political. Zekrom-sama. The council member who had attended the wedding, one of the two, in fact, fell flat on his face when he saw Zekrom Bale at the wedding, dressed to the nines, looking at every devil in the room and finally focusing on the only human there. Oh, Naruto. It's good to see you, well, the Bale Lord declared, extending his arm towards the Uzumaki. Following etiquette, Naruto accepted the hand of the most powerful devil within the underworld in political fashion. While Surzich's was known for his raw combat power, Zekrom was the leader of the Baal, those who were kings after Lucifer and who held the political power of the underworld in their hands. I'm sorry about your situation. Now, where were we? Zekrom turned to Razor, briefly passing his eyes over Ria's. If everything my informants have obtained is true, you little rascal, the presence of a member of the Demon Slaying Corps is completely justifiable. That. When we visit the human world, Razor was confused and Zekrom began to speak again, we devils tend to get carried away. How much blood is on your hands, Phoenix? Your actions have moved too much paperwork lately, of which I am fully aware. Old Bale grinned shamelessly at the sight of the sweat running down the little devil's face, as he seemed to have realized that he had been completely caught out, that he had no real way out of his actions. All he could do was futilely defend himself against the accusations before he died. Many would think that Zekrom Bale hated humans, that he didn't want half-breeds in the underworld. And that was certainly the case. Zekrom wanted an underworld filled with pure-blooded devils who respected the law. A law that Razor broke. At least, one of them. Zekrom knew the importance of the retinues after the Civil War. They were in the red when it came to pure-blooded devils, and he knew everything that was going on. That's why he agreed to Ajuka and Surzich's plans, obliging and giving his approval to the council elders. What mattered was preserving the underworld, not destroying it. And Razor seemed to want to destroy him, something Zekrom wouldn't tolerate. What do you mean? Trying to look calm, Razor took a deep breath and tried to send the nervousness to the depths of his being. When a devil kills or tortures a human soul, he must follow certain steps. Steps that were erased when the supernatural law was created to keep all humans away from our world, unless he was aware of them, Zekrom declared, examining the devil's face. A law you have broken. Rias did it too, by reincarnating a human without his consent. Razor roared, pointing at the teenager in the soft dress. The Gremory opened her eyes, feeling Zekrom's gaze on her. Oh, her. Her case is special, you little bugger, Bale himself growled, glaring at the blonde. And I hope you don't throw a tantrum, because I have a proposition for you. Razor, resigned, nodded at the Bale's words, now feeling the eyes on him. Tell me, Lord Bale. Zekrom smiled. Fight the hunter here. If you win, all charges against you will be dropped, as well as the shame that now falls upon your family. If not, well, you'll never see the light of day again, Zekrom informed him, more of an order than an offer. Everyone heard it that way. Fine. I have no other choice. Rash. Naruto removed the Haori, causing the Hanafuda earrings to move, and passed the garment to his partner. Issei took it, blinking and somewhat confused, not understanding how someone had helped them. Ah, yes. Also, your engagement is cancelled, the Bail declared, turning on his heel. The fabric of his cloak brushed the ground as the devil left, leaving the wedding guests whispering and snorting, not understanding how someone like Zekrom Bail knew a mere human. Well, Surziches began hesitantly. The man was visibly surprised by what had happened and didn't know how to act. He cleared his throat, looking first at the phoenix and then at the Uzumaki. This will be done in a pocket dimension. Follow me. Pocket dimension field. Naruto planted the Nichiren sword in the ground, watching as his katana swung and vibrated. He took hold of the sleeves of his Gakuren and began rolling them up, revealing his scarred forearms. They had been visibly made by spike chains, forming lines with small dots, indicating where the spikes had pierced his skin. He stopped his movements when the fabric of his sleeves reached his elbows. He moved his right hand, grasping the handle of his sword. He felt Razor's eyes on him, as well as those of every spectator in the stands. He didn't mind too much. "We may begin." Graphia's soft voice echoed above them, causing the shield that prevented the attacks from reaching the spectators to vibrate. Naruto moved, trying to go towards Razor. Floosh. He leaped back, finding a wall of flames above him, preventing him from moving in a straight line, so he'd have to weave around it, something Razor expected. But the phoenix could move through fire. Pam. He grabbed Naruto's head and spun around, slamming the blonde into the ground, grinning as he saw his opponent knocked down in seconds. Applause was immediate, despite the tension of the match. "That's all, Ninjin. It'll be too easy to get your head, as well as my freedom," Razor declared, tightening his grip on the Uzumaki's face, beginning to set his arm on fire. "See?" Razor looked at a hand clutching his wrist, his burning arm. How was that possible? A human was passing through his flames. "Really too easy," Naruto nodded, putting Razor in an arm lock, knocking the noble devil to the ground, unafraid of his fire. "But more than for you, for me really." Razor tried to get up. Pam. A foot on the back of his neck stopped him. He was able to move his eyes briefly upward, meeting Uzumaki Naruto's cerulean orbs upon him, scrutinizing him. "What are you looking at, you ninjin bastard?" "I don't need my sword to kill you," the blonde said, fearlessly withdrawing his foot from the demon's head. "And that means you're nothing more than a bug to me. No, not even a bug. You're just a pebble in my path. How dare you ga?" Naruto's arm grabbed the phoenix's neck, stopping his enemy's hilarious words. Pam. He slammed the blonde phoenix to the ground, placing his right knee on his chest. "Why does it burn?" the devil whispered. Naruto didn't answer right away. He stopped Razor's left arm with his hand, staring at his enemy with both blue orbs. "Burn?" "Of course," the sapphire-eyed blonde declared slowly, pressing his hand to the phoenix's neck. "Holy water would nullify your powers and cause burns on a devil." "How dare you?" Clank. Naruto, wasting no time, yanked his sword back, revealing the Nichiren's blade to the desperate Razor. They expected an epic battle. "But you're just a rat who isn't worth my time, Razor. Zekrom was kind enough to give me your life, but I won't show off my skills or show off when you don't even deserve it, nor do they," the Uzumaki declared, gesturing to the spectators, whispering in the phoenix's ear. "For that, you will never see the light of day again. You have lost." "DCH. I'm not going to jail." "Jail? I never said you were going to get out of here alive." What? "But I." "Rash. Pick." Naruto felt the drops of blood on his face, splattering his clothes. It didn't bother him. He was used to it. Blood was part of his job. He couldn't back down. He looked up, observing the spectators, concentrating on one sector. The phoenix really wouldn't be happy. Feeling of the past. Grotesque. No father should have to watch one of their children murdered. None of the brothers should have to watch one of their family members be robbed of their lives. That was what the Phoenix clan was experiencing. The third brother, a son, had been killed without them being able to do anything, watching his life be taken by a mere human, watching someone outside the underworld eliminate a noble, watching a devil of the 72 pillars be robbed of his life. And they could do nothing. Brack. All the spectators watched the victorious human. His hand, covered in blood, grasped the hair of the defeated devil, fearlessly yanking his enemy's head off, showing it to every devil watching. From one of the boxes, surrounded by his guard, Zekrom Bail interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, observing the Uzumaki's gesture with his eyes, showing a faint smile, unafraid of being reprimanded. It was impossible. After Lucifer's fall, he was practically the most powerful devil in the world, with nothing they could do, and it was all just a game for him, watching from the box. Zekrom hadn't expected any other outcome. Pitting Razor against an Uzumaki. He was putting everything on the hunter's victory and hadn't bet anything on the blonde phoenix. He never would. Especially not when he was witnessing the 10th Uzumaki king, the greatest fighter he had ever known. On the other hand, the man Lucifer held his breath, seeing what had happened during the confrontation. At no point had Surziches expected a death. A defeat, yes, of course, but a death. He waited to speak with Zekrom about Razor's actions. But now everything was impossible. It was an event they couldn't fix. They had been left without a pure member of their clan. He moved his eyes, observing Lord and Lady Phoenix, finding the stupor on their faces, processing what had happened, the loss that was now on their minds. The fact that the human was showing Razor's head wasn't exhausting. Lucifer watched as red drops stained the sand further. How had he killed him? Phoenixes were immortal. Holy water wouldn't be enough to kill them. Many priests had tried. Only a powerful archangel could deal with them. So how had a mere human like Uzumaki Naruto done it? Surziches hesitated, confused. He tried to find the path that human had followed to kill an immoral being. But that knowledge. If a mere human could kill an immoral being, all the pieces seemed to be in place for a war. Could it be a member of the Cow's Brigade, as Azazel had once mentioned? The Redeed sighed, unsure how to handle the human who had wrecked everything, causing trouble with the council and the pillars. He didn't understand what Zekrom saw in him. Do you see me, you arrogant bastards? The angry shout brought the man out of his thoughts. He stood up from his seat, slamming his robes against the floor, frowning as he watched Naruto swing Razor's head up for all to see. What is he planning? Did you like the show? Naruto showed Razor's face, letting anger infuse his voice, becoming more raw, dark, filling that place with a strong murderous instinct, forcing the weakest to breathe deeply, feeling their chest collapse. Issei felt the weight on him. He pressed his right hand to his chest, noticing that his legs seemed to want to give way. He was even sweating. The shirt was sticking to his torso. It felt soaked, sticky. What is he up to? Smna asked, to no one in particular, readjusting her glasses on her face, observing the boy with her violet eyes, examining him, trying to find a way to know who or what Uzumaki Naruto was. Since their accidental meeting, she had never been able to read him. She knew nothing about him. She couldn't make plans based on the teenager's actions. He was completely unpredictable and would never do what was expected. Naruto worked in a way that was too complex for her, outside of human logic. Was he really? The Citri doubted it. And still fear, terror, a calm voice declared. Footsteps alerted Smna, who shook her head. A handsome, black-haired boy had entered the Citri box to lean on the railing, watching the Uzumaki with onyx eyes. Naruto is very special in that sense. As a warrior, a samurai, he knows that fear is what makes enemies err. For the devil's nobles to be afraid, it is an opportunity for him. He is literally luring them to his sword. Do you know him? You never told me about him. The teenager smiled slightly. His face was framed by two thick black locks that slightly obscured his right eye, leaving only his left eye visible, though both were equally pitch black, as was his clothing. It's not a story of mine to tell, the young man explained, giving a slight nod to the Citri, hoping she would understand. I can't explain Uzumaki Naruto's problems, his story, when I was only a spectator of the events and a companion in most of them, although they were not as serious as yours. Are you saying Naruto suffered more than you? Smna asked, intrigued. She knew the boy's life at her side. She had saved him from death years ago, though he never agreed to be a member of her entourage, wanting to be human for the rest of his life. We suffered the same thing, but in a different way and intensity. While he was deprived of everything that should have been his by right, of enduring the slander of the gods and those bastards, I only had to deal with the blood on my hands from what I had been forced to do to protect my family. Wait. Naruto, was he your brother, your partner? The one you told me about? A faint but genuine smile appeared on the fair-skinned young man's lips. The boy hadn't taken his eyes off the arena, watching Naruto heckle the spectators, stretching the rope as tight as possible. He understood, he knew why the Uzumaki hated devils, the entire underworld. They had taken away his most precious possession, some special people to him. They're watching you, brother. Yes. Naruto was the one I spent years with in Shinto prison, the boy nodded, not feeling too reserved about sharing anything about their past together. He had told the Citri heiress the worst of it, and something as trivial as that shouldn't have been a secret from Sona. Even though Naruto looks about 17 or 16, don't let him fool you. Most of his power, his very being, was taken from him when he was exiled, something I managed to escape. Smna frowned at those words. Power. Did she have more power than she was now displaying? If that were truly possible, perhaps the underworld wouldn't want to anger the hunter, about whom they knew little and who kept some hidden abilities up his sleeve. And if what Rias had told her was truly true, she didn't even tremble before Greyfia Lucifuge, the most dangerous and cold-blooded woman in the underworld, perhaps even more so than her sister Seraphil, who had been the silver-haired girl's rival during the Civil War years before. She sighed, feeling the migraines digging into her head, a growing pain that would continue if she tried to find logic in the life of Uzumaki Naruto, whom she had considered a normal human skilled in Kendo. He's not just skilled at Kendo for its own sake, but also because of his experience with Kenjutsu, she told herself, breathing deeply through her nose, calming her mind. She almost seemed to be steaming a little. Maybe you should go see him, huh? Citri commented, looking at her companion. She saw the boy's shoulders slump and his head lower, burying it in his hands. I don't think it's convenient. Because I've been living in the underworld since you saved me, Smna. He'll think I've betrayed him, that I've given up everything we both fought for, he declared, answering the girl's question, staring at her for exactly 3 seconds, blinking afterward and looking away. I don't want my brother to hate me. He won't, Ria's soft calm voice now halted the conversation between the two brunettes, who looked at the Gremory heiress. The Redeed put aside her wedding dress, changing into a casual one. Her eyes shone happily. She wasn't engaged. And she wouldn't be for a long time. Naruto, he's too special. Well, he hates demons in general, he seems to have grown somewhat fond of Smna. Rias? Smna looked at her childhood friend, waiting for an explanation from her. He respects you. You should just see that he hasn't been rude to you, he didn't try to cut your head off, the Gremory explained, clasping her hands behind her back and smiling. A real, genuine smile. Well, he's cruel to devils like Razor, I've always seen him as kind to Asia and Kaneko. Ikto even sought him out once, and Naruto shared some of his swordsmanship with him after the incident at the church. We never tried to hurt or upset him, and he never verbally attacked us. I don't know whether to consider him a friend or an ally. Maybe a little of both would be nice, Butch Makeno expressed. The fallen angel and devil hybrid had followed her king when he arrived at the Citri box. Naruto is very special, Fufuf. No, Keno. Don't even think about it. Rias pointed at her friend, hoping she wasn't thinking about that. But the red cheeks and the strange glint in her eyes were all the proof the Gremory heiress needed to know what her queen was thinking. And it wasn't something too holy for the ages. Now she was being Himejima Akeno, the sadomasochism lover. Although, how did she come to like that? Neither Rias nor Smna knew, and they wouldn't find out anytime soon. Surely they never would, Akeno didn't reveal much. The dark-haired teenager held back his laughter for several seconds, letting a few snorts escape his mouth before turning into a full-blown laugh. He wasn't worrying about anything. He'd already saved Naruto from Kakabiel, and seeing him now wouldn't be a real problem, but he wanted to wait, maybe with a grand entrance. He tore his eyes away from the 3 girls and looked at his old friend, brother, and teacher in the arena, surrounded by Issei, Kaneko, and Ikto. Did he truly accept the devils? Or did he only accept the person? He would always choose the latter. Naruto dropped his head, feeling Razor's hair slip through his fingers. He watched it roll down, landing at the feet of a blond man with a long, scarred face. He recognized him as Razor's father by his features. The Uzumaki took a step away from Issei and the other 2 members of Gremory's entourage, taking the katana in his right hand, feeling the leather yield to his grip. The sun mark seemed to burn, throbbing insistently. Lord Phoenix, I suppose, Naruto spoke, not asking a question, but a fact. He sensed in the air, with his developed sense of smell, a scent similar to that of his enemy back there, dead. Though Razor was more putrid, darker. Lord Phoenix didn't say anything for several seconds. He stared at the Uzumaki with his eyes, lowering his gaze. The devil was 2 heads taller than the hunter, with a more prominent body. It wasn't something that bothered the blonde. He was fine with the height difference. When he was a king, he had killed immensely large beings. Even larger than Lord Phoenix. Boy, the man's voice, thick and harsh with grief, struck the Uzumaki. Naruto noticed the sadness in his tone, how he seemed to struggle between anger and grief, having his son's killer barely 2 meters in front of him. Sometimes, he hated killing. Naruto couldn't bear to see the pain of parents losing a son, a wife, a daughter. He knew that pain all too well. He'd already lost her. You don't need to say anything, Uzumaki Dono. Lord Phoenix cut off the hunter's words, raising a hand, speaking forcefully and sending pain deep into his being. I know my son. I know of his sins. I know of his actions. I cannot blame him for his death, for your actions. You did it because you had to, because Razor broke the laws. I don't blame you for it, nor do I intend to confront you, the man explained calmly, his voice filling with a slightly melancholic tone. But could you let us take the body? Could you stop exhibiting his death? It is a father's plea. No. Give her back to me. Did you enjoy her death? I'll kill you. I'm sorry, Lord Phoenix. I let negative emotions cloud my mind. Naruto held back the urge to cry, remembering his past, those 2 deaths that burned him. Forgive my thoughtlessness. Please take your son. Bowing, Uzumaki Naruto stepped aside, allowing Lord Phoenix and his family to take the corpse of his son, his brother. He never saw any resentment, only sadness. But for him, it was the return of a memory, of a promise. I'll kill you. Okay, I know a lot of you hate Rias, but I don't. Remember, in canon, she did everything she could to get rid of Razor and she was never mean to anyone and that changed over time. In my story, it doesn't really matter if Ria's is good or bad, but I decided to make Naruto a slightly friendly character towards her and the Citri, which doesn't take away her dark and evil side when faced with real threats. I hope this doesn't bother you, best regards. The brothers' plans. The gods were supposed to be perfect beings. Without hatred. Without greed. Devoid of the dark and degrading feeling of lust. They were supposed to be pious, peaceful, without a single flaw in their character. A god was not supposed to feel envy or selfishness. God was forgiving. God did not stain his hands with innocent blood. A god was supposed to be superior to worldly feelings, to the cruelty of the mortal world, and could not profit from the dark times of humans. At least, Poseidon was one of those who held that view. The Zeus of Aeneas, tyrant of the sea, the god of gods, a being perfect in every way, without a single flaw. He felt no darkness. He felt no lust. He felt no envy. He felt no hate. He felt no anger. He felt no selfishness. All of that was set aside for him, who had taken on the role of sea god, a being as changeable as the tide itself. The waters parted before him and he stood above any mortal in godlike skin. He despised his brothers. Few gods were his equal, or at least he considered them equals. Among those equals, Amaterasu and Susanoo from the Japanese pantheon stood out. Thor from the Norse. Shiva from the Hindu. And Ra from the Egyptian. They could be counted on the fingers of one hand and he still had enough on the other to count. However, the gods he despised could be counted on all his fingers, including his toes, and he was missing fingers. As a god, a member of the top 10 most powerful beings and a king within his pantheon, Poseidon could not let himself be carried away by negative emotions, finding that he had once done so, such as when his friend was exiled from his land. At that time, blood bathed his trident and he was barred from re-entering Japan due to the massacre of Imkai, Onminjai who tried to stop him, and even lesser deities who slowed him down. If the Shinto storm god himself hadn't stopped him, the Japanese pantheon itself would be in far worse shape than it is now. The mere memory displeases me. Poseidon grimaced in disgust as he brought a bit of meat to his mouth, chewing it, savoring the taste like a sponge. There were no delicacies for him. He couldn't even enjoy food, but he had to eat. Everything was annoying to him. He hated what he understood all too well. He hated the gods, his brothers. The Greek pantheon was well known to all due to its history, the lust of the gods, and their cruelest moments. Zeus denigrated the gods for their lack of love for his wife. Ares was an idiot who bucked his brother's wife, whom he despised. Artemis had been cheated on by Orion. Athena couldn't be more of a bootlicker for her father. Every Greek god had their own story, marred by incest, bloodshed, or some misfortune. Poseidon knew every detail, every story, every bloodbath since Uranus and Cronus. It was all in his mind. And he couldn't be more disgusted. He rarely set foot on Olympus, and he would simply stand there for a minute when he did, listening to Zeus laugh about something alongside his sons, especially Apollo, who seemed to have gotten his livid temper from his father. All imperfect beings, mortals in a divine body. How disgusting. Poseidon put down his fork. Even though he didn't like the food, his wife had prepared it. And he loved his wife. He couldn't deny her anything. Amphitrite was his everything now, and he wouldn't harm her. Unless she truly deserved it. Brash. Prunk. Poseidon moved his eyes, only briefly, watching the doors open. But he didn't look at the intruder. He didn't need to. Nor was he worthy of being looked at. How many people had he looked into the eyes? He remembered only 2 or 3, not counting his consort. And the person walking toward him, tall, sneering, and full of malice, wasn't one of them. That man was the god of conquest, Adamas, second in line after Hades, carrying the scythe of despair, with which he sowed chaos and blood throughout the world. Or so they said. Adamas was the god they turned to when someone wanted to take something that wasn't theirs. The god of conquest, he was supposed to help conquer, as his name suggested. Brother. Adamas roared, taking a seat at the other end of the table, crossing his right leg over his left, giving a sly smile towards Poseidon. The Greek sea god kept his face calm. He rested his right cheek on his fist, staring down at the table, as if it were 1,000 times more interesting than his older brother's presence or anything he was going to say. But so annoying, an aberration. Adamas pressed his lips together. Poseidon had never looked at him, never. He was the eldest after Hades, second in line, and he was being relieved of his status. Poseidon wouldn't even look at him, ignoring his existence, and Zeus was crowned king of Olympus, ignoring him. Why were they denigrating him? Looks like it's about time. Poseidon watched as his brother's hand slammed the table, making an annoying sound. He didn't even look at Adamas. The banging was much more interesting. I've already secured the support of 49 gods, the god of conquest explained, smiling slightly. And that's not all. Some of the 13 Olympians have given me their support when this all begins, including Hermes. Poseidon, why don't you join us in helping us? With you, we're sure to make it. We'll take Zeus's head. Adamas banged the table again, looking pleased with himself. Even some of the Shinto gods had joined him. After taking Zeus, aligning themselves with Indra in his revolt was much more feasible, forcing the Greeks to follow him. Poseidon kept his face dull and emotionless. Was that being a god? He felt his envy. His anger. His ego. His ambition. He was completely filled with darkness, with negative feelings. There shouldn't be a younger brother who feels superior to others. That's what I believe, Adamas spoke again, looking at Poseidon with a dark sneer, unpleasant in the eyes of the sea god. So Poseidon, will you help me? Poseidon removed his hand from his face. He looked at Adamas in boredom, never looking at his face, just placing his presence before him. He would never look that being in the eye. What do you say, Poseidon? The silence lasted only a scant 10 seconds. But for Adamas, god of conquest, it felt like an eternal 10 seconds, seeming like eternal hours. This is pathetic. And you claim to be my brother, Poseidon spoke, calm, cold, letting his voice sound like the deep dark sea, drowning Adamas' ears. The bastard. I'm a bit far away, Poseidon, the god growled, taking the table's edge in his hands. What did you just say? Ham. Crack. Poseidon watched everything from his seat, looking at his older brother, seeing how he approached him, slowly, showing displeasure. Maybe if I come closer I can hear something else. Say it again and say it clearly. Silence. That was the answer given by Poseidon. Zeus is Zeus. However, you two don't think anything of that idiot, silly brother, Adamas declared, looking at his brother. He saw how Poseidon never looked him in the eyes. Look me in the eyes, I am your brother, you must respect me. Rush. Poseidon stood up, pushing his chair back. He wasn't bothered. He showed his trident, drawing a surprised look from his brother's side. Was he threatening him? Adamas pressed his lips together slightly. Poseidon waved the trident, holding it in his right hand, showing it to his older brother. God is humble. God does not scheme. God does not trust, that is what a god is. He is a perfect existence from the beginning, but you are infringing on all of that. Adamas clenched his fists. He'd summoned his scythe upon seeing his brother's trident. He'd hoped to bring him to Indra's side, to his side, to the side of power, but Poseidon was stubborn, pig-headed, cold, and toxic. Damn it, are you going to betray me, your brother? Poseidon whistled calmly, leaving a relaxed posture in front of his brother, without looking at him. Don't underestimate me. Zoom. A long time ago since your birth. Never, until now. Not once you've seen me in the eyes. Miriam. Poseidon looked into his brother's eyes, just as he'd asked, without fear, neutral, without emotion. Only once in his entire life had Adamas seen his brother Poseidon's eyes. Slash. The smell of blood filled the room. Poseidon didn't back down, and Adamas didn't seem to move. Cough. Rash. There was no fear. Grasping the handle of his trident firmly, Poseidon swung it in a crescent arc, smashing his brother's inert body against the wall, creating cracks and leaving a dark liquid stain of God's blood. 13 gods, Poseidon turned his back on the body of his brother, the former god of conquest, and began to walk. Apparently there are people mixed in who aren't gods. Ha, Hermes. He discovered me. Poseidon stopped his steps. At your service. The god had ceased to exist. Another god took his power. Gods were supposed to be reincarnated, returning to life. Adamas would never be a god again. Unknown location. The gods shouldn't fight among themselves. They should enjoy their immortal lives, putting aside any dark feelings in their hearts, not being guided by what made humans unbearable and detestable. The wars of the gods were bloody and devastated the entire world. They could destroy humans and even the gods themselves. But after all, the gods themselves always showed a darker side when they really should have been perfect, maintaining an image free from impurities. What Poseidon represented was the ideal of a god. He wouldn't kill on a whim. He wouldn't destroy humans out of selfish desire. He wouldn't be driven by negative feelings. He would always maintain an ideal role in front of others and never abandon the facade of the perfect god. Poseidon was a god among gods, and many knew it, both inside and outside the Greek pantheon. He was more feared than respected. Ham. And that was what Indra hated. He didn't want plans ruined. He had taken Adamas into his army, hoping for Greek support in his war with Shiva, only to have it completely fail because of a fourth-rate god, a mere minnow in the sea. He was above that Greek god, and yet he dared to slap him in the face. He couldn't allow it. He was the king of the gods. Lord Indra. The Hindu came to his senses. The god looked towards Sekhmet, catching the Egyptian goddess's emerald eyes, recalling the meeting with his allies. He shook his head, seeing Horus at the woman's side, Loki leaning on his ice throne, and Abisu of Shinton completely silent, accompanied by one of his Shinki, dressed in a fine suit. These were his main followers and allies. Ares was busy with Aphrodite, and Adamas was dead. He didn't expect much more from the Greeks. Prank. I'm sorry for my delay, Indra-sama, a mocking voice declared. Indra shifted his eyes, seeing the dark-haired figure walking toward the table, wearing a completely crimson samurai armor with the Uzumaki symbol on it. I had to deal with my followers. The young man sat next to Loki. Uzumaki Menma, 11th king, bearer of Amaterasu's son Mark. Indra spoke, smiling at the green-eyed boy's annoyed face. It's true Amaterasu hasn't given you the mark yet, right? Did she find out about your plans, kid? Ha. Don't compare me to Adamas, Indra. I'm not some idiot who went straight for that little god without backup, the Uzumaki said, placing his katana on the table, revealing its black hilt, with the golden tsuba forming a swirl. The young king looked no more than about 18 years old, with that slightly arrogant smile that Indra found amusing. He had gained the support of the Sun Guard for his fight with Shiva, indicating Amaterasu's support for his side, which would create more friction with Shinton, and his brother would be forced to face two sides. If Naruto were still in charge this would be impossible, Indra told himself, imperceptibly caressing the scar on his side, inflicted by the 10th king, remembering when he had tried to bring him to his side. Was that brat really human? But one way or another, Indra respected him. Uzumaki Naruto was honor. He was a warrior. He was the way of Bushido incarnate. He was the fire of the sun taking human form. His brother was far from all that. No, he was his half-brother. Indra wouldn't tend to forget that anymore. It would be an insult to his rival, and he couldn't disrespect a god among men. And unjustly exiled. He didn't like the actions of Menma, the first-generation gods, and the Uzumaki clan, along with corrupted yokai. He saw how the 10th fought for his people, and they turned everything around to eliminate him from their path, as if life would be much easier without him, without the true king of the Uzumaki. But there was nothing he could do. He was engaged in his war, facing Shiva soon, and he didn't want distractions from his enemies. It would be annoying to be reincarnated. Shall we begin? Loki asked, giving a dark smile. It seemed like in every family there was a black sheep. Return to normal. Long days. Tough 8-hour days listening to an adult on the podium, chalk in hand, explaining a subject that not many students found entertaining. After 4 hours of listening to 4 different teachers, each with a distinct way of teaching and winning over the students, there was a 1-hour break between the first and second half of classes, giving the students a chance to take a break from the day and then head off to their clubs. Seeking the mental respite they needed to face the remaining 3 hours of talkative teachers, full of facts they would never use in a normal conversation or job, unless the student decided to become a teacher, which dampened most students' interest. They would always study to pass the subject, but knowing it wouldn't help them in a real job, few made the effort to engrave those facts in their minds, letting them dance around in their heads for the rest of their lives. When they left the classroom, they would simply forget everything they had learned during the 3 years of high school. Uzumaki Naruto was no different. He had always hated school. Even as a child, at least during his time, he was taught something useful in life. Killing. Yes, Naruto hadn't attended a normal school as a child. He was enrolled in his clan's Kuoh Academy to be the next great champion of Amaterasu and lead the Uzumaki to war if necessary. He learned from an early age to wield a sword, to move among enemies without fear, willing to live one more day, one more hour, one more minute, one more second. Naruto engraved each Kenjutsu kata in his mind. He made his arms learn them, his legs and torso guide them, and his hands execute them to end one more life that stained his old sword red, not the one he carried now. And that was helpful, at least for him. Now he was learning about history, about language, calligraphy, algebra. Why would he ever use algebra in his life? Naruto found everything humans learn throughout their lives unnecessary. Yes, they had to know the basics of math and language, but the higher ones. Humans were forced to learn useless things that really had no real importance in the world, in their lives. Things that wouldn't save them if someone decided to assault them. Things that wouldn't help them improve their job, earn more money. But, out of all those classes, the Uzumaki most hated listening to the history teacher, an older man with gray hair and a beard and glasses as round as 2 bottle bottoms. Although kind, the man was an overly trained charlatan, so during his class, few questions could be asked and he would begin to talk, recounting facts about the feudal era, the shogunate, the First and Second World Wars, and Naruto found countless errors in that man's stories. It was noticeable, at least he noticed, that much of the information had been written by the victors of each armed conflict, leaving aside the history of those who lost, erasing it from the minds of those who wanted to know about the other side of the story. Naruto saw the hypocrisy, the ego of the victors throughout history. Always, the one who lost was the bad guy, the one who started the conflict against the good guys. It's a waste of time. Naruto opened one of his blue eyes, watching the professor give another speech, this time about the war between Japan and Russia. He didn't understand how the man could store so much unnecessary information in his mind. He would have erased it long ago, leaving only what was truly useful. He breathed, resting his head on his arms and staring at the ceiling. A week had passed since his confrontation with Razor, since he'd revealed himself to the underworld, and since he'd spoken with Yato and Bishamon. He was re-entering the supernatural world, and that would attract unwanted glances, the attention of people he wouldn't have wanted. Maybe it's time for a visit. Naruto had thought about traveling to Kyoto and requesting an audience with the Lady of the Imkai, the great and powerful Yusaka, the nine-tailed fox linked to the beautiful and mystical Kyoto, the city most filled with mythical beings in Japan, being the headquarters of the Imkai and a good refuge for them, keeping them away from devils, demons, fallen ones and other repulsive beings. While Naruto had been mildly accepting of Ria's, Suna, and their respective entourages, he was truly reluctant to engage in conversation with them or any other demons, as he made clear when he, thanks to Zekrom, left the underworld. Though he could smell the stench of the elders directed solely at him, granting him advance notice that he would be hunted by them in the near future, much more than he himself would wish. His head was starting to get really heavy from so many chasing after her. I wish so much for Raymond. The hunter gave a light laugh as the bell rang, slamming his hands against the table, revealing those gleaming sapphire eyes, knowing he was free for a full hour, before being imprisoned for another hour in that seat. My muscles are a little tense. Maybe some training. Naruto-senpai. He blinked several times at the shout, moving his head mechanically toward the classroom door. Naruto watched as it was pushed aside by a girl he instantly recognized. Murayama. Naruto took the bento from his bag, watching as the rest of his classmates began to leave. He had heard that the girl was feeling unwell, so he hoped not to see her that day. He was surprised to see the teenager at the academy. Kata said you were sick. Are you feeling better? Hi. Naruto felt his lips slide down his face, forming a small smile. He wasn't one to let his feelings show, but he appreciated Murayama and Kata like two sisters. And he truly considered them as such. What's going on then? You wouldn't be so upset if it wasn't something too urgent, the blonde teenager expressed, genuinely worried about what might have happened to his companion. Well, you see. Naruto picked up on the nervousness in her voice as soon as she started speaking. Her body language told him she was upset, nervous and indignant, and that's why she didn't seem able to really speak directly to him and tell him what was happening to her. Tell me, it's no problem, Naruto spoke calmly, trying to get the girl to relax. He didn't want her to hyperventilate and faint. I want you to train me, Murayama whispered, fiddling with his hands, interlacing their fingers. The voice came out so low from his lips that Naruto had to frown and strain his ears, but he couldn't make out anything. Rush. Naruto and Murayama nodded towards the door, watching Kata enter the classroom, followed by the rest of the Kendo club, both male and female, which made Naruto try to figure out what was going on, because Murayama was probably linked to the problem. If the problems I have weren't enough. The Uzumaki massaged his neck, waiting for someone to open their mouth and tell him what was going on. Because he really couldn't understand anything and it was bothering him. One of the older students, a member of the club, stepped forward. Uzumaki-san. What Murayama wanted to ask you was if I could coach you for the upcoming tournament as well as the rest of the club, the student said, bowing to the blonde. Please. Naruto watched his entire club, his fellow Kendo students, bow to him. He sighed, understanding why they wanted extra training beyond that from the teacher. He was the master of Kendo, the undefeated of Kuoh as he had been called in other schools, although he never participated in any tournaments or let anyone see him use the shinai. But even so, the rumors flew to every institution that would listen. It really suits me. It helps me work on my muscles, the blonde told himself, finding a way to keep training. It had been years since he had taken his godfather's training, and his power had waned considerably, not including the power taken from him when he was exiled, so he could kill him more easily. I don't really have a problem with that, Naruto declared, appearing relaxed. He would be fine with it, and his teammates seemed enthusiastic about the idea. In fact, they proposed it. But I won't be participating in the tournament, he said, wagging his finger at his teammates, waiting for someone to refute him. I don't want any confusion. I won't participate. I won't do it now, not ever. That's fine with us, Kata said, giving an amused smile. His companion had probably expected them to say he would participate and escape being a teacher. Something that actually crossed the Uzumaki's mind, though he never held it in his mind for more than a second. He dismissed it when the thought struck him. Okay, don't get all worked up, woman. Naruto waved his hand, trying to get them to move away. He wanted to eat his delicious bento, but he couldn't when a wall of people was blocking his way out of the classroom. He wasn't being rude, but hunger was getting to him. Also there's a new classmate. Naruto blinked and put the joke aside, finding it both serious and interesting. He watched his companion's part, letting his eyes widen at the person who would be his new partner, even though he really knew her too well. And on the bright side, actually. Cherry blossom pink hair ending in fluffy pink curls tipped with green. Two enormous bright light green eyes reminiscent of a shimmering meadow. Aheo. Henroji Mitsuri. Naruto pointed at his new kendo partner. He'd heard rumors of a new student, but her. On one hand, he was happy, too happy, to be honest. Really, how is he going to react? Many events ran through his mind, watching the lovely Pillar of Love, a skilled Kenjutsu fighter who was on his equal in skill, so the club had won the lottery if she participated in the tournament. Do you know? The question died in Murayama's throat. All the members of the Kendo club, plus a few stragglers, opened their eyes as Mitsuri grabbed a surprised blonde man by the collar, taller than her by 2 inches, and pulled him towards her, taking Naruto's lips with her own, in front of everyone watching. Oh, God. Hadis shouted, pointing at the scene, blushing, in love with the moment of two lovers reuniting, or at least she was seeing it that way, almost like a novel. The girl's scream made the other members of the Kendo club react, and they began to shout, surprised, happy, confused, an amalgam of emotions settled in the teenagers' chests. Naruto-senpai has a girlfriend. This is very strong, my Ami. Another of the students shouted, taking her face in her hands, savoring the moment. At no point during Naruto's time at Kuoh had the hunter expressed any love or affection toward anyone of the opposite sex. The closest to that were Murayama and Cadis, who were like two sisters to their classmate. So, seeing him receive a passionate, loving, and affectionate kiss from a girl, the latter being new to Kuoh, was generating widespread shock, as well as enormous hysteria among the female members of the club, who couldn't wait to tell their classmates, dispelling any rumors that had been fabricated about the cat-whiskered boy. There was general surprise, a greedy desire to know the relationship between the two, and enormous emotion at seeing his kendo master, finally with someone who could dispel the loneliness that seemed to follow him everywhere except to the club. Naruto gasped as Mitsuri pulled away from him, finally letting him gasp for air. He felt his heart hammering in his chest, and his face was probably as red as a tomato, both from embarrassment and lack of air. Mr. Whiskers. Mitsuri greeted, giving the peace sign to his fellow hunter. The Uzumaki felt his eyebrow twitch, noticing that he still couldn't speak due to lack of air. This was one of many moments he had where he hated having taken teenage form. It's good to see you well. Don't buck with me, Mitsuri. Naruto pointed at the pillar, waggling his finger accusingly, his cheeks flushed, feeling it tremble. Don't ever do that in public again. The fact that. The HMPGMF. Mitsuri dropped any reply from the blonde Uzumaki, taking him by the shirt and closing the reply with another kiss, capturing his lips again, enjoying the small, scant, opposition that Naruto was putting to the kiss. She loved to love and be loved. She hated insults and didn't want to be separated from Uzumaki Naruto again. Oh no. Now, Kanroji Mitsuri would be with Uzumaki until the end. Allies. Pervert. Undesirable. Idiot. Moron. Little man. The biggest pervert in the world. Idiot again. Haim Misei was known by many adjectives, most notably perverted and undesirable. He let his libido rule at all times, even in situations where it was truly out of place. Was he still a virgin? Of course. No girl would approach him, right? Misei could be the most hated man in the world, filled with an uncontrollable lust that filled his soul, corrupting the teenager's heart to its very core. Or it should have been, because truly, Haim Misei was one of those people with an enormous heart full of kindness. Even for a hybrid of a demon and a human, which didn't erase the teenager's human side and didn't discard the ordo heart that the boy had, something that normal people couldn't really see. He had found himself thrust into a world that wasn't his own, forced to fight for a girl who had never spoken to him until now, and to top it all off, he had denied the orders of his king and gone after his companion Asia Argento, who at that time was tied to the church, still a believer after being a demon. And he was in the hands of a madman, nearly killed simply because he refused to leave Asia alone with a gray-haired or white-haired idiot with the overly lustful smile. He couldn't allow it, and he fought that guy, being a devil novice with little combat knowledge. Haim Misei had his good side, which was always present, but it was overshadowed by the lust that tainted him, always loving Gremory for her oppai, but really being respectful to her. Even Asia was being respected although she lived in the house of the most hated being in Kuoh Academy, where she could be used for anything out of the ordinary, something that would offend Issei himself. He didn't seem to be a depraved rapist, just a guy too guided by his primal instincts. The good side of the security was what Uzumaki Naruto had accepted, dismissing the boy's crafty skills as perverted, beating him and his friends when they watched a Kendo club, something that had increased in the last 2 days with the arrival of Mitsuri and the special practices he was in charge of, so the perverts always returned to the classroom with 1 or 2 bumps on their head, sometimes even black eyes. Naruto didn't regret it. The hunter enjoyed seeing other people's suffering, even more so if it was someone like Issei, even though he didn't have anything against perverts, knowing that his godfather was one of the worst. Cooler and more respected than Issei, but too depraved. Why couldn't he stay away from the hot springs when Obi-chan was around? It was fun to see him turned into a mess of flesh. But sometimes it was annoying that he couldn't control his own desires. I longed for that old bastard Iro Sennin. What was he doing now? Naruto smiled longingly, remembering how the damn pervert had trained him in the art of Kenjutsu. His godfather had been his mother's chief advisor and commander-in-chief, the Uzumaki matriarch and leader, as well as his father's teacher. A formidable fighter, with experience and great tricks. Few humans achieved Senjutsu the way his godfather did here. Jiraiya achieved perfect sage mode, a power Naruto doesn't have, I'll explain why. And yes, Jiraiya is present, in case you haven't noticed lol, who else could be his godfather? Reaching perfection and getting rid of the negative thoughts of the world, something that would drive any human or yokai who tried it crazy. Natural chakra was a delicate thing, too affected by the world, and Naruto knew 3 people who knew how to use it. His godfather, his father, and a mischievous cat. How would she be? Naruto had met Kuroka while traveling after his exile, and when the Nekomata had been forced to leave the underworld where she was born, leaving her little sister to her fate, hoping not to be executed. Apparently, a noble devil offered her a deal that she accepted, only to be forced to kill the bastard shortly after, when he tried to use her sister for some experiments. It was reasonable, but the devils didn't take kindly to it. Uzumaki had never found out the whereabouts of Kuroka's sister, Shirin, so he couldn't reunite them, something that truly bothered him. He hated it when a family was torn apart, destroyed, or betrayed. It only fueled his hatred for the underworld, finding it all too annoying. He longed to eradicate it to let the blood of those bastards flow through his sword. But he didn't have their sword or their power. He had been stripped of everything and given that Nichiren sword that couldn't even rival his true katana. And that bothered him. Naruto let out a sigh, bored. He was in the occult club, with a cup of tea given by a Kendo, and watching the other members of the Gremory clan wandering around the place, although he felt there was someone else, with an interesting power, overwhelming for him now. Could it be another of Ria's pieces? The girl really wasn't being honest with him, although it didn't bother him that she was hiding an ace up her sleeve, really. They were her pieces. She could do whatever she wanted, as long as it didn't affect her. Stupid. Naruto moved his eyes, glancing sideways at Mitsuri, who was sipping the hybrid's tea, enjoying the taste. The pincat was wearing Kuoh's female uniform, which slightly highlighted her bust. It wasn't as exaggerated as the 2 great one-isamas, but it had a presence. That bastard. His eyebrow twitched, noticing Haim's eyes on his girlfriend. Yes, that would be the word after all. He couldn't just say she was his comrade in arms, his fiancée, and future wife. That was a story for another time. So, Kanroji-san, are you a hunter like Naruto-kun? Akeno asked, returning to stand behind Ria's, on the right, with the tea tray in her hands. Ria strained her ears, watching the girl. Naruto moved his hand, taking the handle of the cup and focusing on the drink. It was almost preferable, before Mitsuri went into destructive mode with someone like Akeno. Sometimes she was jealous. Naruto remembered what happened with Shinobu when he got too close to her. Mitsuri would be kind and seem fragile to outsiders. But appearances can be deceiving. Mitsuri would destroy any supernatural being with a soft, chilling voice. Exactly. Although it would be better to point out that I am, for all intents and purposes, your superior, the girl said gently, placing the completely empty cup on the table. It was delicious, Himejima-san. Really good tea, better than Shinobu's. Thank you, Kanroji-san. Ugh. I hate so much formality, Issei declared, sitting on the sofa in front of Naruto and Mitsuri, right between Ito and Kaneko. The catgirl was busy with her sweets, showing an indifferent face. Shut your mouth, hentai. Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch. Even though he hated formality, he wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, Issei was letting his true thoughts get the better of him. He was an idiot. Superior? Something like Tomioka Geek. Exactly the same, Gremory-san, Mitsuri declared, giving her usual simple smile. I am a member of the 9 pillars, representing the pillar of love within the Demon Slaying Corps, assigned to the Kuoh area and its surroundings with a team. Team? Naruto looked at Mitsuri now, showing some surprise at the statement. Pillars usually move on their own. Well, with Kakebiel's movements and the growing presence of demons, Yabayashiki Kagaya ordered the deployment of the pillars along with teams. He assigned me to Kuoh because of your presence, along with a new and promising team. Who are those promising companions? Naruto asked, emphasizing promising. Oh, well, Mitsuri laughed lightly, covering her mouth a little as she noticed the jealousy in her boyfriend's voice. I'll tell you their names. Kamado Tanjiro, your Akatsuki's newest student. He's been pursuing an important goal and faced the lower fifth moon alongside his sister, Nezuko, who accompanies him. Then there would be Hashibira Inosuke, the boar boy with his own two-sword fighting style. He's strong, very strong, and he chases Tanjiro to fight. He was admired by Giyu when he saved him from a member in service to the lower fifth moon. And finally there would be Agatsuma Zenitsu, one of the two students of the deceased Thunder Pillar. He awakens his sleeping ability. Interesting, isn't it? Shit. Asleep? Ikto asked, puzzled. Naruto held back, but he was actually interested. Using thunder breath while asleep. That was strange and really fantastic if it was true. Why asleep? Naruto expressed his doubt, looking at the pillar, trying to see if he could get the information. As long as he's conscious, he's too big a coward, the love pillar clarified, giving an adorable smile towards the Uzumaki, shaking her head a little, tilting it to the side. He must be powerful if the old man accepted him. Naruto had met the former Thunder Pillar before he retired and subsequently passed away. He had been a tough man, with thick heavy training that few would ever be able to truly follow. They would be exhausted and out of their depth within a few days. I'd like to meet him, Ikto said, giving a cordial smile. Fighting a sleeping swordsman, it must be strange, somehow, and a worthwhile experience. They're busy now, in the nearby forests. There really are too many demons in Kuoh. Mitsuri moved towards Naruto, taking the Uzumaki's face in her hands, looking at him with her green eyes, intensely. What have you been doing? Talk to a stray god. I haven't been paying attention to Kuoh with everything with Kakabiel, the Uzumaki confessed. Shuck. Because. Nagpagdia jargeg caper ag pagjiro, Naruto spoke. Mitsuri was stretching her cheeks, looking into his eyes. Slap. Uzumaki massaged his face, feeling his cheek slightly swollen from his girlfriend. It really hurt too much when she stretched, knowing he was sensitive because of his whiskers. I'm the one who created the mustache. I forgive you. Rias cleared her throat, drawing attention to her. She raised an eyebrow. What relationship do you two have? Mitsuri blinked. Naruto kept his cheeks away from his girlfriend. He's my boyfriend. That was a normal phrase, a simple answer to give. Or it really would be, if Uzumaki Naruto really were normal. Cold. Slightly unhinged. Homicidal. Homicidal again. He'd be capable of eradicating the entire underworld if they touched anything of his loved ones. And, in fact, it was prolonging his desire for revenge, which had been consuming him for years. Given that he was running away from the Grimoires, Issei only reacted to the first one. How the hell does this guy have a girlfriend? He's a lunatic. Accused a booster gear wielder, wagging his finger at a neutral Naruto, who seemed more focused back on his cup of tea. At least someone loves me, he replied back, taking a sip of his drink, smiling internally. Ugh. You bastard. It seems you know each other well. Ignoring the fight between her servant and the hunter, Rias focused on the love pillar. Mitsuri was sitting very still, her back completely stretched, her chest almost sticking out completely, perhaps in an attempt to rival both demonesses. Something that wasn't far from the truth. As a woman, though kind and loving, Mitsuri had a strong ego, fueled by her lifestyle as a hunter, which had fostered her growth in strength, only wanting to marry someone stronger than her. That was where Naruto was, now his power cut off. But he also understood the reasons that had led his fiancée to remain a teenager, without most of his powers or his sword, forged specifically for him, the 10th king of the Uzumaki. Perhaps too much. We demon hunters are slightly immortal. I say slightly because we live longer than the average human, the girl expressed, giving a sad smile. We gain a body that ages much more slowly, allowing us to easily maintain a youthful appearance, even if we are much older. We will eventually die, but we will do so later. The oldest recorded hunter died at almost 1,000 years old. Rias cupped her chin, ignoring Issei's shrill voice and Naruto's cold, slow one. Both of them had been following the discussion, more so on Issei's side, who urgently needed an explanation from the Uzumaki. It's unlikely the underworld knows about us, Grimoire-san. We're hidden even from our own pantheon, the Shinto. We can't afford to reveal ourselves to just anyone, Mitsuri explained, looking seriously at the redeed, a rare gesture. An evil has awakened now, 1,000 years later, and we'll need to fight together. If that weren't enough, the 12 moons have mobilized, and Kakabiel seems to have an interest in Kuoh. I believe it's a good idea to form an alliance between the two sides. For the time being. Rias nodded slightly. Kakabiel. 1,000-year-old monster. The presence of demons. Everything was getting ready for something big. Roses? Odd. That supreme being within the Christian faith, the one known as Elohim, the father of all the angels in heaven, the leader of the forces of good within Christianity, who confronted Lucifer in the Holy War. The church had magnified its creator, its father. The Pope saw him as someone to praise, to admire. But could humans really speak for Elohim himself? If one person cannot speak for another, could a mere human, without a drop of divine blood, speak for Elohim, the father of Christianity? No matter how good the Christians had become, many had left a trail of blood to this day. The Templars. The Inquisitors. Any follower of Elohim had been driven by the darkness of their hearts, by the extreme faith they had in their father, and, believing they would make him happy, had killed in his name, bathing the earth in innocent blood, including that of children who were branded heretics, pagans simply for following another god more meaningful to them. Naruto knew the stories of many pantheons. He had dealt with Egyptians, Hindus, Norse, Greeks, and even Romans. He could understand the bloodlust on the side of all of them, who, at some point, had a god of war or still did, as most pantheons did. The Greeks had Ares. The Romans had Mars. Tur was the Norse representative. Kartikeya, son of Shiva, was the Hindu god of war, commander of the armies of his father, whom he knew only too well. And finally, Montu had been the solar god of war for the Egyptians. They all had a god of war. But the Christians. They had Elohim, followed by his archangels and armies of angels who fought against Lucifer and his sons. There was no representation of war in the Christian faith. There was no god to pray to for a bloodbath, to offer the offerings of victory and deaths on the battlefield, and other aspects surpassed by the rest of the pantheons. Christians killed without fighting. They shed blood, burned innocents without any proof, without a war. While the Norse had fought alongside their gods, against anyone, Christians imprisoned, burned, and tortured those they considered pagans, heretics. Where was Elohim in all this? Would a god like Christianity really desire blood? Would he desire killing in his name? Naruto doubted it. It was known that there were two testaments of God, one of them indicating a dark, more malevolent side of Elohim himself, which could justify such actions by his followers and could be accepted by all. Even so, Naruto didn't know of a more bloody pantheon than the Christian one. They had killed without reason, simply being human, without asking, assuming that their god would like it, that he would admire them, and they would earn heaven. In the other testament, Elohim was presented as a pure being who did everything for the good of humans, the angels, and the entire world. And that was the testament humans now followed, which degraded their actions. Naruto hated Christians. Many had murdered his comrades without reason, leaving families shattered, children without fathers. He hated the warriors of God, those who were called Templars, the elite within the Lord's Knights, the exorcists. The hunter knew a little about the hierarchy within Christianity. First, there were the archangels, those with 12 wings, led by Michael, the bearer of the 12 golden wings. Then, the number of pairs of angels would descend, down to the single pair angel, sporting snow-white feathers. Any angel would always be twice as strong as a simple exorcist, who would be the rank and file within Christianity. But within humans, the Templars would be those soldiers classified as the elite, the most powerful and pious, known for their faith in the Pope and God, rejecting any action other than the death of heretics. Something Naruto found annoying. They were foolish, mindless, and too annoying for him. He had exterminated a few of them during the Pantheon War long ago. They tried to strengthen their positions in Japan, and Amaterasu refused. He was honored to face them, to subdue them with his sword. Those were the good times, the blonde man told himself, remembering when the Egyptians and Hindus declared war on the Shinto. It was a few days after he and a platoon of his best warriors drove the Templars from the islands, drenching the ground with their blood. He also fought an angel. He'd been slightly arrogant, and for a few seconds, he swore he saw its wings flicker. He didn't give it much time to fall. He simply impaled it through the angel's throat, drowning it in its blood and taking its life with a single movement. He had no regrets. If he decided who to hate, it was pretty clear it would be Christians. They are too demanding and annoying. Naruto muttered some insults in his mind, his arms crossed. He was leaning against the wall inside the occult club, wearing his school uniform. Even so, he had brought his Nichiren just in case. Riaz had mentioned a meeting with 2 followers of the church who would be showing up after school and had invited him to participate. He was genuinely surprised by her invitation and accepted, though Mitsuri had other duties to attend to. "And Kanroji-san?" Ito asked, looking at the blonde out of the corner of his eye. Both Kiba Ito and Uzumaki Naruto had been spending their time training together. Naruto agreed to Ito's request, knowing something about his past and about Project Excalibur. In fact, he had exterminated every member of the project except for Galilei. The old bastard had managed to escape, slipping through his fingers. He was annoying to chase back then, and he put it aside. He had his own hunters to deal with. "Urgent matters from the hunters," Naruto muttered under his breath, moving his eyes towards the door when his ears heard that creaking sound, indicating someone was entering. Crow. Seconds later, the doors opened, revealing two figures wrapped in a white cloak, covering everything except their feet. Naruto moved his eyes, sniffing the sacred scent that escaped from the briefcases of the same church envoys. By their shape. Their movements. They're both girls, teenagers, experienced exorcists, the blonde deduced, without moving. He was good at using his eyes to glean information, just from a person's body language, their figure and movements. Training with the sword, being forced to strain his eyes, had helped him acquire that skill, in addition to his years of swordsmanship, which was a plus. The church's messengers, I suppose, Rias murmured. The Gremory girl sat at her desk, her hands resting on her chin, watching the two girls. Both exorcists removed their hoods. The slightly shorter one had brown hair and two pigtails, and a more pleasant face than the other, slightly taller girl with dark blue hair and a green streak. That's right, Gremory, the blue-haired girl responded scathingly. Naruto saw the pout on his friend's face and couldn't help but press his lips together, almost wanting to laugh. Zenobia Quarta, exorcist of the church. Shid Marina. The second one introduced herself, more cheerful than the first. Naruto felt really uncomfortable. Zenobia glared at her friend, slightly harshly. Irina didn't speak further, but looked directly at Issei. The boosted gear wielder was surprised by something, and Irina was slightly annoyed. Issei, I'm so sorry you're a devil, she said, as the brunette swallowed. Naruto sighed. Really? The exorcist's neurons were out, shattered, burned. Issei was a devil, not a demon. If he really was, it would mean that Muzan would have been present directly in Kuoh, which would have been a headache. The problems were piling up, all because he had gotten into the supernatural again, which was a nuisance. Maybe I should pass on the Hanafuda earrings and Urakadaki's offering. Let's get to the point, Ria stopped the Uzumaki's inner thoughts. The boy looked up. The entire Gremory entourage was present and he could sense Ito's discomfort as he watched the two girls' briefcases. What can we do for two envoys of the church? Naruto sensed Zenobia's annoyance. She seemed to radiate anger, a hatred toward the devils. She didn't like being there. Was it because of her extreme faith in Elohim? The Uzumaki found it too amusing. If they knew that God had died, would their faith still stand? Good. It's just what I expected, Zenobia declared, happy to be out of that place. She didn't like demons. She couldn't stand them. They should all die by her sword. But they were already dealing with internal problems and couldn't afford the devils. We want you not to interfere in our confrontation with Cadre Kakabiel, the one who stole the Excalibur from the church, or we'll see that the demons are allies of the fallen in this. Naruto blinked, feeling the killing intent seeping out of Rias. He could sense her unease, her annoyance at being compared to Kakabiel's ally and accused of theft. But he was shocked by the church's negligence. They'd sent two exorcists to deal with a Grigori leader, someone who had stained the land with thousands of deaths. Either they are idiots or they have a mole. Are you accusing us of conspiring with the fallen to take the Excalibur? Rias demanded an answer, lowering her hands. Her eyes had hardened, staring directly into the teen's brown eyes, waiting for her to speak. Zenobia did not back down under the Gremory's harsh eyes. That is only if you refuse to move us through Kuoh. Why should I really allow you to do that after the offense on your side? Rias stated, relaxing her posture in the seat, looking at the exorcist directly. You don't want to force that hand, Rias Gremory, sister of Lucifer, the blue-haired girl muttered, squeezing the handle of her briefcase, ready to move against the redeed. I really was. Naruto cleared his throat, stopping the obvious confrontation that was about to take place in the room. He knew that Rias would allow Zenobia and Irina, who hadn't said much, to move around Kuoh freely. He cared little for what the fallen and the angels did, but he hated it when she was compared to the former without justification. Could you all relax? I really don't wish to stop a confrontation between the church and the underworld, but I will if I see things getting worse. Zenobia frowned, annoyed that a demon would speak to her like that. The thought of showing her Excalibur and cutting it in two crossed her mind. I'm sorry, Naruto, Rias murmured, taking a deep breath. She pinched the bridge of her nose and looked at both exorcists, now more relaxed. Fine, you will be allowed to move around Kuoh, and both the Gremory and the Citri will not interfere in your affairs with the fallen. Thanks for getting to the point, Gremory, Zenobia grunted, turning on her heels and walking towards the door. Was that all? Naruto found himself bored. He had expected some sort of confrontation, he wouldn't deny it, and he had dreamed of participating in that fight. His body craved it. Since he had wielded a sword again, his body had recalled old sensations that pushed him to more, much more. Wait, Zenobia. Irina stopped her friend, moving her eyes towards Asia Argento, making her hiccup when she felt the brunette's eyes. Naruto then frowned. She's the heretic, the witch who cured a demon. Is that so? Both exorcists were staring at the blonde intensely. Especially Zenobia, whose face had hardened even further. Hi. Asia whispered, intimidated by the intense stares of the two girls, wanting to leave the place. Do you believe in God? Irina asked suddenly, really interested. Don't be silly, Irina. No demon can believe in God or pray to him. It's unnatural. Zenobia snapped, but she kept her eyes on Argento, waiting for an answer from her partner and best friend. She was intrigued. Why yes. Sometimes, a lot, I think about God and pray to him several times, despite the headache the blonde declared innocently. Naruto pressed his lips together. He felt the change in the atmosphere. Zenobia caught his cold gaze. She didn't like the answer, apparently. Oh, is that so? Then we must purify your soul, heretic. Rash. Asia gulped, seeing the blade of Excalibur destruction aimed at her, ready to cut her in two. She closed her eyes, truly expecting her death. Ham. Would you please stop? Everyone in the room looked at Naruto's figure, standing no taller than 5 feet 6 inches. The boy had moved from his spot, catching Zenobia's wrist as he moved towards Asia. Zenobia looked at him, as did Irina, in disbelief. How? I don't want any unnecessary bloodshed, exorcist, Naruto declared, letting go of Zenobia's wrist. The hunter stood between the two girls, his own sword still in his hand, unsheathed. He stared at the brunette with cold eyes. Or I'll really be mad at the church. Zenobia gritted her teeth. Shut your mouth, demon. I don't know why the church prevents us from killing you when we have Excalibur in our hands. Zenobia showed hers, while Irina released hers. But I won't allow a demon to touch me. Don't ever. For what? Uzumaki Naruto's cold voice stopped Zenobia Quarta from speaking. The church's envoy began to feel cold, to tremble. Her legs didn't seem to be able to support her, and she swore she saw herself die at least 120 times in a second. Don't raise your voice to me again, wife of the Lord, because they won't stop me when I tear your head from your body. You're a guest in Kuoh, behave as such, or I will be forced to simply wipe you off the map, little insect. Naruto shook his head. Everyone felt the pressure. Uzumaki Naruto was not happy. The hunter. A saying cut through tension like a hot knife through butter could be applied to the situation within the occult club. Everyone remained silent, feeling the heavy feeling that Uzumaki Naruto was sending, especially towards Zenobia Quarta, who seemed to be showing a bit of overexertion and staying on her feet. Anyone who saw her would notice the light beads of sweat running down her face, her hands trembling slightly, and how her legs seemed to give way, wanting to buckle and let their owner fall to the ground. Irina wasn't feeling any better. A few steps away from her companion, the brunette was sweating slightly, feeling her heart pounding, as if she were standing right in front of a predator, a hungry wolf baring its fangs at its prey, or even a lion. For 2 or 3 seconds, the girl swore she saw a huge dark figure with 9 waving tails that reminded her of Kikbi, the Japanese mythological tale about the 9-tailed demon fox. But that would be a fallacy, an imagining of her mind pressured by fear, right? Both exorcists gasped, slowly recovering from their training, their preparation for battle. They couldn't succumb to a demon just because of its presence. Clank. Zenobia displayed Excalibur destruction, while the Excalibur mimic form was in the hand of her partner Irina. The brunette wasn't bothered by presenting her sword. She matched her partner's stance, somewhat more flexible compared to Zenobia herself, who seemed ready to move against Naruto and destroy Asia, who was cowering behind the blue-eyed blonde. Naruto slid the fingers of his right hand over the hilt of his Nichiren, ready to draw it. Unlike the two exorcists, the hunter remained calm, examining the girls with his 2 sapphire orbs, ready to respond to any move they made and counter it with a stronger one. He could see from their stance that they really knew how to fight. And they seemed to want it. At least Zenobia, who wasn't as hesitant as Irina. Naruto smiled slightly, pulling back the handle of his katana, revealing the coal black edge. From what he'd been able to see in his memories, only a select few had ever wielded a black-bladed Nichiren, and those were the ones who. Ham. Naruto blinked, somewhat stunned. Zenobia relaxed her posture. Irina unknowingly let out the breath she'd been holding. Riaz had slammed her hands on the table, standing up in the process, dragging her chair back and focusing her attention on the 2 church girls. Please. Will you stop? Riaz murmured, not as a demand, but more as a matter of fact. She didn't want the church after them, not when Kakabiel seemed to be starting a war, moving his troops. He wasn't up to that. The Redide sighed, moving her eyes to Naruto. Please. Rash. Clink. Without further ado, Naruto sheathed his sword, assuming a relaxed pose. But he didn't take his eyes off the 2 exorcists, who seemed to have seen a real demon, or something similar. At least, that's what the Uzumaki thought. Zenobia kept her hands firmly on the handle of her sword, at the same time that Irina seemed to relax hers. It didn't seem to incite a real confrontation, which Riaz was grateful for. A trail of blood between heaven and the underworld wouldn't be the most appropriate now, with the fallen in an aggressive movement, and even less so when Naruto, a member of an unknown group, seemed to be aware of each side's movements. It was annoying, but necessary. Thank you. All 3 of you, Gremory whispered, relaxing. But the headache wouldn't go away, unfortunately. He now had two exorcists who were a powder keg. One provocation, and blood would flow. Having Naruto on his side only made things worse. You may go. The audience is over. Zenovia put away her Excalibur, followed by Irina. Both girls stared at Naruto for several seconds, which felt like hours, and then moved their eyes to Asia, who cowered behind the hunter. Naruto didn't move away and seemed like a wall between the two sides. And removing a wall like the Uzumaki was no easy task for anyone. Don't forget what we talked about, Gremory hissing, Zenovia declared, resting her gaze on the Gremory heiress for a few seconds, earning a nod from her. She turned on her heels and seemed ready to sneak away, followed by the silent brunette girl to leave the place they hated. It wasn't going to be easy. I challenge you to a duel. Ikto demanded, peeling himself away from the wall. The devil stood between the exorcists and the door, displaying an annoyed look that caught Naruto's interest. The boy's aura had changed, sending out faint traces of desperation masked by hatred and rage. I want to destroy the Excalibur in your hands. I see. You? A demon is demanding of me? That's fun, Zenovia declared, smiling at the thought of a confrontation. And if the other insolent one butted in, so much the better for her. She could take out two demons without fear of retaliation. Fine, if you wish. Try it. Ikto frowned, clearly annoyed. Everyone could see it. Naruto sensed his annoyance. Sometimes, he even hated his time-heightened senses. Zenovia. We shouldn't. Irina. They are merely demons. If they wish to be taken from their lives by Excalibur, it is our duty to do so. We are exorcists, she said calmly, keeping a hard eye on Ikto. But Naruto could read the girl. She was eager for a battle. Probably more so to exterminate all the devils in the city and then Kakabiel. How far did her faith go to risk her life without thinking? If Yudo fights, I'll join him. Issei expressed his annoyance, wanting to face the girl who almost hurt Asia. Hentai. If the knight fights, I'll be forced to support him, Naruto declared, showing his katana. Your thing is hand-to-hand fighting, not with a sword. You'd just be dead weight, kid. Don't call me kid. We're the same age. Annoyed, the Securite pointed at the Uzumaki, showing the boosted gear, attracting the interest of both girls. Ria sighed, watching the entire discussion again. Akeno laughed lightly, covering her mouth with her hand, being as subtle as she could, not wanting to upset her friend too much. Fine. You'll be able to duel for two. Issei, he turned back to his room, forcing the boy to look at him. You're not participating in this. Naruto and Ikto are competent enough for this. But why? Sometimes, Dragon, Naruto spoke calmly, taking hold of the handle of his katana. The Uzumaki's lips had thinned, turning his face somewhat sour. There are scores to settle. It didn't take long. 5 minutes and the combatants were in a clearing, surrounded by the Gremory entourage and Citri, who agreed to watch the fight. Naruto maintained a relaxed pose. He hadn't put aside his school uniform. He didn't even see any danger in fighting an exorcist. Frush. Irina and Zenovia removed their cloaks, revealing to their opponents and the audience the full-body uniform that covered them, black, almost resembling a S&M suit. Something that made Naruto feel his eyebrow twitch, shivering at the image. Really? The sky is disgusting. He gripped the hilt of his Nichiren, hearing Issei's moans, who was probably enjoying the view. But he wasn't. He was furious. The flames of revenge were rising within him. It may not be the head of Michael, Raphael, Metriton, or Gabriel, my dear. But it could be a step towards taking their heads, Naruto told himself, thinking of his wife, the woman and children, the ones the church had taken from him, the ones the Templars had raped. His eyes twitched. His muscles tensed. He couldn't kill two girls outside of that time. But he wouldn't let them move on him. Not when they were from the church. Rash. He showed the black blade of his katana to his opponent, the exorcist Shid, wielder of Excalibur Mimic. How long would she last against him? He wasn't in the mood for games. From the moment he sensed the exorcists, he wanted to dismember them. They're innocent. They had nothing to do with it. Naruto took a deep breath, taking a deep breath, filling his lungs with all the oxygen he could, feeling his torso grow, his chest swell, and not being able to take anything else. He let go after exactly 10 seconds, finding his mind clear, his body relaxed and focused on the girl with brown pigtails, who seemed to smile at him slightly, happily. He allowed himself to smile back. I'm sorry about all this, Demon-san. Ha. Really? She seems to enjoy it, the Uzumaki pointed out, jabbing his thumb at Zenovia. Both she and Ikto looked ready to rip each other's hearts out. And I'm not a demon, my dear. I'm a demon slayer. Before she could react, Irina dodged a swing from Naruto's side, finding the boy on top of her, having moved in just a blink of an eye, which really surprised her, not expecting that speed from anyone. How fast? Irina tightened her grip on her sword, ready to counterattack. But she didn't expect to find the Uzumaki's knee on her face, directly slamming into her. Ham. She was forced to step back, feeling the blood trickle down her upper lip and drip down her chin. She was being surprised, overwhelmed, and, slightly, annoyed by it. Not a demon, huh? Irina wiped the blood with her hand, seeing the bright red. What do you do with demons then? I would never be with the demons, he said, gripping the handle of his katana tightly, but they are devils. What's the difference? Naruto smiled, launching himself at Irina, who mimicked him as she saw him move against her. Plank. Both katanas collided, sending out sparks. Naruto's was lightly coated in water, creating pressure, representing his breathing. Some are monsters, the others have human form. Slash. Naruto ducked, letting Irina's Excalibur mimic pass over him as she spun around. He gripped his sword firmly, watching the movement. Water breathing, she mentally chanted. Water began to move over her blade as it passed underneath, waiting to strike her. 12th stance. Countercurrent. Naruto swung his katana upward, while Irina swung hers like a barrier against a Nichiren that seemed to cut through a waterfall, advancing to strike hard and sweep her away. She really would. At least, if what she was carrying wasn't a fragment of Excalibur. Plunk. Why signs? Naruto stood his ground, thrusting his katana against his opponent's, finding that the girl stood her ground, using the Excalibur as a defense against his blade. The exorcist had stopped the water-breathing movement without suffering too many injuries beyond a few scratches that looked like a caress in Naruto's eyes, which annoyed him. This isn't my sword, after all. But that sentence, Irina swung her Excalibur mimic and knocked the Uzumaki aside, who had hoped to dispatch his foe with just one move. And he was annoyed. His eyes spoke volumes. The way he held the Nichiren sword was indicative of his real annoyance. If he had his sword, the one that made him a king of kings, a god among men, he wouldn't be so limited. Kakabiel wouldn't have escaped. I only have a quarter, maybe less, of my true power. Add to that the fact that I haven't trained until a month ago and I'm in pretty bad shape. Besides, I don't have my sword, the hunter lamented, his features softening. Zoom. Clink. Naruto moved his Nichiren, blocking Irina's Excalibur mimic, feeling in his body the superhuman strength that the exorcist was trying to apply in the movement. She really takes it seriously. He planted his feet on the ground, feeling it slowly begin to sink. Okay. This is fun. Water breathing. He took a breath, gritting his teeth. He moved his other hand, gripping the hilt of his sword. Second stance. Water wheel. In a complete 360-degree turn, Naruto got rid of Shidmarina in a single movement, pushing the girl and lightly cutting her abdomen, sending her to the ground, surprising her and upsetting Zenobia, who had gotten rid of Ikto and seemed worried about her partner. Naruto touched the ground, both with his feet and the tip of his katana, staring directly at Irina's downed figure. The girl could keep fighting. He knew it. But he had to take away her hope or she would really struggle to control herself too much. Oh, well. That was a good move, you little brat, said a voice, thick and amused, attracting the eyes of everyone in the room, including Irina herself, despite the injury. Naruto moved, trying to react. But he was slow. Too slow. Ploosh. Rash. Cough. Naruto opened his eyes fully. He looked down. A sword was piercing his chest, while a hand was holding his shoulder. He looked up. That. The man with wings and a falcon head, showing mean, slightly golden and funny eyes, mocking Naruto. Don't look at me like that, Uzumaki, the half-hawk half-human man declared. With a flick, he withdrew his sword, leaving the wound open on the boy, his hand never leaving Naruto's shoulder, keeping the blonde close. After all, you are a demon slayer, aren't you? This will be fun for me. Egyptian god. He felt his skin being torn. His legs seemed to buckle from the lack of strength and his vision began to slowly blur, growing darker. His hand trembled. His strength was beginning to fail him. The sword handle slipped in his weak fingers, his grip loosened by the lack of blood. He tasted the metallic rusty blood clogging his throat, overflowing from his mouth. His lungs were filled with blood. He struggled to breathe. Just a little oxygen. Some air. Naruto took shaky steps back. The Nichiren finally slipped from his fingers, finally hitting the blood-stained grass his blood. How long had it been since he felt that anguish? He was at death's door. He could see the Shinigami smiling, claiming his soul. But he couldn't die. He never could when they tried. Now he is free. An icy void settled in his mind. He looked for something to hold on to. He couldn't see in front of him. Darkness had taken over his vision. Everything had gone dark. He couldn't see. He couldn't hear. He was alone. But the pain remained, persistent, reminding him that he was alive still. He tried to stop, to return to the world of the living. He still had to live. He had to. Even though he'd been freed, he didn't have to die yet. He had to reinstate his clan. He had to take his place as the 10th king of the Uzumaki. He was never just an ordinary human. He knew that now. On the brink of death, his eyes had opened. Why the Hanafuda earrings? Why the fear? Immortality? No, he was never immortal, and that was something Naruto understood right now, in this instant. He never died. He never truly left life. He was only reborn. 10 times since the formation of the seal and the confinement of the demon. It shouldn't even be real, the Uzumaki told himself, opening his eyes. When had he fallen into the cold grass? He felt the grass brush his face, caressing him like a loving mother. But the pain persisted. He couldn't even think peacefully about his mother. At the brink of death, one saw one's life passing by, didn't they? So why did he see a falcon-headed man standing over him, staring at him with those golden eyes? He felt her malice, her hatred for him. And he understood. Many hated him, for what he was, for what he would be, and for what he was. His entire life had been tied to one thing. Protecting Amaterasu. From anyone, including other gods. Naruto tried to get up, grab his sword, but the man stepped on him, hard, showing delight in the sharp pain. He was wiggling his heel over the wound. Arg. Oh, come on. This isn't much, the Hawkman declared, almost smiling. It was unlikely, but Rias thought she caught the smile on her enemy's beak. After all you've been through. Bastard. Let Naruto go or what, Red Dragon Emperor? You'll kill me with your breath. That's kind of fun, the man expressed, focusing on torturing the blonde. Naruto felt his unconsciousness fade away, slowly, as if Morpheus were claiming him to take him to Shinigami. Aren't you going to try? Not even a little, brat. You bastard. Issei. Don't move, Rias ordered, looking into her enemy's eyes. Ha. The redhead is a coward. I wish I could see his brother, declared the Hawkman, moving his heel, earning a groan of pain from Naruto. The boy was trying to shake off that foot. It was impossible. Why? He's just a bastard. He's Horus, the celestial god. He's one of the most powerful gods, she explained hastily, not wanting to deal with that divine being. They weren't ready for that. At least she knows, Horus muttered, retracting his falcon-like visage into a hard, warrior's one. The cruel smile was still there, baring the god's teeth in a mocking grin. So, child, be quiet. Don't speak and just watch as I destroy one more insect. Horus swung his sword, revealing the faint golden color of the celestial metal. The celestial god swung his weapon, splashing the hunter's pale face with his red blood, resembling tiny red pimples on pale skin. DSK, Rias muttered, not knowing what to do. She really wanted to help Naruto, but how? Dealing with Horus was out of her league right now. Only one of the Mamor members of their entourages could truly deal with the enemy present. She couldn't do it, and neither could her friend. It was checkmate now. Good. Where was I, Uzumaki Naruto? Horus asked, caressing the blonde's face with the edge of his blade, creating a cut by his right eye, only grazing the skin of his eyebrow, forehead, and cheekbone. He didn't seem to want to blind him. Was it so he could see what was going to happen to him? That was the question Naruto was asking himself. Has Sekhmet really asked for your head? How could I not give it to her? You killed many of us some time ago, and revenge against a mortal is completely necessary. Your head for all the blood spilled, is that a fair trade? To me, it is. Naruto couldn't answer. He didn't know what to say. His tongue felt thick, almost impossible to move. His body wasn't responding, and his strength was slowly draining away, like an eyedropper, dripping drop by drop. He gasped. He gasped for air. He was starting to gasp for air. Was this the end of him? Was he destined to die? Was that why he always died? All his lives. He didn't want to. You're too quiet, Uzumaki. Did the cat get your tongue? Or was it the she-devil? Horus looked at Ria's Gremory with a scathing, venomous expression, finding the man who had been the scourge of his troops, fighting with the demons and the church, amusing. Oh, that was amusing. How would Indra take it? Sadly, the Hindu god would never see that hunter again. If you don't have any last words, you'd better leave this world at once and die. I don't want to die. Slowly, Horus grasped the hilt of his sword, moving it downwards, slashing at his prey. He watched, and Horus enjoyed it. I have many things I want to do. The god loved to see fear in the eyes of his enemy. And I don't want to leave her, not Mitsuri. Muir, Uzumaki. Great. Cross. Roar in the heavens. Kirin. Chrome. Horus stopped swinging his sword, shaking his head at the dark voice, the darkening sky, and the sound of a storm. Soon, the sky god's eyes opened, revealing an elongated figure, formed of dark bluish lightning, with eyes made of powerful thunder, gaping in its jaws. He tried to move. It was too late. The jaws of the thunder dragon closed on him, removing him from his spot, separating him from the fallen Naruto. Seeing his friend freed, Issei ran towards him, crouching down beside him, hoping that at least he would have some breath left. Naruto. Naruto. Move aside, Issei, Rias whispered. Give Asia some space. Reluctantly, Issei stepped aside, allowing the Grimoire bishop to begin healing the boy. Praboom. But, one god was still bothering. Horus emerged from beneath the trees, bearing minor wounds, his face filled with amusement. However magnified the sky god had once been, he was now merely someone hungry for blood, for death, more befitting a god of war. His time on the battlefield had hardened him, slowly changing him. "Get away from him, brats. Or I'll drench this ground with your filthy blood." Horus hissed, brandishing his sword as he walked towards the Grimoire entourage, accompanied by the Citri, with the clear objective of finishing his job. Although it was more of a personal pleasure. "That is impossible." Horus's soft male voice halted the deity's steps. Smna stepped aside, revealing the boy who had attacked him. He was no more than 16 years old, or so he appeared to be, with hair as black as night itself, framing his face in two thick strands, reinforcing his pale skin. He was slightly tall, just over 5 feet 7 inches in height, a toned body covered in light armor, with plates on his arms and wearing sandals. The mask hung from his waist, white as porcelain, with markings as red as fire itself, representing a raven. That acquaintance of the Arasitri showed the blade of a Chakotman confrontation with a god who did not retreat but widened his eyes upon seeing that symbol on the hilt. Uchiha, the god spat, reinforcing his position. He wasn't going to back down from another of his enemies. He felt disgusted by the Uchiha, those dishonorable shinobi. They didn't follow a path of honor like the Uzumaki themselves, who cemented their position as samurai under Amaterasu's command. They were ninja, guided by Tsukiyomi. "I see you recognize the symbol," the young man declared, the only one among the god and his companions. He didn't know if he could handle Horus for too long. He wasn't prepared, nor did he have the support, at least not to take him on for long. "It's good to see that he lives on in your memory. Bastard." Horus, feeling the anger raging inside him, swung his sword, sending red drops flying into the grass as the Uchiha stood impassively staring at his enemy. "So your clan of cowards still endures. Fine. I'll kill you like I killed the Uchiha bitch." At the declaration, Horus leaped forward, taking the sword in both hands, slashing at the Uchiha. Plank. Uchiha blocked the god's movement, stopping his advance and being displaced 2 meters, feeling the ground give way before him. "Step aside, Uchiha." HN. Horus exerted force, swinging his other arm, trying to strike the side of the boy's face. The Uchiha lowered his body, letting his arm pass, and spun, kicking the god's chest, then leaped backward, landing a few feet away from Horus. "You asked for it, brats," Horus said, increasing his aura, making the place shake. Cracks began to form beneath the teen's feet, destabilizing Asia. The former nun was forced to remove Naruto's hands, thus being unable to finish healing him, leaving the wound half closed, still spitting blood. Shit. Uchiha threw several wired kunai, wrapping them around his opponent's right arm and completing a sequence of one-handed seals. He exhaled a massive ball of flame at his opponent, hoping to disintegrate him. Rash. But the golden blade of the god Horus shattered the sphere without much effort, failing to injure himself. The god moved his left hand, grasping the cables attached to the kunai embedded in his right arm. Splash. "Now, little mortal, it is time for you to experience a bit of the will of the gods," Horus declared, walking, making his aura larger. "Oh, shit. We're going to die." Perverted Issei senpai. Horus walked slowly, making his presence felt, overpowering everyone in the clearing. The Uchiha stood firm, sweating slightly. He was truly trying to think, to find a way to prevent the Egyptian god from achieving his goal. But how? His best move had barely grazed him and had split his sphere in two. "If only I didn't have the restrictions." "Aren't you going to talk?" the god asked, raising his sword. Horus had reverted to his falcon head, appearing larger and more intimidating to the devils and shinobi. Naruto was still hovering between life and death, his wound spitting blood, half healed. "Then you're not really needed." Horus took a step forward. Power oozed from every pore of his skin. The dark-haired Uchiha stepped back, watching as the blade of the god's sword was enveloped in golden energy, perhaps trying to resemble more powerful flames. And Horus enjoyed seeing the faces of his enemies. Fear. The fear of dying was present in the gleam of their eyes. Eyes that were lost in death. Their time had come. This was no time for games. He would enjoy, as in the past, the deaths of those mortals. Yes, even the devils, no matter how long lived, eventually died. Today at least, they would be lucky. He would kill them. He stomped. Zoom. He launched himself at his enemies, ready to destroy them with just a flick of his blade. Rash. Plank. But he found himself pushed back by an exaggeratedly abnormal force. He shook his head, focusing his gaze on his intruder. He had expected the Uchiha or the boosted gear wielder. No, the intruder was. Oh, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto stood, his uniform shirt stained with fresh blood, his grip on the handle of his Nichiren firmly gripped, his eyes as icy as winter itself. Red, flame-like marks ran down the right side of his face, giving him a more aggressive appearance. And the blade of his katana, instead of being black as night, was now bright red, as if it had just come out of the forge. "Oh," Uchiha Sasuke murmured, giving a half-smile, not looking at his old friend and battle brother. He felt him beside him, also smiling, which was fine with him. "How long do you think it will take us to deal with this guy?" "HMP. Maybe more than I'd like. He's a god, idiot." Naruto took a deep breath. Everyone noticed his aura change as he seemed to grow in size, revealing blue eyes with indigo tinges. "Well, you buy ramen." Sasuke tightened his fingers on the handle of his chakram, letting out a libero snort at his partner's words. "I don't want to be saddled with a ramen drunk," he exclaimed. Sparks began to surround the blade of his sword. "It's not that bad," Naruto muttered. Lightly, water began to swirl around his leaf. "Is it? You haven't cleaned up your vomit," Sasuke grunted, amused. He shifted his legs, focusing his eyes on his enemy. Horus snarled. Were they mocking him? He would wipe them from the world, that Uchiha and the Godslayer. Sun and Moon. Well, Amaterasu el-Makami had taken a son of the sun to be her guard, to represent her honor, be her champion and bring her name to glory on the battlefields. Tsukiyomi no Mikoto had chosen a son of the moon, a fighter who would do what was necessary to obtain victory, to make it possible for his brothers, his friends, his family and, in general, all of Shinton to survive longer, staying on top, without being discarded or considered fragile by the other pantheons. If the Uzumaki clan had been blessed as the champion and guardian of the sun, the Uchiha clan was blessed to be the champion of the moon and its guardian until its disappearance from the world. It was truly strange for a god to take humans as his personal guard. But two gods. That was too strange. Tsukiyomi did it out of mild envy of his sister, his former love, wanting to be blessed with bliss again. He took the finest shinobi clan in Japan. He trained them himself. He formed them and gave the clan head the moon mark, just as Amaterasu gave the sun mark to the head of the Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha took it as an honor and trained themselves as shinobi, shadow mercenaries in service to the moon itself, willing to do anything for their lord. One order from Tsukiyomi, and any mortal or god, would simply be erased from the entire world, leaving no trace. A few years, according to the gods, and they would not bend the knee to anyone but their lord. They never would. It would be disrespectful to their god, and they would not tolerate it. But, just as the gods grew envious of Amaterasu's loyal and fierce warriors, they began to hate Tsukiyomi for her loyal assassins, a representation that fear must be present in their souls, that the moon was equally powerful and could dispatch anyone in the gloom, hidden by the night and protected by the moon's silver glow in the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, the 10th Uzumaki king, the guardian of the sun, bearer of the mark of the sun, was banished from his clan, stripped of his full powers, and stripped of the sacred Uzumaki family sword, carried by his mother when she reigned as the 9th Uzumaki queen. Deprived of seeing his friends and allies for eternity. Uchiha Sasuke, 10th Shadow of Fire, guardian of the moon, bearer of the mark of the moon, was banished from the sacred grounds, deprived of his family when they were all killed, quartered before his eyes by his clan's enemies, of his position above many gods, cast out from his position as 10th Shadow of Fire, restricted in his powers and deprived of his symbol. Both, simultaneously, were deprived of what they loved most. Both forced to walk away from what they loved, one betrayed, the other watching his family slaughtered, his mother killed by the god before him. Sasuke pressed his lips together. He let the icy aura he felt pump his power, forcing the electricity coursing through his chakram to surge, sending out sparks. Clink. Clank. Both the Uzumaki and the Uchiha were moving, forcing their bodies to keep pace with their enemy, forcing him to protect himself, not to attack, not to leave any gaps. Any failure, and either Naruto or Sasuke would take advantage of the gap and impale Horus with one of their weapons, forcing him to leave the world for several years, probably 3 or 5. It was the average time a god took to form if he wasn't well known. Being Horus, he would be ready for the massacre again in a few hours. Ham. Horus dispatched the Uzumaki, slamming him into a tree trunk, while simultaneously fending off a slashing paw from the Uchiha, who had thrown his sword into the sky. Sasuke spun around, bringing his heel down on Horus's neck, knocking him off his feet, at which point Naruto emerged from behind the tree, his Nichiren ready to cut the god down. Plink. The celestial god used his bracelet to block the slash, halting the blonde's advance without fear of death. He moved his head and let the dark-haired man's chakram pass, grabbing the Uchiha's ankle. Crack. He slammed Sasuke into the ground hard, earning a groan from the shinobi as he was slammed. Naruto moved over Horus, his torso moving in sync, and delivered a second slash, aimed for the falcon-headed god's neck. Plonk. Horus blocked the blonde's blade with his sword, neglecting the dark-haired man beneath him, bleeding slightly from the chin due to the blow. Lightning breath. Sasuke howled, swinging his chakram in a swift circular motion. Third stance. Mosquito swarm. Crush. Horus moved his body late, receiving 7 blows directly from the Uchiha, feeling himself being lightly cut by his enemy's electrified blade, being pushed back, at which point the Uzumaki moved over the god. Water breathing. First stance. Surface slash. Slash. Brush. Crack. Horus felt the cut on his back. The water swirled around him, sending him crashing to the ground, soaking wet, his muscles slightly numb from the electricity of the Uchiha movement. He was hating mortals if only he knew. Naruto let out a breath, wiping away the sweat running down his chin. He was struggling to keep up with his enemy's movements, and his heart was pounding in his chest. He was annoyed with the first generation of Shinto gods and his half-brother. If only I had my sword. Naruto. Focus. Horus grabbed the Uzumaki by the neck, throwing him to the right, charging at Sasuke. The Uchiha swung his chakram, deflecting the blade of the god's sword, but allowing a direct punch to land in his stomach. Pam. He was thrown backward by his opponent's tremendous strength. He felt his internal organs shifting, making him slightly nauseous. It was a fatal mistake to fight a god in his state. Hey. Horus turned, seeing Naruto flying toward him. He raised his arm, blocking the blonde-haired boy's kick. Naruto pursed his lips and spun, delivering a circular slash engulfed in water at the god, knocking him backward and slicing into his chest. Oh, man. The hunter's mark is awesome. The blonde man said to himself, smiling inwardly. He'd borrowed the strength of the hunters again after so long. And he felt like he was better in every way. He focused his gaze, blocking the god's blade, being pushed back by his opponent's constant attacks. He felt his muscles tense, pleading for a break. Bucket. He slowed his advance backward, feeling the air begin to fill his lungs, making the leaves of the trees tremble slightly. He stared at his enemy. I must do it. Dance of the fire god. The water turned into fire. He pressed his lips together. He moved them slightly, exhaling air through his teeth, his hands clenched around the Nichiren. Crimson suffocating mirror. Slash. Floosh. 2 flaming slashes struck Horus full on, forcing the sky god to take cover, being pushed back by the scorching flames, being displaced backwards, leaving marks on the ground with his heavy footsteps. Arf arf. Agitated, Naruto stood his ground, feeling the wound in his stomach reopen, releasing drops of blood that stained the grass. How long had it been since he had used a power that had been granted to him? Exactly 10 years, maybe a little longer. So these are Amaterasu's flames, punk. Horus said, lowering his arms. Faint traces of burns had appeared on both of his arms, as well as the bracelet seemed a little fused to his skin, something he didn't seem to mind. Shouldn't you use this power against those who killed your wife and children, kid? In the audience for the fight, confusion began. Wife. Children. Rias couldn't conceive of Naruto being a father and husband. He was only 17. Right. Sumna was following the same line of thought as her friend, along with an extremely confused Issei. Both exorcists, Zenobia and Irina, watched the confrontation, surprised by the presence of Horus, the former finding herself really irritated by another false god. That's something you shouldn't talk about or know, Horus, Naruto replied coldly. His hair began to stir slightly, covering his blue eyes for a few seconds, which flickered indigo. Ha! Empty threats, to me? To me? You're arrogant, boy, when you were dismissed by your owner like an abandoned dog. Horus hissed, turning his attention to the Uchiha. As did your slippery friend. Did you enjoy watching your mother die? She enjoyed feeling me inside her, boy. At the end of her filthy life, someone truly made her a woman. Ha ha ha. Sasuke pressed his lips together, standing up. He felt a bit unwell, but he could continue fighting. He couldn't use too many shinobi skills. His Tenketsu centers were partially closed, degenerating his abilities too much. If he hadn't been trained by the former Thunder Pillar, he wouldn't have much left to fight with now. He was grateful for that. That bastard. Naruto stared at his old friend for a few seconds, ignoring the pain in his muscles and stomach. He tried to forget that he was bleeding and that the burning sensation was present every second. You really are disgusting, the Uchiha declared. He removed the Anbu armor he was wearing, revealing a black sleeveless shirt with the Uchiha symbol proudly displayed on the back. The gods had forbidden him to wear it. He refused to accept it. Not even your brother could beat me, brat. Horus roared, pointing his sword at Sasuke. You simply can't do it, kid. TSK. That would be it, Naruto moved the Nichiren, taking a fighting stance, drawing Horus's attention to him as he spoke, if Sasuke were alone. Horus laughed thickly, pointing his sword at the Uzumaki. Really? Is the immortal king a foolish brat? Without your powers, you're nothing. Then let me show you why I am the Godslayer. The hunter's mark deepened on the Uzumaki's face, while the blade of his katana seemed to burn brighter, turning a much brighter red. Good. Come, you bastards. Horus declared, spreading his arms wide, smiling, displaying his falcon wings, unleashing all his divine power upon both champions. Show me what lapdogs are made of. Sasuke was the first to jump, nodding at the Uzumaki. Naruto was catching his breath, preparing the move that would finish Horus off. They only had an instant to spare, just one, and the god would be history. Slash. He threw the slash, which the god blocked, holding the mortal facing him still. Sasuke spun, bringing the Chokin with him, wrapping it in a crescent-shaped slash against his enemy. Clank. Horus saw the movement, stopping the blade with his right bracer. He was enjoying this hunt. Come on, brat. Thunder breath. 8 stance. Chidori. Wrapping his left hand in lightning, pushing Horus back with the Chokin in his right, he slashed at the sky god, piercing his shoulder with a grotesque ripping sound. Brush. Damn you. Horus groaned, his right arm feeling useless. The god watched as the sword slipped through his useless fingers, falling to the grass. He hadn't been able to react. He moved his head, looking into the boy's eyes, seeing how they weren't black, but red like blood, dotted with 3 tomos that rotated, forming a black flower in both her eyes. I read your movements, Sasuke spoke, pressed against the god. Naruto. Human bastard. Now, dope. Frush. Zoom. The crackling of the flames reached everyone's ears. Horus tried to move his head to see the one who had killed so many of his soldiers, his comrades and brothers. Dance of the fire god. Naruto's voice changed, becoming deeper, stronger, creating a greater presence. Sunburst, stab. Brash. Brak. Arg. Naruto was behind Horus, piercing his chest with the Nichiren wrapped in flames, while Sasuke was in front, piercing his shoulder, looking at him with his red eyes, keeping him completely rooted to the spot, feeling the flames begin to burn him, consume him. No. 2 human bastards, you can't kill me. He tried to move, to lift one of his arms. Brak. Naruto pulled his sword back, slashing downwards, almost mimicking harakiri, slashing Horus's torso in an attempt to split him in half, something he wouldn't actually achieve. Ow. Spitting blood, the god felt something pulling at him, beginning to waste away. He looked at his hands. He was disintegrating. And no. This can't happen to me. I am the great god Horus. Slash. Without hesitation, Sasuke brought the Chokin down, piercing the winged god's head, pinning him to the ground. He felt the blood running down his face, but he didn't care. Not much. Ow. Naruto looked back. Issei was throwing up. A Kendo was covering Kaneko and Asia's eyes. Ikto looked lost. Ria's was impassive. Sumna was unreadable. Saji, their newest addition, was following Issei's lead. And both exorcists looked dumbfounded. These are devils. Sasuke pointed out indifferently, looking amused at Issei and Saji, somewhat disgusted at the same time. Well yeah. They're weird, Naruto shrugged, standing next to his friend. By the way, did you kill him? Sasuke remained silent for several seconds, nodding in agreement. Naruto sighed, smiling a few seconds later and raising his fist. Uchiha did not hesitate to crash into him. Story of 2 friends. Naruto breathed calmly, resting on one of the occult club sofas, finally recovered from his wound thanks to Asia Argento and her sacred gear, as well as a new t-shirt that covered his torso and a glass of ice water that had served to soothe his dry, raspy throat, which had begun to bother him when using the dance of the fire god, the breath closest to the original. Or was it the original? He wasn't sure, nor did he want to find out, just as he didn't want to find out why he had to wear those Hanafuda earrings, which didn't seem to bother him too much during the unexpected confrontation with Horus. He hadn't really expected to be forced to use his trump card, especially after years of not using it, not practicing it. And he was feeling the consequences. His lungs were somewhat collapsed, tired from the stress of changing his breathing, and his body was stiff, tired from the strain of combat. Horus had demanded more of him than he had at the moment and had left him worn down. Not even Kakabiel had forced him to use the mark and the dance, his 2 weapons up his sleeve. But it had been the best thing to do when dealing with one of Indra's followers. The bastard was probably gathering an army for his fight with Shiva. It was a shame he wasn't in shape. Sasuke was sitting beside her, arms crossed over his chest, but equally tired from the spontaneous confrontation with a god. It had been a stroke of luck, let's not kid ourselves, it was the author's script that he had been near the academy when Sumna called him into action. He would have blamed himself for the death of Naruto and the Arasitri, who had cared for him when he was injured during the mission assigned to him by his father. He let out a heavy sigh and moved his hand, taking the teacup Akeno had offered him. Unlike Naruto, he needed something warmer for his system. He didn't have to deal with the dryness in his throat from the dance of the fire god, nor the stress on his body. He didn't have 2 breaths. His shinobi abilities were hampered by the seals on his body, and he could only opt for the lightning breathing, despite being able to use some of his powers from his father and his shinobi skills. But he didn't want to overdo it. That would put unnecessary stress on his body and system, something he wouldn't be well equipped for, and he could go to hell because of it. Like Naruto, he was deprived of most of his power by the seals on his body while the Uzumaki's had tripped away. This is so annoying, the Uchiha said to himself, huffing through his teeth. He could feel the eyes of Sukuna, Rias, Akeno, and Tsubaki on him and Naruto. They were both in a meeting with the two heiresses and their main pieces. They had revealed more information than they had expected, at least Naruto. But the blonde wasn't worried. He took a second and a third glass of water, soothing his throat. Then the first to speak was Rias. She was more in the dark, as far as Sasuke knew. He had kept a certain amount of light on what was going on with Sukuna, but he never revealed anything about Amaterasu or the Uzumaki clan's guards. That wasn't his story to tell. Children and a wife. Well, Naruto said dully, placing the glass of water on the table. He frowned slightly, annoyed by Horace's words and the revelation of something about his past, which bothered him. He had no real intention of telling it, but it was something from the past. I'm not immortal like the others. That was clear when Horace spoke about the immortal king, Fufufu Kendo expressed, covering her mouth with her hand, amused. Sharp eyes from the side of his king stopped the laughter from the side of the Thunder Priestess, who cleared her throat with a slight pink tint on her cheeks. HMPE. We're children of God, Sasuke muttered, knowing Naruto wouldn't say much. Being hunters, we both have extended lifespans, which combined with our half-divine blood, gives us near immortality. That's given us plenty of time to experiment over the years. How old are you? You look about 17, Tsubaki murmured, looking at both demigods. Naruto smiled. Almost 1,000 years in a few months, he declared, remembering when he was born. He spent more than 9 months in his mother's womb. About 750. Wait. If you're an age difference, why does Naruto look younger than you? That would be because of the judgment of the gods, Naruto clarified to Sukuna, raising his hand to stop Rias from questioning. A few years ago, before I officially joined the Demon Slaying Corps, I was known as the Immortal King, the 10th Uzumaki king in the line of succession, after the tragic deaths of the other 9, including my mother. I wasn't even meant to reign, the blonde clarified, raising his hand again. I am the 10th in the line, the last one standing to kill the original demon, Kibutsuji Musen, the creator of the demons, the son of Lilith, after my ancestor, my mother's father I suppose, sealed the demon for 1,000 years with his own soul, and held it until someone could kill him. I am the one who must do it after being reborn 10 times. That means. Throughout my life, I've died 10 times, been reborn, and returned to life with few memories of my past life. I was always able to recover them after a time and without danger, but. In the Pantheon War, Naruto was killed in the final stretch by Brahma, the most powerful Hindu god, the one who ranks second in the top 10 most powerful beings in the world, the Uchiha said, finishing his friend's sentence. In that war, he lost his wife and children, just as I lost my entire family. I can't regenerate. If I die forever. So why is Naruto with us? He's a king. Rias demanded, surprised, ready to absorb all the knowledge they were both spewing. It was, rather, Naruto corrected, with a grimace. After my death with Brahma, my enemies, including my father and his new wife Uzumaki, took the throne and moved everything to blame me for the start of the war, forcing the first generation of Shinto gods to form a trial, where I was found guilty. I was forced to give up my sword, my insignia, my power and my royal appearance, being sealed in this body that I have been with, what? 300 years. Really, those memories are not too fresh in my mind, admitted the blonde hunter, letting out a sigh as he ran his hand over his face, moving strands of hair away from his face, revealing the scar on his right eye, the one Horace had marked him with. He was practically one of the acclaimed heroes of the gods, a copy of Hercules, Theseus, Perseus, why were so many of them Greek? Naruto grimaced. Greeks are too lustful, Sasuke declared. The shinobi hadn't shown much on his face. He listened to Naruto's story, which served as a rough outline of his own. He had spoken with Sukuna about her past, giving her only a few bits of information that he would now supplement if they asked the necessary questions. Who are your parents? Rias asked, frowning at the sight of 2 demigods. She didn't believe that even at this point in the world, gods were so careless. But still, the 2 boys were older than her brother, who wasn't actually that old. He was somewhere in between the 2 teenagers, closer to Sasuke than Naruto, who seemed to be 1,000 years ahead of many devils, despite having been a Christian for over 2,000 years. HN. Normally it wouldn't be information I would give willingly, the Uchiha expressed, looking reluctantly at Rias, as if he didn't care about ending up pulverized by the power of vital destruction in the Bale. My mother was Uchiha Mikoto, leader of the Uchiha clan after the death of her husband, Fugaku, and until my older brother, Itachi, took the position. My father is Susanoo, the god of the storm, the sea and battles within Shinto, one of the most powerful, if I may add, although he is not within the top 10 most powerful beings in the world, according to Azazel. Well, the old drunk really is strong, Naruto nodded, giving a wide smile at the memory of the storm god. Nanami can't deal with him. Don't remind me, Sasuke cupped his face in his hand, shaking his head in despair. When I knew his father, a few years back, it was just too much to deal with the fact that he was a demigod and his father a drunk. Yes, the god Susanoo was capable of drinking jugs and jugs of alcohol that would bring down an Olympian titan and still keep drinking, which was a real pain when he was surrounded by women. That slowed down my training. Now, it would be my turn, the Uzumaki pointed out to himself, leaving the Uchiha to gloat over his misfortune. I do not have direct god blood, but I do have a portion. I am the son of Namikaze Minato, a commander from the Shogun era in command of a minor god of war, and Uzumaki Kushina, 9th queen of the Uzumaki clan, bearer of the mark of the sun, daughter of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and the Uzumaki, first member of my clan, who sealed Muzan within the seal of heaven and earth, the 1,000-year seal. Over the centuries, the name varied, which is why my mother pointed me out. That explains your affinity for fire, Rias pointed out, earning a nod from Naruto. But what's this about Godslayer? Horus called you that a couple of times, and you confirmed it, without fear. Naruto ran his tongue along the inside of his lips, feeling them dry. Maybe a little water, it wouldn't hurt now. He saw Sumuna, Tsubaki, Akeno, and Rias looking at him, waiting for his answer. At least the rest of both entourages had been excluded from the conversation, along with the church's envoys. Both exorcists were dealing with their own problems, and the hunter wasn't in the mood for them. He took a deep breath, once, twice, relaxing his body and mind, remembering when Indra had named him the Godslayer in front of Shiva. That day, no matter how many reincarnations he had, no matter how many deaths he suffered, it wouldn't leave his mind. It was seared into his memory. The smell of blood, of burnt flesh, of ash permeated the room, filled his nostrils, and flooded his mind. Horus hasn't been the first god to die by our hand, to be honest, Sasuke said, glancing at his companion and old friend out of the corner of his eye. In a war of pantheons, when the armies falter, the gods appear. Although some, like the arroganter war gods, are usually present from the beginning, enjoying the bloodbath. And the Hindus have 3 powerful gods, taking the 3 most powerful positions within the strongest beings, discarding other beings, Naruto murmured, swallowing. The girls didn't seem to know about Office, and he really didn't want to talk about the Infinity Dragon, that being who enjoyed silence. Long ago, during the War of Pantheons or of the Gods, as you prefer, 3 sides engaged in a battle. The Hindus and Egyptians on one side and the Shinto on the other, creating an imbalance that Shinto and its countless gods took advantage of, which balanced the scales, explained the Uzumaki, remembering that time when the smell of blood was impregnated in his body, in his clothes, and wouldn't leave his nostrils. But clearly, it's not the gods who will launch the first blow, that's what the humans, their faithful, take care of. And I, as in Uzumaki, was an elite soldier, the one to whom one turned when the tide turned the other way. But in this confrontation, well, my family perished at the hands of the Templars, faithful followers of Elohim and their beliefs. They left no one alive. When I returned home there were only bodies lying on the ground, pools of blood. I still remember the smell, the wide eyes of my wife, how she wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. He let out a sigh, lightly covering it with his hand. At that time, I shouldn't have rushed into combat without the proper orders. I clearly disobeyed, and I, along with a handful of my friends, now deceased, faced the Templars. I seem to remember that there were close to 10,000. 10,000 dead that fell on the conscience of every person within the Vatican, in heaven. Probably, Michael saw it, and that's why he sent his brother, Meteorin, to arrest me. When the voice of God reached the scene, it found me sitting over the master of the order, a mangled body, my sword stained with blood, my helmet at my side, waiting. I looked up, cold, filled with rage, and waited for an apology from God's most powerful archangel, an apology that came in the form of a spear of light, Naruto declared, removing his shirt, showing the most visible scar on his shoulder, in the shape of a small X. This was where he pierced me, glaring at me for the deaths of his 10,000 unleashed dogs, never asking questions, seeing what those dogs had caused. That was the trigger. I didn't follow orders during the war unless they came directly from Amaterasu, even facing gods like Seth, Anubis, Ganesha, even Ra or Indra himself. And some of them perished under my sword. That's why. By the divine bloodshed, I was called Godslayer, he who brings despair. On the brink of war. Excalibur. The king's sword. Anyone thinking of a ruler's sword would think of the legendary sword Excalibur, once wielded by Arthur Pendragon, the legendary king of England, the one who had unified every inch of Britain under his sword, his army, and his will. According to legend, the powerful wizard Merlin forged Excalibur within Avalon, the land of the fairies, and embedded it in a rock after the death of Uther Pendragon, the previous king of Britain, so that a successor could be found. This successor was Arthur Pendragon, the son of the previous king, who had been occupying the position of a squire, hidden from the eyes of others for his own survival, as a mere child, something that made Britain bleed with its own internal wars. At least, that was the story passed on to humans away from the supernatural. According to the word of priests, exorcists, angels, abbots, and members of the church at various levels, Excalibur had been created by Elohim, their Christian god, to confront and kill the Mam armies of the underworld and achieve victory. This sword was given to Arthur Pendragon, just like the mythological tales, but for a completely different cause and purpose, something completely opposite to the stories that had been heard around the world, even going so far as to make a film about it. Naruto had heard about how powerful Excalibur had been, how many of Lucifer's generals it had eliminated, erasing them from the entire world, making them disappear from the face of the earth, leaving no trace of their presence. That was the Christian version of the sword, supported by many believers who knew about the Holy War. Even members of other factions accepted the words of Heaven's followers, reinforcing the stories. And there was nothing to distrust. When the Holy War came to an end, with the fall of the original Mam and the death of millions of beings, both supernatural and mortal, Excalibur was fragmented at some point in the same war, leading to the death of the legendary king and the creation of 7 Excalibur swords, taking a fragment of the powerful holy sword and being separated by the church, never to have them at one point. 2 fragments went to the Catholic Church, headquartered in the Vatican. 2 more went to the Protestant Church, and the last 2 went to the Orthodox Church, where Irina had come from what he could deduce when he saw her and Excalibur mimic, leaving 1 fragment completely exposed or rather, missing. The 7th fragment, or the 7th Excalibur, remained anonymous, missing even from the Pope or any high-ranking official in the Christian faith, including archangels like Metatron and Michael. No one knew where it was, who was guarding it, or if it might even be in the underworld. But they had an excuse, a reason for doing this. The last Excalibur was the most powerful of the 7, the one that would force anyone to obey an order from the person who wielded it. Naruto saw in his time how the original Excalibur forced demons to obey Arthur Pendragon, the legendary king, during the Holy War. He was even able to see the power of that fragment of the Excalibur once in action when the Christians tried to bring down the Shintoists. Something they paid for in blood. They had a reason to keep it hidden, even away from the ears of people like Valper Galilei, the main operator in Project Excalibur, or the Holy Sword. That man would have done anything to know where the 7th fragment was. He was a Loveler maniac, driven by a breakthrough in his experiments. Thousands of children had died while Valper searched for one who could wield a holy sword, not specifically a fragment of Excalibur, but any weapon the church could obtain in its fight to eliminate the underworld, the devils, the fallen, and demons. And they had made a breakthrough. Valper Galilei could have been a despicable man, someone who had no love for life even within the church, serving heaven, under the watchful eyes of Michael, one of the sons of Elohim. But he was intelligent, persevering in his work. No matter how many failures he had in finding a user of the holy swords, he pressed on, leaving deaths behind him, on his conscience, weighing heavily on his shoulders. He was not a man to set aside his ambitions, his desires and his dreams, that was clear, even when Elohim himself was standing before him, with his hosts behind him, displaying their wings as white as snow, pure and unstained by any blood. And unfortunately, Valper Galilei partially achieved his goal, creating a container with the essence of potential holy sword users, a container for the lives of hundreds of children. These vials began appearing once the Holy Sword project was shut down, with Valper's banishment for killing children using poison gas. They weren't the only ones to die at the priest's hands, though. The project claimed many children's lives, watering the soil in many places. It wasn't something a human would do. Michael himself could do it, in Naruto's opinion. Archangels didn't have human feelings, and those who showed them fell. Like Azazel, Baraquiel, Kakabiel, and many other angels who let the negative and dark feelings of humans enter their pure bodies. Only peace and purity should exist. Everything else should be completely erased from the world and forgotten by both humans and supernatural beings. Something extremist, but still being implemented. Naruto met exactly the 4 most powerful archangels within heaven. Michael, the replacement for Elohim. Gabriel, the purest woman in the world, whom the Uzumaki himself slightly respected. He had slight feelings of love and did not abhor all beings like some of his brothers. Raphael, the healer who could make any ailment disappear. Next would come Azazel, the one who fell due to his lust, proving to be more human than any other angel within heaven, falling to the underworld with his black wings, stained with dishonor. Finally, there would be Metatron. Metatron was the most opposed to any alliance with devils or any other pantheon. He believed that they, the archangels, were the chosen ones to rule the true heavens. He was the voice of God, the king of heaven, the strongest angel. Metatron had a long list of pronouns, adjectives, and nicknames to define him. And no one could deny them. The archangel was beloved by the followers of the church, seeing him as the true follower of Elohim's teachings, creating a schism in the church, separating those who followed Michael from those who followed him, the voice of God. During the Pantheon War, Naruto experienced this firsthand when he came to confront him. He knew an archangel would appear when word reached heaven that he, the immortal king, had wiped out 9 of his finest warriors, along with over 10,000 Templars, showering the lands with their blood and never looking back. And he waited. He buried his comrades who had died in the battle and sat on the head of Frederick Barbarossa, the Templar master who led the horde that razed his home. Wounded, tired, and covered in blood, Uzumaki Naruto waited to see Metatron, the king of heaven, the voice of God, standing before him, crossing swords. He didn't kill him, but he left a wound on the archangel that he would never forget. But those were distant times. Plop. Naruto looked at Rias and Ikto, along with the rest of the Gremory entourage. He raised his head, feeling the raindrops running down his face, soaking his body. His shirt was stuck to his body, completely soaked, and his pants seemed to weigh almost 100 kilos from the liters of water they had absorbed. You almost made us lose the stray, Ikto. What's wrong with you? The hunter sighed, feeling the Nichiren in his left hand. He had joined the Gremories when they went on an elimination mission. They had a simple target. A stray devil. After a fight with Vatican exorcists in the presence of Horus and watching the god being eliminated by him and Sasuke, an elimination mission was simple, relaxing. Or should have been. After the presence of Irina and Zenobia, Naruto noticed a change of mood in Ria's Gremory's night. Ikto became somewhat taciturn, dark, exuding resentment from every pore of his skin, darkening his eyes with hatred, the desire for revenge. A desire, a feeling that he had experienced, that he still felt. But if you put his own death in front of the boy, how could he not behave that way? Naruto sighed, hearing Rice's complaints. He could sense the girl's desperation, her concern for one of her pieces, which she'd been teaming with for quite some time. Excalibur, huh? Looks like Kiba was one of the subjects of that Galilei project. Then free me from your entourage. Ikto shouted, clenching his fists tightly, drops falling down his face, from his golden hair, too light and shiny. Oh man, Naruto muttered mentally, looking down. He could feel how those harsh words were like knives for the young Gremory, stabbing into her heart. He saw the girl shiver, just a little, although it could have been due to the rain and the cold air that stirred little by little, rocking the reed-soaked hair. Naruto moved his attention to the other members of the Gremory entourage, seeing Akeno's worried eyes, Kaneko's expressionless face, Asia's tearful gaze, and Issei's bright euphoric gaze. It seemed that the pervert wasn't too happy with his butch and how she seemed to treat Ikto. He himself was impartially. As a former Shinto commander, Naruto understood Ria's words, concern and wish, as well as Ikto's feelings, which were currently in conflict with his king and what they were currently doing. Understanding both points, he preferred to say nothing. It wasn't his business to pry into things anyway. Ikto. The knight ran off into the rain, his footsteps squelching, reaching the blue-eyed man's ears. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the cold air enter his lungs. They might get hypothermia if they continued out in the rain. It'd be better to talk about it at the club, Naruto muttered, seeing that Issei wanted to comment on something. Rias turned around. Naruto saw the glimmer of tears in the demoness's blue-green eyes, just for a second. I have a math midterm tomorrow. I don't want to get sick. Without further ado, leaving Ikto to clear his head, they headed off to the occult club using a magic circle courtesy of Akeno. No one had or wanted to say anything. Naruto grabbed a change of clothes, leaving the living room for a few minutes, returning with a dry uniform, watching as Issei ran out of the club. He entered the room, seeing only Rias and Sumna, both too serious. Naruto, the Citri muttered, readjusting her glasses on her face. To the side, she had a steaming cup of tea, probably Akeno's. That sadistic girl made good tea, if you asked her. Sumna. Naruto took a seat to the left of the Citri heiress, also in front of Rias. When he and Sasuke finished with Horus, he had decided to have another meeting with the heiresses after the one they had when he ended the Egyptian god's life. What is it you wanted to talk to us about? Rias asked, clouded by Ikto's disappearance and Issei's anger towards her. But she couldn't do anything about her pieces, only hope that her knight and pawn wouldn't do anything too reckless. Well, it would be about the Excalibur, Naruto declared, getting straight to the point. They weren't about to waste time. Indra was slowly moving the pieces, adjusting them for a war. He knew the Hindu god, the leader of the demigods, the heroes, the king of heaven, too well. Indra would take advantage of Kakabiel's actions to cover his own. If it hadn't been for Horus, he himself wouldn't have thought of the god, and he regretted it. Irina and Zenobia's. Yes. I don't understand why the church only sent 2 exorcists to fight Kakabiel. They won't defeat him, and Valper must already possess at least 4 fragments, if we discount the ones those girls have, and the missing one, Naruto explained, taking on a serious tone of voice. If we lay our cards on the table, war is just around the corner. And you will be the catalysts for the cadre's wishes. Because? Think about it, Rias Sumna chimed in, knowing what Naruto was getting at. She was an heiress, just like her friend. If they were both killed, her 2 man brothers would be enraged. You're Lucifer's sister, and I'm Leviathan's, too ma'am. If we're killed, our brothers will declare war. Ria's finished, shaking her head, her shoulders slumping in defeat. What can we do? The KBL has an army, powerful, firm, full of fallen, Cerberus, mages, humans, excommunicated Templars. Naruto mentioned to put the information on the table. It's not something we can deal with, even Sasuke and I. We don't have our full powers, and it's not the same to kill a god as an army, dealing with KBL, an angel of war. Pam. We're done for. Ria slammed her forehead on the table, truly defeated, sinking into misery and her impending death. Well, if you want to get rid of an army, you just have to use another one, not necessarily a large one, but one led by a strong commander, perhaps the strongest human. They were on the verge of war. Fragments of Excalibur. If anyone could hate a holy sword, it would be Kiba Ito. He had never known his parents, or at least, he had no real memories of them, only blurred faces that never seemed to become clear. What he remembered of his childhood, for a time, was being under the watchful eye of a nun at a Christian church boarding school, and then falling into the hands of Valper Galilei, the wretch who ended the lives of his friends, his companions, those with whom he had spent a few years participating in that project that, instead of bringing them peace and a greater closeness to God and recognition by the high officials of the church, brought them despair. The desire to flee from the hands of those who were supposed to protect them without real success. Like many before him, Ito willingly participated in the project led by Valper, hoping to become a saint, someone close to God and his children, able to exorcise the children of Lucifer and Lilith with his own hand, wielding a sword. It was a dream, a wish that all the orphans within the church shared. No child wanted to be taken away from the project, to be denied participation. All would willingly take the risk leaving their lives behind. Ito took the same risk as his companions, showing confidence, wishing to be a bearer of a holy sword, to eliminate from the world the darkness coming from the underworld itself, from hell directed by the devil, by Beelzebub, that being who would corrupt humans with his dealings, his deceptions. But, as time passed, that fire that burned in representation of his desire, of his dream went out, slowly dwindling every time he failed, every time he saw his friends disappear and he never saw them again. Like a house of cards, their dreams simply vanished into thin air in the face of harsh reality. They could never be like the Templars, carrying the holy swords and wiping out evil from the world, bringing true peace. And Valper simply made sure of it. He didn't know how or why, but he managed to escape the massacre orchestrated by the priest and his followers, who gassed children with poisonous gas, including himself. That moment was the most painful for him. Ito saw his friends die in front of him, in his arms, as they gave their lives so he could escape the place, survive a little longer. He vaguely remembered crawling into a tree, feeling the snow beneath him, crunching under his shoes, soaking his clothes, his skin, freezing his body. With the poison in his system, he wouldn't last long. But in a world bound to the supernatural, even death could be circumvented by those who desired it, those who had the power. And an heiress like Ria's Gremory had enough power. Ito was grateful to Rias for giving him a second life, allowing him to experience what Valper tried to take away from him. But the Excalibur had to be destroyed. They had been the cause of the deaths of hundreds of children, his friends, and innocent people. And he was willing to do it alone. Ito. The knight and the exorcists turned around, seeing Issei running towards them, or rather pedaling hard, carrying Kaneko behind him. The girl was clinging to the brunette's waist, while he panted from the effort. They had searched for their companion and friend in Kuoh, finding him with Irina and Zenobia. Issei-kun. Irina greeted her crush and childhood friend vehemently, while Zenobia just snorted. She had allowed the swordsman to accompany them but the pervert. She really preferred the demon slayer, if you ask her. Issei? Prue. Issei braked hard, shaking the bike. Kaneko jumped off, seeing that she might be crushed, which wouldn't be a problem, but she didn't want to get soaked and covered in the dirty puddle water. What are you doing here? Zenobia demanded, frowning quite a bit. She found the devil far too perverted. She couldn't tolerate him when he was full of perversity. If there was a girl within 100 kilometers, Issei seemed to be able to find her. Issei sighed, grabbing the collar of his shirt. He was soaked. The downpour had stopped a few minutes ago, allowing Kaneko to guide him to where his companion was, something he would never understand. How could the girl follow Ito's scent? Another ability of her status as a devil. He didn't have time to investigate, much less notice the dark figure that seemed to be watching them. Well. We've come to help, Kaneko declared, crossing her arms over her chest, raising her face and looking directly into the exorcist's eyes, unafraid, not seeming to want to back down. Naruto had thought she was a tough girl when he first met her, and Kaneko truly was. A tough high school girl. Capable of beating up perverts while being adored by the others. That's why, having seen Naruto act, Kaneko couldn't back down from such petty killing intent. It was ridiculous. Not a mosquito would be scared. And we're not going to leave our friend completely alone. In your hands. And it wasn't a question. Kaneko had said they would be there for Ikto, whether he left the exorcists aside or went ahead on his own. Kaneko couldn't allow that. Ikto was her friend, even if he never showed it. We could use the help, Zenobia, Irina declared, trying to mediate between her friend and the Grimoires. They had to travel through a vast city in record time, and they couldn't do it alone. They'd always be at the back of Kakabiel's followers, something they couldn't afford. HMP Zenobia snorted, exaggerating her search with a movement of her arms, looking with little interest at Issei. If you do something dishonorable, I will simply wipe you off the face of the earth, the blue-haired girl sentenced, looking threateningly at the brown-haired boy. Hi. Issei gulped as he felt the cold, almost icy eyes of the wielder of Excalibur destruction, the fragment of Excalibur that carried the power of destruction within it. He didn't want to be erased from the face of the earth. Well, Yudo sighed, cutting off Zenobia and Issei's one-sided conversation. The five of them were in a park, surrounded by dark trees, listening to the raindrops hitting the puddles. How do we do it? Let's split into groups of 2, each pair taking north, south, east, and west, explained Zenobia, forgetting one detail. We'd leave a lot of places unseen, Irina murmured. Just a couple of 2. The rest can take the other spots. Which is the largest area? I haven't been to Kuoh in a while, so things could have changed a lot. North. The largest is the northern part of Kuoh, Issei declared without much thought. The north of the city was where the businesses, the wealthy areas, and the museums and cultural zones were. It was a vast area with a lot to explore, so it would be good to do it even with a group of more than 2 people. It has quite a few areas, and it could take too long even for 2 people. We don't have any more, Zenobia declared, making a decision. Irina, go east. I'll go west. You 2 can take the other 2 points however you want. But if you find Kakabiel, contact us. We can't let him go through with his plans. Issei nodded his head, agreeing to Zenobia's words. Kaneko reluctantly did so, and Ikto didn't move, but was fine with it. After a few seconds, the 5 of them split up, leaving Kaneko with Issei, and Ikto headed south himself, following a hunch he felt he might fall into a trap. For the next 2 hours, almost 3, the 5 teenagers searched for something that would lead them to Fred, the rogue exorcist who seemed to have taken up Excalibur and was much stronger than the last time they saw him, when Naruto should have killed him. They didn't understand how, but the exorcist had managed to escape death unscathed. The Shinigami seemed to have let his prey escape once again. Issei was truly exhausted. He was a devil, with an improved physique, but he was exhausted. Searching for something, thinking about something they couldn't see or find, with no clues to reach their goal, was completely exhausting him. His head almost seemed to hurt, too much, pumping hard, as if blood were rushing through his veins. Ugh, if Naruto were here, he would have found Kakabiel's hideout by now, the boosted gear wielder said to himself, walking behind Kaneko, hands in his pockets, his gaze slightly lost. Throughout the time he had spent as a devil, he had seen the deaths of different people. Rainer and her followers, Razor Phoenix and lastly an Egyptian god. Damn it. How had Naruto killed a god and just carried on as if nothing had happened? He had stained his hands with blood and he didn't seem to really care too much, as if life wasn't something to cherish. He grimaced. Would it kill him? He'd often thought Naruto was just a pretty boy, skilled in Kendo, like Ikto, another annoying prince. Issei had been wrong. Naruto was Ikto's opposite by too wide a margin. How could anyone be as cold as Naruto? One moment he was calm, and the next it felt like death had arrived right in front of you. Oh, well. 2 devils, a slightly soft voice forced Issei to stop, colliding with Kaneko's trembling body. He squeezed the girl's shoulder and looked ahead. I wish he hadn't. A man stood 10 paces away from them, wearing a kimono with violet patterns, a white hinari undergarment of a kimono and a black hamaka. His hair was black, with red edges. He had a human face, with light skin, but his 6 eyes were the opposite of a human's. In one of them, Issei caught a glimpse of the first crescent, something he couldn't quite make out. What about you? So a kitten, huh? That creature seemed amused by Kaneko's difficulties, as if it knew something hidden about the girl. The tone used by that creature didn't please Issei too much, and he summoned his boosted gear gauntlet, ready to take it. But the man just waved his hand, dismissing any possible move from the Red Emperor, as if he knew he wasn't going to do anything. I'm not here for you, the creature declared, holding up its hands in a peace sign. Though it could have taken them both with a single flick of its wrist or rather, its pinky finger. I'm here to see someone else. Why does Kaneko look scared of you, you bastard? The devils are always so caustic, the man muttered. He tilted his katana, as if about to unsheath it. It's annoying. But, I'm not allowed to get rid of you yet, hummed Issei. It wouldn't be fun for the next game. What? I'm just a distraction. That's what that fat priest called me for, to deal with the Shinto dog on a leash. Puash. Clink. Flaming, a blade tried to cut the intruder in two, being blocked by the blade of the same, fearless, being displaced a few centimeters back. Naruto. Issei. Take Kaneko and go to Ria's. Now. The Uzumaki grabbed the handle of his katana, forcing his opponent to move, unleashing a slash that made the six-eyed man jump backward, feeling the tip of Naruto's Nichiren cut some strands in his kimono. Worse than expected. Is this who you're looking for, Musen? Plank. The brunette was forced to stop a second slash from the Uzumaki, from above. He felt his legs tremble, just for a second, which Naruto took advantage of in his move. Pam. He spun, firing his leg in a direct blow to his enemy's face, sending him crashing into the wall, being buried by small debris on his body. Naruto knew that wouldn't hurt him. Musen is interested in you, Hanafuda Earring Hunter. And so am I. But you've disappointed me, the demon declared, emerging unscathed. Naruto gritted his teeth. Let's see, should I chop your head off? Take out your guts. If I kill you, there simply won't be much more trouble. Red marks appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face, while a light wind swayed his hair, and flames enveloped the black blade of his sword, caressing and licking his hands. His eyes flickered from blue to indigo, for just 2 seconds, and the mark of the sun seemed to respond to its owner's request. Are you with Kakabiel? More like Indra? I'm not sure, the first crescent assured, taking a Kenjutsu stance, her hands braced on the handle of her sword. She had surpassed her late brother. She had spent 1,000 years waiting for her lord. She wouldn't leave him aside again. I will introduce myself. Kakushim, first crescent of the 12 demon moons, in the service of Kibutsuji Musen. Naruto felt sweat running down his face. Kakushim. Horus hadn't demanded as much from him as Kakushim was forcing him to pull from himself, avoiding any contact with the blade of the demon sword, avoiding a killing cut. Naruto was used to the speed of a god, to moving like lightning. And Kakushim wasn't a god, but he had the power he lacked. The power he lacked because of the betrayal orchestrated against him, before his eyes. He swung his leg out, blocking his opponent's thrust. He felt himself being pushed back, an extra weight being added to his joints, making them tremble. He was strong, stronger than your average devil, probably outweighing Razor by several laps. Naruto steadied his stance, twisting his hands on the handle of his sword, deflecting his enemy's blade, and slashed out with a swift thrust, hoping to pierce through. Kakushim spun, letting the blade pass through again, but Naruto stopped, engulfing his sword in flames, gritting his teeth. He had expected the demon to evade his thrust, so he was prepared. Dance of the fire god. He growled. He tensed his muscles. His legs felt heavy. He felt the flames licking his face. He strained his ears. He squinted. Blue sky. He stomped hard, shattering the ground a bit beneath his foot, and spun around, slashing at Kakushim, hoping to cut him from the waist and split him in half. Swing. Kakushim took the blow, being thrown back a few meters by the force of it, but nothing more. It hadn't even grazed him. He felt the hunter's blade strike his own, chilling it for a mere 3 seconds. Nothing more. Was that the threat Musen truly feared? With that breath, he really was a bigger problem. But the brat's strength wasn't above average. He could kill him with a single swing of his sword and leave the world of the living with his last breath. The first crescent was pulled from his thoughts by a blazing slash following the circular motion. He swung his katana in a reverse upward motion, blocking the downward slash, meeting it exactly halfway. There was no extraordinary force in that movement. If the boy was special in instilling fear in his master, he didn't perceive it, couldn't even see it in the gleam in the teenager's eyes. It's a waste of time. Naruto spun through the air, passing over Kakushim. He landed behind him, his hand tightening on the handle of his sword, flames shooting from the black blade. He breathed, launching a simple slash at his opponent's back, meeting Kakushim's blade in the way, blocking his slash and feeling some pressure. He wasn't a normal demon. Over the years, Naruto had faced countless supernatural beings, even crossing paths with the Yamada no Orochi, the 8-headed snake that Sasuke had come to eliminate. And no beast, monster, demon, or being in general, had made as much of an impression on him as that 6-eyed human demon. He knew how to handle a sword. He could keep up with him using the hunter's mark. He was putting pressure on him. That was something the Uzumaki expected from a god, from someone who could think, not a demon. But Kakushim was more than a demon, the blonde sensed it, he could see it in his adversary's eyes, in the aura that exuded from every pore of his skin. It wasn't normal. Naruto pressed his lips together. He tightened his grip on the handle of his sword. His hands were sweating. He could feel a drop running down his chin. It was annoying. He let out a pent-up breath. He slid his legs out, squaring them at his shoulders. He assumed a samurai stance, staring at Kakushim. The demon seemed to have hundreds of holes in his mouth, taking on a completely relaxed posture to an inexperienced eye. Naruto wasn't inexperienced. He could see a trap, an invitation to death, right in front of him. Kakushin was luring him into the game, into the trap, as if he'd left a jar of honey out for the flies. Good. I can try water breathing, he told himself, knowing he would be equally repelled by his opponent. If the dance of the fire god hadn't worked, how would water breathing? Maybe if I combine both. Naruto felt the pressure his enemy was exerting. Kakushin was bored and seemed to have started to get annoyed. Had he been forced to come after him? Naruto didn't know, but if one of the 12 demon moons knew where he was, the others probably knew, making it dangerous for him to remain in Kuoh for any length of time. But anyway, it was Kakebiel. The hunter relaxed his body. He let go of the tension. He filled his lungs with air, finding it refreshing. Are you finally going to move? Kakushin asked, looking bored in Naruto's direction. He was just being a distraction while Kakebiel formed the Excalibur. Impatient, demon? Naruto asked, his lips lighting into an arrogant smile. He was inferior to that demon, he knew, but he was the 10th Uzumaki king, and he wouldn't bend the knee again, to anyone. Kakushin snorted, moving the katana smoothly. Arrogant mortal, he declared, lunging at Naruto. The Uzumaki swung his sword in sync, blocking the blade of the first crescent, and was pushed back. He felt the earrings lightly hitting his neck. Ego leads to downfall, mortal. If I were a mortal I would accept it. Naruto stopped Kakushin's thrust, staring into the demon's 6 eyes. He bent his knees and leaped, twisting his body, swinging the demon swordsman's blade and his own in a swift, precise motion. Dance of the fire god. Waltz. Slash. Fluash. Naruto fell behind Kakushin with a graceful movement, hearing the crackling of the flames coming from the blade of his Nichiren TM, dancing like a true waltz. Cough. He shook his head, hearing his enemy seem to spit. Kakushin wiped the blood from his mouth, turning around when he was done, showing Naruto how the wound on his neck had closed even before he had finished cutting him. Some potential, the first crescent admitted, staring at the hunter with her yellow-eyed eyes, their sclera as red as blood itself, but not much. He moved the sword, just a little. Slash. Plank. Naruto felt himself being pushed backward by a strong wind. His hair whipped around, and his uniform shirt tore slightly, partially exposing his skin. This guy. Anyway. This is boring, the demon sighed. He had expected the hunter with the Hanafuda earrings to be a challenge, but he was nothing, just a pebble in his path that he could destroy with a simple finger, turn to dust and lose in the annals of time, leaving no history. He was nobody, just another human. No one important. Moon-breathing Kakushin took a deep breath, showing his blade to the Uzumaki. First form, he shifted his muscles, preparing them for movement. Dark Moon Evening Palace. Naruto opened his eyes. Swing. Cough. The Uzumaki felt a cut across his body as he was thrown backwards without even blinking. His legs gave way. He spat out blood and the Nichiren fell from his hand. His chest, his torso was burning completely. He looked down, seeing a gash across his torso, tilted about 45 degrees above his chest, Zoro's scar bleeding, soaking his pants, staining them red. How? He felt like he couldn't speak anymore, like blood was flooding his mouth, trying to escape the prison of his teeth and lips. He gasped, searching for some oxygen. He needed to think. He was burning up. Simple. I cut you with my softest move, Kakushin explained, sheathing his sword in one simple effortless motion. That had been too easy. You'll probably die in. Rash. Trembling, feeling the fog reaching his eyes, Naruto ripped off the shirt in one swift motion, revealing his bleeding torso, the scars from his battles, the new one Kakushin had inflicted on him. Had he actually fallen to Brahma without a fight? That demon didn't know him. He didn't know Uzumaki Naruto, the 10th Uzumaki king, the god slayer. Come on. Just a little further, Naruto, he perked up, standing up. He breathed slowly, speeding up the healing of his wound, stopping the massive bleeding. That's like your Akatsuki taught me. He stared at his enemy. The first crescent's eyes widened, staring at the hunter's mark on his enemy's face. Like scarlet flames, the mark had filled the entire right side of the Uzumaki's face, reaching his neck and shoulder, and resting above his elbow and right chest. What's that? That would be phase 2, Naruto muttered, baring his bleeding teeth in a mocking, sly smile. He took a breath, feeling the night chill, smelling the dampness. He wasn't one to fall at the first wound, and that demon was soon going to find out, with his movements, his own strength. Zoom. Kakushin ducked, letting his enemy's shining blade pass by in surprise. In midair, Naruto spun, delivering a vertical slash to the demon. Crack. It shattered the ground where the blade touched. Unfortunately, the first crescent had dodged the hunter's attack, surprised by the increased speed, his reaction time, his superhuman strength, and his seemingly ever-increasing skill. Slowly is it catching up with me? Dance of the fire god. Naruto roared, launching himself at Kakushin, swinging the blade. Dance of the dragon sun halo head. At every movement of Kakushin, Naruto moved quickly, precisely, swiftly dodging his movements, increasingly faster and more agile, overcoming his guard. Swing. Kakushin felt his skin and his clothes being cut. He felt blood dripping from his wounds, as if the blade had cut through his very nerves, making it impossible for a second to move, to dodge his enemy's next move. Dance of the Fire God. Waltz. Slash. Kakushin was pushed back by the extreme force, feeling his skin burn, blood drip from his torso. He had almost been cut in two by a mere human. No, not mere. Uzumaki Naruto was no ordinary hunter. He seemed to even surpass the pillars themselves. Where did he get the strength? And now? The Uzumaki shouted, grinning. The pain was gone, feeling his wound healed by the extreme heat of his own flames. A scar that would remain with him forever. I have more where that came from. Kakushin stood up, spitting some blood out in phlegm. You really surprised me, Brat, the demon admitted, standing on two legs. He wasn't lying. Uzumaki had pleasantly surprised him with a strange power surge. The wound on his chest was no longer bleeding, and it seemed healed. Was it the flames, the extreme heat? He didn't know. Muzan must really fear you. It's good, the blonde said. Kakushin shook his head. Hadn't the boy learned? He hadn't gone all out yet, and by catching him off guard twice, the brat seemed to have taken the bear's skin. He would show him that first, he must hunt it down. Kakushin took a step forward. Naruto smiled, prepared for his enemy's move. Zoom. Slash. The first crescent opened her eyes, feeling something missing. She shook her head, watching her arm ripped off in one move by her enemy. Naruto was behind the same demon. He had moved at the same time as him, guiding his Nichiren to cut him down. Cough. Naruto spat out blood. His torso felt like it was burning again. He looked down, finding another cut. His left arm had been severed from the elbow down. Now, it's the end. Swing. Tap. Naruto grabbed his arm and jumped, dodging the demon's movement. It was annoying to fight just one. Kakushin watched his enemy uncork a vial, spraying the liquid onto the severed arm, unifying it. Phoenix tears, he tossed the vial aside, hearing it crunch and shatter into tiny pieces. A gift. While healing, Naruto had taken the handle of his Nichiren into his mouth, taking care not to take a drop of demon blood. Little mortal, Kakushin muttered, feeling annoyed. He had already regenerated his lost limb and had expected to deal with his enemy without difficulty. But everything seemed to have gone awry. Lady Luck tends to give me a wink every now and then, the hunter declared, grinning at the hint of an inner smirk, adding fuel to Kakushin's growing anger. Were you expecting to face a rookie? Now I see why you managed to kill Horus. Kakushin relaxed, breathing calmly. There was no point in staying angry, filling his head with a rage that could cost him his life. And I still had a job. Clink. Are you leaving already? Naruto asked, blinking. He found it amusing that the strongest being after Muzan simply turned his back on him, a threat to his lord. The Uzumaki's blue orbs lost their shine, while the mark receded, turning the same sapphire eyes into two shards of ice. Fine, Kakushin. Next time, I will simply eradicate your existence. Kakushin didn't answer. He turned his body and jumped, disappearing into the night, followed by the silver moon. Naruto made no attempt to follow him. It wasn't his time. Just you wait, Kakabiel. I'm coming for your head. Small facts to give. Naruto manages to stay on top of the first crescent because he's a clone, a copy of the original with inferior power. I'll explain this later, but Rizavum would be caught up in this. Naruto's hunter's mark does not improve for no reason, but because of his affinity to the sun, thanks to his divine blood from Amaterasu. The mark of the sun that Naruto carries, given to him by his grandmother, is what heals him, generating golden flames. Every Naruto power-up is designed to handle enemies and won't be absurd. Naruto is clearly a top player. He was in the top 10 against Indra and Brahma, but that was during the war. He'll regain his power later, and even more so, thanks to his current fights. Explanation of the previous point. If you slowly fill a container, current Naruto training and fights, and then pour what you obtained into a larger container with more quantity, you get an increase in the same power. Every piece of information you see that has no explanation or as a hint, maybe later you'll get the explanation, even in the sequel to the story or the prequel, hahaha, I'm evil. The strongest human. Bakabiel hadn't assembled an army to follow Office's whims or to keep the Cows Brigade above others. He hadn't even assembled them to gain an advantage over the MAM or to make war the only viable course of action. Nor to carry out his plan to form the Excalibur and destroy everyone in his path. He assembled an army because he could. He needed soldiers for the war. He needed soldiers who would die for him. He needed to be surrounded by beings who felt the same thirst for blood as he did, who would support him in his confrontations with the heiresses or the underworld. Even those who would fight against the Grigori and the Fallen, the weakest side of the Holy War. If there were few angels left and the fallen of Grigori followed him, Kakabiel, the bloodthirsty angel, what followers would Azazel have? None, save those who were mere lapdogs, content with the scraps the Grigori leaders threw their way. Many of the fallen, almost 70%, were on Kakabiel's side. War was 1,000 times better than simply serving Azazel and wasting time on alcohol and women, as Azazel did, driven by his lust. No, they desired the destruction of the devils, the fall of their brothers before the truth given by Elohim, the one the deceased god wanted to hide from his children, and which Michael kept under strict lock and key. Were angels really good? Kakabiel knew they weren't. The massacre in Japan. The bloodshed across Europe. Both he and Elohim, his father, had always turned a blind eye, leaving chaos and death wherever Christianity passed, leaving families torn apart. If humans could do that, why couldn't they? The angels fell from heaven and went to the Grigori, where they met Azazel, a clueless and idiotic man, filled with his desire for drink and good women, as he himself mentioned. Where was the blood? The death? The war? Kakabiel promised them blood and war and they followed him, taking what they were looking for, what they wanted, leaving dead from either side in their wake. They sought blood and death. They found blood and death. Kakabiel kept his word, and his army only grew, taking on any creature that truly desired blood and death, to water the land with the blood of its enemies, no matter what mythology it was from. The more beings that accompanied him, the better. He had taken the Cerberus from the Greek pantheon, the Oni from Shinto. Many beings were under his command, marching to the sound of his orders, following his banner if he had one. And when Excalibur was formed, no one could stop them. I hope Lord Kakabiel doesn't take too long to call us, I'm already starting to feel numb, declared a rogue exorcist, dressed in a threadbare robe, waiting with the others for Kakabiel to call them to fight against Lucifer and Leviathan. Both men will come to the human world when their sisters perish, and they will wait for them to start the second holy war and shower the world with blood. This is boring. Shut your mouth. A fallen man with 2 pairs of wings exclaimed. He seemed equally irritated, wishing he could shower the world with the blood of his enemies. Following Kakabiel had been the best decision he could have made. He had killed and raped as he pleased, without encountering anyone to oppose them. The underworld had no interest in the human world. Heaven was too busy with the constant casualties among its ranks. And the Grigori were undermanned for a battle against them. There would only be one way to stop them. By signing a peace. It was a ridiculous thing, something Michael wouldn't do out of goodwill. Only Azazel seemed to want to see it through. Kakabiel-sama will summon us to Kuoh when he deems it necessary, not before. When the head of one of the heiresses was severed from the body, they would be summoned for war. Not before, not after. There was a plan formulated and they would follow it completely, without fear of failing. They had Kakabiel and some powerful beings. Even the Chaos Brigade itself could provide assistance. They were on good terms for a war, while their adversaries lacked the most essential element in war. Allies. Have you heard that? What are you talking about now? I can't hear anything. Only the absence of those mangy dogs, declared another fallen angel, this one with 6 wings. The angel stood with dented armor, darkened by rust. Their hooves. Horse hooves, the same person who had asked the question murmured, standing up and listening intently. Their horse hooves. How can they be horse hooves, you moron? Humans drive cars now, you idiot. Maybe centaurs. They're all on the east side, with the Cyclops, another of the fallen explained, exasperated by the shouts and questions of the wayward priests. He didn't like humans, but they were useful. Well, let's drop the subject. We have to. Swing. Sky Eater. A powerful deep voice roared, attracting the attention of everyone who heard it, as well as a thunderous torrent of footsteps, advancing soldiers, and galloping horses. Crack. Boom. Froosh. The sky split in 2, and the camp was found divided, shattered, with lifeless bodies lying in pools of blood, showing no sign of life. Others were injured, to varying degrees, by the earthquake. And a few who managed to see it escaped unharmed. Very few saved their entire body. Sound the alarm ga. Crow. A Naginata blade appeared through the throat of the fallen pair of wings, showing the blade completely red, dripping with the blood of its enemy. Rash. With a jerk, the spear was yanked back, leaving a hole in the back of the inert angel, shocking everyone who saw it, recoiling in fear. Ahaha. Thunderous laughter returned to the world of the living, to the survivors of the attack. They turned their heads, preparing for battle. To face an army. There was no army as such. A man. Huge. Muscular. Scars and tattoos covering his body. He was probably almost 2 meters tall or even taller, with long black hair with 2 fine strands falling over his face, a sharp pointed face, with a goatee on his chin, covering his jaw. He was just a human, a warrior. What the shit? He's just a puny human. Finish him off. Now. Flosh. Ah. In one swift motion, the human launched his Naginata, piercing the enemy with it, fearless. He flexed his legs and leaped, grabbing the shaft of his weapon and yanking it from his opponent's mouth as his enemies watched. Brack. The grotesque sound the exorcist's skull made when the enemy yanked the spear echoed through the sky, accompanying the dark-haired man's movements. He didn't seem surprised. Or disgusted. He wore a huge arrogant smile, amused at the sight of death. Now, I don't think I've introduced myself, the man said, waving his naginata, scattering some blood onto the grass and placing it on his shoulder. I am known as the General of Flight, the great and powerful Lu Bu. His name fell on deaf ears. Damn human. Who helped you commit this affront? My spear, of course, Lu Bu showed his weapon, pointing at the angel who had asked him with a bleeding blade. The man was showing his naked torso, only covering his lower half. Who do you think helped me? The ma'am, of course. Lu Bu raised one eyebrow, finding this amusing. Did they really think he needed help? Him? Lu Bu made a nasty face, his lips spreading, his face grim. If that's what you think. Swing. With one move, the legendary warrior of the Three Kingdoms tore the angel apart, severing its head before anyone could even blink, staining the fresh grass with its blood. Check it out in the afterlife, the general concluded, looking defiantly at Kakabiel's army, fearless. He had been called to take his place, to destroy his old friend's enemies. He wasn't going to take unnecessary chit-chat with scum. The flying general stood up, straightening his body, looking at the enemies waiting for him, standing there, surprised by his own strength. It felt good to be feared by supernatural beings. Lu Bu had learned the hard way that gods and mythical beings were a harder target to take down than humans themselves. There was no human left who could defeat him without the help of an extra. Lu Bu was the most feared warrior in the world, the General of Flight, the one who shattered the sky with a single swing of his spear. Being feared by the beings who had wreaked havoc on his world was simply gratifying, deeply satisfying to him. He was instilling fear in beings who shouldn't have feared a human like him. Lu Bu found it amusing. Watching them tremble. Seeing the fear in their eyes. Where was his status above that of a mortal? He tightened his hand on the shaft of his naginata, beginning to walk towards his enemies, slowly being watched by every fallen, exorcist and supernatural being in Kakabiel's service. Lu Bu halted his steps when a huge figure stood in his way. He raised his head, seeing a colossal figure standing in his path, ready to confront him. You could move out of the way. Oh, you'd certainly like that, human, the figure muttered. It was a being with a human body, encased in ancient Hindu armor, from what Lu Bu deduced from looking at it. It had 4 arms, and where its face should have been, an elephant's head was visible. But it won't be possible. Slash. Ham. Crack. Lu Bu leaped back, evading the direct blow the creature had launched. He skidded along the ground, tightening his grip on his spear and raising his face. His enemy was advancing swiftly toward him, wielding 4 curved sword blades. Ninjin. Clank. Lu Bu stopped his enemy's movement, stopping the 4 leaves with his spear, being pushed back. Do you really think you can overcome me? Barked the Chinese hero, halting Ganesha's thrust, using his heels to avoid being knocked back. Pulling himself to a halt, Lu Bu exerted force, pushing the Hindu god of science 2 meters away, creating a gap in his defense. Human bastard. Lu Bu pushed his enemy and struck the god's left ribcage, causing him to double over on his leg and spurt out some blood. The General of Flight exerted force while shifting onto his opposite foot, guiding the naginata toward the Hindu god, hoping to cut him. Tap. Ganesha stopped his opponent's spear with both hands, releasing 2 of his swords. Seeing an opening, he slashed downward with his other 2, hoping to cut down the insolent human. Clink. Lu Bu stopped the swords with the shaft of his weapon, using it like an umbrella. He flexed his legs and spun, kicking the elephant man in the belly, knocking the god off his feet with his superhuman strength, leaving furrows in the ground. NGH. Is that being a god? Crack. Lu Bu stuck the naginata into the ground, walking confidently towards his enemy, stomping heavily on the ground, leaving his footprints as he passed, marking the path he was following, being watched by all his enemies. Ganesha stood up, spitting out some blood. I am the god of the arts, the remover of obstacles. And you are an obstacle. HMP. Ham. Lu Bu dodged the god's hook, moving under the elephant man's defense, striking with his elbow right in the center of the Hindu's torso, making his bones, his ribcage, crack. Cough. Ganesha opened his eyes, spitting blood, feeling the liquid trickle from his mouth and drip onto the Chinese general. Lu Bu wasn't bothered by the small amount of blood. It wasn't something that should bother you if you were a warrior. He pulled back his arm, looking up. Standing with his eyes blank, the god of science looked more like a statue than a true god. Lu Bu observed his enemy for a few more seconds, no more than 10. He let out a tired and bored sigh. He walked to the naginata and unpinned it with a jerk, looking at Kakabiel's troops. How had Indra enlisted the support of Ganesha, son of Shiva? The general frowned. Naruto. You're getting me into so much trouble. But beyond his thoughts, a fierce smile appeared on his face, indicating his true intentions, feelings. Angel of War. Angel. A word that represented purity, well-being, protection, light, that which was just. An angel always watched over the well-being of God's children, protecting them from evil, from the darkness that the misguided Lucifer had unleashed upon the world in his marriage to Lilith, the one who was before Eve, the woman who destroyed the purity of the earthly world and led many angels in their fall, staining their wings with the blackness of the darkness in their hearts. Angels were seen as perfect beings, impossible to make a single mistake, those who represented true justice, the word of Elohim over the world, those who brought light to a few, who bathed them in the gold of the halos they wore on their heads, leaving a trail of white feathers to indicate their own presence in the area. It was a given that angels only appeared before those they loved, those who had taken God as their father, into their hearts and souls. Elohim saw humans as his representation on earth, no matter how many mistakes Eve and Adam had made by eating those apples, and he ordered the angels, his divine children, to safeguard mortals from all evil, which gave rise to the Holy War, devastating the entire world, leaving blood flooding the earth, dyeing the rivers red, and the grass a chilling scarlet. During that conflict that pitted heaven against the underworld, he created a third faction that Elohim hadn't foreseen. The fallen angels with wings as black as night, in contrast to the white of those who followed him, fighting against the devils, led by Azazel, Barakiel, Shemhazai and Kakabiel. They were the most powerful to fall, displaying the black feathers that represented their fallen status, a dishonor to their father. Elohim simply forced Michael and his archangels to fight them, treating them as if they were devils and demons. Azazel responded, followed by his companions, watering the field with the blood of his brothers, taking the fight to the same God, the one who would not bend the will, believing that the purge was necessary. And in the midst of the conflict, Kakabiel stained his hands and his wings with the blood of angels and devils alike, reveling in the chaos, the constant fighting. He watched his enemies perish, helplessly fall before his power. And he enjoyed it. There, his face splattered with blood, Cadre Kakabiel discovered his passion for what he had fallen. Blood, war, and death. It was his fascination, his outspoken desire to destroy his enemies, to rise atop a mountain of corpses. He cared not for the opinion of his brothers. They were all soft, unable to do what they should have done millennia ago. The destruction of humans. Kakabiel, like Lucifer, was in favor of destroying humans, of not putting them on a pedestal, surrounding them with a protective bubble. That was annoying. They, powerful beings, were the guard dogs of a race that deserved extinction. He could only smile when God, the father of angels, simply died in the war. No one could stop them now except Azazel. His idiot brother stopped them when they could have finished off Michael and the others, forcing them to retreat, hiding in an underworld city called Grigori, granted by the Mam as a symbol of momentary peace. A peace that had lasted 2,000 years, and he was determined to destroy it. Kakabiel rolled his red eyes, revealing his 10 dark wings, blacker than the night itself, as he watched the weary Grimory, along with the dark blue-haired exorcist and the boy who had defeated Freed. The idiot Valper thought he was important and he was just a mosquito, someone to be destroyed when necessary. He was just a pawn in their game. The real pieces were reserved for the end. Although he wasn't an idiot. He himself was a piece of the Cow's Brigade, which in turn was a piece of the son of the original Lucifer, that silver-haired man, a super demon like the Mam Lucifer and Beelzebub. But he didn't care. Both the old devil and the king of heaven, Indra, granted him an army, an ally to deal with Azazel and Michael. He could get rid of his brothers, while also taking the heads of the kings of the underworld. It was a perfect plan, with no opponents. He dealt with the hunter by sending a copy of a demon under the orders of the primordial demon, that being with red eyes and a dark presence. And he hoped the copy could handle the blonde. He didn't want him in the upcoming battle. The first crescent that Naruto fought, as I reported in the appropriate chapter, was a copy created by Rizavim. It would be a stumbling block in his path, and he couldn't allow that now, when he was close to sleep. He could even smell the blood on the ground. It was wonderful. Kakabiel would have laughed heartily. But he couldn't lose his focus. Not now that he had the Securite and the Grimory heiress at his feet. They had both tried to launch a combined attack, believing that would kill him. Pathetic. He was the Angel of War, a powerful cadre who had lived through war. 2 brats wouldn't kill him. He moved his right hand, looking at his nails with boredom. Perhaps it was time to get rid of the trash and not delay the inevitable. He gently rotated his hand, forming a magic circle. Ganesha. Bring the troops, Kakabiel ordered, his voice reaching the ears of an exhausted Riaz, her uniform in tatters around her body, blood running down her temple. The girl could barely stand, her eyes wide open. Ganesha. Oh? Oh? Are you Mr. Crow? This is the Flying General, the strongest human. I'm sorry Mr. Crow, but your troops are somewhat scattered throughout the forest right now. Another voice Kakabiel didn't recognize returned. What? Where is Ganesha? with his ribcage shattered and bones piercing his lungs and heart. With a flash, the magic circle disappeared from the cadre's hand. Ham. He slammed his fist against the armrest, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Kakabiel rose from his throne, where he'd been sitting throughout the battle, and began to rise, moving toward the defeated Gremory. He felt the eyes of his enemies upon him. He smelled fear, despair. But help wouldn't come anytime soon. Slash. Kakabiel summoned a lightsaber, blocking the blade of a chocket that knocked him back a few inches. A dark-skinned young man fell to the ground, wearing a gray t-shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back, dark blue pants with a tubular hakama hanging from his mid-stomach to his knees. On his forearms, he wore black guards, and his feet were covered by 2 dark black sandals. Uchiha Sasuke had changed his attire, leaving aside his battle uniform during his time as a member of the Tsukiyomi shinobi force, moving on to something that represented him and his family. The Uchiha held the chocket upside down, blade downward, ready to launch into battle. If one was observant, one could notice that faint blue sparks ran along the blade. Sasuke, Kakabiel muttered, frowning, annoyed by the young man's presence. I could have waited for Naruto, but for you? I thought Orochimaru killed you. Were you behind his plans, Kakabiel? Sasuke asked back, showing his red eyes, with 3 tomos in each one, black like his initial iris. Ha! Of course. How else do you think the Yamada no Orochi took the rest of your clan? It was fun watching Horus kill your parents and brother, and how the children became food for the 8-headed serpent, the cadre reported. He had served the Cow's brigade longer than the Grigori himself, moving his agenda forward since the death of Elohim himself, his beloved father. But that's not why you came, is it? You already killed him. Something of a surprise, if you ask me. I didn't come for your praise, Sasuke muttered, getting into a battle stance. Kakabiel smirked, summoning another sword in his left hand, flapping his wings, letting dark feathers fall onto the ground of the Kuoh Academy courtyard. I see it. Zoom. Plank. Slash. Sasuke swung his chocket as he leaped, blocking the fallen man's right blade and attempting to slice through his face. Kakabiel swung his left-handed sword, deflecting the Uchiha's blade and attempting to cut off his head. But it failed. Sasuke threw his body back, bending it like a flexible gymnast, moving his legs at the same time, doing an aerial somersault, and hit Kakabiel's chest with his knee. Ham. Or so he'd hoped. The fallen angel blocked the move with his forearm, swinging his right arm to stab the brunette. Sasuke turned his head away, feeling the blade of light create a small cut on his left cheek. That's good, the cadre told himself, flapping his wings to separate the shinobi. He threw both swords into the sky and lowered his arms, watching Sasuke fall to the ground. He fired a volley of lightsabers at the Uchiha. 5. 5. 5. Sasuke began to move, pumping what little chakra he had into his feet, dodging Kakabiel's attacks. He gritted his teeth, skidding across the ground, his breathing slowing for several seconds. Breath of lightning, he chanted in his mind. He leaped, dodging another spear that would have pierced him. 9th stance. He leaped into the sky. Clouds began to cover the night sky, obscuring its stars, the barrier Citri's retinue maintained over the academy, preventing further destruction from the battle. Roaring. Kirin. Sasuke lowered his left arm, just as a mighty roar echoed across the sky. Kakabiel looked up, smiling at the beautiful figure of a sparkling powerful blue dragon, with its jaws wide open. Good. This is what I was looking for. Kakabiel summoned a spear, imbuing it with more and more magic, making it 10 times larger. And he launched it at the Uchiha's dragon. Zoom. Pra-boom. Dust covered the sky. A tremor shook the small town of Kuoh, frightening its inhabitants. Sasuke fell to the ground, gripping his weapon in his left hand, his Sharigan eyes moving over the cloud separating him from Kakabiel. Flash. Kakabiel flapped his wings, completely clearing the cloud. He wasn't hurt. He held a lightsaber in his right hand, a smirk on his face, a nasty one. He seemed to enjoy the heat of battle, being driven to survive, being able to kill someone like Sasuke or the heiresses. He wanted a war, to be surrounded by blood and battle. At least he was getting the last of it. Uchiha Sasuke was making him feel alive. But everything had to come to an end. This is over, human, the cadre declared, taking a step forward, spreading his 10 wings once more, displaying their full strength. It's time to say goodbye, Uchiha. HMP. Don't bandage the bearskin before hunting it, Sasuke declared, his eyes changing shape. Just die. Brum. Boom. Kakabiel fired the spear at Sasuke. Everyone watched as it sliced through the sky, intending to pierce the shinobi through and through. It created a cloud of dust when it exploded, covering the pitch-black boy. The cadre smiled. Humans are arrogant, always getting carried away by their ego. They are a nuisance to the world. I will never understand how father protected them, Kakabiel murmured, looking at the Gremories, especially the Durandal-wielding exorcist. But God is dead. Ha ha ha. That's why that boy summoned a holy and demonic sword. There are no further explanations to give. Zenobia opened her eyes, feeling the strength drain from her body, her sword finally leaving her hands. God, dead. No. Hey, Kakabiel stopped his speech, nodding his head at the cloud of dust. Slowly, Sasuke's figure came into view of the cadre, who saw a purple ribsage covering the Uchiha. Didn't I say not to sell the bearskin before hunting it? You better listen. Hahaha. What a strange human, Kakabiel acknowledged, unable to find a word to describe the boy. He smiled through his laughter, ready to face him again. Yes. This will be remembered. Zoom. Kakabiel moved towards Sasuke, guiding both swords against the Uchiha. Sasuke closed his right eye and pushed energy into his right eye. Amaterasu. Black flames flew at the cadre, who moved upwards, dodging the Uchiha's movement, but they were already waiting for him above. Dance of the Fire God. Fire Wheel. Froosh. Swing. Spinning in a 360-degree circle, Kakabiel took the hunter's flaming blow, sending him crashing into the academy's main building, covered in debris and dust. Tap. Time. Uzumaki Naruto cracked his neck. His uniform was tattered and bloodstained, and he seemed to be in poor physical shape, with a recent scar on his torso bothering him. His left arm seemed to move somewhat slowly, heavy, due to its recovery from using Phoenix Tears. I hope I'm not late to the party. Kakabiel emerged from the rubble, smiling, feeling his clothes burn slightly. Today, the Angel of War has returned. Accurate. Sasuke and Naruto leaped, evading the barrage of spears from Kakabiel's side. The cadre smirked, observing the two boys' aerial figures, ready to destroy them with his next move. The Uchiha saw this, summoning a skeletal arm that blocked the next projectile, covering both of them in a layer of smoke. Flap. Kakabiel moved like a projectile toward Naruto, grabbing the wounded hunter by his head. He flapped his wings as he took off and swooped down a few seconds later, dragging the Uzumaki with him, grabbing him by the head, aiming to slam him into the ground. Crack. Froosh. The cadre dragged Naruto by the face, creating an immense furrow with its body, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, leaving a deep elongated groove. It took flight when it lost the hunter's figure within the rubble of the academy, summoning two blades of light that it fired at Sasuke. Uchiha swung the lightning-wrapped chakra, deflecting the projectiles against him, and jumped, propelling himself with chakra towards the cadre of the fallen, moving the blade to one side, forming the image of a dragon. Plank. Brum. Kakabiel repelled the movement with two blades. He felt his arms tremble, having expended so much of his magic reserves on such a simple movement. Swing. He ducked his head, letting the blade of his enemy's sword pass by, watching as Sasuke stood on one foot, pushed off, and threw something at him. He blocked the object with his left forearm, realizing too late that whatever he had thrown at him had stuck in his arm, attached to some wires that the boy seemed to move with his hand, without fear. Kakabiel summoned a sword of light, ready to cut those wires attached to the knives that were stuck in his arm. These humans. Froosh. He opened his eyes, changing the movement of his sword. Clink. He shook his head, looking at Naruto above him, his sword engulfed in flames, exerting some force, glancing at him briefly, his face slightly covered with that golden hair. Those Hanafuda earrings bothered him. The memories were too fresh in his mind. Slash. Kakabiel got rid of the Uzumaki. He swung his sword and cut the wire too late. Sasuke was running toward him, his hand wrapped in lightning. I will not die like Horus. The powerful cadre declared, brandishing his lightsaber. He was prepared to fight to the last drop of blood, without fear of death. Two mortals would not stop him. Brash. Then wings, as black as night, forced Sasuke to stop, losing his chance to strike at his enemy. Kakabiel flapped them, rising above both boys, summoning two magic circles from which spears of light began to fall. Shit. Sasuke swung his arm, summoning his perfect protection, receiving various attacks from all sides. Slightly worried, he looked at his partner, hoping he hadn't been skewered. Slash. 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 Fearless, as if immortal, Naruto directly received Kakabiel's powerful attack, using his Nichiren to deflect, destroy, and block the spears of light the cadre was sending his way. His clothes were tattered, with blood dripping from the casual cuts, revealing his sapphire blue eyes. But at no point did he falter or the earrings shatter. Kakabiel, seeing this, summoned an immense spear, more powerful, stronger and full of magic than any mortal could have endured, and threw it directly at the Uzumaki, internally wishing to pierce him through the chest. Naruto. Naruto raised his face, feeling the magical pressure of the attack. He gritted his teeth. He stomped. He felt the hunter's mark cover his face, throbbing as if it were burning. He took a deep breath and took the attack, placing his sword as a shield. Forward. Crack. Kakabiel smiled, seeing the immense furrow that Naruto began to make, being pushed by the spear, taken to the limits of the barrier that the Citri had raised. One down, he mentally declared. He sighed and focused on the Uchiha now. He looked into his eyes, red and black, those bleeding eyes that bothered him so much. He wanted to tear them out of his face. Let him see himself with his own magical eyes. He felt rage, like bile rising in his throat. Kakabiel gritted his teeth, calming his mind. No feelings. The cadre took a deep breath, taking in an immense amount of air, filling his lungs completely, making his body grow, swelling his chest. He showed his angel wings, obscured by black feathers, to his adversary. As if he were a crow intimidating its prey or natural enemy. Pra-boom. He felt his skin stretch. He was smiling. The hunter had been eliminated. Now only the Uchiha remained, and his troubles would be gone. He summoned 2 new blades of light, seeing his enemy's tension. You're alone, Uchiha. Sasuke didn't deign to respond beyond his monosyllable, as if Kakabiel weren't important enough to deserve the privilege of hearing his voice. The Uchiha felt his hand sweat just a little. He was hot. The place felt like an oven. He frowned. An oven. No, he looked more like a bucking loner. He let out a sigh and relaxed his shoulders. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. It wasn't normal. Kakabiel launched himself at Sasuke. Sasuke swung his chakram against him, blocking his enemy's left blade, feeling the pressure on his arm. He moved his right hand, taking a kunai from his pouch, and threw it at the cadre, who moved his head to the side, letting the throwing weapon pass by. The boy leaned on his enemy's leg, positioning himself higher, managing to reach his opponent's head. Ham. Sasuke launched a headbutt before Kakabiel attacked him with his other sword, taking advantage of the margin to jump, separating himself from his enemy by at least 2 meters. It was something. He swung his chakram, blocking a spear. He twisted his body and let it pass. With his Sharigan, he could see how the spear destroyed an entire tree, leaving nothing behind, even creating a fracture in the ground itself, beyond the hole where the tree had been seconds before. Sasuke shook his head, hearing Kakabiel's wings flapping. The squad was flying toward him, another blade in hand, ready to cut him in 2. Pam. Crack. But a figure, 2 legs first, slammed his enemy into the ground, creating an immense cloud of dust that completely covered the bloody fallen man, leaving only the short figure of Uzumaki Naruto visible, with his Hanafuda earrings moving in the wind and the mustache marks on his face. Naruto jumped, evading Kakabiel's movement, skidding along the ground, landing on the right side of his Uchiha companion. Both hunters, one a shinobi and the other a samurai, kept their eyes on the fallen 10-winged man, standing there, looking at them with his red eyes. It was annoying. I have to say I'm surprised, Kakabiel admitted, looking at both boys with some interest. I know from your stories that you hate heaven, the Egyptians, and the Hindus. Both of you have lived long enough, carrying war in your blood. You have suffered at the hands of someone, and only one of you ended up with him. He moved his eyes to the Uchiha. But, it's time for recess to end. This child's play, he waved his hand, gesturing to the entire battle zone, is completely unnecessary. I will finish what I came here to do and I can enjoy the fruits of my plan. How will you do that? Naruto asked calmly. Kakabiel looked at him, raising one of his dark eyebrows. You want to start a war. How will you kill Azazel and Michael when the time comes, without an army? So you were the one who killed Ganesha, the cadre interjected, along with a voice he heard when he tried to contact his ally. He snorted, smiling again. There's no need to worry about a trifle, Uzumaki. I can assemble an army at any time. Then, Kakabiel, we're even, Naruto declared, standing up. He'd been on one knee, sweating slightly and feeling the burning on his face, on his skin. He was pushing the mark's use to the limit and his body was feeling it. But at least my companions aren't following me out of fear. Don't you follow the God Slayer out of fear? That's new, the cadre laughed, letting everyone hear his laughter. Cruel, dark, sinister. Kakabiel was more of a demon than an angel. Those who should fear me. Naruto moved his left hand, taking the handle of his Nichiren, displaying his sword to the cadre, sliding his legs into a samurai stance, one similar to Kendo, are the gods, not humans, he declared. He took a deep breath, deploying his aura. Sasuke pressed his lips together, feeling the heat emanating from it. Well, I've seen what I had to see. 120 times. You only kill me twice. And that's only if I let myself go. That. Naruto flexed his legs. He looked at his enemy. Sasuke. Uchiha threw the chakram at Kakabiel. The cadre moved their bodies and Naruto shot forward, swinging the sword to the side. Kakabiel swung both arms, summoning 2 blades of light and unleashing a downward slash. Crack. Naruto soared into the sky, spinning. He launched a crescent-shaped slash at Kakabiel, forcing the fallen man to take cover. He took the blow and knocked him back to where the Uchiha's blade lay. Naruto moved, positioning himself behind the cadre. He took the chakram in his left hand, slashing with the Nichiren. Kakabiel blocked it with his right hand, being displaced by the force of the movement. Plank. Plink. Plank. Swing. Naruto began to move over Kakabiel, pushing the mark further and further, feeling the tearing of his skin, how it began to burn. He felt the scar on his torso burning, continuing to bleed. But it didn't matter. None of that mattered. Slash. Naruto slashed a chunk of ground with a sword slash, surprising Kakabiel himself, who then blocked the Uzumaki's next upward slash. Naruto threw the Chocotan back, simultaneously lunging at his enemy, his katana trailing behind him. What are you planning? Tap. From behind, Sasuke took his sword back, rushing at the cadre from behind, his enemy's only blind spot at this point. They had both surrounded the angel. Kakabiel blocked the Uzumaki's movement, pushing him aside, only to notice the Uchiha running towards him, his Chocotan wrapped in lightning. He flapped his wings, generating a cloud of dust that forced a dark-haired boy to cover his eyes, and shot up into the sky, towards the roof of the barrier. Crack. Pam. Wow. Another projectile tore through the Citri barrier, colliding with Kakabiel and smashing him to the ground, raising a large amount of dust, covering both the projectile and the cadre. This wasn't in my plans, Naruto told himself, somewhat nervously. He regained his composure, feeling the immense power coming from the projectile that had shattered the defenses generated by Sukuna and her entourage, who had rushed towards the area upon sensing its departure. Oh. Do you feel that power? Of course, team, the blonde muttered, ready to fight for a second round. Or so I would have liked. Oh. Naruto felt the hunter's mark retract on its own, leaving an immense muscular burden on his body. He didn't last long on his feet. He soon felt his legs weaken and he fell to his knees, overloaded, hyperventilating. His current body wasn't accustomed to prolonged use of immense power. Sasuke, seeing his companion succumb to exhaustion, took a step forward, putting himself between whatever had arrived and his friend. He was determined to keep fighting. Azazel sent me for you, Kakabiel. And it was a mere stroll to observe my enemy, the figure declared. A white armor, with blue eyes, slowly came into view, showing itself over a wounded Kakabiel, completely out of action. The helmet's eyes moved towards a person. Haim Misei. He examined him slowly, seeing how he could barely stand. He snorted, and I have been disappointed to see him. Shit. Naruto managed to get to his feet, panting. He was really tired, but they had another problem to deal with, and this one was much bigger and more powerful than Kakabiel. Sasuke, Naruto called out to his partner through gritted teeth. When I tell you we charge. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He nodded, ready to fight. I'm not here to fight, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, the intruder's muffled voice reached his ears. The figure grabbed Kakabiel, displaying its white and blue wings, expelling energy. I hope you grow stronger, Security. I wouldn't wish to kill someone so weak. Flosh. In a movement, the white armor rose, disappearing into the night sky, taking the cadre with it, pulling on their wings, leaving behind a trail of feathers. Who was that? Zenobia asked, tired, not wanting to think too much about her faith. Sasuke huffed. Akurakm, the white dragon emperor Naruto mentioned, bringing his hand to his recent scar. He moved his eyes to Issei, examining the boy. You're going to have to deal with him, Issei. He's your natural enemy. The son in love. Slowly, he ran his fingertips over his scar, feeling the uneven skin left behind by the cut. He let that copy of a demon hurt him so much. How had they been able to recreate a demon, anyway? Things were slowly getting more serious, and he was worried he wouldn't be able to handle the enemies that were appearing. He killed Horus thanks to Sasuke. He faced a copy of Kakishima thanks to the hunter's mark, enhanced by the sun mark itself. He dealt with Kakabiel because Sasuke was there. Otherwise, he probably would have died. Every plan he made against the cadre was because Sasuke was there to accompany him, to help him in the fight, and because he knew the Uchiha wouldn't let him. Have I sunk so low that I need help in a fight? He asked himself, looking up. Other blue eyes returned his cryptic, somewhat tired gaze. Those blue orbs seemed remorseful, as if they had something to fix. If only she were alive, if my children were. He clenched his fists. He took a deep breath. He let his hair fall over his eyes. Everything was going down the drain since he returned to the supernatural. He dealt with things he didn't want to deal with, and an old ghost gave him those earrings, for no real reason. Why did he, of all people, have to deal with the mistakes and failings of the gods? He wanted a normal, mortal life, to be able to live and die in peace, with nothing but a wife and children. Maybe some grandchildren. Or some great-grandchildren. The Uzumaki themselves, even if they weren't warriors of the sun, were inherently long-lived, reaching almost 200 years. If you add in the fact that he was a warrior of Amaterasu and a hunter, the number only shot up by many zeros. Naruto sighed, lowering his face, looking at his own naked reflection, seeing every scar on his body, from the smallest to the largest. From the oldest to the newest. Each of those wounds was a stigma for him, a reminder of his failures, his mistakes, his problems of his past. Every scar on his body was a reminder of a mistake, of an enemy he couldn't defeat, of someone who betrayed him. He looked at the X-shaped mark on his shoulder. Menma had given it to him. The scar was more visible from behind. It was a stab wound in the back, on the balcony of the council chamber. He had never expected it from him, his brother and closest friend. Maybe I should have listened to Taiya. Uzumaki Taiya had been his wife since he turned 15, with whom he had lived, with whom he had had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. The firstborn and heir had been named Akame for her hair and eyes as red as blood itself. The second was named Kimiko, chosen by Taiya in memory of her deceased sister. And the youngest and most recent to arrive was named Tora, the little boy who was barely a few months old. Taiya had always told him that Menma wasn't good, that he was hiding something, that she could feel it in his soul. But he, stubborn as he was, denied it and let it go, especially when it was Menma himself who had helped him finish off the murder of his wife and children. How could someone like that be a bad person? He was, and now, along with his father, he was on the list of people to be eliminated from the world. Oh, he would. Menma snatched his sword from him, the one where his powers had been sealed by the Uzumaki Council, in collaboration with the gods. And they had no right. Naruto pressed his lips together, remembering every conceited word, how they'd called him a traitor, a disgrace. All those new advisors, selected by Menma to replace the deceased. He hated being manipulated by them. Vic. Naruto looked down, seeing how his nails had pierced his skin from how tightly he had closed his hand. Blood dripped slowly to the ground, forming a small puddle. He relaxed his hand, feeling a slight sting. He had pierced the sun mark with his nails, staining it with his blood. The Uzumaki looked at his reflection in the full-length mirror again, examining his own anatomy, searching for anything imperfect. There was nothing beyond the scars that marked him as what he was. A failure as a king, as a warrior, as a husband and father. They were his stigma, his mark and his sin. He could never get rid of them, even if he wanted to. Naruto took a deep breath. He felt like his heart was trying to shatter through his ribcage and burst from his chest. It was pumping hard, pounding against his chest. He could hear it slowing down, beginning to calm down. He closed his eyes, imagining a green meadow bathed in the thin, warm rays of the sun. It was then that he felt something cold brush against his sides and cup his torso, caressing it. He opened his eyes, rolling them back, and seeing a shock of pink hair, tinged with green. He could feel 2 lumps pressing against his back, with no fabric between them. He smiled when he saw the top of his head of the girl who had been there for him these past few years, ever since he left home and joined the Demon Extermination Corps. "Mitsuri," he murmured, hearing a faint, low moan from the love pillar. He sighed, noticing how the girl's naked body was warm, not quite cold. Spring was beating down hard in Kuoh, something he was grateful for. "Don't go around naked. You might catch a cold." "Okay." Mitsuri pulled away from the Uzumaki, sliding her hands down the blonde's torso and placing both of them on the hunter's waist. She gave a loving smile when she finally turned around. "But you take care of me." Naruto shook his head, smiling. He grabbed his girlfriend's waist. She was a bit taller than him. And that bothered him. When he'd been practically a god, his height had been close to 6 feet. Ever since he'd been reverted back to his teenage years, he'd gotten much shorter. Why didn't they just take my powers? My body too. He was starting to copy the Uchiha. His tone and humor were being copied too much. He should stop hanging around with shinobi. But it was too late. He was born cold. "Yes, I would take care of you." Naruto captured his lover's lips, holding her waist tightly. They were both naked. They were both being bathed by the silver moon. Probably the pervert Tsukiyomi was watching from his precious moon. Naruto lowered his hands, forcefully grabbing Mitsuri by the legs, under her buttocks, forcing the girl to leave the safety of the ground, being carried by the blonde. But he didn't allow her to voice her opinion. The boy's lips silenced any complaint Mitsuri might have had. Any complaint was drowned out by her lover's lips. Mitsuri moved both arms, placing them on her boyfriend's bare shoulders. Naruto carried the girl to the bed, slightly larger than the one in his apartment, where they had both slept until a few hours ago. They only had a few more hours left before heading to school. The bed creaked as the Uzumaki placed Kanroji on the bed, separating her from the kiss, gaining a perfect view of his girlfriend's naked body. He could see her chafed nipples. Her slightly above average breasts. Her messy pink hair, out of its usual braids, falling over the girl's pearly face, over her light green eyes. Lemon skipped. No one said anything. Naruto took the girl, pulling her against his side, feeling her body pressed against his. He needed her close. He couldn't leave her. "How did things go with Muzan?" the boy asked, staring up at the ceiling. He felt his cheeks burn a little from the rush. Is that what you ask after Hex, Whiskers?" "HMP." Naruto snorted, copying his fellow Uchiha, not speaking for several seconds. "It was okay." "That's it?" Mitsuri nodded, knowing she'd done a good job. But well, we only took out one lower moon. It was Tomioka, in fact. Are you okay? Worried, Naruto looked directly at Mitsuri, waiting for an answer. Oh, yes. It seems to have been the weakest moon, the pillar declared, hugging the blonde. But it seems the demons have become a bigger problem now. I'll have to return to headquarters for another meeting and the Komodo problem. Naruto didn't answer right away, thinking. He wasn't really doing much in Kuoh and they needed him elsewhere. Leaving the city for a while, like he did when he visited Yaboku, wouldn't be a real problem, or so he thought. The Gremory, Citri and Sasuke could handle everything. Not in his state. I'll accompany you, Mitsuri-chan, he murmured, placing an arm under his head, looking at the ceiling. Maybe it's time to be a real hunter. Devil or exorcist. Change how you feel. Change your perspective on life, what you love and what you've given your soul for, with just a few words, a few minutes, a few hours. It's possible. Many, over the years, have changed their destiny with just a syllable, with an action, a thought, a simple habitual act. And they'll never know, they'll never be able to see what they would have become if they had done everything completely differently, if instead of going left, they had gone right. If instead of keeping their feelings to themselves they had simply spoken, let out what they'd been holding so tightly, if they had revealed their darkest secret, or simply if someone else had trusted them, not kept secrets from them, not withheld knowledge from them. Naruto knew that. His life, over the 1,000 years he'd been alive, between reincarnations, had witnessed firsthand how a life could be changed without further ado, with an action, a simple selfish desire like having something that wasn't his. He saw his family killed. His battle brothers massacred. His people without hope. Everything he'd fought for disappeared when his half-brother simply wished to take his crown. A crown he hadn't asked for, hadn't wanted, and was given to him long before his time. That change led him to exile, to taking refuge with demon hunters when he had nothing, to falling into the arms of Kanroji Mitsuri when he was simply a stray dog. But it was his choices that led him to where he was, a hunter, an exile from the Uzumaki clan, an uncrowned king. The father without children. Naruto had spent years remembering his children. The cheerful Akame. Kimiko, always quiet. He never got to know Tora. He wasn't even a year old when he was taken from him by those he considered family, who tried to unite them with their blood and treat them as such. But in the end, you only have one mother and many fathers. He sighed, wiping the memories from his mind. He removed the tie from his uniform, untying the collar, exposing his tanned skin. His lungs felt like they were being squeezed, as if someone were crushing them from within his own chest. Naruto growled through his teeth, feeling a terrible sensation in his soul, as if someone was in trouble, as if someone needed him. I hate not being somewhere where I'm needed. Naruto hated that feeling, so familiar, so fresh. He could still feel it when he was fighting Shiva, cutting off one of his arms. He could remember exactly how that feeling had squeezed his heart, making him choke completely, feeling like he was failing, like he was gasping for air. He was feeling the same thing. He felt like his oxygen was running out, like his heart was slowly stopping. And he hated remembering that feeling, that it was the same one. Naruto listed the people who might be in danger right now. Mitsuri was at the academy. Devils weren't too important to him, even if he saved Rias and Citri from Kakabiel with Sasuke. And Sasuke wasn't one of those who were truly in danger. If he could keep up with him, there was nothing to worry about. The Uzumaki snorted. The feeling had settled in his chest and didn't seem to leave. He was hyperventilating, sensing that something was happening. Slowly, the blackness hit him. "Oh, sleeping beauty," a voice whispered, icy as death itself. Naruto opened his eyes, meeting a pair of dark eyes as black as darkness itself. He felt a cold touch on his face. He moved his eyes, watching two bony hands cup his face. "It's so beautiful to see you, little Uzumaki." Plop. Naruto shook off the woman's grasp, observing her milky face, her albino hair falling in a white cascade, covering more than half of her back. He sharpened his senses, sniffing the air. He couldn't find anything. He was in a dark void. "Who are you?" the Uzumaki drawled, wishing he could reach for his sword. He couldn't feel its weight. He was unarmed. And that woman, she was full of death. "Mortals like you are simply strangers in my realm," she said, deflecting the boy's question and observing him. She examined the hunter's every feature, from his feet to the tips of his golden hair, smiling broadly. "But you've certainly reincarnated well, Kagutsuchi. It seems Izanagi really did want to kill you," she declared, circling the blonde, sniffing at his skin. "Kagutsuchi?" Naruto raised his eyebrows, puzzled by the name the woman had given him. He tensed up completely when the albino's icy hand rested on his lips. "With your birth, the creation of the world came to an end, as did my own," the albino woman assured, giving Naruto a brief smile. That feeling of death, that darkness, seemed to grow with every second. "Now, little fire god, it's time. Wake up." HMP. Naruto blinked, noticing the haze over his face. He ran his hand over it, trying to wake up, seeing brown eyes and blue hair, with a green streak on his forehead. Zenobia Quarta had entered the occult club room, hoping to find Ria's grimoire, only to find a sleeping Naruto, talking in his sleep and completely white and frozen. "Are you okay?" Zenobia frowned, moving away and making room for the hunter to fully sit up. Naruto was panting. He'd felt like his soul was literally ripped from his body. She moved her hand, feeling his chest, the scar under his shirt. What the hell was that? Kagutsuchi. The icy, death-like sensation he'd felt in that nightmare had stayed with him when he opened his eyes. He could swear he felt that putrid icy breath hitting his neck, the crown of his head. And he wasn't liking it. He hated being in the god's plans once again. Naruto sighed, cupping his face in his hand, now feeling the presence of the exorcist from the Christian church. "Zenobia. You finally seem to be reacting," she huffed, crossing her arms and tucking both limbs under her rather large chest. "Are you okay? You were talking in your sleep and you were really pale. Even now, your skin is really cold, as if the life had fled your body." The Uzumaki groaned, burying his face in his hands again. He didn't get along well with the former exorcist, so being found by her in a deplorable state was, at least for him. Naruto was and remained proud by nature. He had never willingly bent the knee to anyone other than his grandmother, and even to her, he found it difficult to do so. He had the blood of kings running through his veins, or so his mother told him. The blood of the first hunter of the Uzumaki who had sealed Muzan 1,000 years ago. Being seen to be weak was too strong a blow to his pride as a warrior, king, and as a commander of Amaterasu's armies in his time. Not even his grandmother saw him broken. He always kept everything to himself, reserved about his true feelings. Ai at Bishaman and Mitsuri, on the other hand, did manage to bring him to a truly emotional state. They saw him cry. They saw him devastated, each for different reasons, but they all saw his more human side, the side he didn't show much of, the side he didn't let just anyone see. Not even Sasuke saw him in such a bad state. He snorted under his breath, shaking his head and hiding a slight longing smile. "Oh, shit. Am I that pathetic?" He sighed softly, finally freeing his face and looking directly to his right, where Zenobia seemed to be watching him, waiting for an answer to some question. But he didn't remember her speaking to him, oh had she? Naruto groaned again, for the second or third time. Today wasn't his day. How long would it last? Maybe some raiment would be better for his body than that cold, icy sensation that seemed to come from Yomi himself. "Sorry, did you say something?" Naruto returned the question, not really remembering what the girl had asked. That simple phrase, for some reason, made him miss it. "Are you okay? You even seem a little out of it, Uzumaki," the priestess retorted, frowning even more, truly staring at the boy who defeated Kakabiel, as if he weren't really him. He seemed out of it, his mind elsewhere, drugged or sick. "Yeah, I just need some rest. I think breakfast has agreed with me," the blonde declared, giving the girl a forced fake smile, hoping she would believe him. And she did. The good thing for Naruto was that Zenobia didn't know him like Sasuke and Mitsuri did, or even Sanemi and Tomioka. He could easily lie to anyone and not really get caught. Well. What's an exorcist doing worried about an ally of the underworld? That's novel, the Uzumaki attacked back, moving his attention towards the blue-haired girl, genuinely interested in the girl's response. Zenobia frowned again, annoyed. Ever since Kakabiel said God was dead and she informed the church's higher-ups, she'd simply been excommunicated, cast out like a simple stray dog, without help, without a home. She was forced to leave everything in Irina's hands, who left without looking at her directly, only giving her a few glances of pure hatred. She told her she was thinking of allying with Grimoire. And Irina certainly wasn't happy. She berated her, yelled at her, and lectured her, then turned to indifference and hatred, cold stares, and terse words. Once again, Zenobia was alone, like in the orphanage. "I've been excommunicated," she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. Naruto was forced to strain his ears a little, catching the soft, sad, broken phrase that escaped her lips and frowned. "Really? Does heaven still use humans as mere tools, and when they think differently, they're cast out? Michael must have learned from when I brought Uriel's wings to his table. When I dropped the head of the archangel of the lands and temples of Elohim onto his table, staining his robes with blood," he mentally hissed, scathingly, feeling the fury rising inside him. He let out a sigh, tired of heaven, of the supernatural, wanting a truly peaceful life with Mitsuri, being able to rest from the mistakes of the past, from that which once harmed him or hurt him. "I see." Kakabiel blurted out something he shouldn't have, the blonde muttered, thinking about the cadre. If he had been able to keep the mark on his body any longer, the bastard would have died, and now he wouldn't be locked up in the Grigori prison, guarded by someone loyal to Azazel. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. You know? About the death of a god. Well, anyone who's lived 1,000 years should know that, Naruto said, giving the young woman a brief smile. He could see the sadness and pain in the young exorcist's eyes. "But you shouldn't grieve." Zenobia frowned. She pressed her lips together. "Is that someone with a home who hasn't lost everything he owns?" She growled, looking at the hunter with angry eyes. But that was a mistake. The Uzumaki's normally cold eyes were now completely frozen, as if they were actually made of pure ice, two shards intent on piercing her. Zenobia felt a deep chill. "Mind your words, Zenobia," Naruto said calmly, letting his aura hit her, making her tremble. Naruto took a deep breath, filling his lungs with as much air as possible, and let it out slowly, relaxing his temper, his thoughts. "Don't speak of what you don't know." The hunter looked away from the girl, letting both eyelids hide the blue orbs. "Is that why you're here? To find a home? That's so hypocritical of you." Every inch of Zenovia's body tensed. "That? They simply destroy what you have faith in, and you come to take refuge with those you hate, those you swore to destroy, to kill with Durandal, the sacred sword," the hunter said slowly, engraving his words, each letter, each syllable, into the former exorcist's head. "Not even I have sunk so low." "But you're allied with Gremory," Zenobia defended herself, annoyed by the Uzumaki's words, knowing they were completely true. After learning that God died, she took refuge with the devils. She had nothing. It was either being a member of Gremory's entourage or a rogue exorcist. There was no third option for her. There was no church. No more exorcist. Convenience. "In a time, I don't know when, a war will shake the supernatural world and drag everyone to one side or the other. Although I don't know my current side or the side of the underworld, we both prefer to save our strength for what's coming," Naruto explained, completely serious, calm. "So choose well, Zenobia Quarta. Perhaps there is a third option." Luckily for him, someone was pulling the strings and was preparing everything for his return. Those who are loyal. What is loyalty? It is a person's devotion to something or someone. It is a feeling that makes a person remain by the side of the object of their loyalty, not only for a few minutes or seconds, but for entire years, even to the point of death or causing the person to fight against something that hurts the person they are loyal to. Many may swear loyalty to a king, an emperor, a feudal lord, but they are not necessarily loyal to that lord. Loyalty is earned, not acquired from the beginning, something that few lords understand, that kings cannot tolerate, but that commoners fully understand, and being among those who give the most loyalty, they see how it is returned with a slap in the face. The Uzumaki Ashina had already served the kings of the Uzumaki clan for over 1,000 years, giving advice and remaining completely loyal to whoever occupied the throne of kings, a seat that was always occupied by a pure-blood Uzumaki. He showed his initial annoyance when Kushina, the ninth queen, took the position while married to a foreigner, a stranger named Namikaze Minato, later becoming an Uzumaki after the marriage that he witnessed, and made it clear that he did not agree. They were contaminating the clan, and everything could be led to a debacle. At odds with the queen, Ashina served her completely during her years in office, taking his position as advisor completely seriously, voicing his views without mincing his words, knowing that Kushina would hate him for it. He always confronted her in meetings. He never shut down. He even pointed out to her that Minato might want to usurp her position as queen. It was nonsense, as she said. It wasn't Minato who stole the throne, but his second son, conceived with another dark-haired Uzumaki woman, something unusual in the clan, but not impossible. Ashina saw that Naruto was blonde and some others had various colors in their hair. But even so, that woman had a dubious origin. He hated himself when Kushina's son, Uzumaki Naruto, was condemned by the corrupt gods of first-generation Shinto. He heard the slander Menma and his followers spewed from their mouths. Every fallacy. Every insult. It was all a crude act meant to establish him, Uzumaki Menma, as the 11th king of the Uzumaki clan. The war against the Hindus and Egyptians only reinforced the accusations and paved the way for the dethronement of the king whom he, the most senior advisor, respected. But he couldn't keep up the charade. He couldn't watch as the current king, Uzumaki Menma, denigrated the clan as he moved his plans under the table to Indra's side, as it seemed they were betraying the sun goddess. They were his personal army, his guard. They couldn't be allies of any god. They couldn't go to war and fight for any faction if Amaterasu wasn't there. No matter how much Ashina reminded him, Menma always dismissed his advice, belittled him, treated him like a weak, senile old man. He was fed up with the contempt, with how little he was considered at council meetings. He saw the traitors, the corrupt walking free, with no burdens on their shoulders, while the true king had been stripped of everything. The time had come to say enough. Ashina was never cruel, a reckless fighter. He was meticulous, patient, and could wait years before launching his move. But how long had it been since he last saw his king? He barely remembered him, and that frustrated him. The one who should have been exiled was Menma, not Naruto, something many knew, but few openly shared. Menma was king and Naruto a traitor. The old samurai stood in front of a double oak door, sighing. His arms were clasped, his hands tucked into the sleeves of his white kimono. His hair fell to his shoulders, as white as the kimono itself, along with a white beard that made him almost resemble a wise wizard. Ashina had the appearance of an old warrior who had spent his last years advising, whispering into his king's ears the advice he needed to keep the clan going and prevent it from being destroyed. But all his words had gone unheeded, and now they were caught in a war that was about to break out between two factions of gods who would not respect them. What did Menma see in Indra to join him? Ashina was there when Naruto faced him, sword to sword, hero to king of the heavens. She saw their confrontation, how Indra boasted of his power, how he tried to make his king bend the knee. Many humans would have done so. After all, he was the king of the gods, the leader of the demigods in Hinduism. But she never, ever saw Naruto falter, wielding his sword to defeat Indra's followers. Many died that day. Ashina closed her eyes for a few seconds, only about 10, remembering that battle, where Egyptians, Hindus and Japanese were fighting for survival, for victory. She remembered everything in detail. The blood on the grass, the smell of burning flesh, the agonizing screams of the wounded, not a single element escaped her memory. But what was most present in her mind was the ferocity of her king. She remembered every wound Naruto had suffered, inflicted by Indra or Shiva, whom she had faced without fear in her heart, one after the other. After all, Naruto was the one who had destroyed the Gana, Shiva's army, and killed his son with a sweep of his sword, without fear. Although he would eventually be reborn, like all the gods. Knock knock. Ashina pounded on the door with his fist and waited for it to be opened. He stood in front of the thick door, the memories of those days fresh in his mind. They were bad times for them, but even worse for their king. The deaths of the kings and princes drove Naruto into a state of complete rage. Cronk. Ashina moved her old tired eyes towards the figure in front of her, looking into his eyes, seeing brown orbs, somewhat tired, but with a brightness that, despite the years, did not seem to have completely disappeared. Oh, man. A wide smile appeared on the lips of the white-haired, wrinkled-skinned man. He wore a yellow kimono with a floral design, and also a black Orient scarf with the same designs. I didn't think you'd actually come, old man. Ashina frowned, pushing the man aside and walking into the room, turning her back to the door. You're old too, Sasaki. Ashina reminded the old samurai, earning an amused laugh from Sasaki's side. Sasaki Kajirm was once a famous Japanese swordsman, known as history's biggest loser. It was said that in every fight he fought, Sasaki always lost. That was what drove the swordsman to train like a wild animal, improving his body every time he suffered a defeat. He could see how a fight was going to go in his mind, so he would know a way to defeat his opponent, and if he couldn't, he would simply leave to train. He only really showed his seriousness in one confrontation. Miyamoto Musashi, known as the greatest swordsman of all time, a great warrior, samurai and battle general whom Sasaki left a scar on his forehead with a sword movement. Oh, you don't need to remind me. Sasaki declared, closing the door behind him and following Ashina down the long torch-lined hallway. They reached another door, which Ashina himself opened. They found themselves in a nearly empty room, filled only by a round wooden table with high-back chairs and a huge window at the far end. They were in an abandoned Uzumaki fortress, in the most remote room of the entire castle. The old man finally arrives, a deep voice declared. Ashina shifted her eyes, finding a huge man with almost gigantic hands. The Uzumaki lifted his face so he could see the man's face. I thought he was going to put down roots. Raiden Tamamin, the legendary Japanese sumo wrestler, was a man of immense physical appearance, far superior in height and physical condition, displaying muscle upon muscle, with dark hair and silver highlights. The man wore only a simple hakama that Sasaki himself had given the wrestler. Sorry for the delay, Ashina gave a slight bow of apology. She'd had to shake off her pursuers to get to that meeting. Has anyone else arrived? Lubu is on his way. He says he's accompanied by a boy who keeps talking about his senpai and is carrying a suitcase full of ice cream, Sasaki declared, walking towards one of the chairs. Ashina gave a slight nod and took out a long object wrapped in a cloth as black as midnight. The advisor placed the object on the table, revealing the shape of a katana. Wait. Is that Masamune, the sword that cuts whatever its owner wants to cut, the advisor reported, moving his hands over the cloth, unwrapping a katana with a pitch-black handle and a cherry blossom-shaped tsuba, black in color. The blade, gray as smoke itself, featured an imposing edge, full of kanji and engravings. The sword of the Uzumaki kings. Wait. Sasaki leaned back on the table, frowning at the katana, staring at the blood-red scabbard to the side. Shouldn't Menma have it? He's the king. No. A sword is forged for each king. The legendary swordsmith Masamune forged this one for Naruto, inscribing it with his own words, Ashina explained, smiling wistfully. This is merely a trophy for the usurper. And he didn't even notice that I gave him a replica of the sword. He can't even tell that it's powerless. But this one. is the complete opposite. He took hold of the tip of the blade, pushing the hilt towards Sasaki. "Take it by the hilt, Sasaki Kajirm, and tell me." Sasaki snorted through gritted teeth, but heeded Ashina's advice and took hold of the handle. He moved his fingers around the shaft, feeling the leather yield under his grasp. It was a firm grip. Hum. Sasaki opened his eyes. What he felt was Naruto's power. Quickly, Sasaki dropped the Masamune onto the table, looking at his right hand, his palm feeling warmer than usual. Is this the power of the child? Do you understand now? Masamune forged the sword, which Naruto himself named Masamune, in honor of the blacksmith. The god sealed the king's power within the sword, and it only responds to those who remain loyal to the 10th king, almost as if it had a soul. The old Uzumaki spoke again, sitting down and looking at the sword. It will never cut someone who doesn't want to cut. As Raiden was about to speak, a loud knock and the door slamming shut caught the attention of the three adults. Lu Bu entered the room, carrying his naginata over his shoulder, his brow furrowed, looking truly angry. "Will someone please shut the little shit up?" he growled, pointing behind him. Entering the room was a young man with red hair, a dark band covering his right eye. The lower half of his face was covered by a black cloth mask, and the hilt of a sword protruded from his right shoulder. "Yo, Jai-chan." Rick reporting to base camp, because Rick is a good boy and punctual, the young man declared, showing an eye smile as his eyelid covered his indigo eye. Rick is bringing lemon ice cream for the meeting. Rick forgot the sake, because everyone thinks Rick is a boy. Ashina shook her head, a small, very small smile appearing on her face as her lips moved. Raiden simply laughed loudly, and Sasaki followed suit, somewhat calmer. "Really? No one's going to take him off me? I'll kill him then." "Calm down, Lu Bu," Ashina urged, raising her right hand. The Uzumaki advisor shifted his attention to the boy, Rick, leaving the hyperventilating Chinese warrior aside. "Are you serious, Rick? Do you know what we're going to do? This isn't a game, kid. Everyone here is here to save the clan. And it's not going to be a pretty method. War could break out at any moment." Rick is aware of this, Jai-chan. But Rick believes that helping Naruto-senpai is what he should do. Therefore, Rick presents himself for duty. Uzumaki Rick, one of the many sword students, had been hailed as the genius who appears every 100 years, displaying swordsmanship that could keep pace with that of Sasaki, Musashi Miyamoto, and Akita Sanjai. Naruto always considered him to be the greatest samurai, even better than him in many ways. "Do you trust him, old man?" Lu Bu asked, ready to fight the teenager if necessary. "With my life, Lu Bu," Ashina replied, revealing cold eyes, as hard as two shards of ice. Lu Bu sensed the discomfort and cleared his throat, looking away. The old advisor moved his attention back to the katana on the table, reviewing the kanji on the blade, which glowed a bright orange like the sun itself. "And this? So many ninja together, they are too tasty food for me, the king of demons." Everyone present tensed. That thick deep voice struck them. Ashina shook her head, looking toward the window, seeing a slanted blood-red eye. She could see the beast's orange fur. Ashina sighed, calming her beating heart. "You've decided to come. HMP. I can't leave you to carry everything, you old coward." That beast declared, letting out a deep laugh. Lu Bu had taken up his naginata, ready to fight. Raiden was uneasy. Sasaki didn't really know how to act. Are these the Gaki's generals? There are some missing. Oda Nobunaga. Liu Bei. Cao Cao. And some others who couldn't attend, the advisor explained, wrapping the Masamune in that cloth. The red, slanted eye moved, looking at that rag. "I understand, old man. Why did you come?" Showing its sharp teeth, the immense beast answered. "I only come to devour the souls of those who were not loyal to what they swore, nothing more, old ninja." Lessons from an old master. The blade had to be always polished, sharp, reflecting the face of the person who wielded it. It had to be in perfect condition so it could be used at any time, in any place. A rusty, poorly maintained sword could lead to the death of its wielder, cutting short their life with just one movement, one mistake. Should the blade break, the warrior would fall to the enemy's attack, watering the ground with his own blood, staining the grass a deep red, shedding his life, never to see life again, his loved ones, his children, siblings, his family and friends. Uzumaki Naruto lifted the cloth, looking at the Nichiren with his blue eyes, feeling the air hitting his face, swaying his hair. He allowed himself to smile just a little when he recognized Mitsuri's figure reflected in his blade. The two boys were marching toward the Demon Slayer headquarters. Mitsuri was forced to return for a meeting with the Pillars, who had been acting against the 12 demon moons of the resurrected Kibutsuji Musen, who had wasted no time in destroying at least 2 high-ranking Demon Slayer squads, severely crippling the Demon Slayer Corps, leaving them on the ropes with Musen's return and the loss of several of their units. This information was given to him by Yubayashiki Kagaya, current leader of the Hunters, when a small squad found hundreds of dismembered bodies, lying on their own guts and limbs. Even one of the hunters who informed him swore he saw several faces with completely empty eye sockets. The information was quickly passed between the different pillars, being distributed by Kaguya himself, who wanted to create a firewall between his men and Muzin's demons, a task that was being hampered by the participation of Muzin's own generals, the 12 demon moons, who were as strong as 3 pillars combined, or even stronger. The first superior could surely handle at least 5 pillars, or even more. The fact that there were clones of them roaming around Japan was not to his liking. Faced with such a circumstance, Kaguya had summoned every available pillar, preparing an emergency meeting, as well as increasing the exams to take new hunters and force them into excessive training, soon placing them at a good level for such a crisis. Seeing that Mitsuri was leaving and the crisis that was falling upon his comrades, Uzumaki Naruto would officially announce his return at that meeting. So he joined his girlfriend on the journey she had to make to return to the hunter's main base. They weren't far away now. Naruto looked at a wooded area at the foot of a mountain. That was their objective. They couldn't afford a significant delay. The meeting was the next day. Clink. He sheathed his sword, hearing the clink as the guard touched the scabbard. He took a deep breath, standing up. The red Haori stirred, swaying slightly, along with his hair and earrings. He still felt that cold, icy sensation that seemed to come from hell itself, from death itself. He couldn't shake the sensation or that albino, bony face that had visited him in that dream. Who would it be? Naruto was tired. Mysteries. Secrets. His life was never the life of a normal samurai. From birth, he was placed next in line, under the shadow of the other leaders, the other clans, and his mother. From the moment he opened his eyes, as a baby, he was placed under certain expectations. He was studied, compared, and groomed. From the moment he was born, he had to be perfect, special. He hated being categorized, dealing with other people's problems. But as king, he had to do it. He couldn't neglect his people, he couldn't let corruption take root. He was the king and general of Amaterasu's army. Everything had to be perfect for the queen of the gods. The Uzumaki moved his right hand, leaving the back of his hand facing down, his palm facing the clouds. He saw that orange sun marked like a scar, a tattoo. That mark placed him as the guardian of the sun, Amaterasu's main follower and her main warrior, her champion, just as Sasuke was the guardian of Tsukiyomi. He never asked to be one, but he was given that honor. He took a deep breath, shifting the bandages on his right hand, hiding the mark. If he returned to the hunter's headquarters, there would likely be people who would recognize him only by the mark. And he couldn't let word of his return reach his brother or the Chaos Brigade's allies. The world was hanging in the balance. Soon, humans would be embroiled in fights over factions they would believe to be mere fiction. Uzumaki took a deep breath, taking in as much air as possible. He relaxed his body completely, his shoulders slumping slightly. He placed his katana at his waist, leaving his Haori open so they could see his demon slayer Gakurin. Few stood where he stood. Within the ranks of slayers, he was at Tsuguko, positioned as the next water pillar after Tomioka Geek. Though he hadn't used that breath in a while. It wasn't his, after all. He sighed through his teeth. Naruto would deny it if asked. But he was really nervous about returning to his comrades, those who fought by his side when he was banished from his home. And he had abandoned them. Shit. Am I really nervous? So Gaki, what are you waiting for? A funny voice asked, making Naruto shudder at the sound. He moved his hand towards the hilt of his Nichiren, and when he turned around, he felt a hand stopping his own, preventing him from unsheathing. Such good reflexes, huh? Ha ha ha. Naruto felt one of his eyebrows twitch. Was she really making fun of him? A bucking pervert. Ham. Oh. The man fell to the ground on his butt, clutching his stomach as he rolled around, groaning. Naruto drew his sword, slamming the hilt into his spectator's face, his expression completely neutral. You deserve it, Iro-senin. The man gave a light laugh as he stood up, letting his spiky hair fall over his back, revealing the headband with the kanji for oil on his forehead. 2 thin red marks ran down his cheeks, resembling tears of blood. He wore a dark green garment, with a red cloak over it. Behind his back, a huge scroll hung from a thick leather strap. You've grown, brat, the man murmured, looking slightly happy. The guy was tall, somewhat broad, probably reaching over 6 feet, but not too tall. How have you been? Naruto relaxed, also drawing a smile on his lips, looking at his teacher, the one who had trained him for years to be the heir of the Uzumaki. I can't complain, Naruto replied with a shrug. He glanced over his shoulder at Mitsuri, watching her still sleeping in the sleeping bags. With the current situation, we're heading towards headquarters. Muzin. 12 demon moons. Chaos Brigade. A guy called the Warlock who controls Ayakashi thanks to a special symbol. I ran into Yaboku a while back. It seemed like Abisu was forced to be reborn due to his entry into the Yomi and his possible role as the Warlock, the man explained, crossing his arms over his chest. But I don't think that's him. One of the Shichifukujin's 7 gods of fortune wouldn't go as far as to do such tremendous, nearly heaven-destroying deeds, he muttered, letting out a sigh. And Bishamon seems to be fine. Naruto grimaced, being caught by the eyes of his teacher, who gave a slight sad smile. I hope Bisha is okay. HMP. She was hurt by your leaving, and seeing you again brought back memories, little Gaki, the man stated, frowning. He shook his head, glancing at Mitsuri for a few seconds. I see. You found someone else to take over for Taiya. He didn't make up for it, Jiraiya, the Uzumaki growled, turning his eyes slightly indigo, earning a dry laugh from the Gama-senin. Jiraiya the gallant, the one who had learned the magic of Mount Mamboku during his youth, who trained as a sage to use Toad Senjutsu, who trained in Toad magic and prepared himself as a warrior. That legendary man was Uzumaki Naruto's teacher, becoming long-lived thanks to his status as a sage, something few humans within the known world have achieved. Don't sulk, Gaki, Jiraiya ruffled his student's hair, giving her a melancholic smile. You already had a stick up your ass before. I don't want that Naruto again, the sage sentenced, removing his hand from the young exile's spiky hair. Just as Ashina had been reluctant to remain under the yoke of a usurper, Jiraiya had refused to train the 11th king, finding him unfit for the position. These statements, and his unwillingness to train the king, gave Jiraiya the status of a criminal within the Uzumaki clan, posting posters with a reward for anyone who took his head. But killing a sage wasn't easy. They didn't become sages by luck. They had to endure harsh trials, along with excessive training that nearly destroyed their bodies. Jiraiya had achieved it, taking the status of Gama-senin as a reward for his own efforts, for the blood and sweat that stained his hands and face after each training session. Only after the trials imposed by his masters and after overcoming those hellish training sessions did Jiraiya achieve the status of sage, taking a long life to find a successor. At first, Jiraiya believed that successor would be Naruto, but he realized his mistake when he realized the boy was more suited to fire. Everything related to flames seemed to suit him. Not for nothing, Uzumaki Naruto was a guardian of the sun. Well? What are you doing here? As a sage, you must travel the world, although you go more to brothels, Naruto asked, giving a sly smile at the contraction of his master's face. Jiraiya snorted, crossing his arms over his chest again, looking down at his apprentice with a frown. I just came to visit Kaguya-san. I had some information that could be useful or rather, harmful. Naruto turned his face serious. What's going on? Look, kid. You must be careful. With your current power, Menma will fall on you as if you were a simple mosquito. Worried, Jiraiya began to speak, without showing any iota of regret at the words he said to his student. At this moment, the 11th Uzumaki king was untouchable. Various gods, from forgotten pantheons or allies of Indra, were swarming around the clan court. That Muzan has been released from the seal is the least of your problems. Are you talking about Indra? Naruto asked, remembering that king of the Hindu gods, his arrogance and raw power. I can deal with him once I have my sword back. It's not just Indra you need to worry about. It seems more and more gods have fallen under the Chaos Brigade's sway, and battles are being fought secretly, under the thick veil of peace. Both the biblical and Shinto believers are too preoccupied with what's happening in Japan. But the island isn't the center of the world. In Europe, there have been sightings of Norse gods vandalizing Christian churches. The Hindus haven't been too quiet. Shiva still wants peace. But Indra has openly declared war on those of the Chinese pantheon. Fire and blood reach my nostrils, even lost in this forest with you. Jiraiya spoke, seriousness not only evident on his face, but also in his voice. He wanted his newest apprentice to be aware of what was happening, that he couldn't handle it all alone. The tension was there, on the verge of war breaking out openly. And Shinto was engaged in its own internal war, seeing ghosts, unable to hunt down the true culprit. Muzan and the Witcher were creating chaos, weakening the gods and their armies. And he, as one of the few sages, couldn't let things get so far out of hand. Jiraiya hated war, death. But if he had to join, he would do so on the side he believed to be right, and he couldn't leave his apprentice, whom he considered a son, uninformed. Naruto was lost in thought, under the watchful analytical gaze of the Gama-senin, wisely awaiting the Uzumaki's words. As a former general, Naruto could see what this whole pantomime of war was all about. Chaos. Some gods, like Loki, might pull the strings to create this chaos. But the Norse god himself wouldn't do it without real support. This was being carried out by a group, with one head above the others, and Naruto could see who stood to gain the most from this, but he couldn't be blamed for it. Thank you, Jiraiya. But we should get going. I have to wake Mitsuri and get to the pillars meeting, the young hunter muttered, finding too much to think about. He couldn't make any careless moves now. Before leaving, Jiraiya squeezed his student's shoulder, forcing him to look at him. Be prepared for anything, Naruto. The time of the warrior has come, not the time of the teenager. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.